Ancient 1 Chapter 1316 to Chapter 1370. This black light godly crow was a kind of high-speed warship. When fully activated, it was comparable to the strongest escape techniques in the world. Hu Mingri and the other myriad treasure tower powerhouses were all anxious in their hearts, desperately chasing. There was also a large group of various martial artists behind them. Some were watching the show, and some were here to take advantage. All of a sudden, a large group of escape lights gathered, all heading in one direction. 8 elephants left aboveboard. The city defense directly killed dozens of people, causing too big of a commotion. Among the martial artists chasing, the strength was uneven. Very soon, they were separated into different grades, scattered in front and behind. The 4 people at the very front were the myriad treasure towers powerhouses. Elder Dashi, if you still don't make a move, the scoundrel will really be gone. Hu Mingri had an anxious look, urging a white-clothed old man beside him. That old man's expression changed, but he just had a gloomy gaze and did not say a word. Hu Mingri said angrily, if the divine sword is lost, where will the entire myriad treasure tower, including your and my face, go? The old man Dashiyu opened his mouth and said, the other party's flying profound artifact should be the legendary black light godly crow. It can stimulate endless flying ability in a short period of time, but not for long. We just have to bite for a while and we can catch up. Hu Mingri said in a deep voice, how do you know that they don't have an even more powerful backup? These few people dare to come out openly with just a black light godly crow. Is it possible to say that they don't have the confidence to escape? Another middle-aged man, by Jean, shot out cold stars in his eyes as he said coldly, this concerns the myriad treasure tower's reputation. We can't be careless. In the face of such a major event, what does personal loss count as? Brother Dashi, I know that your heaven-chasing talisman might only have one left in the world, but isn't the meaning of this talisman's existence used to deal with this kind of crisis in front of us? Otherwise, what's the use of it? Kutongguang also urged. Dashiyu saw that the 3 people all blamed him in unison and also felt somewhat apologetic. Gritting his teeth, he said, fine. He flipped his hand in the air, and a green jade pendant flew up in his hand. Only to see a faint green light flash in the escape light. Dashiyu's entire figure swayed, instantly disappearing on the spot. When the 3 of them sensed the faint space law, they lifted their eyes and looked forward. Suddenly, a green light flashed in front of the black light crow, and a palm-sized jade pendant appeared. Bang! It shattered, and Dashiyu's figure emerged. He grabbed the fragment of the jade pendant, his face filled with pain and regret, but even more than that, he was furious and murderous. His eyes were cold as he stared at the warship flying towards him. The 5 people on the back of the black light raven were all stunned for a moment, revealing a look of surprise. Mr. Quan's eyes turned cold and his lips curled into a sinister smile. Courting death. He ordered, ram them. What? The zombie-like man was startled and said unhappily, crashing into it will definitely damage my black light raven. One cannot be too selfish. Mr. Quan scolded, just do it. What are you talking about? Seeing that the zombie-like man was unhappy, the blue-clothed man smiled and patted him a few times. Then, he said, I still have to listen to Third Brother's orders. With the few of us attacking together with the force of the warship's impact, even a mountain can be smashed into pieces. It will not be damaged. The purple-haired man and the Decepticons stood up and walked to the front of the warship. They took out their sharp weapons and were ready to attack at any time. Mr. Quan also emitted a strong demonic aura. Red claws grew out of his fingers and he started to demonize. The zombie-like man felt slightly relieved. He quickly formed a few hand seals and slapped them on the back of the raven. The raven let out a shrill cry and slowed down a little. A layer of black light enveloped the surroundings, forming a wizardry barrier. Although its speed had decreased a little, it was still much faster than the escape light of ordinary martial artists. It directly drew a long black track in the air, and the surrounding space was also compressed to the point of making a boom sound. It fiercely collided with Dashiyu, Mr. Quan and the other 3 were standing in front of the raven. They were all ready to strike. Their lips curled into a cold smile as they waited for the thunderous strike. Dashiyu's face turned pale. His elemental energy rippled like waves, causing his sleeves to flutter in the air. Although he was shocked, he did not panic. He put his palms together and a metallic glow appeared in front of him. He quickly formed a series of hand seals. Rays of golden light flashed in his palms. It was so fast that only shadows could be seen. Is this idiot a fool? He wants to take it head-on? The purple-haired man laughed. His eyes were getting colder and colder. Purple chi gathered in his hands. He could not wait to strike. Decepticons said, "Look at how confident he is. There must be something strange going on. Everyone, be careful." The blue-clothed man did not mind. He humphed, "With the four of us working together, even the Emperor Jiuxing would not be able to stop us." What makes him think he can do it? Mr. Quan said coldly, "With the speed of the black light raven, even the world's most powerful escape techniques would not be able to catch up with it. What makes him think he can do it? It's better to be careful." Shiyu quickly formed a series of hand seals. Rays of golden light gathered in front of him and turned into a huge ancient bell. Then, he flipped his hands and the black jade bracelet on his wrist flashed. A small bronze bell appeared in his hand. Clang! He shook the bell in his hand. Heaven and earth shook. The entire golden bell became real. Shiyu's figure disappeared in a trance, leaving only the small cyan bell. With a dang sound, it instantly became 10,000 times bigger, towering between the sky and the earth, and suspended in the void like a mountain. Ah! The people of the 8 elephants opened their mouths in shock. Their faces turned green and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Stop! Stop! Mr. Quan also screamed and broke out in cold sweat. We can't stop. The zombie-like man's face turned pale. He could already see his beloved black light raven being smashed into pieces. He felt dizzy. The tyrannical sky tiger roared, "We can't hide anymore. Let's destroy this bell together." He took a deep breath and his chest expanded. Then, he spat out a powerful sound wave from his mouth. The sound wave traveled along the path of the sound wave. Bang! The power of the sound wave slammed into the bell, and a decadent ancient sound reverberated in the sky, shaking everyone's hearts. Around the ancient bell, countless sound waves stacked on top of each other. The space rippled like water. The people of the 8 elephants who were closest to the bell were the first to bear the brunt of the sound wave. Old 5, damn you! This is a bell. How dare you use a sound wave technique? Are you trying to kill everyone? What's going on? I feel like my whole body is going to crack. Even my skin is wrinkling. Am I going to be disfigured? It's over. I can't see clearly. My eyes are damaged. My vision is blurry. Damn it. That's space oscillation. Don't dawdle. Hurry up and attack. All sorts of noises were heard, and the 5 of them were shouting in panic. However, all of their auras had risen to the extreme. 5 extremely terrifying forces rushed up. The zombie-like man also attacked. A pair of bracelets blasted out. The bracelets merged into one in the air and turned into a slash. The black light crow seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure of the 5 people's aura. It was the first to be unable to withstand it. The black boundary was shattered. The crow let out a mournful caw. Boom! 5 powerful forces, as well as the black light raven itself, finally crashed into the ancient bell. Dang! Before the bell had even rung, a large hole was instantly blasted open, and the 5 of them rushed in. The space above the ancient bell was blurred. Shiyu's figure emerged. His eyes were wide open. He shouted and his hands flew up to form a seal. Countless runes fell down, and as soon as they touched the body of the bell, it was as if they had been engraved onto it. Suddenly, the entire body of the green bell became dazzling with golden light. The only thing that seemed out of place was the large hole. At a glance, it seemed to be bottomless. Ancient separation and reunion bell, seal. Shiyu flew down and slapped the bell with his palm. Golden light burst out in all directions. The whole bell slowly rotated and fell towards the ground. The pursuers in the distance were overjoyed. They arrived in an instant. Hu Mingri urged, "Quick! I don't know how long Brother Shiyu can last." Bai Jin's eyes also flashed with joy. He said, "This separation and reunion bell is most suitable for sealing people. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by those thieves. I don't know how much power it has left." Dang. While they were talking, the ancient bell was suddenly struck. The sound shook thousands of miles, the golden light was 100 times more dazzling. The golden runes that were engraved on the bell protruded as if they were about to burst out. Not good. Dashiyu sucked in a breath of cold air, turned around, and fled. Bang! The golden light illuminated thousands of miles. The ancient bell finally exploded. The green copper pieces shot out in all directions like sharp blades. Dashiyu's figure had just become blurry when he was submerged in the golden light. The next moment, he appeared 100 feet away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face became extremely pale. Phew! I finally came out. I was scared to death. I thought I was captured. Don't be happy too early. What's the difference between being surrounded by so many people and being covered by that bell? Of course. If you are surrounded by them, you can still see the sun. If you are covered by that bell, you can't even see the sun. The purple-haired man and the blue-clothed man chattered as if they didn't see the martial artists surrounding them. Among the 8 elephants, except for the zombie-like man who was looking at the broken black light godly crow in his hand with a furious expression, the other 4 appeared very calm. Hu Mingri said coldly, "In my opinion, there is no difference. Because you will soon be unable to see the sun." "Why?" the blue-clothed man asked in confusion. "Stupid. What a stupid pig. You have lost the face of our organization. In the future, don't ever say that you know me." The purple-haired man scolded sarcastically, because the sun is about to set. The sky is dark and the stars are about to come out. Hu Mingri's eyes gleamed coldly. This joke is not funny at all. A trace of mockery flashed across the purple-haired man's mouth as he mocked, "Is that so? Because this is not a joke to begin with." At this moment, Dashiyu flew back from afar. There were still traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Bai Jin asked with concern, "Is Lord Dashiyu all right?" Dashiyu shook his head lightly. "I'm fine." Anger flashed in his eyes. "These thieves destroyed 2 of my treasures. I'll crush their bones and scatter their ashes later." "Hey, you old man, don't take it," the man in blue shouted. "Items are just worldly possessions. It's fine if they're destroyed. Is there a need to hate them so much?" Kutong Guang said coldly, "There's no use in playing dumb. Are you guys going to surrender or resist?" At this moment, not only the 4 of them, but the rest of the Merchant Alliance and dozens of other martial artists surrounded the 5 of the 8 elephants. What made everyone frown was that the 5 of them didn't panic at all even though they were in a hopeless situation. Instead, they looked completely relaxed. Especially the 4 from Wanbaolu, they were even more vigilant. Mr. Quan smiled. "We're not going to surrender or resist. Can we choose the third option?" "Humph, the third option? Commit suicide to atone for our sins?" Hu Mingri sneered. Although the 5 of them were strong, there were still dozens of people from the Merchant Alliance apart from the 4 from Wanbaolu. Even if the other party was Emperor Jiuxing, it was impossible for them to escape. "Hey, look at what you're saying. You guys from the Merchant Alliance are all businessmen. Can't you stop talking about killing?" The man in blue mocked and gave him the middle finger. The purple-haired man was also impatient. "Alright, don't waste your time with these trash. I remember a powerful person once said that delaying someone's time is equivalent to murdering them." The man in blue said, "Really? Who said that? Why haven't I heard of it?" The purple-haired man snorted. "There are many things you haven't heard of." Mr. Quan smiled and cupped his fists. "Thank you for coming all the way here to send us off. As the saying goes, even if you send someone off for 1,000 miles, you will still have to part. Let's stop here." With a wave of his hand, a formation light appeared beneath his feet and instantly enveloped the 5 of them. "Not good." Hu Mingri was greatly shocked and said angrily, "They laid down a teleportation formation." "Haha, come and kill us, big idiot." "Io, why did your neck suddenly turn red and purple? Are you a chameleon?" Even the tyrannical sky tiger smiled and waved to everyone, saying, "Everyone has worked hard. Let's go back." Hu Mingri was so angry that his entire body trembled. With a loud roar, the aura around his body burst forth. A fierce saber rested on his shoulder and he gripped the hilt with both hands, ready to chop down. The surrounding experts were all stunned by his imposing manner. Bai Jin and the others who originally planned to make a move took a step back instead, but their expressions were extremely ugly. All of a sudden, Hu Mingri's pupils dilated and a look of astonishment flashed across his face. The saber in his hand that was raised halfway stopped, only leaving behind a muffled sound of surging origin energy around his body, but it also weakened. What's going on? Everyone was stunned. The light that enveloped the god of death flashed for a moment and the 8 figures blurred. They were supposed to be teleported away, but after the blurring, they became clear again. The 5 of them were still standing at the same spot, laughing and waving their hands to show that everyone had worked hard. The smile on the tyrannical sky tiger's face and the hand that was waving suddenly froze. The purple-haired man and the blue-robed man were also stunned. They looked at each other, then looked around with confusion on their faces. Mr. Kwan's expression changed, and his eyes were filled with fear. A bad feeling welled up in his heart. He felt his throat was dry and he stuck out his tongue to moisten his dry lips. "Third brother, what's going on?" The zombie-like man's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He wiped it with his sleeves and said in a trembling voice, Didn't you say that everything was prepared?" The purple-haired man's face was also pale. He said embarrassedly, It should be a small accident?" Small accident? Mr. Kwan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and formed another talisman. The array light surged up and then sank. This time, it didn't even take a breath of time before there was no reaction from the surroundings. The zombie-like man's body trembled even more violently. He said in a trembling voice, Is this also a small accident?" Hu Mingri seemed to have understood something. He put down his sword and stabbed it into the ground. He looked at the 5 of them coldly. The rest of the martial artists' eyes lit up and they started to laugh sinisterly. Even an idiot would know that there was a problem with their setup. The faces of the 8 elephants were pale, and they were sweating profusely. Mr. Kwan sent a strong gust of wind into the ground. Boom! The ground exploded, revealing a black hole. Ah! The array plate is gone. He suddenly let out a loud roar as if someone had grabbed his neck. The hair on his head all stood up as he screamed, "The formation plate has been taken away." The other 4 shuddered, and their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. "Haha! What's wrong with the 5 of you? Why do you look so pale?" Kutong Guang could not help but laugh out loud. "Haha! It's no trouble at all. It's no trouble at all to send our friends on their way." The last few words were spat out with a cold and murderous aura. "Bastard! Which bastard did this?" Mr. Kwan almost went crazy. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked around. More than 10 faces were looking at them with cold smiles. It seemed like everyone was a suspect. Pfft! He spat out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that he was injured before the battle even started. Third brother! Third brother!" The 4 martial artists rushed over and surrounded Mr. Kwan. The zombie-like man was sweating profusely. "Third brother, what do we do now? What do we do? What else can we do?" The purple-haired man's eyes flashed with a murderous aura. "We can only kill our way out. Kill 1 to break even, kill 2 and we'll make a profit." The murderous aura emitted from his body sent chills down everyone's spines. They could not help but raise their guard. Although they had the advantage in numbers, the 5 martial artists in front of them were not pushovers. It was going to be a bloody battle. Mr. Kwan's mouth was also full of blood. He gritted his teeth and said, "Kill. Let's kill our way out." He roared, "If I find out who stole the array plate, I'll skin him alive and pull out his tendons. I'll grind his bones and scatter his ashes." The hatred in his voice could pierce through the heavens and earth. Not far away, the space trembled slightly. In the void, Xianxia sighed. He thought to himself, "You're already an adult. Why are you still so angry? It's just an array plate. Everything else is just a worldly possession. It's fine if you take it. Why do you have to hate me so much? If you don't die this time, I suggest you go home and eat some stewed snow pear. Just as he was thinking about it, the 8 martial artists made their moves. After all, they were professional assassins and each of them was strong. They accepted the cruel reality in a blink of an eye and revealed their killer instincts. After the purple-haired man unleashed his murderous aura, he took a step forward and displayed the Overlord's armor. Instantly, a purple sword consciousness flew out from his body and sliced through the air, aiming for Hu Mingri's head. Humph, you've got guts. Hu Mingri sneered with resentment. He grabbed that huge saber with one hand and directly chopped down at the sword chi without any moves. Bang! As the two moves collided, a stretch of purple and red flashed. Saber light and sword shadows shot out in all directions. The purple-haired man's body trembled. He felt his sword intent was smashed into pieces and could not help but take a step back. Although Hu Mingri's face was slightly pale, he clearly used his true power. However, he seemed to be doing it with ease. It was clear who was superior. Moreover, he glanced at the corner of his eyes and saw dozens of silver lights flashing on the horizon. He knew that the silver-armored guards had arrived. He was overjoyed and shouted, "Everyone attack together. As long as you put in the effort, you're a friend of the Myriad Treasure Tower. There will be a great reward." The eyes of everyone in the surroundings lit up at once. Even a fool could see that the current situation was completely one-sided. They just had to go with the flow and put in a little effort. There was almost no danger that whatever great reward was too precarious. They probably could not get any practical benefits. But the words "Myriad Treasure Tower's friend" were worth 1,000 gold pieces. There were few people who would offer help in the hour of need, but everyone liked to do icing on the cake. Lord Mingri is too courteous. Chasing down scoundrels is the duty of all martial artists in the world. Exactly. This friend said it very well. People who cultivate martial arts must have an awe-inspiring righteousness in their hearts. Sweep away all evil demons. Since ancient times, evil never triumphed over good. A just cause enjoys abundant support and an unjust cause finds little support. We are willing to help the Myriad Treasure Tower eradicate these scum pests. Everyone had a righteous look, swearing to be irreconcilable with evil. Each and every one of them glared angrily at the 5 people of the 8 elephants. The 5 people immediately felt a tremendous pressure. The surrounding space was even locked down by the layers of pressure released by these people. It was impregnable, and what made matters worse was that they also discovered dozens of silver-armored guards coming from the sky. These were all the elite martial artists of the Myriad Treasure Tower. 50 to 60 people were mobilized at once. Wearing full sets of armor, they stood in a specific position in the sky. A stretch of dazzling silver light was like the sun. The eyes of the 5 people of the 8 stars were pierced by this silver light. Their hearts were incomparably heavy. The man in blue smiled bitterly and said, "Old 4, your explanation just now seems to be wrong. Not seeing the sun anymore might be another matter." "Shut up." The purple-haired man let out a ferocious roar and laughed wildly. When have the people from Death God Palace ever been afraid of death? Kill, kill, kill all of them. He himself turned into a purple light and disappeared on the spot with a swoosh, charging towards the direction with the weakest strength in the surroundings. The moment the sword aura came, blood splattered across the sky. The 2 people at the front were directly sliced off. Ah! Everyone gasped in shock. Such ruthlessness made them sober up at once. There was no free lunch in this world. It was not so easy to be a friend of the Myriad Treasure Tower. Hu Mingri said angrily, "Everyone attack together, don't be afraid." He straightened his saber, and a saber intent swung out, slashing toward the 5 people. The entire space condensed under the shadow of the saber, and the power of one saber completely covered the 5 people, with the momentum of one saber splitting the sky. Boom! The shadow of the saber fell, and the dust shook the sky. The ground suddenly split open, and a huge ravine emerged, and the bottom could not be seen. The 5 people attacked at the same time, avoiding the saber light, and scattered in all directions. The tyrannical sky tiger roared, "Split up." He knew that today's matter would definitely not be spared. If they split up, there might still be a way out. Humph! Bai Jin snorted coldly, and his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. After the tyrannical sky tiger avoided the saber light, it rose and fell, and more than 10 people besieged it, whether it was fists, palms, or sabers, or swords. He turned around, and a golden light burst out. A golden sword chi formed a circle in the sky, and suddenly surged out in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. He used 100% of his strength under this sword. After shaking everyone away, he took a deep breath and jumped up. Suddenly, the space moved slightly, and a big hand with a white silk glove appeared quietly. With a flash like a ghost, it directly grabbed the neck of the tyrannical sky tiger. Ah! The tyrannical sky tiger exclaimed, and its voice was immediately cut off. It only felt that a force locked its neck, and not only that, its whole body could not move. Gotcha! A silver light flashed on Bai Jin's arm, and the eyes of the tyrannical sky tiger protruded. It opened wide, full of astonishment, and a trace of fear. But soon, its head gradually drooped down, and the various complicated lights in its eyes slowly dissipated. Bai Jin's eyes were full of sneers, and his other hand formed a saber shape and slashed over. Hua! The head of the tyrannical sky tiger suddenly flew up, and rolled far away on the ground like a gurgling ball. A headless corpse fell down, and it seemed inconspicuous in the chaos of battle. The more than 10 people besieging the tyrannical sky tiger were stunned for a moment, then they kept their hands at Bai Jin in the air, and went to chase after the other 4 people. Bai Jin's body also swayed, and he disappeared on the spot. Ah? 5th brother. The zombie-like man, who was standing nearby, was the first to notice the death of the tyrannical sky tiger. He let out a mournful roar and his eyes turned bloodshot. Then, he frantically sent out a palm strike in all directions. What are you yelling for? You're going to see him soon. One of the old man's eyes turned cold as he stretched out his hand to meet the incoming palm strike. Whoosh! Whoosh! Swoosh! Countless flying needles suddenly shot out from his palm, each of them pulsating with a green light. They instantly broke through the palm wind of his opponent. Chi! Ah! The zombie-like man felt a stabbing pain in his palm, and he quickly pulled his hand back. Immediately, the people around him seized the opportunity, and all kinds of attacks swept towards him, drowning him in an instant. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out. Even though everyone had succeeded in their first attack, they still did not dare to be careless, and a large number of colorful attacks blasted out. Rings of huge waves of essence energy and all kinds of light rays spread out. After a while, the dust settled, and the zombie-like man had already turned into a pile of mud. The remaining 3 people in the distance also fell into a bitter battle. The huge commotion over here also affected the 3 people's state of mind, and they were all filled with grief and indignation. Before long, the blue-clothed man also fell into a dangerous situation. Under the joint attack of several people, he was already riddled with scars. After killing for so long, I'm finally going to be killed? He smiled bitterly, but he was very open-minded. Although the moves in his hands were still abnormally swift and fierce, his mind already started to have random thoughts. Humph, since you've already realized it, why do you have to resist bitterly and increase the pain before death? The few powerhouses besieging him all became vigilant, widening the battle circle. The power in their hands was used more for defense, for fear that he was determined to die and would erupt with terrifying power. Even a rabbit would bite when forced into a corner. Li Feiyu was also among the besiegers. Looking at his absent-minded expression, he could not help but frown slightly, and said, "Hand over the divine sword, then confess your origins, and accept the myriad treasure tower's punishment. Maybe you can live." The blue-clothed man did not seem to hear his words. Like he was immersed in remembrance, he muttered to himself, "When did I start killing? 7 years old or 8 years old? I've forgotten for a long time. I remember that person said I was very talented in killing, and he took me to kill many people. I followed that person in the realm of heaven martial arts until I met the big brother. Then, that person was killed by the big brother, so I followed the big brother." Li Feiyu frowned, and shouted, "Who is your big brother?" The blue-clothed man seemed to be awakened by his shout. He smiled bitterly and said, "That person said as an assassin, I would rather die in the hands of a peerless expert or die in my own hands. Otherwise, it would be a shame. Do you want to bring shame to me?" After that person was killed by the big brother, I started to follow the big brother to kill people. At first, my goal was to avenge that person, and I hoped that one day I could kill the big brother. But it seems this idea is getting farther and farther away. So many years have passed, and I can't even take one attack from the big brother. I finally recognize this reality. It's hopeless to avenge in this life. I'm sorry, I can't avenge you. But no matter what, I was raised by you, and I can't die in humiliation. It will be a disgrace to you. The blue-clothed man curled up the corners of his mouth. He looked around and fixed his eyes on an old man with a long beard. The old man was the weakest among them. His heart sank, and a boundless chill rushed up his spine. He shouted inwardly, "It's not good." He abruptly gathered a mouthful of origin energy, and his feet moved as fast as lightning, wanting to escape. "Don't run. Let me find a scapegoat." The blue-clothed man's voice echoed calmly. He didn't have any emotion, but he sounded helpless. He shook off the crowd with one attack and rushed forward. He arrived in front of the old man in just half a step. "Bastard! If you want to find a scapegoat, find someone else." The old man was shocked and angry. He released his vigorous palm power and launched a seal with both hands, attacking the blue-clothed man. Bang! The blue-clothed man didn't dodge. He used his chest to block the attack. Puff! He spouted a mouthful of blood. But he was already 3 feet away from him. He used his hand as a claw and pierced the old man's shoulder. His fingers were like steel claws, and they cut into the old man's bones. "Ah!" The old man screamed in pain. He was shocked and angry. "Are you crazy? Let me go." The blue-clothed man grinned. "Hee hee, old four said that we should at least kill one to break even. If I lose, wouldn't I be scolded to death by everyone? You are the weakest, so I can only find you. No, don't. Let me go." The old man struggled with all his might. He was scared out of his wits. But his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He punched at the opponent again, but it was too late. A circle of ripples appeared under the blue-clothed man's fingers. He pulled violently. "Chee!" A tearing sound rang out. The old man screamed. Half of his body was torn off. The blue-clothed man took a step forward and used his head to ram the old man. Bang! The old man's head exploded. All kinds of brain matter splattered all over the blue-clothed man's body and face. That delicate and handsome face, with a face full of brain juice, appeared somewhat demonic and terrifying. What was even more horrifying was that he was actually smiling. "Ha, ha, ha. I broke even. Not a loss." He laughed loudly. "Now, all that's left is to die with dignity." He raised his right hand. His fingers turned into a claw and slapped the top of his head. Bang! Similarly, his brain matter burst. Half of his head collapsed, and his death was abnormally tragic. Li Feiyu's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Looking at the corpse falling, his mood became very heavy. It was as if a breath was stuck in his chest and couldn't be released no matter what. The blue-clothed man's death fell into the eyes of the purple-haired man and Quan in the distance. Their gazes were still extremely fierce, as if they weren't moved at all. "TSK, trash." The purple-haired man spat and mocked disdainfully. An assassin actually has such a big emotional fluctuation when facing the enemy. "Really trash. Disgraceful." His gaze was cold. Although it was ferocious, it always revealed a chill that made people's hearts tremble. Suddenly, the space slightly rippled. A white silk glove appeared and grabbed his throat from behind like a ghost. Swish, a purple sword light swept past and directly slashed on that glove. Chi! The glove was instantly cut open, and a shocking bloodstain was revealed. The owner of the white glove, Bai Jin, furrowed his brows. That sword momentum rose again in front of him, stabbing at his vitals. He immediately retracted his hand and flicked his finger. A streak of green light shot out from between his fingers and tapped on the tip of the sword. Bang! The finger light was penetrated by the sword chi and stabbed down without losing momentum. But Bai Jin already borrowed the momentum to retreat, avoiding 30 feet away. Humph, can the same sneak attack move still be used a second time? The purple-haired man smiled coldly, ridiculing endlessly. Bai Jin's face was calm as usual as he said indifferently, "It doesn't matter how many times I use it. As long as it works." The purple-haired man smiled coldly and said, "Unfortunately, it's already useless." Bai Jin lowered his head to look at the torn glove and also the blood-colored sword mark. His brows furrowed a little, then he took off the white glove and threw it away, replacing it with a jade ruler to hold in his hand. Not far away, there were still some martial artists standing in the air, watching from afar and not participating in the battle. They were not interested in the myriad treasure towers' rewards and friends' identities. They were just purely watching the show or having other motives. These few people are really unyielding. Furthermore, their strength is extremely uncommon. What a pity. If they could be taken back, it would be worth it no matter how much money they spent. A young man could not help but sigh with regret as he spoke. This man was dressed in azure-embroidered clothes, looking elegant and suave. However, he was only an inferior-grade martial saint. Yet, he was surrounded by a few experts, showing his extraordinary status. The saber sword sects Chen Feng and Liang Yui were also in the crowd. Chen Feng glanced at this person and revealed a look of surprise. He smiled playfully and said, "So, it's Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's Ding Peng. Your elder sister is extremely beautiful. To think that younger brother is also so handsome." The surrounding people all withdrew their gazes from the distant battlefield and started sizing up the two people who spoke. Ding Peng snorted coldly. How could he not hear the mockery in Chen Feng's words? A man was praised as handsome. Clearly, it was saying that apart from his appearance, he had no other strong points. Oh? I was wondering who it was. So, it's the famous rooster in heat. Ding Peng retorted, "I heard that young Master Rooster brings 4 beauties with him no matter where he goes. It's as if he's afraid others don't know how strong he is in that area. However, I heard that the more ostentatious something is, the more it lacks. Damn it. You're courting death." Chen Feng's face immediately turned green. Ding Peng, an unknown wastrel, actually mocked him for being lacking in that area in front of everyone. This was intolerable. Liang Yui held back the enraged Chen Feng and said calmly, "That does make sense. So, young Master Ding Peng, you don't have to show off your pitiful intelligence before us." "Haha, that makes sense." Chen Feng clapped his hands in praise. Ding Peng glanced at Liang Yui and revealed a surprised expression. Then, he snorted softly and fell silent. Liang Yui felt even more astonished. She was from the Merchant Alliance and had heard a lot about Ding Peng. She only knew that he was a piece of trash that could not be raised to the top. Even when Song Yang was in the city, his strength was extremely low. However, not only did Ding Peng become a low-ranked martial saint, but he also had an extraordinary bearing. It seemed like his entire aura had changed drastically. Furthermore, the cultivators around Ding Peng all had withdrawn their auras and breathed slowly. They were clearly experts. Liang Yui was a talented and good-looking person, so she immediately fell into deep thought. The changes in Ding Peng seemed to imply that the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association was secretly plotting something. Although Liang Yui was no longer a member of the Merchant Alliance, there was still a connection. Furthermore, the Merchant Alliance's development also attracted the attention of the 7 super factions. The two bickered for a while before Ding Peng gave in. Suddenly, a middle-aged man said, "I heard that the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association is recruiting people everywhere and taking in many experts." Everyone looked over and saw that the person who had spoken was the manager of the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce, Zhu Yuezuan. Ding Peng snorted coldly and said, "Manager Yuezuan, do you have any objections?" "Of course not. This is your Merchant Alliance's matter. What has it got to do with me?" Zhu Yuezuan said indifferently, "It's just that I have not seen your father for too long and I miss him." "I wonder how he is?" Ding Peng nodded and said, "Thank you for your concern. My father is very well." It was obvious that the other party was asking for news about Ding Shan, so he answered vaguely. Zhu Yuezuan frowned slightly. He seemed to have guessed that this would be the result, but he didn't care. Where did these people come from? He's actually so strong. One of them couldn't help but ask. His eyes were filled with shock as he watched the intense battle in the distance. Zhu Yuezuan said, "These people appeared out of thin air. Judging from their strength, they seemed to be quite a force. But no matter how conceited he was, he shouldn't have set his sights on the Merchant Alliance. Killing them will serve as a warning to others. I have some impression of that purple-haired kid. I think I've heard of him somewhere. An old man frowned and thought hard. He muttered, he seems to be a great malefic star. One of them suddenly said, are you talking about the murderer of the massacre of 3 cities in the eastern region 10 years ago? Ah. That's right. The old man suddenly cried out in alarm and said in shock, back then, 3 cities in the eastern region were massacred by someone. The murderer's methods were extremely cruel. Crimson Moon City announced to the world that they were going to capture the murderer, but to no avail. He also seems to have long purple hair and is exceptionally cruel. Chen Feng raised his brows and said, now that you mention it, I think so too. Back then, the matter was so terrible that it shocked the world. After that, the murderer seemed to have disappeared. Liang Yui said in shock, this purple-haired man looks to be in his 30s. 10 years ago, he already had the ability to massacre 3 cities? I didn't expect him to be such a cruel person. Today, he deserves to die. Karma will eventually pay for what he has done. I wonder where he has been hiding all these years, and why did he suddenly come out? I think these people are all vicious people. They seem to belong to some kind of force. Everyone began to discuss among themselves, expressing their own speculations. Ding Peng said indifferently, it doesn't matter who they are or what experiences they have had. What's important is that they offended the Merchant Alliance, so they deserve what they deserve. Zhu Yuezuan nodded repeatedly and said, that's right. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. They knew that Ding Peng was using this to educate them. Many people groaned in dissatisfaction, but they didn't dare to stand out and express it publicly. The purple-haired man in the distance seemed to have gone crazy from killing. He was already covered in blood and was unrecognizable. The longsword in his hand also had many cracks. It was a ghastly sight. Haha, how satisfying. To be able to kill to my heart's content like this before I die, this trip to New Yan City was not in vain. The purple-haired man looked up and laughed, his eyes shining with excitement. The surrounding people glared angrily, but they were also shocked and unusually vigilant. The person in front of them was really excited, not crazy because he was about to die. It was as if he was a pervert born to kill. Cough, cough. After the purple-haired man laughed, his injuries were aggravated. He coughed heavily and spat out large mouthfuls of blood and bits of internal organs. Ha, ha ha, cough, cough, cough. He was still laughing. Old Six, that trash, dragged one down before he died. Now, watch me. I wonder how many I can drag down? His laughter came to a sudden stop, but his smile became even more bewitching. Not good. The surrounding people instantly felt that something was wrong. They were all high-level Emperor Wu warriors. Their instinctive reaction to danger made everyone's heart tremble. Especially those people who weren't from the Merchant Union, who were originally not fighting with their lives, they instantly retreated. Only those silver-armored guards had a fierce look in their eyes. They shouted and slashed down with their long swords, 7 to 8 sword shadows streaked across the sky. Then, a purple light flashed across the sky. The purple-haired man sneered. His body suddenly expanded to more than twice its original size. A purple ring condensed in front of his chest, and a terrifying aura spread out. He is going to self-destruct. It's too late. Get into formation. Bai Jin's expression changed. He hurriedly gave the order. At the same time, he held his jade ruler horizontally, and a circle of green light shot out. The silver-armored guards also put away their swords. Ripples appeared on their long swords, and layers of ripples combined together, forming a dense sword net. All of you shall die with me. I really want to know how many people I can drag away. Looking forward to it. The purple-haired man laughed loudly, and his body exploded with a pung sound. A ferocious force instantly exploded and hit the sword net. Pung, pung, pung. All the silver-armored guards were blown away like marbles, and shot into the dust. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The vast force of the self-destruction swept out, and it even spun like a whirlpool, pressing on the green light of Bai Jin's jade ruler. He was shaken to the point that he was dizzy, and he kept spitting out blood. There were a few other warriors who didn't manage to escape in time, and they were smashed into pieces on the spot. Those who were watching from afar were terrified. The whirlpool lasted for a period of time before it gradually subsided. Traces of the whirlpool also appeared on the ground, and it became a wasteland. Pooh! Bai Jin spat out another mouthful of blood. His whole body instantly became extremely weak, and he fell from the sky. Not far away, Mr. Quan's eyes flickered for a moment, and then dimmed again. He also knew that he couldn't escape his doom, and his face was full of unwillingness. Hu Mingri said sternly, "Your companions have all been killed. Do you still want to put up a meaningless resistance? Or do you want to drag a few of them down with you?" Mr. Quan smiled bitterly and said, "I'm not too interested in killing. I'm different from these fools. I can't understand the joy of killing." Kutong Guang's face was cold as he asked, "Who are you people? Who ordered you to do this?" Mr. Quan said, "Go, and find out yourself if you can." After the death of the purple-haired man, Mr. Quan also lost all hope. Looking at the various attacks coming at him, he no longer resisted. Instead, he concentrated all his strength on his fingertip, and pointed at the empty space. Bang! A terrifying force exploded from his fingertip, causing the entire space to tremble. A fist-sized black hole appeared. Everyone furrowed their brows in astonishment, but all sorts of swords and sabers slashed at his body. Chi! His chest was pierced by Hu Mingri's sword. Pooh! Mr. Quan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes became hazy. But he bit his tongue, and his mind regained a trace of clarity. He pulled back his fingertip, and cut off a part of his finger. Then, he flicked it. Whoosh! The finger turned into a ray of light, and shot into the black hole. The energy within the black hole sizzled, and the black hole sealed itself. Ah! Not good. Kutongguang's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "A spatial ring." Everyone trembled. That finger had Mr. Quan's spatial ring, and the celestial sword, Star's destroyer, must be in the ring. I don't like killing, but I hate failing the mission even more. Mr. Quan smiled bitterly, but his eyes were filled with glee. Since I failed, I'll just destroy the mission. Go to hell. Hu Mingri roared, and pulled out the sword from his body. Then, he slashed through the air, and Mr. Quan was sliced in half. Because he had lost too much blood, he did not even spit out a single drop. Instead, he just quietly fell to the ground. What do we do? Kutong Guang asked, and his heart was beating wildly. Now, all the thieves had been killed, but the celestial sword, Star's destroyer, had not been found. It might even be lost in the dark space forever. Humph, don't worry. The ring is fine. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Everyone felt the space tremble, but no one could be seen. Hu Mingri, Kutong Guang, and the rest of the people from Thousand Treasures Pagoda exclaimed at the same time. Elder Chen. Their voices were filled with joy. The voice ignored them, and said coldly, "You stole the fruit of our victory. Don't you want to give us an explanation?" Humph, explanation? What explanation? Is it to kill you? An even colder and more forceful voice rang out. Haha, what high-sounding sentiments. Not afraid of spraining your tongue. Elder Chen mocked. Space rippled slightly, and a white-robed old man with a sage-like demeanor appeared. Both hands behind his back, his eyes shooting out specks of cold stars, the appearance of an expert who was outside the secular world, as if he did not put all things into his eyes. Paying respects to head elder. The moment Hu Mingri and the rest saw the old man, they immediately cried out in surprise, stepping forward one after another to salute. What? This old man is actually the Myriad Treasure Tower's head elder, Chen Zhongxi? The people in the distance were shocked one after another, revealing astonished looks. Humph, Chen Zhongxi. This seat has heard of your name. If you don't want to die, then get lost. That voice was still extremely arrogant and did not change its attitude because of the white-robed old man's appearance. Chen Zhongxi's expression immediately fell. That sage-like demeanor turned into a cold and fierce aura. Without a word, he reached out his large hand and grabbed towards the void. The entire sky was like a piece of curtain being grabbed by his 5 fingers. Following that, it was pulled down. Rumble, a loud bang, a massive hole was immediately torn open, a figure vaguely flashed inside the hole, then felt a powerful aura coming from the sky, crushing towards the earth like a mountain. Qin Zhongxi's pupils constricted, revealing a look of shock. Kneading a seal with one hand in front of him, a golden light bloomed, smacking towards that enormous pressure fiercely. Rumble, with a loud bang, all of the pressure instantly dissipated into thin air. It was just that an additional burly figure appeared in the sky, his expression gloomy, both eyes like dead fish, without any color. But one look made people shudder with fear. Qin Zhongxi's brows furrowed, and he said in contemplation, "Who are you?" That person gave a cold snort and said, "You guys aren't worthy of knowing this seat's name yet. If you want to live, all scram for me." That heavy word scram was said using a sound wave technique, causing the sky to tremble and distort, making it seem like it was in a trance. Qin Zhongxi reached his hand out, pointed directly at his face, and said coldly, "Just based on this sentence, even if you hand over the spatial ring, don't think about leaving today either." That person's brows furrowed, anger flashing across his face. The two of them faced each other coldly. Their gazes became colder and colder, and the killing intent on their bodies became heavier. In the distance, Li Yunxiao, who was hiding in the void, shuddered. He fell into deep thought as he stared at the two of them solemnly. This is troublesome. The divine sword actually fell into this person's hands. Why is he here, and what interests does he represent? Li Yunxiao felt a headache coming on. He knew the two people in front of him, and they weren't strangers at all. There was no need to talk about the myriad treasure tower's head elder. Although he was not familiar with that burly man, he had once heard of his name and had the fate of crossing swords with him. In the past, on Divine Firmament Palace's Snowfall Peak, Chu Hongyan had invited 10 famous warriors of Emperor Wu to help her kill him, but they were all sent flying by him with a single slap. This man was one of the 10 people from back then, Luan Juanhao. Back then, this person had the strength of 9 stars, and the Ganji's handprint that he cultivated was a great magical power that once dominated the world. With Li Yunxiao's current strength, wanting to take back the divine sword was a complete fool's dream. On a plain 1,000 miles away from here, the octagonal copper mirror grew to a height of 50 feet, and stood in front of Han Zhenting. The plain was vast, and as far as the eye could see, there were only her and Grandma Sunflower. Han Zhenting's pupils shrank slightly, and she said slowly, "Qin Zhongxi actually came out of seclusion at this time. It's my miscalculation. This is a bit troublesome." Grandma Sunflower didn't mind, and said, "What trouble?" With Luan Juanhao's strength, even if he can't win, he should be able to escape, right? Han Zhenting said, "With Luan Juanhao's identity, he definitely won't escape. Moreover, even if he does escape, as long as Qin Zhongxi doesn't let go, he may not really be able to escape." She was greatly troubled. Grandma Sunflower was stunned, and said, "What should we do? If the two of them fight, it will definitely be earth-shattering. Moreover, Myriad Treasure Tower has the advantage in numbers, and will definitely win in the end. We can't go out and help." Han Zhenting smiled bitterly, and said, "Luan Juanhao suffered a palm strike from Gu Feiyang in Divine Cloud Palace back then, and not only was he seriously injured, but his heart of martial arts was also on the verge of collapse. It was all thanks to Divine Cloud Palace's immortal pill that he was able to keep his realm from falling, and only in recent years has it started to gradually stabilize. Otherwise, with his talent, and more than 20 years of bitter cultivation, how could Qin Zhongxi be his match? As for now, the two of them are probably evenly matched, and it will be difficult to determine the winner in a short period of time." Grandma Sunflower also became worried, and said, "Then what should we do?" Han Zhenting smiled bitterly, and said, "Wait and see. If the two of them really fight, and cause the result of both of them suffering heavy losses, then we can only take the sword ourselves. As long as we disguise ourselves well, and don't get seen through on the spot, it's fine. Even if they have suspicions, they can't do anything to us without evidence." 1,000 miles away, Qin Zhongxi and Luan Juanhao faced off, and the atmosphere was unusually heavy and tense. Hu Mingri and the others were also secretly shocked, and they all retreated far away. Within 10 miles of the two of them, no one dared to stay. Qin Zhongxi stared at Luan Juanhao for a while, and a puzzled look flashed between his brows, and said, "Who exactly are you? This old man sees that you look somewhat familiar, but I can't remember." Luan Juanhao said coldly, this seat hasn't walked in the continent for more than 20 years, and has been forgotten by people? If you dared to point at this seat like this 20 years ago, you would already be a pile of dismembered corpses. 20 years ago, Xianxia slowly recalled, and suddenly his whole body shook, and a look of shock burst out of his eyes, and he said in shock, Luan Juanhao. You're Luan Juanhao. Hee, looks like you're not completely stupid. Luan Juanhao licked his lips, and revealed a cold and ferocious look. Qin Zhongshi's mind was greatly shaken. This person in front of him was very famous 20 years ago, and the whole North region, and even the whole world could be said to have known him. But all these years, he suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if he had completely fallen. When the people in the distance heard this name, many of them were also greatly shaken, and all of them were inexplicably shocked. There were also many rumors about him. Some said that he was too arrogant, and was secretly killed by some sect leader, and some said that he was in hiding to cultivate some kind of supernatural power. Now that he was standing in front of him, completely unharmed, and coupled with the surging aura that was no weaker than his, Qin Zhongxi could not sense the other party's strength at all, and his heart instantly sank. Then it was clearly the latter. This person had been hiding for more than 20 years to cultivate. When he was at the peak of his fame, he was already a 9-stars peak powerhouse, and at that time, Qin Zhongxi had just stepped into the middle stage of 9 stars, and they were on completely different levels. Qin Zhongxi was completely in a mess. Back then, Gu Feiyang used the wind and clouds move to defeat 10 Emperor Jiuxing in the Divine Cloud Palace, shocking the world. But no one knew who those 10 Emperor Jiuxing powerhouses were, and only a very small number of people knew the inside story. Luan Juanhao shouted in a low voice, since you've recognized me, then why are you still not backing down? Qin Zhongshi's face was livid with rage, and he gritted his teeth and said, Your Excellency is also a peerless powerhouse whose name is known far and wide. How can you do such a shameless thing? Luan Juanhao's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, Qin Zhongxi, be careful with your words. What do you mean shameless thing? Does this spatial ring belong to you? This seat took it out from the black hole in the void. What has it got to do with you? This, Qin Zhongxi was also stunned for a moment, immediately feeling that he was in big trouble. Yeah, the thing was not snatched by him either. Now, not only was his strength at a disadvantage, even his moral standing was somewhat untenable. Humph, the Myriad Treasure Tower is also considered a reputable merchant association. Could it be that I have to give you the things I picked up from the void? Luan Juanhao gave a cold laugh, turned around, and took a step to leave. With a step, he disappeared into the sky. You're not allowed to leave. Qin Zhongxi roared, his face full of rage. If he lost the Divine Sword Star Annihilation today, the entire Myriad Treasure Tower's prestige would plummet. Even if he risked his old life, he must also retrieve the Divine Sword. He condensed essence in his palm, his figure suddenly flashed, and he appeared several hundred feet ahead, smacking fiercely towards the void. Bang! The void was directly blasted apart, the entire sky splitting open. Courting death. Luan Juanhao's voice sounded out. A surge of surging force rippled up. It was only to see a crimson-colored fire bead appear around that shattered void. The bead flickered with countless blazing fire runes, striking towards Qin Zhongxi fiercely. Qin Zhongxi did not dare to be careless. Grabbing at the air, a layer of smoke-like multicolored light immediately appeared in his hand, and he threw it forward. The multicolored light spread out all at once, turning into a thin misty light net, covering the bead, collecting it inside all at once. Luan Juanhao's face fell. Kneading seals with one hand, he gave a furious roar. That fire bead immediately erupted with blazing flames with a bang. The entire misty light net started burning. There was even a fire flood dragon that rushed out of the bead, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it passed through the light net, biting towards Qin Zhongxi. Qin Zhongxi was startled, but he did not panic. Both of his hands turned into Tai Chi, forming a dragon capture art. His 5 fingers formed a claw, and he elegantly stepped forward, directly grabbing the fire flood dragon's neck. His other hand used fishing for the moon from the seabed, stretching out 2 fingers to grab the fire flood dragon's tail. At this point, the entire fire flood dragon was caught in his hand. It kept swinging, but it was unable to break free. Luan Juanhao's eyes revealed a look of shock. His bead was originally a rank 9 fire flood dragon's inner core, containing a complete fire flood dragon spirit. Its power was no less than an ordinary rank 9 demonic beasts, but it was caught the moment it was thrown out. His face immediately turned cold, and he decisively changed his hand's seal, shouting, "Explode!" Qin Zhongxi's expression greatly changed. He did not think that such a supreme treasure would be thrown away just like that, and he fiercely threw it into the distance. But before the fire flood dragon could make a move, it turned into pure flames with a hoo sound, violently exploding. Boom! Half of the sky turned into a sea of flames, and Qin Zhongxi's entire body was burning with scarlet flames. The flames were rank 9 demonic flames, and they continuously burned away Qin Zhongxi's monarch aura. He quickly formed seals, and the misty light net in front of him flew back, turning into a thin layer of mist that fell down. The mist emitted a 5-colored halo that flew around Qin Zhongxi's body, directly covering him. The flames covering his body were instantly driven away by the mist. At the same time, the light net spread out, turning into a sphere that revolved around Qin Zhongxi, isolating him from the sea of flames. Luan Juanhao's expression changed, and he said, "Tai 5 smoke net." Qin Zhongxi nodded, "That's the treasure." His white robe had many large holes burned in it, and half of his hair and beard were gone, making him look somewhat pathetic. But his eyes were still filled with cold stars, shining brighter and brighter. This was because Qin Zhongxi discovered that the other party's strength was not as terrifying as he had imagined. His confidence was boosted. Luan Juanhao's face became gloomy and twisted. In the past, the other party was just an ant in front of him. Now, he was on par with him. He felt a sharp pain in his heart. If not for that year, back then, on Divine Firmament Palace's Snowfall Peak, he had been injured by Gu Feiyang's palm. It was not a serious injury. However, that palm had not only injured his body but also his confidence and self-esteem. His martial heart was on the verge of collapse. "Save me! Save me! Palace Lord! Palace Lord, these 10 people, heal their injuries and let them go." "Yes. But this person's essence force is chaotic and his meridians are tangled. He has already gone mad. Even if he survives, he will be a cripple." "Cripple? No, no, I don't want to be a cripple. Palace Lord, save me. As long as you can save me, I am willing to do anything." "Your martial heart has collapsed. You must use the immortal pill to stabilize it. Even so, it will depend on your luck. The price to save you is too high. I beg you, Palace Lord, save me. As long as I don't become a cripple, I am willing to be loyal to Divine Firmament Palace forever." As his thoughts returned, the past had become a cloud of smoke. His greatest enemy had also fallen in the heaven-shaking mountain range. Luan Juanhao felt a sense of loss. After his cultivation recovered, the first thing he did was to find the other 9 people who had participated in the Battle of Divine Firmament Palace and kill them all, because he wanted to erase the past of humiliation. Luan Juanhao came back to his senses and stared at the former ant in front of him. He said coldly, "Do you think you can fight against me just because we are both at the peak of 9 stars? Childish." As his voice fell, his sleeves fluttered. Waves of essence force turned into astral winds and shot out. The world suddenly turned gray. Above the sky, a sand-like cloud surged and changed shape in the sky. It was a dragon or a phoenix and finally condensed into a huge hand. The countless fine palm lines on his palm rippled like ripples on water, dazzling people's eyes. After the giant hand condensed, it slowly descended from the clouds. The elemental energy of heaven and earth became terrifyingly restless, and everyone felt abnormally stifled. Even though they were 5 kilometers away, they still felt a wave of discomfort. Many people flew into the air and retreated several miles away, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Qin Zhongxi's eyes widened in anger. He spread his arms wide open, and the Tai 5 element smoke net stretched taut. It transformed into a large circle with a radius of several hundred feet. The origin energy inside surged into countless runes that danced around the round ball. "The ignorant are fearless," Luan Juanhao ridiculed, and then he formed a seal with both hands. Boundless yellow light instantly surged out from the large hand in the sky, and it illuminated the heavens and the earth. "Eternal river palm print, shatter him." With a loud shout, a golden light flashed in Luan Juanhao's hand. Countless palm lines gathered in the palm in the sky, condensing into a river that transcended time and space. It was as if time was silent, as if it had existed in the world since ancient times. Boom! With a single palm strike, heaven and earth collapsed wherever the palm wind passed. Qin Zhongxi's face flushed red, and streaks of green light flew out from his body, condensing around his body without dispersing. He suddenly clapped his palms in front of him, and a vast force rippled out from his palms. The entire ball let out a wing sound. The Tai 5 elements smoke net seemed to be pushed to the extreme, and it constantly exploded with blinding light. An armor slowly condensed around Qin Zhongxi. That armor was condensed from illusory light, and it constantly transformed into a human figure, finally growing into a giant green spirit that was 10 feet tall. The veins on Qin Zhongxi's forehead bulged, and it was obvious that he was going all out. His hands were one in front and one behind, and he grasped the air. Streaks of lightning crackled and flashed between his hands. The giant green spirit raised its hand, and a pitch-black spear appeared between its two hands. The spear's body was covered in spiral-shaped green patterns, and a terrifying weapon aura rippled out. Qin Zhongxi roared, and his face twisted into a ball. The blood vessels on his body expanded to the extreme. Earthfiend's shadow armor spear. That black spear swung out circles of spear patterns in the air, and it fiercely stabbed out. The spear patterns spread out, and rushed towards the Tai 5 elements smoke net cover, just in time to welcome the descending eternal river palm print. Bang! The two terrifying forces squeezed together, and in an instant, heaven and earth were turned upside down, and the mountains and rivers were shattered. The people in the distance only felt a mighty force coming towards them, and many people were directly shaken, and they vomited blood on the spot, and were sent flying. Even an expert like Hu Mingri had a face full of shock, and revealed an extremely aghast expression. The ultimate moves of two 9-stars Pinnacle Emperor Wu powerhouses collided, and within 1,000 miles, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, and the sun and moon lost their light. Li Yunxiao, who was hiding in the void, also felt an abnormal tightness in his chest, as if a huge rock was pressing down on him, and he couldn't breathe. His face was solemn, and he looked towards the place where the two ultimate moves collided. At this moment, he couldn't see a shadow at all, and only a dazzling aurora could be seen. It was impossible to distinguish between superior and inferior, and it was impossible to distinguish between life and death. Under Tsutsumi's gaze, within the aurora, the two forces were still in a stalemate. And that so-called dazzling aurora was the spiritual pressure from the confrontation of the two ultimate moves, which exploded into countless photons and shot out. On the plains 1,000 miles away, the octagonal water chestnut copper mirror shook violently, and the light on the mirror was like autumn rain falling into a pond, and the pitter-patter caused the pond water to wrinkle. Han Junting's expression changed slightly, and she struck a seal into the mirror. The trembling mirror light stabilized slightly, and with a bang, the seal was shaken off, and once again became chaotic and disorderly. Han Junting's pupils shrank, and she said in shock, "Is this the strength of a 9-stars pinnacle?" She looked into the distance in shock, and under the distant sky, there seemed to be dense dark clouds. Granny Sunflower's face was also solemn, and she said, "This place is 1,000 miles away, and I can still feel the waves of elemental energy coming from here. This power is too terrifying." Bang! An explosion came from the octagonal water chestnut copper mirror, and the ripples on its surface disappeared, and the mirror light was also annihilated. Han Junting was shocked, and with a wave of her hand, she grabbed the copper mirror in her hand, and carefully examined it, before carefully putting it away. Granny Sunflower said, "The mirror could not withstand the waves of energy, and was annihilated by itself. Should we go and take a look?" Han Junting shook her head, and said, "If we go, we will only cause more trouble. Let's wait here. I believe that he will most likely be able to return." After saying this, she sat cross-legged in the air, and began to meditate. After Qin Zhongxi and Luan Juanhao's ultimate moves clashed for a while, countless cracks finally began to appear. On the surface of the sphere formed by the sand-like giant hand and the Tai 5 elemental smoke, the cracks became wider and wider, and finer, and finally, it shattered. Kaboom! A world-destroying power rushed in all directions, and the whole world was plunged into darkness. Only the light from the collision of the two forces was left, and it surged into the endless pitch-black sky. The people in the distance felt the huge pressure again, and those who were seriously injured before fainted on the spot. Their bodies flew uncontrollably, and they fell far away. In the void, Li Yunxiao also took a deep breath, and his figure flashed, and in an instant, he was 100 miles away. The terrifying waves of elemental energy rippled in all directions, and no one noticed his movements at all. He stood alone far away, and his eyes turned into the color of the moon. He carefully observed the center of the energy that shot into the sky, and joy flashed in his eyes. This earth-shattering power, even if the two of them were extraordinary, they would still be seriously injured. The best situation was for both sides to be injured, and then he could fish in troubled waters. In the center of the explosion, a green light suddenly shot out, and instantly flew in front of the people of Myriad Treasure Tower. It was Xianxia, and his face was pale, and his eyes were wide open, and he immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood. Great Elder! The people of Myriad Treasure Tower were shocked, and they hurriedly went up to support him. Xianxia pushed Kutong Guang's hand away, and shouted with all his might, "Chase! Quickly chase! He escaped! Mustn't let him escape!" Seemingly exhausting all his strength to say these few words, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of old blood and fainted on the spot. Hu Mingri was greatly alarmed and hurriedly shouted, "Shiyu, you take care of Great Elder. The rest of you, follow me." The Myriad Treasure Tower's people all looked at each other, their feet completely unable to move. Li Feiyu understood everyone's thoughts at once and said in a solemn voice, "That person's strength is almost on par with Great Elder. Even Great Elder is injured like this, that person definitely can't be much better. Any random Emperor Wu powerhouse can recover the divine sword." "Precisely so," Hu Mingri said sternly, "those who don't listen to orders will be dealt with according to the gang rules." A fierce look flashed across his eyes. Only then did everyone's spirits tremble, and they all soared into the sky, turning into several dozen streaks of light and flying away. Li Yunxiao's gaze turned intent in the distance, seemingly discovering something. He mused slightly and also directly executed teleportation. With a few flashes, he disappeared into the long night. Several hundred miles away, a desolate mountain range. Several demonic beasts that were currently sleeping in the mountains suddenly startled awake, suddenly opening their eyes wide, all the hairs on their bodies standing on end. It was as if they encountered something terrifying, their entire bodies started trembling. "Awoo!" Those few demonic beasts with uncommon strength gave a long howl in fear, instantly turning into a stream of flowing light and fleeing, not even wanting their lair anymore. Hiss! Hiss! Several clusters of flames suddenly emerged in the barren mountains, illuminating the mountaintop brightly. The flames lined up in a circle. Under the illumination of the flames, the space inside started shaking violently, becoming extremely unstable. A pale and powerful large hand suddenly reached out from within the void. Immediately following that was an entire arm, half a body, and finally, a complete person directly walked out. It was precisely Luan Juanhao, but he was covered in blood at this moment. Even his eyes were dripping blood, his injuries abnormally severe. His expression was incomparably gloomy. Looking around a bit, only then did he slowly land in the mountains, taking out a few medicinal pills and swallowing them. Cough, cough, cough. Swallowing the medicinal pills triggered his injuries, coughing out a few large mouthfuls of blood. Myriad Treasure Tower. I must get back at them for this face. Luan Juanhao gritted his teeth and swore a fierce oath, then waved his hand and extinguished those few flames, concealing in the mountain forest in the dark night and recuperating. 10,000 miles high up in the sky, Li Yunxiao quietly looked at Luan Juanhao below. This powerhouse, who was also a hero of his generation in the past, became so down and out now. Time was a butcher's knife. How many heroes had withered, he sighed with emotion. Both hands forming seals, he fired out a talisman in the air. That talisman flashed and turned into boundless golden light, suddenly enlarging in the air like a lotus flower blooming. A ray of light shot down from the lotus flower, illuminating the entire mountain range where Luan Juanhao was at. Who? Luan Juanhao was suddenly startled. His eyes were like lightning in the dark night, looking towards the sky fiercely. But he only saw a stretch of pitch-black night. Apart from that massive lotus flower, there was no other figure. And at the same time, he was angered until he almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Only to see a huge light screen above that lotus flower, projecting him and the surrounding environment clearly. It was just short of directly using words to write, Luan Juanhao is here. Over there. Over there. Cries of martial artists came from afar. In an instant, countless bright lights appeared on the horizon. Several dozen powerful auras came across the sky. Who's scheming against me? Luan Juanhao's expression was livid. The injuries that had just recovered a little worsened even more. His eyes were full of thick killing intent, but in just a few breaths of time, dozens of martial artists filled the sky densely, including quite a few who came to watch the show. The myriad treasure towers group of experts and silver-armored guards slowly landed from the air, each and every one of their gazes icy cold, but even more so cautious. Everyone knew the danger of this person in front of them and did not dare to get too close. Even if he was at the end of his rope, it was also extremely dangerous. Lord Luan, you're also a powerhouse who commanded the world for a time. Why is there a need to make things difficult for us? As long as you take out the Divine Sword Star Extermination, we'll immediately turn around and leave. Hu Mingri said solemnly. Luan Juanhao snorted heavily and said, want to take it out earlier. It's absolutely impossible now. Those who aren't afraid of death, come over. He shouted fiercely, scaring everyone until they took a step back instead. Haha, is the myriad treasure tower all this cowardly? Luan Juanhao had a mocking look on his face. Hu Mingri signaled the surrounding people with his eyes before saying coldly, since your excellency refuses to repent, we'll have a taste. Whoosh, his saber flew out, and he suddenly grasped it in his hand and slashed down from the sky. In the blink of an eye, countless saber shadows crisscrossed and connected, forming a net of sabers. At the same time, the others also made their moves. The cyan light jade ruler in Bai Jin's hand unfolded, and it became 100 feet in size in the air. Like a ray of moonlight, it struck out from afar. Sword light flashed from Kutong Guang's body, and 3 giant swords appeared, forming a simple tripartite sword formation. Those silver-armored guards also raised their swords and formed a formation. Countless silver sword talismans surged up and spun in the air, slashing down towards the center. Everyone joined hands, and all kinds of lights illuminated the world. Under such power, the entire mountain was unable to withstand it at all. With a pung sound, more than half of it collapsed. Luan Juanhao landed on the ground as well, but his expression was unusually calm. Her eyes, which were filled with a baleful aura, suddenly brightened and became even colder. Hu Mingri instantly caught a glimpse of his eyes. His heart was suddenly alarmed, madly shouting, not good. Be careful. Humph. A bunch of ants also want to have ideas about this seat. The aura on Luan Juanhao's body rose, and it instantly rose to peak 9 stars. A surge of mighty force surged out. Just an enchantment condensed from essence energy blocked everyone's moves all at once. How is this possible? Kutong Guang's face became contorted all at once, and he said in astonishment, how can you possibly still have such powerful strength? Bai Jin suddenly gritted his teeth and said, everyone, fight it out. It's impossible for him to still have peak strength. Otherwise, why would he need to escape? He must have stimulated some kind of potential. A fierce glint flashed in Hu Mingri's eyes too, and he said viciously, that's right. As long as he withstands this blow, he's dead for sure. The rest of the myriad treasure towers people also attacked with all their might under great astonishment. The power that pressed on that Qi wall enchantment became even stronger. Li Feiyu even cried out wildly, friends in the sky, I hope that you can take action together and lend us a helping hand. There will definitely be heavy gratitude. Everyone in the sky looked at each other. Not a single person was willing to make a move. Because nobody was stupid. Humph, the prerequisite is that you all have to be able to withstand it. Luan Juanhao gave a loud roar, both hands kneading a seal in front of him. Immediately, countless rays of brilliant light poured out from his body. A power that could decimate heaven and earth erupted. Eclipse extreme wave, explode. Luan Juanhao's expression was icy cold, his thin lips lightly spitting. The myriad treasure towers people were all greatly astonished. A chill welled up from their hearts. The power that they blasted out was crushed to pieces as easily as smashing rotten wood. Bang! 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 All of the light rays and profound artifacts were blasted away. Everyone was even crushed by that mighty force until they could not move a muscle, watching helplessly as that power crushed over, rumble, a stretch of light rose up in the entire mountain range. The myriad treasure towers people were all annihilated within. Those martial artists watching the show in the sky retreated in fright repeatedly in horror. The 3 experts of the myriad treasure tower were the first to bear the brunt. Their weapons were all blasted away, and the tremendous force rushed into their bodies. Bai Jin and Ke Tongguang's internal organs were directly blasted into pieces. Then, their bodies turned into flying ashes. A battle armor on Hu Mingri's body also suddenly crumbled. His entire person roared crazily. Blood flowed out of his pores, but he still stood in front and did not fall. Those silver-armored guards were blasted into pieces. All of their armors exploded, and even more people were directly blasted to death within. Li Feiyu was slightly further away, but he also spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face turned pale, and his entire person instantly wilted. That pair of unwilling eyes slowly closed, and he directly fell from the sky. Among those spectators in the sky, Chen Feng frowned. Finally, his figure moved. In the next moment, he appeared below and grabbed Li Feiyu, who had already completely fainted. And? After Luan Juanhao's attack, the essence energy on his body was vast and mighty. The surrounding space twisted and rotated along with it. His gaze was stunned as he stared at Chen Feng. Instantly, Chen Feng felt as if he was being targeted by a wolf. He was so frightened that he shouted, "Go!" He threw a few escape talismans in the air. The space shook slightly, and his and Li Feiyu's figures became blurred. In the next moment, they appeared a few hundred meters away. Liang Yui also turned into a ray of escape light and chased after them. Moreover, her long sword was in the sky, and she was extremely vigilant. Once the 2 of them met up, Chen Feng and Liang Yui heaved a sigh of relief. They looked back and didn't dare to stay any longer. They immediately fled. Humph. Luan Juanhao snorted coldly. His gaze swept across the vast sky and looked towards those spectators. Ah! Everyone's body trembled, and they were so frightened that they trembled. They shouted a few times and ran away with all their might. The heaven and earth instantly quieted down. In just a moment, the entire mountain range was completely unrecognizable. An extremely horrifying deep pit appeared, and everything that stretched for thousands of miles was completely destroyed. Luan Juanhao didn't relax. Instead, he looked towards the sky and said coldly, "Who was the one who schemed against me just now? Come out." The sky was silent, and there was no response. Luan Juanhao's face was full of anger. He shouted, "You have the guts to scheme against me, but don't you have the guts to face others? Coward!" He shouted a few times and cursed a few times, but there was still no response. He knew that the person was hiding very well and wouldn't be provoked to come out. He stomped his feet and said angrily, "Don't let me find out who you are." He immediately turned into a ray of light and was about to escape. Boom! Suddenly, the sky shook, and a dazzling green lightning ring appeared. It suddenly enlarged and covered the entire sky, pressing down on Luan Juanhao. "Humph, coward!" Luan Juanhao scolded. However, his pupils constricted. Seeing the lightning ring descending, he didn't dare to be careless. He quickly raised his hand and sent a palm wind over. Kaboom! The lightning ring suddenly exploded under his attack, turning into countless lightning bolts that traversed the vast sky. Among them, a few extremely thick lightning bolts even surged towards him like heavenly dragons. Damn it! Luan Juanhao was shocked. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. The space was instantly distorted, like a piece of cloth being kneaded in his hand. A green light appeared in his palm, and he pushed it forward. Kaboom! A spatial storm immediately spun, sucking in the boundless power of lightning and scattering it in all directions. Who are you? Come out! Luan Juanhao's face was extremely gloomy. Although it was only a single exchange, he already knew that the person who came was not simple. You are indeed a peak expert, to be able to last until now. An indifferent voice sounded not far away. Under the slight tremble of the space, Li Yunxiao's figure slowly appeared. When Luan Juanhao saw this person, he was immediately shocked by his youth. At the same time, a strange feeling welled up in his heart, as if he knew this person. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Who are you? Have we met before?" When he asked this question, even he felt that it was strange. He had just come out of seclusion not long ago, and he definitely hadn't seen this person before. Li Yunxiao said, "There's no need to know before we meet. As for my name, you don't need to know either. Just take out the star extermination." Haha, what high-sounding sentiments. Luan Juanhao laughed from extreme anger and said, "Where did this brat run out from? Want to snatch the seats things, call your family's adults over." Li Yunxiao raised his eyes, looked at him quietly, and said, "Lord Luan doesn't need to pretend. In your current situation, it's simply impossible to escape from my hands. Is your life more important or the sword more important? I believe that your excellency is a smart person." Luan Juanhao's entire body trembled, and he shouted angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about?" But his heart turned cold, because the other party's eyes that were as clear as lake water made him have a bad feeling. Li Yunxiao said, "In the battle with Qin Zhongxi previously, at the critical moment at the last moment, your excellency relied on a clone talisman to replace yourself to resist a lot of the impact force. That's how your excellency had the chance to kill the myriad treasure towers people here." His gaze turned, looking at Hu Mingri who was still standing motionless in the sky below, and he could not help sighing faintly. That Hu Mingri's vitality had long been severed. He relied entirely on a breath of Dao Qi and a martial intent to make himself stand firm. "You've saved more power than I expected. Otherwise, I wouldn't have watched them throw their lives away." Li Yunxiao sighed. A tinge of self-blame flashed across his eyes. "Humph, stop being so hypocritical. Weren't you the one who caused the deaths of these people? You're crying like a cat, crying like a mouse. Is this fun?" Luan Juanhao flicked his sleeves and laughed coldly. Li Yunxiao was shocked. "You're really good at spouting nonsense. Heaven and earth can be my witness. You were the one who killed them just now. How can you blame it on me? I think you didn't cultivate the eternal river palm, but the eternal river thick skin." Luan Juanhao scoffed. "If you didn't lure them here, would they have died?" Li Yunxiao laughed coldly and said, "Luring them over and killing them was probably part of your plan from the start, right? I didn't think of this earlier. I thought you were seriously injured and had to recuperate. From the looks of it now, you were completely prepared to ambush them. All I did was bring things forward. However, how much of your peak 9 stars power do you have left? According to my estimation, even if you go all out again, you'll only have 9 stars intermediate power at most." Luan Juanhao was shocked. Li Yunxiao's estimation was correct. However, he remained calm and laughed coldly. "You can try. However, even if it's an attack from a 9 stars intermediate power, can you withstand it?" Li Yunxiao said, "How will you know if you don't try?" Luan Juanhao's face darkened. "Brat, do you really want to die?" Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently. "The more nonsense you talk, the more confident I am. You're asking for it." Luan Juanhao shouted angrily. He put 2 fingers together and performed a hand seal in the air. A circle of faint yellow light retreated on both sides of the hand seal. The hand seal emitted sharp starlight. With him as the center, the space suddenly collapsed. Luan Juanhao's feet seemed to be stepping on a black hole. It reflected his ashen-white face. A terrifying force was rolling in the black hole. Under the starlight, the hand seal split into 2, then into 3, and then into 9 dazzling golden hand seals. The moment the 9 seals appeared, Luan Juanhao's killing intent soared into the sky. His robes fluttered in the light of the seals. Like a judge, he pressed down with one hand and shouted, "Sacrifice your life for your ignorance." Extreme Eclipse Wave, 9th Seal Formula. The 9 golden seals shuddered slightly and released countless energy ripples at the same time, spreading out in the air like a dense spider web. The power of the ripples was like rivers flowing into the sea, clearly gathering in the seals of his hands, condensing into one point. Bang! Luan Juanhao swung his arm and suddenly blasted out the power of the extreme seal. Boom! The entire dark sky was blasted apart, and the vast sky instantly swelled up under this vast force. Circles of golden vortexes spread out and surged towards Li Yunxiao. "What?" Li Yunxiao's expression changed drastically, and he said in shock, "This power." He didn't have time to think, and his body suddenly turned into lightning and expanded. His round green face was filled with anger, and he grabbed the hammer and smashed it down. Boom! Where the hammer hit, a green light seemed to have been flattened, and countless lightning patterns shot out. It instantly turned into a lightning star ring and exploded. Boom! The lightning star ring instantly became a few acres wide, sweeping across the sky and colliding with the layers of golden vortexes. Boom! What? Li Yunxiao's body shook, and the green lightning that filled the sky suddenly shattered, turning into streaks of lightning that disappeared into the night sky with a crackling sound. Although the golden ripples became much dimmer, their power did not decrease, and they spread out, covering the entire sky. Pooh! Under the impact of the golden light, Li Yunxiao spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire aura became extremely weak. He didn't dare to stay any longer, and turned into a lightning light to escape. Luan Juanhao's expression darkened, and he wanted to attack again, but he felt a sharp pain in his body, and his injuries were affected. He groaned, and could only watch helplessly as his opponent escaped. Right at this moment, a strange light suddenly appeared in the pitch-black night in front of him. The light flashed and disappeared, like a shooting star in the night sky. When it lit up again, it directly appeared above Li Yunxiao. Upon closer inspection, the meteor was actually a sharp and ferocious sword gleam. It slashed towards Li Yunxiao with the power to annihilate an entire army. Ah? No. Li Yunxiao's expression became extremely frightened, and he let out a long and mournful cry. He wanted to block the sword qi, but it was too late. Bang! The sword qi cut through his emperor qi, and instantly cut him in half. Blood splashed in the sky, and Li Yunxiao's eyes were filled with disbelief and despair, as he slowly fell from the sky. Luan Xinghao, who was watching from afar, was shocked, and he had a bad feeling. God knew how many experts were hiding in this boundless night. He shouted angrily, "Who is it? Come out!" His powerful voice spread out mightily, but there was no response. It seemed empty and powerless, just like his current state, strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Ha, ha, ha. I didn't expect to kill that guy so easily, ha, ha. A voice in the sky laughed, as if it didn't hear Luan Juanhao's angry shout. A talisman appeared out of nowhere, and with a bang, it started burning. The surrounding space slightly trembled, and two young faces appeared. They were Qin Chuan and Zhou Chu. Luan Juanhao's body shook, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. The two people in front of him were the same as the man who had just been killed. They were both very young, but their strength was extraordinary. What's going on? Has the current realm of heaven martial arts changed? Why do all the young people have such dreadful strength? He thought of Han Zhenting, and he couldn't calm down. The age and strength of these young people didn't match. Could it be that some extremely powerful secret cultivation method has appeared in the past few years? While he was letting his imagination run wild, Zhou Chu burst into laughter. He said complacently, "I told you, that lad's reputation is undeserved, and killing him is easy." Qin Chuan frowned, and looking at the place where Li Yunxiao had been killed, he sniffed the air with his nostrils, and there was a faint smell of blood. He said with an odd look, "Although it seems reasonable, I still feel something is wrong." Wrong? What's wrong? Zhou Chu said disapprovingly, "That lad was injured by Luan Juanhao, and he fled in panic, and I managed to sneak attack him. If he could have escaped in that situation, it would have been wrong." He said with a hideous smile, "We killed two birds with one stone. Not only did we kill that idiot, but we also got the divine sword Star Destroyer." Luan Xinghao's face darkened, and he became vigilant, and his eyes were full of dread. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil, and any one of the two men in front of him gave him a feeling that he couldn't defeat them. He had reached the peak of the realm of martial arts, and his intuition couldn't be wrong. The atmosphere in the sky suddenly became heavy, and a formless energy field between the three of them made the surrounding atmosphere extremely oppressive. Suddenly, Qin Chuan shivered, and shouted, "That's not good." With a shake of his hand, a bright blue light flashed. It was actually a treasured sword. It filled the sky with sword shadows like a treasured umbrella. With a whoosh, it opened up and covered Zhou Chu. "What are you?" Zhou Chu was startled, and when he was about to ask what was going on, a sharp sword energy broke Qin Chuan's barrier of sword energy, and pierced towards his chest. Bang! Boundless coldness surged up from the bottom of his heart, and he instantly felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. For the first time in his life, he sensed the danger of death. Boom! A blazing light burst out from his dantian, and countless dazzling scales appeared on Zhou Chu's skin. Bang! The sword energy hit the scales, and it directly shattered into countless crystal-clear particles, which flashed in the dark night. Moreover, the size of the particles was almost the same, and they were like pearls. On the broken piece of scale, dark red blood immediately seeped out. Pfft! Zhou Chu groaned, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with shock. Huh, dark scale treasure robe is actually on you. TSK, I can let you live for a while longer. A bleak figure slowly appeared in the dark night. Xianxia's face was cold, and he walked out from the darkness, and his eyes shot out cold stars. The cold sword in his hand emitted a light that resembled flowing water, and in the dark night, it was like a bright lamp. Zhou Chu only managed to say 2 words, and then he couldn't speak anymore. That sword energy directly injured his main meridian, and there was boundless coldness spreading in his body, and he only felt cold all over. In the distance, Wang Juanhao was also shocked, and he revealed an expression of disbelief, and he said in horror, You actually didn't die? Qin Chuan's expression also became extremely ugly. The power of that sword just now was almost unfathomable. Not only did it penetrate his sword energy barrier, but even the dark scale treasure robe couldn't stop it. He said coldly, Not only did you not die, you didn't even get hurt. You were pretending to be defeated, to be injured, and to escape before. No, impossible. Wan Xinghao was completely stunned, and his entire person could not be any more shocked. Qin Chuan stared at Li Yunxiao, and said coldly, I have to say, you are a good actor, and your acting skills are really good. Li Yunxiao laughed, and said, Ever since I met Yang Tianhao, I have always felt that something was wrong, as if someone was following me, but I couldn't detect it. That feeling had no basis, and it was just an instinctive action. You should know that there are not many people in the world who can escape from my divine sense. So you guys used the soul concealment talisman, TSK, so extravagant. Qin Chuan said, So you beat him at his own game, and pretended to be defeated by Luan Xinghao. You even spat out a mouthful of blood, and screamed a few times. Li Yunxiao laughed, and said, Haha, I rarely spit blood, and I was afraid that my acting was not good enough. So when I was facing Luan Xinghao's 9 seals, I didn't use my full strength, and let a part of the power vibrate into my body, which forced out a mouthful of old blood. I was really injured, aren't I professional enough? Humph. For the sake of acting, you are quite willing to give it your all. Qin Chuan snorted heavily, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Zhou Chu, and carefully examined his injuries. Wang Juanhao was completely petrified. His mind was blank, and he couldn't think at all. Although the earlier 9-seal art only brought out the strength of a medial 9-star martial emperor, this move was extremely powerful and exceptionally tyrannical. Even a true medial 9-star martial emperor might not dare to take it head-on. Not only did this young man take it head-on, but he also took the initiative to draw the light into his body and get injured. Were all youngsters nowadays so arrogant and unruly? When he came out of seclusion this time, not only had he recovered from his previous injuries, but he had also advanced a step further. That was why he was able to leave with a slight advantage against Chen Zhongxi. He could have gone to find Han Junting directly, but he was too conceited, so he stayed behind to wait for the pursuers. He didn't expect such a monster to be hiding in the dark. Wang Juanhao's emotions were even more complicated. Qin Chuan let Zhou Chu swallow a few pills, which slightly stabilized his injuries. A scorching energy slowly surged in Zhou Chu's body, dissolving the pills and slowly repairing his broken meridians. Li Yunxiao sneered. Purple heart stabilizing pill. TSK, rich people can be willful. To be willing to give such a precious thing to a dying man. Give me the pill, and I'll kill him a little later. Qin Chuan's eyes were filled with darkness. He pushed Zhou Chu far away. Do you really have the guts to kill Lord Song Wuqiong's most valued disciple? Li Yunxiao chuckled. Just now, he wanted to kill me without mercy. Forget about Song Wuqiong's disciple, even if it was Song Wuqiong himself, it would be a crime punishable by death. What? What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Chuan's face paled. He was extremely shocked and in disbelief. Luan Juanhao was also shocked. He looked at the person in front of him as if he was looking at a madman. He actually dared to convict one of the 5 rulers of the sanctuary? And it was a crime punishable by death. It was a funny feeling, but the two of them couldn't laugh. Qin Chuan said coldly, I don't want to fight you today. I'll leave with Zhou Chu and leave Luan Juanhao to you. How about it? Li Yunxiao stared at him and said coldly, I warned him a few days ago. My patience has run out, but he obviously didn't take it to heart. So, it's better for him to stay and use this pitch-black night sky as his grave. Qin Chuan's heart trembled, you really want to kill him? Even now, he still didn't believe it. I don't know where you get your sense of superiority from. You're weak, but you always want to provoke the strong. Isn't it just death? There has never been an exception. Li Yunxiao's eyes turned cold, and his body disappeared in a trance. Not good. Qin Chuan's heart sank. He knew that he was in deep trouble. Not far away, Zhou Chu opened her eyes. Her face was still pale, and she was also not used to this. She had never been at such a disadvantage in her life. However, he was still unconvinced. His eyes were filled with arrogance and rage. Boom, a layer of fiery clouds suddenly appeared in the sky and spun rapidly, burning the entire sky in an instant. In the center of the flames, Li Yunxiao materialized. He formed a seal with his hand, and a strong wind howled as he swung it down. Pung, the strong wind exploded in the sea of flames, swallowing the flames in an instant. The roiling sea of clouds turned into a pillar of fire that soared into the sky, crashing down from Jiutian. The power of the entire sea of flames was poured into the pillar, and it continued to compress, forming an extremely high-temperature energy. It spun rapidly, and the entire space was shattered. Under the fierce flames, cold sweat appeared on Qin Chuan's forehead. He brandished the sword in his hand, and a cold light blossomed. The sword chi spun in the air and transformed into numerous clear and cold azure sword shadows. Every time the sword chi flew, it would turn into a sword talisman. Finally, it condensed into a huge sword shape, lying horizontally in the sky. Qin Chuan used his sword art and shouted, Go! The sword shape soared into the sky, sweeping up millions of sword waves. The boundless cold light shook the heaven and earth. It faced the pillar of fire from afar, and fiercely collided. Boom! The sword light pierced into the fire pillar, and like a roaring evil dragon, the sharp sword light burst out from the fire pillar, turning the sky red into a deep blue. Eh? In the sky, Li Yunxiao sighed lightly, and said, 1,000 Shadows 9 Mysterious Sword? Hearing that, Qin Chuan's body trembled, and his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. This sword was passed down to him by He Yu Hu, and in its current state, it had not been unsealed. In this world, there were only a few people who could recognize this sword. Who exactly are you? Qin Chuan's expression was cold, and he gritted his teeth as he asked. Heh. Li Yunxiao only laughed lightly, and did not reply. After the sea of flames was broken, a ray of lightning flashed for a moment. Qin Chuan's expression turned cold, and he stabbed towards the left with his sword. Chi. The dark night was directly separated by the sword light. Dang. In the darkness, the crisp sound of profound weapons colliding could be heard. At the end of the 1,000 Shadows 9 Mysterious Sword, Li Yunxiao's figure appeared, and the cold sword blocked in front of him, and his eyes revealed a strange look. You can catch my movements? Really not simple. Humph, are you trying to blow your own trumpet? Qin Chuan's wrist shook, and the sword suddenly exploded with an azure cold light, and a sword talisman revolved around the sword. Boom! A terrifying sword intent was released, like a violent beast, and just this aura alone was enough to send Li Yunxiao flying dozens of feet away. Not bad, you do have some tricks up your sleeve. Let me see how much you've learned from He Yu Hu. Li Yunxiao's face darkened, and he stretched out his hand, and an electric ball the size of a fist appeared in the palm of his hand. The electric ball spun rapidly, and countless lightning patterns floated on its surface, and bolts of violent lightning shot out. A golden light shot out from his palm, and slowly brushed across the surface of the electric ball. Suddenly, his 5 fingers grabbed, and instantly squeezed into the electric ball. Boom! The surging power of lightning suddenly spread out, and it was as if the heaven and earth had exploded, shaking the entire universe. The entire pitch-black sky suddenly became bright green, and everything was covered under this green color. Not only did Qin Chuan and Zhou Chu's expressions change, even Luan Juanhao, who was far away, was shocked to the extreme. That green light instantly covered the entire sky, and under this environment, the three of them instantly felt an extremely strong pressure, and their bodies felt uncomfortable. Luan Juanhao swallowed with difficulty, and a gurgling sound came out from his throat, and he said with difficulty, "His own world. Elemental power forming a world. Is this young man really only in his 20s? Li Yunxiao slowly raised his eyes, and within the thunder world, every single change was within his senses. This feeling was extremely mystical, and although it was not as free as when he was in the World Deity Monument, he was still the king of a region, the master of a territory. This is a beginner's move, I hope you will accept it." Li Yunxiao said indifferently, and flicked his finger. The tip of his finger flashed with a green light, and in an instant, 2 lightning dragons descended from the sky, and before they could even take form, they instantly blasted towards Qin Chuan and Zhou Chu's heads. Qin Chuan's figure moved, and the long sword in his hand trembled. Instantly, a ray of sword light slashed through the suppression of the thunder world, and he moved several feet horizontally, dodging the attack. Although Zhou Chu was injured, it was only a single sword wound, and under the effect of the violet heart stabilizing pill, he had already recovered 20 to 30% of it. He then used his origin energy to form a wall of qi, and covered his damaged meridians, so his movements were basically unimpeded. Seeing the lightning dragons descending, he roared angrily, and grabbed forward with both hands. A pair of 2-handed halberds appeared in his hands, and golden circles appeared, lining up to the sides. Then, the 2 halberds came together in front of him, and with a clang, all the golden circles instantly merged into one, and suddenly formed a dazzling trajectory, slashing towards the lightning dragons. Rumble! The lightning dragons that had yet to fully take form were slashed into 2, and Zhou Chu's aura rose, and a golden light appeared behind him. He furrowed his brows and shouted, "Die for me." The 2 halberds formed a seal in front of him, and with a bang, countless domineering halberd shadows appeared, and slashed towards Li Yunxiao. Like a meteor shower, the halberds left long trails in the green thunder world. "Interesting, no wonder you dare to provoke me time and time again." Li Yunxiao sneered, and stretched out his hand. With a thought, layers of ripples appeared under his palm, and the sky in front of him became chaotic, and countless ripples collided with each other. Luan Xinghao's expression was ugly, and he shook his head slightly. Although he was seriously injured, his eyesight did not diminish, and he knew that Zhou Chu's attack was futile. Boom 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 boom. The halberd shadows landed on the thunder world, causing the space to tremble, and all kinds of thunder patterns were also disrupted, but they could not hurt Li Yunxiao in the slightest. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank slightly, and he snorted lightly. His other hand formed a seal, and a demonic cloud appeared behind him, immediately forming the true demon form. The true demon form's face became incomparably clear, and it opened its eyes, which were like lightning. It raised its hand and grabbed the air, and the phantom of the bone-chopping saber appeared in its hand, and it slashed down towards a certain spot in the thunder world. The blade flashed, and the entire thunder world was instantly split open, and an extremely deep crack appeared. Qin Chuan's figure appeared at the end of the crack, and other than shock, there was also a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Although he was shocked, he did not panic. He continuously formed sword seals with both hands, and the 1,000 shadows 9 profound swords continuously flew in front of him, and the sky was filled with azure sword shadows. All of a sudden, a majestic force exploded from the sword, and the entire space trembled. Qin Chuan's body seemed to have some kind of reaction, and a blurry phantom appeared on his body, overlapping with each other, and his face could not be seen clearly. That phantom raised its hands high up, and the 1,000 shadows sword flew up with a xiao, as if it had landed on a sword rack. Countless blue sword talismans flew out in the surroundings, and Qin Chuan's face could no longer be seen clearly, only the surging sword energy could be felt. Luan Xinghao swallowed with difficulty, and his eyes were filled with shock. These juniors were so strong that they almost destroyed his confidence in the martial Dao. He was once a peerless genius, but in front of these 3 people, he was nothing more than a decaying fluorescent light, competing with the sun and moon. Great Sword Control Technique, Jiutian 10 Earth's Unhindered Manual. The sword talismans around Qin Chuan's body suddenly froze, and a cold and handsome face appeared from within the azure sword light. His eyes shone like stars as he stared straight ahead. Boom! Countless sword talismans spun rapidly once again, and all of them flowed into the thousand shadows, 9 profound swords that the phantom had raised high. With a clang, the treasured sword shot up into the sky, and split the entire green thunder world apart. Qin Chuan's entire body was shrouded by the azure sword light, and he was completely obscured. The thunder realm around him could no longer withstand this level of sword intent, and it crumbled to the sides of the sword light. This thunder realm was an imitation of the thunder tiger and fire leopard's mystical ability that Li Yunxiao had comprehended. It only had the form, but it was far from the power it had. It could be called a small thunder realm. The Akama saber's phantom image froze in the air, and it crumbled with a bang as the sword light crashed into it. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he instantly felt the terror of that sword, and he revealed a shocked expression. At this moment, Zhou Chu also knew that this was a crucial moment of life and death. He clenched his teeth and combined the two halberds in front of him, instantly turning into a huge golden halberd that he raised high. Circles of golden patterns rippled around the halberd, and a boundless evil aura spread out from it. It seemed to have felt the power of the thousand shadows 9 profound sword, and under the pressure, it exploded with even more terrifying tool accumulation power. Zhou Chu's face was pale, and his entire body was trembling under the halberd. This level of power was already beyond his current limit, and the sword wound in his body was showing signs of collapsing. He didn't dare to accumulate any more power, and he formed a hand seal. A surge of power in his palm throbbed like a heart, and he slapped it out with a flip of his palm. A blinding golden light flew up, and an ancient Maha character bloomed and flew into the halberd. Swish, the golden halberd spun in the air and instantly grew to a length of 100 feet, and it slashed down at Li Yunxiao. What? Li Yunxiao was shocked. He had seen that ancient Maha character very clearly just now. Apart from the powerful tool accumulation within the halberd, the ancient character's laws were also surging within it. The two merged together, and its power continued to rise. He also realized that he had underestimated the two people in front of him. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, and his body immediately demonized. Circles of demonic patterns appeared, densely covering his entire body. His hands quickly formed hand seals, and circles of lightning surged, illuminating his face with a deathly white light. The entire thunder realm trembled and retreated 50 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Boundless lightning gathered in his palms, and with a boom, they transformed into lightning stars that revolved around him. After that, he grabbed his hammer, and the Maha character of the law of lightning flew out. Countless lightning patterns danced in the sky, and his entire body seemed to be shrouded in a miniature lightning world. Suddenly, a dragon roar shook the heavens. The shadow of a miniature dragon appeared above the hammer and circled around it. It grew larger and larger until it finally stretched out its neck and let out a long roar. Li Yunxiao made a hand seal, and a bolt of lightning flashed in his hand. The thunder dragon soared into the sky. At this moment, high up in the sky, the true demon image's pupils shrank after the shadow of the Agama bone-chopping saber shattered. It formed a 3-headed, 6-armed hand seal, and a huge demonic energy ring spun around it. He raised his 6 arms, and 6 illusory weapons descended and were thrown forward at the same time. Boom! A black nebula appeared, and the silhouettes of 6 demonic soldiers floated within it. The true devil projection opened all 6 of its eyes, all of which were in different shapes and forms, and its 6 arms were rapidly forming hand seals, sending a series of demonic seals into the air. Nebula, explode! The countless black seals surged into the nebula, and a terrifying and vast power surged up to meet the boundless azure sword light. Qin Chuan's shocking sword pierced through the air and into the nebula. Boom! The entire sky exploded, and the void turned into a vast expanse of white as terrifying power surged forth. The true devil projection was unable to withstand the immense power of the nebula explosion, and it began to crumble layer by layer. An ear-piercing sound rang out, and the terrifying energy shockwave was suddenly split apart. A sword light shot out, the Thousand Shadows 9 profound sword transformed into a huge sword form, and with a hazy blue light, it slashed down from the sky. At this moment, the green lightning dragon also slammed into the halberd. The two forces exploded in the air, and with a loud rumble, 2 vortexes appeared, colliding with each other. Within the vortexes, two golden forces floated up, forming two completely different Maha characters, each representing a different law. Pung! The two Maha characters suddenly shattered, and a golden light flashed like a spark, piercing through the sky and instantly descending. It was that huge halberd. Although its power had been greatly reduced, it was still exceptionally sharp, enough to sweep through everything. A sword and a halberd appeared in Xianxia's eyes. He closed his eyes slightly, and when he opened them again, they were filled with a blinding golden light. He raised his hand, and clenched it into a fist. Wind, fire, thunder, demonic, and all sorts of other colors formed into rings of stars, intertwining to form a blazing white light. With a gloomy face, it shot towards the two weapons. What? The three of them were shocked, and their eyes widened. Luan Juanhao even rubbed his eyes, afraid that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Such a peerless weapon could cut a hair, and a single touch could kill them. This kid actually dared to use his bare hands to face it? Although the power behind that punch was terrifying, it was too much of a joke. Boom! The azure sword descended, the golden halberd slashed, and Xianxia's fist shot out. Boom! The terrifying power exploded upon contact, and a dazzling light burst out, blinding everyone's eyes. It was as if a sun had appeared, illuminating the endless dark night like it was daytime. Qin Chuan and the other two closed their eyes due to the piercing pain. When they opened their eyes again, that dazzling light hung in the air, and a terrifying power rippled out, making it impossible to see anything clearly. Are they dead? They should be dead, right? Luan Juanhao muttered to himself. The battle between the three of them had been deeply imprinted in his mind, and he would never be able to forget it. After coming back, his original ambition disappeared without a trace. Any one of the three people in front of him would far surpass him in the future. Not good. Suddenly, Qin Chuan's shocked shout came from the sky. Within that light, an azure sword beam shot out, followed by the halberd. Qin Chuan's face was almost deformed, but he made a prompt decision, and disappeared in a flash. In the air in front of him, his hand suddenly reached out, and grabbed the Thousand Shadows 9 Mysteries sword, and disappeared again. In the next moment, the space beside Zhou Chu rippled, and Qin Chuan appeared. He grabbed him and shouted, "Run!" Zhou Chu didn't have time to react. He caught the halberd with one hand, and his body suddenly trembled. The huge power of the halberd was directly transmitted into his body, instantly tearing open his injuries, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The light on the halberd became extremely dim, and a low woo-woo sound rang out. He looked up in horror, only to see that the light was slowly dispersing, and he looked inside. There was a blurry shadow inside, but he could clearly see that it was walking forward step by step, gradually becoming more solid. Ah! Zhou Chu and Luan Juanhao both sucked in a breath of cold air, and they were instantly thrown into confusion. Qin Chuan had only sensed Li Yunxiao's power from the sword, but now that he saw him in person, he couldn't help but be shocked, and his Dao heart almost fell. The shadow gradually revealed its face, and its whole body flashed with golden light. Demonic patterns appeared on its body, and its eyes were as vast as the stars, staring coldly at them. How is this possible? How is this possible? The three of them were filled with fear, and their faces were pale and powerless. Li Yunxiao turned around and looked at his right hand. His entire arm was covered in blood, and the terrifying wound was shocking to the eye. The blood flowed out, and it was reflected by the golden light and the demonic patterns, turning into two colors of gold and black. Qin Chuan and the other two were shocked, and so was Li Yunxiao's heart. With his current physical strength, he could even crush a 9th-level thunder beast with his bare hands. But he was actually injured by the combined attack of the two of them. Moreover, that sword and halberd were shot out after breaking his thunder art and true demon art. It was enough to show how powerful they were. Go! In that instant of shock, Qin Chuan once again came to his senses. He grabbed Zhou Chu and forcefully dragged him away. Humph, all of you stay here. Li Yunxiao's eyes also flashed with golden light, and his whole body disappeared, leaving behind only a flash of golden light. In the next moment, Qin Chuan and Zhou Chu's escape lights froze, and they were blocked by a huge force. Dozens of long swords appeared above the two of them, and the swords were like flowing water, flying towards them. Xiao xiao xiao. Over 20 long swords pierced into the night sky, trapping the two of them within. The surging sword intent surged like waves crashing over. At the same time, the sword diagram appeared in the sky. Xianxia was shocked, and his heart sank. He was also a sword cultivator, and naturally he could feel the power of this sword formation. Moreover, those 20 long swords were all 9th level profound artifacts. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he would never believe it. Xianxia, hurry up and leave, don't care about me. Zhou Chu's eyes widened, and he pushed Xianxia away, as though he was prepared to die, and shouted, I'll block for you, hurry up and leave. Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, what are you being stupid for? Let's go together. His eyes flashed with a trace of savagery, and his black pupils slowly emitted a blue light. Zhou Chu instantly sensed the change in him, and said in shock, Xianxia, you, cut the crap. Xianxia shouted, as though there was an irresistible majesty, and then he suddenly roared to the sky, and the 1,000 shadows 9 profound swords resonated once again, the sword intent expanded limitlessly, and the blue light in Xianxia's eyes became stronger and stronger, and it reflected the azure sword chi. What? Xianxia was startled, and his face instantly darkened. He shouted in the air, and the sword in his hand formed a seal. The array talismans above the heaven sword diagram instantly transformed into a myriad of sword moves, and suddenly chopped down, the sky was densely covered with a rain of swords. This was a true sea of swords. 1,000-blade spirit shadow. Xianxia shouted coldly, and the 1,000 shadow sword rippled out. Azure sword chi rose, and a sword barrier instantly condensed, blocking the sword rain that filled the sky. Bang! 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 Countless sword lights chopped down, landing on that sword barrier, and caused countless ripples, but they could not break through. Xianxia was greatly alarmed in his heart. This Xianxia's strength was clearly at the peak before, but why was it that the current strange state, and the azure blue eyes, seemed to have risen a few notches? Xianxia's essence energy was also greatly depleted now, and controlling the myriad sword diagram was somewhat lacking in strength. Humph! Xianxia gave a muffled groan, and his face was also illuminated blue. He seemed to have seen through that Xianxia's strength was not enough, and his long sword swung down. Instantly, the power of the barrier gathered on the sword edge, and he fiercely chopped out, bang! 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 Countless sword shadows were shattered by this one sword. In the million sword diagram formation, a path was instantly split open. Xianxia kept his sword and grabbed Zhou Chu with one hand as he took a step forward. Impudent! Xianxia bellowed, who allowed you to leave? A golden light lit up. At the end of the sword diagram passage, Xianxia's forehead flashed and the universe god monument suddenly appeared. The golden halo revolved around the monument, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge mountain that pressed down. Boom! The blue light around Xianxia was suppressed by the power of the world. His entire body froze and he could no longer move. Boom! The universe god monument fell a few inches and dispersed a large portion of the blue light. Zhou Chu was hit by the huge impact and he couldn't help but spit out blood again. His face was filled with fear. The sword force in his body worsened again. The main meridians that were repaired burst open and the wounds spread out in all directions. Xianxia, you are too much. Xianxia was furious and shouted, do you really have to fight to the death? Xianxia said coldly, I don't have the time to waste on people with bad memories. You shall stay under this sky forever. He quickly formed seals with both hands and shot golden runes into the universe god monument. The power of the world turned into circles of light that rippled and suppressed the two of them. Zhou Chu spat out blood again. The night scale treasure robe on his body was also activated and automatically protected his body, emitting a faint light. Xianxia's eyes flashed with fierceness and his expression was resolute. He extended his long sword and stood in front of him. Blue light floated on the sword and turned into sword circles that shot out. The 1,000 shadow sword trembled in his hand. The prismatic light shone and split all the light into 9 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Ancient tree under the moonlight, with the 1,000 shadows of the sword, like a person in jade. The 9 mysteries are forgotten, and the 9 realms are eliminated. What color, what taste, what shadow, what sound, what interest, and what realm? The 9 colors of light merged into one and a white light appeared. Under the moonlight, the surroundings became hazy. A vast and mighty force surged out from the sword, solemn and dignified as it sliced through everything. Li Yunxiao's body trembled violently as his eyes shone with astonishment. The power of that sword was like the boundless universe, boundless and endless. 10 directions divine skill. His heart trembled violently as these 4 words flashed through his mind. That kind of imposing and solemn might was just like his godly eye technique, vast and boundless. Boom, under the world deity monument, mighty forces collided, causing the void to crack. As the 2 forces intertwined, the power shackling his body was constantly dissipating. Qin Chuan's face was so pale that it was almost translucent. He formed a hand seal with one hand, and his and Zhou Chu's figures became blurry. However, that pair of azure eyes became increasingly clear, like the stars in the night sky, and also like peerless gems. After the suppressive power broke, Qin Chuan once again took the nearly unconscious Zhou Chu and disappeared into the horizon. Boom! The sword energy disappeared, and the world deity steel gathered its power once again and pressed down, shattering a part of the sky. The golden rings rippled and illuminated Li Yunxiao's face, which was dark and gloomy. With a wave of his hand, Li Yunxiao kept the world deity monument and the northern cold star soared into his body. Then, his figure became blurry, and the next moment, he appeared in front of Luan Juanhao, extending his hand to grab him. "Give me the godly sword." Luan Juanhao's body trembled, and he wanted to put up a last-ditch struggle. However, his body was completely suppressed by Li Yunxiao's emperor's aura, and he couldn't move at all. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. An outstanding person of his generation, an expert at the pinnacle of 9 stars, had actually ended up so helpless. When a tiger fell to the plains, it would be bullied by dogs. However, the only consolation was that the other party was at least an unparalleled genius of the past 10,000 years. Dying in the hands of the younger generation wasn't considered a coward. Suddenly, a wisp of green smoke appeared in the air, turning into a walking stick and hitting the back of Li Yunxiao's hand. Both of their pupils shrank, and their expressions instantly changed. Li Yunxiao's 5 fingers turned into a claw, and with a flip of his hand, he slapped the walking stick. Bang! The 2 forces shook in the air, causing a whirlpool to explode, and disappeared in a flash. Under the impact of the 2 forces, Luan Juanhao was pushed back a few feet. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, but his eyes were filled with joy. "Shopkeeper!" he exclaimed, and saw 2 silhouettes appear in the air. It was Han Junting and Grandma Sunflower. Han Junting nodded, and said, "Master Luan, thank you." Luan Juanhao hurriedly said, "It's my duty." Han Junting nodded slightly, and turned to look at Li Yunxiao. She smiled lightly, and said, "Number 1 in the world, undefeatable in the same generation, you really live up to your reputation." Li Yunxiao's face darkened, and he started to adjust his breathing, and said coldly, "You've been hiding in the dark all this time?" Han Junting's face revealed a look of regret, and said, "It's a pity that we're late. I only saw Qin Chuan perform the 10-directional divine technique, and it was incomparably exciting. I'm really regretful, it should have been even more thrilling before, right?" Li Yunxiao's face was gloomy. He didn't know if Han Junting was telling the truth, and he didn't have the time to care about anything else during the battle with Qin Chuan. What he was most worried about was the origin of the sword array being exposed. However, the heavenly sword diagram was a peerless technique even in the divine cloud palace, and ordinary people couldn't get a glimpse of it. "What's wrong? Young Master Yun doesn't seem happy to see me?" Han Junting said indifferently, and the smile on her face disappeared, and her expression became cold. Li Yunxiao said, "I really can't think of anything that makes me happy to see you. I didn't expect Master Luan to be from the Star Moon School, and I wonder what will happen if the Plethora Gem Tower finds out about this?" Han Junting sneered, and she mocked, "Young Master Yun is still threatening me now?" Her eyes flashed, and she changed the topic, and said, "I heard that in Seawood Town, there was a Ewood spiritualization, and it fell into young Master Yun's hands?" Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood her intention, and he sneered, "So what if it is? So what if it isn't?" Han Junting smiled faintly, and she said, "I like that Ewood spiritualization very much, and if it's in young Master Yun's hands, I hope you can give it up. If that's not the case, then young Master Yun is lying to me." Haha. Li Yunxiao laughed, and he said, "You mean, whether it's in my hands or not, I have to hand it over anyway, right?" His eyes were full of mockery, as if he was looking at a fool. Han Zhenting blushed slightly, and she coughed awkwardly, but she nodded and said with a smile, "It's so convenient to talk to smart people." Li Yunxiao's face darkened, and his eyes gradually turned cold. He said coldly, "But I don't like talking to stupid people who think they are infallible." Han Zhenting seemed to have expected this result, and she said indifferently, "Young Master Yun, are you rejecting my suggestion?" Li Yunxiao snorted, and he said, "It's more than a rejection. If you weren't a woman, I would have slapped you long ago." "Impudent!" Grandma Sunflower shouted, and she tossed her cane into the air, creating ripples. Her body emitted surging waves of elemental energy, and she was clearly ready to attack. "Han Zhenting, if you're really a smart person, then give me the Star Destroyer." Li Yunxiao couldn't be bothered to look at her. His eyes focused on Han Zhenting, and he said coldly, "Or I'll make you regret it." Han Zhenting's face also turned cold, and she snorted, "Li Yunxiao, don't you think you're too arrogant? If you were in perfect condition, this monarch might be a little afraid, but now." Her eyes were full of confidence, and she looked as if she had already won. Grandma Sunflower said in a low voice, "Shopkeeper, he's stalling for time." Han Zhenting laughed disdainfully, and she said, "No matter how he stalls for time, he can't make up for his huge loss in a short period of time, unless he has a heaven-defying item that can instantly recover elemental energy. But we haven't gotten it yet." "It's better to be cautious," Grandma Sunflower said. Grandma is right." "Thank you, Grandma," Han Zhenting said seriously, and her face gradually turned cold as she looked at Li Yunxiao coldly. "Haha, don't worry, shopkeeper. Let me test this kid's strength first. I won't be disappointed." Grandma Sunflower laughed, and a haze flashed across her face. She picked up her cane and walked over. With every step, the elemental energy beneath her feet rippled faster. Li Yunxiao's mind raced, and he felt a headache coming on. If he released the elites from the World God Monument, he would definitely win. But he didn't know Han Zhenting's position in Divine Cloud Palace, but he was sure that it was not low. If he killed her, how would he explain it to Chu Hongyan in the future? But if he didn't kill her, he would either expose the secret of the World God Monument, or he would be in danger. Kid, weren't you very arrogant? Why do you look so pale?" Grandma Sunflower laughed coldly. "It's no wonder. When death is at hand, no one would have a good expression." She laughed strangely, and lifted her cane. A strong wind shot out, and it headed straight for Li Yunxiao. A ripple appeared in the air, and the strong wind was extremely sharp, making a piercing sound. She had used almost all her strength in this attack, and did not hold back at all. Li Yunxiao's face darkened, and his figure turned into a flash of lightning. But his opponent's 9 stars Emperor's Qi had sealed the sky and locked the earth, and he only had 20 to 30% of his elemental energy left. Under such circumstances, his escape technique was immediately hindered. Bang! The strong wind hit his left shoulder, and a burst of golden light exploded, directly destroying his shoulder blade. Bang! Li Yunxiao gasped in pain, and looked angrily at his injury. The killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. "Haha, the rumors don't match up. Why are you so weak that you can't even block one attack from me?" Grandma Sunflower laughed sinisterly, and once again raised her cane, and pressed forward. The cane created layers of afterimages in the air, and in an instant, it covered the sky, and pounced towards Li Yunxiao from all directions. Li Yunxiao was already prepared. Sword Qi rose from his body, and a cold light pierced through the air. Boom! The lock was cut open, and his body turned into a flash of lightning, and he escaped hundreds of feet away. "Han Zhenting, I'll ask you one last time, do you really want to do things your own way?" Li Yunxiao gritted his teeth, and called out her name. His face was so gloomy that it looked like it was about to drip water. It was obvious that he had reached his limit. Han Zhenting's heart shook. The cold stars in Li Yunxiao's eyes revealed a coldness that even she was afraid of. But after careful calculation, she was 90% sure that she would win. His opponent had no chance of turning the tables. "You've already said it like this. Is there still room for negotiation?" Han Zhenting replied coldly. Her aged face was suffused with a trace of rosy luster, revealing the appearance of a young girl. Xianxia's expression turned even colder. He nodded and said, "If that's the case, then there's no turning back. I'll make you regret your decision today." He clasped two fingers together and slammed them down. A golden light flashed between his brows. The light from the Universe God Monument shot out and transformed into two figures. They were Bin Sun and the evil spirit. As soon as the two appeared, their powerful auras came crashing down like a mountain. The surrounding air instantly exploded with a pung-pung sound, surging in all directions. Ah? This? Han Junting and the other two were struck by the incoming aura, and they were completely dumbfounded. The three of them had their mouths wide open. Their minds were in a daze and they were completely dumbfounded. How did two more people appear out of nowhere? Hee, you should have let us out earlier. TSK, this old woman is so ugly. I want to smash her face. Haha. The evil spirit held his axe with both hands and laughed maniacally. His huge dragon eyes flashed with a cruel light. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Don't stand on ceremony. Kill these three as you wish." As soon as the order was given, Bin Sun and the evil spirit's auras exploded and shot up into the sky. Emperor Jiuxing. Both of them are Emperor Jiuxing. Granny Sunflower was shocked and her body trembled. Bin Sun and the evil spirit were not ordinary Emperor Jiuxing. One had a divine body and the other was a descendant of a dragon. Their abilities were far stronger than those of the same level. Granny Sunflower immediately felt extremely uncomfortable. The two huge forces made her chest feel stuffy. Holy instrument. It must be a holy instrument. Han Junting suddenly realized and said in shock, "You have a holy instrument. Could it be Noah's Ark?" Luan Juanhao was also shocked at the same time. A series of mental shocks made his nerves a little numb. No wonder I couldn't feel the aura of Yiwood spiritualization from you. You put it in the holy instrument. Han Junting's voice suddenly became sharp. She had completely reverted to a woman. Although her disguise was still on, her demeanor was that of a young girl. His eyes were filled with indescribable excitement and shock. All kinds of complicated emotions gathered in his eyes and flickered. Ha! The evil spirit roared loudly, and the battle axe in his hand flew high into the air. Granny Sunflower was shocked. That mountain-like power was descending on her, and she couldn't withstand it at all. But if she didn't, she would die. He could only grit his teeth and brandish his iron crutch, shouting loudly as he fought back. A dim light flashed on the walking stick, and he lifted it up into the air. Bang! The walking stick shook violently, but due to the special material it was made of, it didn't break. Instead, it just broke in the middle. Granny Sunflower's hands were also covered in blood, and she was forced to retreat by the impact of the battle axe. Her eyes were filled with fear. You can't even take a beating. Not satisfying enough. The evil spirit grinned and said, "A few more strikes and I'll be dead." He took a step forward with his axe. Granny Sunflower's face turned pale with fright. She retreated behind Han Junting in a flash and asked in panic, "Shopkeeper, what should we do?" Han Junting was also greatly shaken, and she hurriedly said, "Young Master Yun, please stop. We can have a good talk." Talk? You're messing with me. Li Yunxiao's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Now that you know that I have a supreme profound artifact, there's no way we can talk anymore. You should just die in peace." He waved his hand, and a cold aura spread through the air. Haha, I'll leave this old man to you. I'll take care of that old woman. The evil spirit glared at Bin Sun, and in a flash, he appeared above Granny Sunflower, and swung his axe down. Boom! Granny Sunflower swung her walking stick, and retreated hundreds of feet away. She looked on in shock and anger. Bin Sun's face was also cold. He lazily raised his eyes, and punched at Han Junting. A few strange rays appeared on his fist, and the sky let out an ear-piercing squeak. It was compressed to its limit by the wind generated by the punch, and condensed into a terrifying black ball. The wind on the small ball surged, and it suddenly split open. Boom! A vast and enormous force spun out and directly swallowed Han Junting. Han Junting's body was swept away by the force, and she was floating in the whirlpool, as if she had no power to resist. but her face was shocked, and she did not panic. Her body was well protected, and she did not suffer any injuries. Li Yunxiao snorted, knowing that the battle would not end so quickly. In a flash, he appeared in front of Luan Juanhao, and said coldly, "Hand it over." Luan Juanhao's face was bitter, and he said, "If I hand over the divine sword, Star Destroyer, will you let me go?" Li Yunxiao said, "The fact that I have a divine weapon must not be spread, so you can't leave. But if you pledge allegiance to me, I can keep you in the divine weapon. Not only will you keep your life, but your future will also be brighter than it is now." He had the intention to recruit Luan Juanhao. Ha ha ha. Luan Juanhao laughed, and said, "I'm a 9 stars pinnacle master, and I've had enough of being ordered around. Now you want me to listen to you, who the F***ck do you think you are?" His face suddenly became extremely ferocious, and he shouted fiercely, "Don't think that you're invincible just because you have the upper hand. You're not qualified to control me." His eyes were full of mockery, and he snorted, "If you want to kill me, then kill me." At this moment, his spirit was completely gone, and he looked at the geniuses like Li Yunxiao and Qin Chuan, and he was a little disheartened. Thinking of the painful days he had been through for the past 20 to 30 years, he had no more thoughts of living. Li Yunxiao nodded, and said, "Not bad, you have some backbone. But the loser does not have the right to choose, even if it's a choice of life and death." Golden light flashed between his eyebrows, and he stretched out his 5 fingers to grab Luan Juanhao. Luan Juanhao hurriedly dodged in panic, but he was seriously injured, so how could he escape from Li Yunxiao's suppression? He was instantly absorbed by the power of the universe deity monument. A simple and unadorned black jade ring fell into his hand. Li Yunxiao gently touched it, and the brand on the ring immediately collapsed. He used his divine sense to scan the ring, and his face immediately lit up with joy. He then looked at the battlefield, and saw that Bin Sun and the evil spirit had an overwhelming advantage. It was only a matter of time before they won. He snorted, and put away the ring. He sat in the air in the darkness, and began to adjust his breathing. Han Zhenting, who was far away, was very anxious. Although she did not use her full strength, and was constantly dodging left and right, she knew that there was no way she could win today's battle. Granny Sunflower was vomiting blood from the evil spirit's attacks. The evil spirit seemed to be deliberately playing tricks, and kept bombarding her with powerful attacks. He did not give his opponent a good time, and only did his best to torture her, and kept laughing happily. "Young Master Yun, please listen to me, we can talk this out." Han Zhenting was very anxious, and shouted, "Even if I want to steal your peerless wood, I have never thought of taking your life. I am willing to pay a sufficient price in exchange for today's situation." "Oh? A sufficient price?" Li Yunxiao opened his eyes, and he blinked, and laughed sinisterly. "Are you referring to yourself? TSK, let me tell you, you are worthless." "Hey! What nonsense are you talking about?" Han Zhenting was furious, and she scolded, "Li Yunxiao, we are all smart people. Cooperating with the Star Moon Temple is better than being enemies. Our thoughts change according to the situation, and I believe that I can give you a satisfactory price." Li Yunxiao pondered for a while and said, "Fine. You have completely offended me, and it is not something that can be resolved with just some primary stones. I want to see how you can satisfy me." A golden light flashed from between his eyebrows, and it lit up the entire sky. "If you are sincere, then come into my divine tool. Otherwise, you will die." Li Yunxiao shouted, and his eyes coldly looked at Han Zhenting. At this moment, Bin Sun had already stopped, and he stood in the air with his arms crossed in front of his chest. Han Zhenting's mind was full of thoughts, and her expression became gloomy. She had been in a defensive state, and did not use her full strength. If she used her full strength, she had a 70% chance of escaping from Bin Sun, but Granny Sunflower would definitely die. If Bin Sun and the evil spirit joined forces, her chance of escaping would be less than 30%, and there was also Li Yunxiao, who was eyeing her like a tiger watching its prey, so her chance of escaping was less than 20%. But if she entered the divine tool, she had read a lot of research materials about the divine tool, and knew that it was a world of its own inside, and the rules of the world were all controlled by the realm lord. With just a thought, she could be crushed into pieces. But if she entered the divine tool, she would be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, and there would be no chance for her to fight back. "What, do you want to die, shopkeeper?" Li Yunxiao said coldly, and his eyes were full of mockery. Han Zhenting gritted her teeth, and said angrily, "Although I am not afraid of death, I do not want to die like this." "Fine, I will bet on your character, and hope that you are not such a shameless person. I lost today because you have a divine tool, and I did not expect it. It is the will of the heavens, not my miscalculation." Li Yunxiao laughed, and said, "If you win, then you win. If you lose, then you lose. Losers always have many excuses." Han Zhenting's face turned red, and she was extremely embarrassed. She immediately closed her eyes, and let the golden light suck her away. Bin Sun said to the evil spirit in the distance, "Stop fighting, young Master Yun is going to negotiate with them. If you kill them, they will be worthless." "Okay," the evil spirit responded, and kicked Granny Sunflower's stomach a few more times, causing her to completely faint from the pain. Under the illumination of the World God Monument's golden light, the disguise on Han Zhenting's face began to slowly dissolve, and a peerless beauty was revealed. Bin Chan and the evil spirit were both startled, their eyes wide open as they looked on in shock. Although Li Yunxiao had seen it before, when it was revealed again, his heart still moved slightly, and he sighed inwardly as he thought of another equally peerless beauty. "Huh?" Han Zhenting suddenly opened her eyes, and rays of light shot out. She turned around in shock and looked into the distance. Countless rays of light were flying toward her. Han Zhenting was overjoyed. She expected that the people coming were definitely people from the Myriad Treasure Tower, or the Merchant Alliance. The situation had taken a turn for the better. She hurriedly circulated her origin power, and was about to break free from the golden light. Li Yunxiao's face darkened, and he shouted, "Since you are here, let's take things as they come. Come in." He formed a seal with both hands, and the light between his brows suddenly blossomed. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands, and with a boom, he struck Han Zhenting's protective Emperor Qi. Han Zhenting's body trembled, and her struggle was instantly shattered. She looked over in anger, but suddenly her mind went blank, and then she felt a sharp pain, spiritual attack. In just a moment, when she recovered, she was already in the blue sky and white clouds, sucked into the world god steel. Li Yunxiao heaved a sigh of relief, and looked at the light that was flying over. He instantly froze and shouted, "It's him? Not good, let's go." Bin Sun, the evil spirit, and Grandma Sunflower were also sucked into the world god steel. He moved, turned into a lightning light, and fled. A loud shout came from afar, "The person in front, stay." Then, dark clouds rolled in the sky, and an extremely terrifying aura came from the sky. Boom! A thunderstar ring rippled on Li Yunxiao's body, and directly smashed the pressure. Then, he teleported a few times, and appeared 10,000 feet away. Then, he turned into lightning, and instantly disappeared into the sky. Humph! A heavy shout came from behind, and in an instant, a shadow rushed out from the many lights, and the light turned crimson, and its speed increased by a few times. 3 days later, in a remote city that was tens of thousands of miles away. Suddenly, lightning flashed in the sky, and Li Yunxiao's figure appeared, and directly landed in a corner of the city, without attracting any attention. At this moment, his face was extremely pale, and it was obvious that he had expended too much energy. He looked around with some lingering fear, and then let out a long sigh. The one who chased him was an expert of the treasure tower who had been in seclusion for a long time. It was rumored that this person had passed away, but unexpectedly, he was still in the human world, and his strength was unfathomable. Fortunately, his thunder escape was unparalleled, and he only managed to get rid of him after 3 days and 3 nights. He scanned with his divine sense, and all the movements in the entire city were under his perception. The strongest person in the city was only a 3-star Emperor Wu, and he was old, and his true combat power was probably only at the level of a 1-star Emperor Wu. After confirming that there was no threat, he teleported and found a secret training room in this Emperor Wu's mansion, and went into seclusion. "Head shopkeeper Han, we can talk now." In the Universe God Monument, on a mountain peak, Li Yunxiao's clone appeared and he smiled as he looked at the 2 people before him. Han Zhenting returned to her original appearance. Her beautiful eyes lightly gazed at him, moving his heartstrings. She had a calm expression on her face. It was obvious that she had accepted reality. Although Granny Sunflower had woken up as well, she had been bombarded countless times, and her body had become somewhat bloated. When she saw Li Yunxiao, she revealed a shocked expression, and her eyes flickered with fear. Li Yunxiao smiled gently. With a wave of his hand, a stone table and a stone chair appeared out of thin air, along with a table full of fine wine and spirit fruits. My humble abode is so remote. I don't have anything good to entertain you. I hope you can forgive me. Li Yunxiao gestured for him to sit down, and then sat down first. Han Junting also understood that time was not her place. She gently nodded and sat opposite Li Yunxiao. How many people in the world can enjoy such a remote and poor house? It is my honor to be invited here by young Master Yun. Li Yunxiao smiled, his eyes flashing. You're obviously a peerless beauty. Why hide it? What a pity. Han Junting bit her red lips. What's a pity? Li Yunxiao faintly sighed. It's a pity that such a beautiful scene and beautiful woman will be hard to see after you leave. Han Junting blinked her eyes and smiled. Then young Master Yun will let me go. From now on, I can remove your disguise whenever I want. Cough, cough. What a pity. Li Yunxiao coughed a few times. Han Junting angrily said, What's a pity? Li Yunxiao smiled. It's a pity that I don't understand romance. I only want to gain something practical. Can I live longer by enjoying my eyes? Can it greatly increase my strength? If not, then I don't want it. Humph, state your conditions. Han Junting's expression darkened. She looked like she was at his mercy. Li Yunxiao acknowledged and said, Friends are friends, but accounts have to be accounted for. I have no enmity with you, yet you want to use the Mu families. Death to threaten me. How should I settle this? Han Junting was startled. You want to settle accounts with this? Li Yunxiao said, Of course. Even blood brothers have to settle accounts. Han Junting was infuriated. She snorted and said, Speak. Li Yunxiao nodded. Fine. If you really tell the Mu family about this, then I'll be in danger. The severity of this goes without saying. However, I've always been a merciful person. 195 Supreme Pellet will suffice. What? Are you crazy? Han Junting shouted angrily. Do you know what the 95 Supreme Pellet is? How dare you make such an outrageous request? Hee, of course I know. Li Yunxiao raised his eyebrows and said, It is the only spirit pellet among the absolute grade rank 9 medicinal pills capable of increasing the strength of a 9-star martial emperor. However, one can only consume one. If one were to consume a second one, it would be a waste, and it would no longer have any effect. Han Junting said coldly, Then do you know that the method to refine the 95 Supreme Pellet is already extinct? Li Yunxiao smiled. Of course. The method to refine it is extinct, but it doesn't mean that the pellet is extinct. With the Star Moon House's ability, we can get it. Han Junting stared at him and said angrily, You think too highly of us. Li Yunxiao said slowly, Then there's no other way. If the Star Moon House doesn't even have this ability, then I really can't think of any value you have to redeem your life. You. Han Junting was furious, but she had nothing to say. The two of them fell into silence. Li Yunxiao was not in a hurry. He continued to smile and drink his wine. Han Junting finally sighed. The initiative was completely in his hands. There was no way for her to fight back. She spoke first. Do you know something? As soon as she said that, her beautiful eyes stared at Li Yunxiao without blinking. Her face was so beautiful that Li Yunxiao could not help but look away. Know what? Han Junting stared at him for a while and sighed again. A light flashed in her hand, and a jade box was pushed in front of him. Li Yunxiao was shocked. He opened the jade box and exclaimed, 95 Supreme Pellet. A round, orange-colored pellet lay in the box. It was the size of a longan and was flashing with boundless spiritual energy. TSK, the Star Moon House is really powerful. Li Yunxiao laughed and kept the jade box. He knew that the Divine Cloud Palace had this item, but he did not expect Han Junting to have one with her. This showed her status. Han Junting's face turned gloomy. What else do you want? let's settle it together. Li Yunxiao smiled. There's no hurry. These bejeweled fruits are also very rare. Don't you want to eat some? Han Junting was not in the mood to eat. She felt more and more frustrated. Li Yunxiao minded his own business and ate for a while. When he saw that the other party's expression was becoming increasingly gloomy, he immediately put the wine and berries to the side and said slowly, "Forget it, let's forget about the other small grudges. Let's talk about this time. The sword of destroying stars was within my reach, but you interfered and wanted to take my Ewood spirit. If I did not have some trump cards, not only would you have gotten it, even my life would be in danger. How do you plan to compensate me?" Han Junting said angrily, "Say it." Li Yunxiao thought for a while, then smiled and said, "How about this, although I am poor, there are not many things in this world that can move my heart. Head shopkeeper, you only need to let me play with the Star Moon House for 2 years." Han Junting was completely stunned. She was so angry that her body trembled. "You want the Star Moon House? Are you crazy or did I hear you wrong?" Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "I don't want it. I want to borrow it. Let's borrow it for 2 years. Dream on." Han Junting's face darkened, and she said with a stern expression, "Kill me. I am only the shopkeeper of the Star Moon House, not the owner. Even if I am the owner of the Star Moon House, I will not let you use it for 2 years." Granny Sunflower snorted. "The owner of the Star Moon House is not someone you can afford to offend. I hope you don't court death." Li Yunxiao looked up and said in surprise, "Oh, then who is the owner of the Star Moon House?" Han Junting and Granny Sunflower's pupils shrunk. They snorted coldly and did not say anything. Li Yunxiao said, "Other than this condition, I really can't think of anything else that can redeem your lives." Han Junting said coldly, "Just kill us." Li Yunxiao smiled. "TSK, don't think of me as a bad person. Although I can't let you two leave, this place is beautiful and the spiritual chi is also passable. Why don't you two cultivate here? When you reach the peak of 9 stars, you might have the chance to break through this world and leave." Han Junting and Granny Sunflower's face turned extremely ugly. Han Junting clenched her teeth. "If the Star Moon House is really given to you for 2 years, you won't dare to accept it. I can promise to provide you with any information outside of the Star Moon House for free within a year." Li Yunxiao said, "That's still too cheap. Within a year, I can use all the resources of the Star Moon House, including manpower and resources." Han Junting said angrily, "What's the difference between this and letting you control it? Li Yunxiao, don't go too far. You should know that greed is the root of poverty." "Is that so?" Li Yunxiao tapped his index finger on the table. "Then how about this? Provide me with information for free within a year, and do one thing for me." Han Junting furrowed her brows in disbelief. "One thing? One thing." Li Yunxiao said seriously, "You know about the wedding in the Crimson Moon City within a month, right? I want to save Jiang Ruobing." Han Junting was stunned and said with a strange expression, "You want to ruin the wedding in the Crimson Moon City? Going against the Crimson Moon City is not a good choice, but if it's just to kidnap someone, it's not a bad idea. Are you sure Jiang Ruobing is really willing to go with you?" Li Yunxiao said, "Don't tell me that they are both willing." Han Junting suddenly smiled and said, "I do have some information about this matter. It's not important whether Jiang Ruobing is willing or not. What's important is that it's a win-win situation. As the daughter of the Jiang family, how can she decide on the marriage? If you act recklessly like this, it might cause more harm and unpredictable consequences." Li Yunxiao said, "If you were Jiang Ruobing, would you want someone to save you?" Han Junting was stunned for a moment. Then, her eyes flickered and she said quietly, "There is only one person in this world who can control my affairs." Her eyes were filled with sadness. Li Yunxiao was a little surprised. From the looks of it, her heart seemed to belong to someone, and it seemed like it couldn't be cut off or sorted out. Han Junting suddenly asked, "Young Master Yun's life is like a lonely shadow. Has his heart ever belonged to someone?" Li Yunxiao frowned slightly and said indifferently, "Isn't the Star Moon Temple's intelligence network unparalleled in the world?" Han Junting smiled and said, "I wouldn't dare call it unparalleled in the world, but I did find a lot of things. There are many women around young Master Yun, but the only ones who can be considered as his confidants are Ding Ling and Luo Yunshang. Which one does young Master Yun belong to, or does he have a crush on both? Li Yunxiao raised his eyebrows and asked, where is Yunshang now? Han Junting was slightly surprised, but her expression remained calm. She said indifferently, this matter is related to some secrets of the Star Moon Temple. Forgive me for not being able to tell you. Li Yunxiao was silent. The place where Luo Yunshang went was where Gu Qingqing left behind the rainbow stone. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a secret of the Divine Firmament Palace. He said, is she safe now? Han Junting glanced at him and said, according to the information I have, she should be safe. Speaking of which, both of young Master Yun's confidants are related to me. We should be friends, not enemies. It's all my fault for being blinded by greed and causing my current predicament. Sigh. She let out a long sigh and looked very regretful. Li Yunxiao naturally wouldn't be fooled. He said indifferently, it's fine. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. I'm a very easy person to talk to. As long as you give me enough benefits, I'll naturally leave. Han Junting. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Star Moon Temple will send 3 9-stars pinnacle powerhouses to help me on this trip to Crimson Moon City. Everything that happened before will be written off. Han Junting's face immediately turned green, and she gritted her teeth in anger. Young Master Yun, if you're going to do this to me again, then just kill me. Li Yunxiao blinked his eyes and said, if your Chamber of Commerce can send a powerhouse like Luan Juanhao, you should be able to send 3 9-stars peak martial artists, right? Han Junting snorted angrily, young Master Yun, don't play dumb here. Do you think a 9-stars pinnacle overlord is a cabbage? If I had another such existence by my side, would I have fallen into your hands today? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, then let's get 10 Emperor Jiuxing to help. Han Junting said coldly, not either. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, then what's your price? Head manager, you're the one who needs to save your life now. If you can't satisfy me, then what's the point of keeping you alive other than using you as a woman? Shameless. Han Junting angrily slapped him, knocking over all the delicacies on the table. Li Yunxiao let out a long laugh, and his figure suddenly became blurry. The palm passed through his body, unable to hurt him at all. Han Junting's eyes were filled with anger, and her chest was heaving up and down. It was obvious that she felt wronged, but she had no choice but to admit defeat. This could be said to be the biggest setback she had ever suffered. However, she was an extremely intelligent person, and she quickly adjusted her mentality and said, you're only afraid of the Crimson Moon 3 elders. I can think of a way to stop the Crimson Moon 3 elders from making a move, and I can be considered as providing 3 9-stars peak Emperor Wu. Oh? You can really do that? Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed, and there was a flash of joy in them. Han Junting said, the situation in the Crimson Moon City has always been the focus of the Star Moon House's analysis. The Crimson Moon 3 elders and Tang Qing are not of the same mind. They will only be united when it comes to the interests of the Crimson Moon City. It's not impossible to divide them on the matter of Jiangruobing. Li Yunxiao said, I want a guarantee for this, not a possibility. One wrong move and it's very likely that we'll lose everything. Han Junting gritted her teeth and said, fine. I can agree to this. But you can't ask for other conditions. Her eyes were filled with anger, and it was obvious that she was extremely angry. Haha, fine. Li Yunxiao laughed and said, there's one last condition, which is the 3 questions I asked you last time. Han Junting was silent for a while, and then said slowly, one of them has already told you the answer, and I'm not sure about the other one. As for the last one. She hesitated, and her eyes kept flickering. After a long time, she said, although Gu Feiyang died in the Tianshao Mountains, there is indeed something fishy about it. We don't know if it's for the sanctuary, but it's definitely related to the people of the sanctuary. If you really want to investigate, Hua Qianshu might be the key person. Regarding this matter, the Star Moon House has also spent a lot of effort to investigate, but they only scratched the surface. If we delve deeper, it's very likely that we'll attract danger. Han Junting's eyes turned, and she said doubtfully, could it be that young Master Yun is related to Gu Feiyang? Gu Feiyang has been dead for more than 10 years, and ashes to ashes, dust to dust, and dust to dust. Moreover, there are at least 1,000 peerless experts that died in the Xianxia mountains, so it's not strange at all. With young Master Yan's age, it's really hard for me to understand how he could be related to Gu Feiyang. Li Yunxiao was expressionless, and he said indifferently, "Head shopkeeper, the information you've given me is enough. As for the rest, there's no need for you to know, and I don't want the Star Moon House to investigate me anymore." Han Zhenting said, "Regarding young Master Yan's information, all that can be found is already in my mind. I'm afraid the rest won't be easy to obtain." Li Yunxiao nodded lightly. Although his expression remained the same, there was a chill in the depths of his eyes, accompanied by flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder. He had long felt that there was something fishy about what happened in the past, but the situation was urgent, and he didn't have the time to investigate further. Ever since his rebirth, his doubts had been buried in the bottom of his heart. Until Di Jia confessed that the Demon Lord's last clone was in the sanctuary, everything flashed through his mind in a flash, and he seemed to have understood many things. Han Zhenting looked at Li Yunxiao in surprise, and he seemed to have a lot on his mind. She was also very curious. Gu Feiyang's death was an important piece of information that the Star Moon House wanted to investigate, but they couldn't find anything. They didn't expect that someone would be interested in this matter, and this person himself was full of mysteries. Han Zhenting said carefully, "Everything has been settled. Can young Master Yun fulfill his promise and let us go?" Li Yunxiao finally came back to his senses, and said, "Of course. However, just in case, the two of you have to make a vow that you will not tell anyone about me." Han Zhenting said, "All right." This was already within her expectations, and although she was extremely unwilling, she still had to do it. She put 2 fingers together and raised them up, solemnly swearing an oath. Grandma Sunflower's face twitched, and she also swore. Li Yunxiao was satisfied, and said, "All right, the deal is done. I can send the 2 of you away at any time, but I still want to ask about one thing. What is the identity of the person in blue from the Mu family, and where does he live?" Han Zhenting heaved a sigh of relief. Since Li Yunxiao said the deal was done, he wouldn't go back on his word. Her life was saved, although she had to pay a big price for it. Han Zhenting said, "I only know that he is from the hidden Mu family, but he is not on good terms with the orthodox Mu family. He might be a disciple of the Mu family who rebelled and left, and he has been cultivating in the outskirts of Lawless Heaven." Lawless Heaven? Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and he seemed to be in deep thought. Han Zhenting said, "Yes, he claims to be from beyond Lawless Heaven. Although that place isn't as dangerous as Tianxiao mountain range, it is still a notoriously dangerous place, and few people set foot there." Li Yunxiao said, "I know about Lawless Heaven, and I have been there once." "What? You have been to Lawless Heaven? How is that possible?" Han Zhenting was shocked, and her eyes were full of doubt. After all, she knew everything about Li Yunxiao, and there was no such thing. Li Yunxiao looked at her indifferently and snorted, "Nothing is impossible in this world. Those who think they know and control everything are the biggest idiots in the world." Han Zhenting stared blankly for a moment, then became silent and said, "You must be interested in the Mu clan's puppetry technique." Back then, the Mu clan was considered an extremely powerful existence. After so many years of secluded cultivation, their strength is already difficult to estimate. If you can learn the essence of puppetry, it is indeed a great ability. Li Yunxiao seemed unwilling to talk anymore, and said, "I have no more questions. You two can leave at any time, but do you want to leave now?" Han Zhenting said, "Of course, the sooner the better, but, please return Master Luan Juanhao to us as well." Li Yunxiao smiled coldly, "Luan Juanhao is Luan Juanhao, and you two are you. Do you want to buy 2 get 1 free? The shopkeeper's chips were only enough to redeem the 2 of you." Han Zhenting was flustered and exasperated, "What else do you want? Master Luan is the 9 stars pinnacle Emperor Wu, you won't really kill him, right?" Li Yunxiao said, "The value of the 9 stars pinnacle Emperor Wu is very high. I understand it even without you saying it, and it is precisely because of this that I will not let him go easily." Han Zhenting was stunned, "You want to subdue him?" "Hee, subdue a 9 stars pinnacle Emperor Wu, do you think it is possible?" Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed, and he said with a murderous aura, "There is nothing impossible in this world. In my holy relic, those who obey will prosper, and those who defy will die. If he does not obey, then he really will not be able to leave. Han Junting's heart thumped, and she felt a chill. She only felt that there was nothing this person in front of her didn't dare to do. Li Yunxiao said, I will send the two of you off. Remember the agreement just now, or else, Han Junting said seriously, don't worry, we have already made a hard oath, and we will not go back on our words. Young Master Yun will definitely not see the three elders in action during his trip to Scarlet Moon City. That's good. Li Yunxiao shouted in a deep voice, and waved his hand. The two only felt a blur in front of them and a white light flashed. The next moment, they appeared directly hundreds of meters in the sky above the small city. The two of them looked around as if they weren't sure that they had already come out. Only when they saw over 1 million people walking to and fro in the city did they heave a sigh of relief. Their hearts that were hanging in the air were finally at ease. Han Junting scanned the area with her divine sense, but to no avail. She could not sense Li Yunxiao's presence at all. She sighed dejectedly, looking defeated. This was a complete failure. She had never suffered such a setback in her life. Granny Sunflower had watched her grow up, so she naturally understood what she was thinking. She comforted her, we lost this time because Li Yunxiao had a supreme profound weapon. No one could have predicted this. Head shopkeeper, you don't have to blame yourself. Han Junting said, Li Yunxiao was right. A loss is a loss, and losers always like to find excuses for themselves. Li Yunxiao's shrewdness and strength are above mine. Even if he didn't have a supreme profound weapon, we might not have succeeded this time. Her dispirited look was swept away, and her eyes shone brightly. Her voice was filled with excitement as she said, but I never expected him to have a sacred weapon. This is such an important matter. We didn't fail in vain this time. Granny Sunflower also said seriously, this matter is indeed unexpected and shocking. There are many rumors about Noah's Ark, but no one has actually seen it. Almost all of them are fake news. Our divine cloud palace has also tried several times, but to no avail. I didn't expect it to be with him. Han Junting's beautiful eyes wandered, and she said thoughtfully, even if Li Yunxiao didn't let me make a hard oath, I would never tell anyone about this, lest it causes a world war. After all, the sacred weapon is of utmost importance. Its value is even higher than the Ewood spirit transformation. Granny Sunflower said, then what should we do now? Han Junting said, one step at a time. Let's deal with urgent matters later. Let's settle the matter in Crimson Moon City first. Sigh. Granny Sunflower sighed, it's extremely difficult to persuade the three elders of Crimson Moon City not to act. Han Junting's state of mind seemed to gradually recover. She said indifferently, it may be difficult, but it's not impossible. I have already calculated this, so there's no need to worry. Instead, this Li Yunxiao, if we don't get rid of him, he will become a huge problem. Granny Sunflower was shocked, and she said hoarsely, head shopkeeper, are you going to break the agreement? We are. Han Junting raised her hand, interrupting her words. When did I say that I would break the agreement? Her beautiful eyes flashed with a harsh light, and said coldly, this person is even more terrifying than Qin Chuan, he must be eliminated. I only promised to help him persuade the three elders of Scarlet Moon City not to make a move. I didn't say I wouldn't kill him. Granny Sunflower's eyes lit up as well. Indeed. Let's immediately send a message back to Divine Firmament Palace and ask for reinforcements to surround and kill this kid. Han Junting shook her head and said, that's not appropriate. This was not the time for Divine Firmament Palace to reveal themselves. It was not suitable for them to expose a large number of their experts. Furthermore, we had just negotiated a treaty with him. It would be unreasonable for us to turn against him now. We have to kill this person, but we don't have to do it ourselves. Granny Sunflower thought for a moment, then said, head shopkeeper, do you mean to ask for help from Red Moon City? Han Junting said, Red Moon City itself is in a state of disunity. If the three elders don't make a move, I don't think they can win. Don't forget one more thing. The young master of the Baiming family, the leader of the four prodigies of the northern region, Baiming Lifeng, and a few elders of the Baiming family seem to have died in the East Sea. And Li Yunxiao came back from the East Sea alive. Granny Sunflower praised, wonderful. We just need to clarify the situation with the Baiming family, then guide them, and let the Baiming family believe that the murderer is Li Yunxiao. Han Junting shook her head, and said helplessly, why do we need to make it so complicated? The Baiming family's young master is dead, and I'm afraid there's already a turbulent undercurrent. They won't know any less than us. We just need to leak Li Yunxiao's whereabouts, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Once the situation is chaotic, we might not even need Divine Cloud Palace's power to kill Li Yunxiao, and seize the divine artifact and Yiwu's spirit transformation. The two of them immediately flew into the city. After a few hours, the teleportation portal was activated, and the two of them were no longer in the city. After sending off Han Junting and Granny Sunflower, Li Yunxiao appeared in a desert in a flash. Luan Juanhao was sitting cross-legged, quietly absorbing spiritual qi, and healing his internal injuries. He sensed someone's arrival at once, and slowly opened his eyes, which were filled with sharpness. Li Yunxiao smiled. 3 days is not a short time, but it seems that Lord Luan did not recover much. Could it be that your injuries are that serious? Humph. Luan Juanhao snorted coldly, and said, you've already taken the divine sword, why are you still looking for me? Li Yunxiao said, this question is a little strange. Since I captured you and put you into the supreme profound artifact, naturally, I have something to look for you. Luan Juanhao glanced at him and came out of meditation, and said, to be captured and put into Noah's Ark, it's not a disgrace to my identity. What's the matter? Li Yunxiao smiled in surprise. After being separated for more than 20 years, it felt like a lifetime. He did not expect to see him again, nor did he expect it to be like this. I have a difficult matter to do, and I would like to ask for Lord Luan's help. You want me to help you? Impossible. Luan Juanhao's eyes turned cold, and he mocked. Aya, everything can be discussed, don't reject me so quickly. Li Yunxiao chuckled, and said, could it be that Lord Luan does not remember your current situation? Or perhaps you don't understand the ancient saying that people under other people's eaves have to bow their heads? Anger surged on Luan Juanhao's face. After a moment of silence, he said coldly, even if it's a supreme profound artifact, it's just the power of a realm. It may not be able to trap me. Li Yunxiao smiled, and said, that was when Lord was at his peak, right? As long as I am willing, I'm afraid Lord will never be able to return to his peak in this place. Luan Juanhao's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with anger, and he shouted, speak. What do you want me to do? Will you let me go after it's done? Li Yunxiao smiled, and said, Lord, you're finally starting to understand. I want to save someone, and I'm alone. I hope Lord can lend me a hand. After the matter is done, the sea is wide, and the sky is high, and the birds are free to fly. Luan Juanhao pondered for a moment, and said, where to save? Who is the enemy? Li Yunxiao said, Hongyu City. What? Luan Juanhao was shocked, and said angrily, are you kidding? Just the 3 words Hongyu City was enough to explain everything, and there was no need for further explanation. Although he had guessed that the task would be extremely difficult, he didn't expect it to be this difficult. Li Yunxiao said, this young master never jokes. Hongyu City's overall situation can't be compared to the past, and I will find someone to restrain the red, yellow, and blue elders. If there is no outside help in the city, no one can match Lord. Luan Juanhao frowned, and said hesitantly, I have heard a thing or two about Hongyu City's situation. If we can restrain the 3 elders, we can give it a try. He looked at Li Yunxiao, and said, it can't be just the 2 of us, right? There should be many experts on this Noah's Ark, right? Li Yunxiao nodded, and said, there are indeed a few people, the 2 you met 3 days ago also know how to do it. But their strength is still on the weak side, and Lord will definitely be the leader. Luan Juanhao said slowly, if everything goes smoothly, I can help you. But if there is an unforeseen event that endangers my life, I will turn around and leave without another word. Li Yunxiao looked at him, and said, as long as you don't fight head-on, how many people in this world can endanger your life? If other 9 stars peak experts appear, Lord only needs to help me delay them. Luan Juanhao nodded, and said, okay. But my current injuries can't be healed in a short time, without several months of hard training, I won't be able to recover to my peak. Li Yunxiao smiled, and said, Lord doesn't need to worry about this, within a month, I will definitely return you full of blood and devil. It's just that you and I have an agreement, Lord must make a hard oath, and not spread the news that I have a supreme-grade profound artifact, only then I can rest assured. Luan Juanhao was straightforward this time and nodded, and said, okay. He immediately raised his hand to make the oath, and his face was solemn. Only then did Li Yunxiao reveal a smile, and said, thank you, Lord, for fulfilling my wish. I wish for a happy cooperation. He flipped one hand, and all kinds of supreme-grade heaven and earth treasures appeared in front of him. Following that, with a thought, the wind and clouds in the surroundings suddenly rose, the spiritual energy in the sky like layers of clouds rolled over. In an instant, the density of the spiritual energy around Luan Juanhao directly turned into liquid, just short of solidifying into dust. This, Luan Juanhao stared blankly, knowing that this was the power of the Lord of a realm. He could not help being extremely envious. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Lord Luan can recuperate here in peace. Eating these heaven and earth treasures, plus such density of spiritual energy, a month's time is more than enough. Luan Juanhao did not stand on ceremony either, putting away all those heaven and earth treasures, and said, okay. But I said that I will only make a move once, before saving people in Crimson Moon City. Even if you encounter a life and death crisis, I will also absolutely not make a move. Otherwise, the Crimson Moon City agreement is invalid. Of course. Li Yunxiao agreed readily, and then laughed loudly a few times, and then his figure flashed, vanishing on the spot. Luan Juanhao's eyes flickered with all kinds of complicated glints. No one knew what he was thinking. Finally, coming back to his senses, he began to choose heaven and earth treasures to consume, and regulated his breathing in peace. After Li Yunxiao left Luan Juanhao, he instantly teleported 10,000 meters up in the sky. In front of him was a scarlet sea of fire, hundreds of acres in size, burning in a circular shape, like a huge fiery red disk, hanging high in the sky. The scarlet flames surged and danced. Li Yunxiao revealed a look of surprise. He could feel the cheerful emotions of these fire elements. In the center of the disk, countless fire symbols appeared, turning into different shapes and dancing. Fei's body was curled up, quietly sleeping, like a baby in a mother's womb, sweet and peaceful, with a faint smile on its face. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. Behind Fei and I, he could vaguely see the shadow of a phoenix, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, and turned around. Within the sea of fire, all the fire symbols in the sky suddenly froze, as if time and space had suddenly stopped. An ancient roar flew out from the flames, proud and empty, as if it had passed through layers of time and space, resounding in the entire universe God monument. At this moment, not only him, but everyone in the inner realm opened their eyes in shock, looking at the distant horizon in shock. Li Yunxiao was astonished. In the middle of the sea of fire, countless fire talismans gathered above Fei's body. They slowly revealed their form and turned into a real spirit fire phoenix. The terrifying aura instantly rose to the maximum. Real spirit? Li Yunxiao was also overwhelmed with shock. The boundless power that pounced towards him had already exceeded the scope of martial arts, causing him to tremble with fear. Even though he was in the universe God monument, the feeling of being in control of everything instantly disappeared. What replaced it was fear, and fear from the bottom of his heart. The fire phoenix gathered with its eyes closed. It seemed to be in a deep sleep. The huge body of fire burned fiercely as it faced Li Yunxiao from afar. Bang! Suddenly, the body of fire of the fire phoenix exploded. It didn't cause a huge impact. It just turned into countless fire talismans and dissipated in the sea of fire. The temperature of the entire sea of fire rose abruptly, and it burned even more fiercely. Around the outer flames of the sea of fire, black cracks appeared. It burned through the space within the monument, and it became fragmented. Li Yunxiao was astonished. If he were to allow the flames to continue burning, the entire universe God monument would probably be destroyed. He hesitated for a while and finally weaved seals with both hands. Golden talismans entered the sea of fire and lowered the shocking temperature. At the same time, a fire cloud mark appeared between his eyebrows and turned into a shadow of a phoenix. It opened its mouth and inhaled. Whoosh whoosh. Boundless flames flew up and surged towards his eyebrows. Li Yunxiao's body became golden and brilliant. The extremely high temperature forced his indestructible golden body to protect his body automatically. Amidst the chaos, fire talismans crashed into his body, bursting into raging flames. His body, which was shining with golden light, turned dark gold under the continuous burning of the divine fire. It became darker and darker. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. An hour later, the entire sea of fire was sucked back into his body. A strange feeling arose in his heart. It was as if the flames were much more intelligent than before and they were no longer inanimate objects. Is the ancient heavenly phoenix really going to be revived? Xianxia was shocked. Feeling the raging fire energy in his body, he became somewhat restless. Xianxia suddenly let out a soft sound. His brows furrowed, and his sleeping posture gradually relaxed. It was like a red bird spreading its wings in spring. Her slender figure twisted before Xianxia's eyes, and it gave him the feeling of being warm and fragrant like jade and smooth like congealed fat. Coupled with the crimson-red jade dawn silk clothes covering her body, it caused one's mouth to go dry. Even Xianxia couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Ah. Xianxia finally opened her eyes. When she saw Xianxia's appearance, her first reaction was to cry out in embarrassment. Then, the fiery red figure flashed and disappeared. The next moment, a red light appeared in front of Xianxia and said with a smile, "Why are you looking at me like that? Is it nice?" Xianxia's face turned red, and he said in a daze, "Ahem, I'm just checking if there's anything wrong with your body." "Oh, are you that concerned about me?" Xianxia giggled, and her hands formed a flower. She danced in front of Xianxia and said, look as you please." Like a flower or fog, it was graceful and beautiful. 2 streams of blood flowed down from Xianxia's nose, and he said awkwardly, "Young Mistress Xianxia, please conduct yourself with dignity." "Conduct myself?" Xianxia stopped dancing and said angrily, "You stared at me while I was asleep, and you still want me to conduct myself with dignity? You've already seen it, and you want to act shamelessly?" Xianxia wiped the blood from his nose, and said, "I really just wanted to observe your body's condition. Don't misunderstand." Xianxia smiled slyly, and said, "Then how's the observation? Is it nice?" Xianxia turned his head, and he couldn't stand her overbearing beauty, and said, You seem to have advanced to 9 stars? Xianxia froze for a moment, and then she was shocked. The energy inside her body revolved, and a vast amount of energy instantly gushed out. The entire area turned red, and it was a sea of red. This energy was the power of Emperor Jiuxing. "I really advanced." Xianxia was also stunned, and then she became ecstatic. Her eyes flashed with excitement, and she giggled, "You are my man indeed. Not only did you heal my injuries, but you also helped me advance by 1 star. TSK. I will follow you for the rest of my life." Xianxia's face darkened, and he said embarrassedly, "This is entirely your special body type. It has nothing to do with me. I like modest and low-key men like you. You do good deeds without leaving your name, and you don't take credit for it." Xianxia giggled, and her face was full of joy. "Xianxia. Don't talk nonsense. I was just about to ask you, what is the heavenly phoenix nirvana physique?" Xianxia bit her lips, and said, "This is one of my biggest secrets. But since you asked, I have to tell you." She explained, like the dragons, the phoenixes have many branches. For example, the ancestral dragon, the Archaeosaurus, and the Chilan dragons are all beings of the true soul level, but they are all descendants of the ancient dragons. The phoenixes are the same. The fire phoenixes, scarlet phoenixes, black phoenixes, ice phoenixes, and feathered phoenixes are all descendants of the ancient heavenly phoenixes. The heavenly phoenix nirvana physique contains a trace of the heavenly phoenix nirvana physique. Xianxia said, "I understand now." "Then what is the nirvana physique?" Xianxia's brows furrowed, "I don't really understand this. In the long river of history, the heavenly phoenix nirvana physique was very rare. But my body's greatest advantage is that I recover very quickly. No matter how serious my injuries are, as long as I don't die, I can recover within a few days. Moreover, this recovery speed is also continuously shortening with the passage of time. First Head once predicted that as long as I master the heavenly phoenix nirvana physique, I will have an almost immortal body. Any injury can be healed in an instant. Immortal body. Instant recovery. Xianxia was shocked, and said in disbelief, "That's too exaggerated. Even the ancient heavenly phoenix herself can't do it. There must be a limit to the recovery time, but no one has reached it yet. Faye and I blinked and smiled. I'm not sure either. Anyway, the heavenly phoenix physique is very powerful. It won't bring shame to your identity. Li Yunxiao wiped his cold sweat and said, nonsense again. Since the heavenly phoenix nirvana physique has the power of the heavenly phoenix, how did Mr. Quan take it back then? Extract your bloodline, or directly refine you into a pill? Fei Ni's body trembled, and a trace of fear and despair appeared on her face. You want to take my heavenly phoenix nirvana physique too? Her eyes were filled with endless sorrow and desolation. Li Yunxiao sweated profusely. You're thinking too much again. I'm just asking, you don't have to answer. Only then did Fei and I recover from her fear and despair, and said softly, I only hope that your heart is like mine, and I will not let you down. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, I'm not interested in your heavenly phoenix nirvana physique, and I'm not interested in you either. There's no need to feel sorry for yourself. As long as you swear that you won't tell anyone about my supreme grade Xian artifact, you can leave any time. Fei Ni's tears turned into a smile, and she giggled, if that's the case, then there's no need for me to leave. This place is pretty good, I'll just stay here and cultivate. Li Yunxiao frowned, the spiritual qi here is much worse than the Sky Ridge, and young Master Fei Ni's disappearance will be traced back to me sooner or later. I don't want to be hunted down by the Long family. Fei and I laughed, if they really come to kill you, I'll just show myself, and everything will be fine. Li Yunxiao was momentarily speechless, and said unhappily, up to you, do whatever you want. Don't go. Fei and I saw that he was about to turn and leave, and hurriedly turned into a red light and chased after him, like a cloud flying past. Li Yunxiao couldn't be bothered with her, and just as he was about to leave, his expression suddenly changed, and became somewhat serious. With a wave of his hand, a huge floating island appeared out of thin air. It was the Spirit Vein Mine. Then, with a flash, he landed on it and began to meditate. After 3 days and 3 nights of fleeing, his body had consumed a lot of energy, and he urgently needed to recover. Because he already felt a trace of a breakthrough, and this feeling was getting stronger and stronger, and he could face advancement at any time. If his origin energy could not recover, and was not enough to support the breakthrough, it was very likely that he would fail, and the consequences would be too severe. Boom! Muffled sounds of explosions continuously came from within his body, and all the apertures opened up like beans being fried. Very quickly, they were filled with origin energy, and his meridians swelled up by several times. Not only did his body expand to become extremely large, but it also turned into a brilliant golden light, illuminating thousands of feet. What's going on? Li Yunxiao was shocked. The surging power was completely uncontrollable, and continuously washed through his limbs and bones. Fei and I was also shocked, and said, what's wrong with you? Li Yunxiao shouted in a low voice, quickly dodge, I can't control the origin energy in my body, I might be about to break through. Fei and I hurriedly flashed, and appeared 100 feet away from the mine, looking on nervously. She naturally knew the situation of a breakthrough, especially after entering high-level Emperor Wu. Every breakthrough was like facing a life-and-death battle. When she was advancing to 8-star Emperor Wu, the entire Tianling Long family was in a state of nervousness, and even the Long family patriarch personally protected her. Li Yunxiao's face darkened, and he lightly shouted, good fortune Wen Qi. A strange force appeared around his body, and then the entire mine surged out countless blue symbols, flashing non-stop on the surface of his body, and finally being absorbed into his skin. Fei Ni's eyes suddenly widened, and she looked at everything in front of her in shock. Li Yunxiao's figure and appearance could not be seen clearly, as it was covered by a large amount of spiritual energy. Indistinctly, one could see countless origin energy taking shape, like many mini dragons, crazily entering his body. The spiritual energy that had taken shape looked as if it had solidified, and was desperately pouring into Li Yunxiao's body. Ah! Fei and I was quite frightened. How was this absorbing spiritual energy? It was completely pieces of top-quality spiritual stones piling up into his body, but she was also a genius, and after a short period of shock, she calmed her heart down, and her beautiful eyes shone with excitement. Kaboom! The continuous rumbling sounds inside Li Yunxiao's body grew louder and louder. Finally, they converged into a sonic boom and exploded above his dantian. A giant nebula was circulating inside his body. Like the end of all his meridians, it continuously devoured the Yuanli inside his body. The surging energy inside his meridians was suddenly emptied. His swollen body instantly returned to its original size and even shriveled up. Li Yunxiao frowned. He was no stranger to breaking through to the 8-star Emperor Wu, but he had never needed so much Yuanli before. The consumption was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much spiritual qi he poured in, it would never be enough. Though the speed of his absorption was terrifying, he still felt like he could not make up for it. Right now, his physical body's strength had been pushed to the extreme. Golden light shone like the sunset, and his skin emitted a metallic luster. There was also a low rumbling sound. Still not enough. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. Grabbing the air, all kinds of treasures appeared. Opening his mouth wide, he swallowed them all. Fei Ni's face was filled with shock. Not to mention the amount of spiritual qi he was absorbing, merely the speed at which he was absorbing spiritual qi was enough to cause an 8-star martial emperor to explode. However, looking at Li Yunxiao's skin, which was gradually withering, it seemed that it was far from enough. Right now, in the sky, right above Li Yunxiao, a nebula appeared and spun endlessly. How could this be? Fei Enai mumbled to herself. She could tell that this phenomenon was a sign of insufficient Yuanli. If the accumulation of Yuanli is not enough, why would there be a breakthrough? This was a question Li Yunxiao could not figure out. Logically speaking, he still had a long way to go before he could break through to the 8-star Emperor Wu. It was impossible for him to break through at this point. The lack of Yuanli required to break through clearly proved this point. His heart shuddered as he thought of the reason. It must be the change in the flame of the phoenix that led to the sudden change in his cultivation. Thinking of this, Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. The cloud of fire between his brows flickered. A surge of fire energy rushed out and burned his body. This fire, Fei Enai was shocked. The fiery aura that assaulted her was abnormally fierce, but it gave her a very comfortable and intimate feeling. She couldn't help but want to throw herself into the embrace of the flames. Fei Enai calmed himself down and carefully took a step forward, walking directly to the edge of the flame. As soon as he set foot inside, the bloodline in his body was stimulated, emitting a vast, surging power. Crackle! Her bones seemed to be starting to shatter at this moment. It was so painful that she grimaced in pain, and cold sweat broke out all over her body. Under this immense pain, Fei Ni's eyes flashed with determination. Instead of retreating, he took another step forward. Bang! Suddenly, a sharp pain came from her back, causing her body to tremble. It was as if a force was about to burst her body. Boom! With a loud bang, all the chaotic energy poured out from behind him. His whole body instantly became relaxed. Fei Enai was sweating profusely, her face pale. Her eyes suddenly shrank as she stared at her own shadow above the sea of fire. Long phoenix feathers unfurled behind her, gorgeous like fire. This is, Fei Enai turned around in shock. Looking at the colorful wings behind her, she felt a little dazed. Atavism, not only did her figure change, but phoenix scales also appeared on her hands and some other vital parts of her body. Any light that shone over was refracted into 5 different colors and scattered in all directions. Her entire body was enveloped in a dazzling light, indescribably noble and beautiful. In this state, Fei Enai was delighted to find that his strength had climbed to an unprecedented height, and an extremely inflated confidence spontaneously grew. It was as if she was already standing at the peak of martial arts, enough to look down on the world. Ah! Li Yunxiao. She was proud for a while before suddenly realizing that Li Yunxiao's current state was abnormally bad. The appearance of the divine flame brought with it a vast amount of energy that made up for his lack of origin power. The bottomless pit seemed to be slowly filling up, but the power of the flames began to burn his physical body. His golden body had already been burned to a dark gold color. Li Yunxiao's heart was also anxious. This god fire was clearly under his control, so why was it still hurting him? There was only one explanation, and that was that his control over this god fire was getting weaker and weaker. He forcefully endured the pain, allowing the fire to burn him. Otherwise, if he failed to level up, he would forever lose the possibility of advancing. He would rather die than sink into this. After thinking, he calmed down and quietly allowed the fire to burn his body. Good thing the indestructible golden body was strong enough, and he would not be burned to death in a short period of time. Suddenly, a drop of clear feeling fell on his lips. Li Yunxiao opened his eyes and saw that Fei Yanai had cut her wrist. Droplets of crystal clear blood dripped onto the side of his lips. My phoenix blood is the purest out of all the phoenix bloodline powerhouses in tens of thousands of years. Eat it quickly, you can resist this god fire. Fei Ni's face was full of concern. She bent down and brought her cut wrist to Li Yunxiao's lips. Due to her special physique, the scab on her wrist quickly healed. Fei Yanai frowned, and a red light flashed on her left fingernail. With a chi sound, she spat out a mouthful of blood and placed it next to Li Yunxiao's lips. Li Yunxiao's entire body trembled. He wanted to refuse, but the scarlet blood directly flowed into his mouth. It actually tasted sweet. He couldn't bear it, but he couldn't open his mouth and let the blood flow down his throat. Along with the cool feeling, there was also a wave of fierce and noble power. The fire on his body suddenly trembled, and it seemed to not be as fierce as before. The pain instantly decreased. Thank you. No need. After a simple conversation, they looked at each other without saying a word. Li Yunxiao's entire body suddenly shook, and his expression changed. His eyes turned into Tsutsumi's, bursting with an unusually cruel gaze. Fei Yanai was startled, and under the gaze of those eyes, she was startled. She hurriedly retreated a few feet, feeling as if she was being stared at by a poisonous snake. Are you okay? Li Yunxiao's face immediately twisted, and veins popped out. Half of his face was completely occupied by Tsutsumi, and his mouth continuously let out miserable screams. Ah! This power, this power. The blood he swallowed, at this moment, actually burned in his body, and directly burned his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Li Yunxiao, what happened to you? Fei Yanai panicked, and suddenly didn't know what to do. Li Yunxiao's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he trembled. I'm fine, you quickly leave here, I'm afraid that something strange will happen. That kind of burning pain almost seeped into his soul, and his entire body began to tremble. And not only his body, even his consciousness began to be corroded. Indistinctly, in the depths of the fire, there seemed to be a hibernating phoenix, slowly awakening. He forcefully endured the pain. If this kind of advancement stopped, he could use the great evolution divine art to expel the phoenix fire from his sea of consciousness. But if he did that, it would definitely cause him to fail to break through to the 8 stars of Emperor Wu, and the consequence of that failure would most likely be forever stagnant, not willing. The stubbornness of never admitting defeat spread throughout his body, and he would rather be burned to ashes in this fire than stop here. Pa! Above his dantian, an electric arc suddenly popped out, emitting a light sound. But it caused Li Yunxiao's whole body to tremble, and his divine sense swept towards the purple lightning seed. He saw that the seed, which had been quiet all along, suddenly split open a crack, and indistinct purple gas leaked out. As if sensing the surrounding environment, it began to produce a slight change, and the seed inexplicably had an additional layer of purple paste. Suddenly, a red flame flashed, and struck the seed. Pa! Just as the flame touched the paste, it was instantly annihilated. Li Yunxiao only felt a sharp pain in his dantian, and couldn't help but let out a light cry. Following that, his body suddenly surged with a violent ferocity, and behind his body, it directly transformed into the shadow of a phoenix, which slowly opened its eyes. Ah! This is... Fei Yanai was shocked, and her shock was hard to comprehend. That phoenix stared down from the sky, its eyes blurry, as if it did not have any intelligence, as if it was in a deep sleep and had yet to fully awaken. But even so, the phoenix that was formed from flames still caused her heart to tremble, and she was stunned on the spot, like a wooden chicken. The phoenix glanced at Li Yunxiao below it, and suddenly somersaulted, creating a sky full of flames. With a xiao, it directly flew into Li Yunxiao's lower abdomen. Ah? Fei Ni's body trembled, and only then did she wake up, and looked at Li Yunxiao in horror. Ah! Li Yunxiao suddenly roared, and his indestructible golden body directly exploded, and countless amounts of blood spurted out. A terrifying wave of air gushed out from his dantian, and instantly turned into a whirlpool, shaking away the surrounding flames and air. Boom boom boom. Under this force, Fei Yanai was also pushed back hundreds of feet. She looked at Li Yunxiao in shock, only to see that his entire body was covered in blood, and his eyes were empty. At this moment, the advancement phenomenon in the sky also dissipated, and Li Yunxiao's body was still bleeding profusely, as if his life force was extremely weak. However, there was a terrifying invisible force around his body, causing people to shiver. Did I fail? Fei and I was completely stunned, and stared at the clear sky. There were no signs of advancement, and Li Yunxiao's cultivation level was still that of the 7 stars Emperor Wu. Impossible, with your talent, it is impossible for you to fail. Fei and I felt an inexplicable pain in her heart, and could not help but shed 2 streams of tears. Her demonic phoenix body trembled in the sky, as if she could not accept this reality. The man chosen by me, Fei and I, will definitely be the ruler of the world, the peerless Emperor Wu. You cannot be like this, you cannot stop below the 8 stars Emperor Wu, Fei and I murmured, and her eyes flashed with determination. Step by step, she walked towards Li Yunxiao. Previously, you asked me how to obtain the nirvana of the heavenly phoenix. Actually, there is another way, and that is when you and I have intercourse, I will completely transfer the power of the heavenly phoenix to you. Hot tears flowed from her eyes, and she smiled bitterly, but that way, I will completely lose the power of my bloodline. But it is okay, because I like the strong, and you are the one who will become the strongest in this era. At this moment, Li Yunxiao was completely empty. Not only the power in his body, but also the consciousness in his mind. Although his vitality was still there, it was as if everything was not his. He just existed silently, not moving, not thinking. Only when he gradually regained consciousness in his dantian and a warm feeling flowed through his whole body did he slowly wake up. I'm not dead yet? Li Yunxiao silently looked inside his body, revealing a look of shock and contemplation. Previously, when the phoenix rushed into his dantian, it directly opened its mouth and swallowed the purple lightning seed. In the end, it caused a huge explosion and blasted the phoenix back to its flame state. At that moment, he also completely lost consciousness, thinking that he was dead for sure. He did not expect that he was still alive. What made him even more puzzled was that at this moment, there were 3 powers floating above his dantian. They were the divine fire, purple lightning, and an extremely strong white light. It was the spirit bright power. The strength of the spirit bright power seemed to be much stronger than before, and within the lightning, there was a purple lightning flash, which was abnormally terrifying. Even the divine fire that he was most familiar with seemed extremely unfamiliar at this moment. He could only feel waves of surging while surging out. Li Yunxiao tried for a while and found that he could only control the spirit bright power freely. And after spending a lot of effort, he could only extract a portion of the divine fire. But what made him happy was that just a portion of the flame was much stronger than before. Ever since the divine fire was repaired in the sea forest, it had been constantly changing until Fei Ni's heavenly phoenix nirvana body appeared and reacted with the divine fire. It seemed to have a spirit, as if it had awakened. At this moment, when Li Yunxiao's consciousness observed it, it seemed to have fallen into an endless sleep again. That bit of spirit seemed to have been destroyed by the purple lightning. Li Yunxiao probed the purple lightning again. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move it at all. He tried all kinds of methods, but it was all to no avail. He could only sigh and give up. However, this purple lightning had an extremely strong magical effect of protecting the dantian. Previously, it directly broke the seal at the 1,000 Treasure Towers auction. This time, it even destroyed a trace of the phoenix's spirit, saving him from the brink of death. After carefully inspecting his body, he discovered that other than being badly damaged, there was basically nothing wrong with him. What made him extremely depressed and puzzled was that his current realm was still at the level of 7 stars Emperor Wu. It could be said that he had completely failed to advance, but the power in his body had increased tremendously. However, the bottleneck of the 8-star realm had completely disappeared. He couldn't sense it at all. What's going on? I clearly didn't advance, so why is the bottleneck gone? Li Yunxiao frowned and thought to himself, without the bottleneck of the 8 stars realm, doesn't that mean I will never be able to break through to the 8 stars Emperor Wu? But, this power in my body. He slightly circulated his elemental energy, and immediately, a vast feeling surged through his meridians. It had indeed improved tremendously. Based on his understanding of Emperor Wu's realm in his previous life, Emperor Wu's current cultivation had reached the pinnacle of 8 stars. It is indeed strange. Li Yunxiao thought about it for a while, but he still couldn't figure it out. Although he was a little worried, his strength was really improving, so he was relieved. Suddenly, an alluring body appeared in front of him. Fei Yanai had already taken off her gown, revealing her snow-white skin. The fragrance of a virgin assaulted his nostrils. Her eyes were blurry, with tiny teardrops hanging on her long eyelashes. Her face was hazy. That burning hot body was almost touching Li Yunxiao's body. Li Yunxiao felt a hot sensation in his nostrils, and 2 streams of blood spurted out. His face was flushed red. He covered his nose and shouted in shock, "You, what are you doing? Young Master Fei Yanai, please conduct yourself with dignity." Fei Ni's body trembled, and she recovered from her dazed state. Her eyes became clear, and she said in a daze, "You're all right? My nostrils are all puffed up, how can I be all right?" Li Yunxiao's eyes widened, not daring to look at her directly. With a wave of her hand, an embroidered rainbow phoenix cloud robe appeared on Fei Ni's beautiful body. Fei Ni's face was also burning hot, but she had an even more charming smile on her face. Looking at Li Yunxiao's evasive expression, she was actually a little proud. "Do you like this kind of clothes? Then I'll dress like this in the future." Fei Yanai raised her hand and twirled in the air like she was dancing. Her face was full of joy. Li Yunxiao was speechless. He looked at her and said, "How's your current state? When I saw your demon form earlier, it seemed to be extremely powerful." Fei Yanai put away her mischievous look and said, "That was a transformation of the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana physique, the first level of the Heavenly Phoenix 9 transformations. I wasn't clear about it before, but after the transformation, it seemed that some inheritance was unlocked, and my brain naturally knew about it." Heavenly Phoenix 9 transformations? Li Yunxiao was shocked, and he said that one transformation was already extremely oppressive. If it were to transform 9 times, how strong would it be? Fei Yanai smiled and said, "Under the 9 transformations, it's enough to contend against a true spirit. However, it's extremely difficult to achieve the 9 transformations. Among the few powerhouses with the Heavenly Phoenix bloodline recorded in history, not even one transformation has appeared." She blinked and said faintly, "If I hadn't met you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to experience this transformation in my entire life." Li Yunxiao said, "This is a personal opportunity. What does it have to do with me? I also benefited from you. That divine phoenix fire seems to have evolved." Fei Yanai was shocked and said with some shock, "Just now, I think I saw the true form of the fire phoenix. It seemed to have entered your body." Li Yunxiao didn't hide it and nodded, "It was indeed in my body, but it was destroyed by another force. Now, it has returned to the state of the fire element." His spiritual consciousness was destroyed by another force. Fei Yanai was dumbfounded. She couldn't imagine it at all. She said in a daze, "Your body, is it okay now?" Li Yunxiao frowned slightly and sighed, "You saw it too. I failed to advance, but I don't know what happened." Fei Yanai comforted him, "Failing to advance doesn't mean there's no hope forever. It's just that the path will be more difficult." Li Yunxiao didn't say anything because it wasn't a simple failure to advance. It was a very strange state that he couldn't explain at the moment because he didn't understand it himself. Fei Yanai thought that his mood was at its lowest. She gently combed the hair on her face, smiled sweetly and said, "It doesn't matter even if you can't level up anymore. I can give you the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana physique. With the help of the divine fire, reaching the 9 changes realm is not a dream. At that time, you can still dominate the world." A ripple appeared in Li Yunxiao's eyes, and a slight emotion spread in his heart. He finally understood what was going on with Fei Ni's alluring scene just now. He felt the blood in his body heat up, and he was extremely moved. If it wasn't for young Master Ni's Heavenly Phoenix first transformation state, your martial arts future would be limitless and you could become the Long Clan Master in the future. You might not, say no more, I know what you mean. Fei Yanai put her hands behind her and smiled, "I will fight for the position of Long Clan Master, but you? I won't give up. I've said it before, I like the strong, and I'm willing to bet that you will become the most dazzling genius of this era, or even the #1 in the world in the future." Her eyes flashed with excitement as if she could already see Li Yunxiao ruling the world. Although I, Fei and I, am not a peerless beauty, I still think highly of myself. In this world, other than you, Li Yunxiao, no one else is worthy of my love, and no one else is worthy of me. She gazed deeply at Li Yunxiao and said softly, because of you, everyone else can only make do, but I don't want to make do. Li Yunxiao was completely stunned as he listened to her talk about her worries and feelings. What? Am I not worthy of your love? Fei and I frowned and said angrily, I know you still have a few lovers. Ding Ling and Luo Yunsheng, which one of them can compare to me? Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and shook his head, this is too sudden, I can't react in time. Let's talk about this in the future. The anger on Fei Ni's face immediately melted, and she smiled, okay, I'll listen to everything you say. But you can't chase me away, I'll stay here, and you have to lend me the godly fire to cultivate. Her face was full of hope, like a little girl begging. Li Yunxiao thought for a while and said, okay. The godly fire is closely related to you. While helping you, it is also being nourished. He formed a hand seal with one hand, and a fiery cloud flew out from between his brows. It directly wrapped around Fei and I and teleported her away. Li Yunxiao finally sighed in relief. Thinking about Fei Ni's confession, his expression changed several times, and in the end, he shook his head with a bitter smile. He reached out with both hands and grasped in the air. 2 boxes immediately appeared in his left and right palms. Li Yunxiao gazed at these 2 boxes for a while, sighed, and casually put them away. Inside those 2 jade boxes were precisely the 9-5 Supremacy Pill and the Tier 10 Beautiful Star Orchid. Originally, he planned to consume the 9-5 Supremacy Pill and study the Beautiful Star Orchid. But his body's condition made him completely lose the mood to consume the pill. After all, the 9-5 Supremacy Pill was already a peerless grade. Every pill used in this world was one less. He could not easily waste it. As for the Tier 10 Spirit Herb, without absolute confidence, he could not easily use it. After putting away the 2 jade boxes, he swallowed some medicinal pills and natural treasures, and started to meditate in the air, adjusting his essence energy. After all, his current physical body was riddled with thousands of holes and in tatters. Several days later, a stretch of golden light retracted into his body. The injuries on Li Yunxiao's body were all healed. It was as if his entire body was under a wave of essence energy. The luster on his skin was also smoother, even better than before. He came out of meditation. After inspecting his body, he muttered to himself for a while. Then, he waved his right hand in the air, and several rays of light shot out, appearing in front of him one by one. They turned into puppets, a total of 12. Although their forms were simple and crude, every puppet was vivid and lifelike. Under the simple design, they outlined a moving expression, giving people a kind of pressure out of thin air. It was the Mu family's Lu Ding Liujia. Li Yunxiao glanced at the 12 puppets. His body flashed, and a large cauldron flew out. He slapped his palm on the cauldron, and countless white rays shot out, engulfing the 12 puppets in an instant. Li Yunxiao's hands quickly formed seals, and the various patterns on the cauldron became full of spiritual energy, as if they were alive, and the ancient Maha characters flashed continuously. Then, all kinds of materials were spread out in the sky, and under the control of his divine sense, they flew into the cauldron one by one and began to be refined. Several days later, Li Yunxiao kept the cauldron, and the 12 puppets were all refined. At a glance, they looked brand new. The surface of their dark skin, under the illumination of the light, reflected a 5-colored light. Moreover, not a bit of elemental energy fluctuation could be felt from each puppet, as it was all contained within. Only then did Li Yunxiao put away the 12 puppets with satisfaction. Then, a glaring light suddenly flashed, followed by a trembling sound, and a moon-like brilliance bloomed. There was a touch of moonlight in Li Yunxiao's hand, and in that light, an almost transparent long sword was flashing, making a cheerful sound. He used his divine sense to sense the sword, and suddenly his face changed, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Back then, he had left an extremely strong star-extinguishing sword essence on this sword, which could almost condense chi into a shape and kill people with a flying sword. At this moment, that sword essence was already gone. Li Yunxiao's face became gloomy. This sword essence must have been taken away by someone. Since this sword had only been in the hands of Wan Baolu, then the person who took away the sword essence must have something to do with Wan Baolu. If that sword essence was still there, it was almost a life-saving talisman, and even a 9-star peak powerhouse could be killed unexpectedly. My sword is damaged. Could it be that it was forcibly broken by someone, and the sword essence was taken away? Li Yunxiao caressed the sword body, and his eyes flashed with love. After a while, his figure appeared in the teleportation area of the small town, and after paying enough primordial stones, he left in the teleportation light. In the next moment, the space above the small city suddenly fluctuated. 2 men suddenly appeared. They were both extremely young, but their faces were filled with arrogance. Clearly, they were disciples of large sections. One of them held a circular formation plate in his hand and exclaimed, "Look. Sure enough, there's an elemental energy transformation." The other person stared at the disc and said, "From the energy fluctuations, there is indeed a high-level Emperor Wu who just left. It should be the Li Yunxiao we have been looking for." The man from before said in shock, "It seems like the information from the Star Moon Temple is correct. Quick, send a message back. The destination of that wave of teleportation is." The other person casually crushed a jade token, and a message was transmitted. He immediately revealed a stunned expression and said, "Golden Lake City? What? Jin Zhongqing of our Baiming family? Why would he go there? Ah. Could it be for?" The first person revealed a strange expression and nodded. "It's highly possible. But we don't have to worry about these things. Hurry up and send the news back. It will be a great merit." The 2 of them hurriedly turned into a ray of light and flew toward the small city. Several hours later, outside of another large city in the north region, Golden Lake City, a ray of lightning was flying rapidly in the sky. The lightning escape technique could travel tens of thousands of miles in an instant. It was so fast that it was almost undetectable by the naked eye. Half a day later, the ray of lightning stopped near a mountain range. The ray of lightning flashed and turned into Li Yunxiao's true body. His eyes were filled with surprise. The mountain range in front of him was towering and steep. There were faint red clouds lingering in the sky, and colorful clouds and rainbows were flying. It was a spiritual mountain and treasure land. He took out an astrolabe and sent a hand seal into it. All kinds of golden runes flew up, and a circle of light rippled in the shape of a circle. Li Yunxiao verified it carefully before putting away the astrolabe. He muttered to himself, "That's right. It's calculated from the direction of Seawood Town. This should be the place that Ruinzong mentioned." Back then, Ruinzong scattered the pink crystal dust and directly teleported little King Kong away. According to the spatial location that he mentioned, it should be in this mountain range. Li Yunxiao took out a small golden box and suddenly opened it. A golden light flickered inside, and there was a faint golden aura lingering around it. One of the prismatic needles spun inside the box. He stared at it for a while and raised his eyebrows, revealing a strange expression. The prismatic needle swayed left and right at an extremely fast speed. It couldn't stop, as if it was broken. The golden aura inside kept seeping out, and there was even a continuous whoosh, whoosh, whoosh sound. Interesting, Li Yunxiao closed the small box and stared at the mountain range below with a contemplative expression. A 9th-grade spiritual compass can detect 9th-grade natural treasures within 1,000 miles, and it will immediately point to the item with the highest grade and quality. Now that I can't point to it, it means that there are many treasures of the same grade as Little King Kong in this mountain range. One had to know that Little King Kong's body was refined from Northern Heaven Cold Star Iron, Amaterasu Imperial Gold, and countless other precious materials. It was extremely precious and should have been targeted by the spiritual compass immediately. But this mountain range is so big. How can I find it? Li Yunxiao couldn't help but feel worried. He spread his divine sense below. Suddenly, he furrowed his eyebrows, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Apart from a large number of demonic beasts' auras, there were also many traces of humans in the mountain range. Li Yunxiao took out a white jade slip and placed it between his eyebrows. The jade slip recorded a map of the entire northern region. Although it wasn't complete, it was the most complete map of the heavenly martial arts realm's humans. Countless names and territories flashed in his mind. His divine sense finally located Jinjiang City. It was 150,000 miles south of Jinjiang City, and a mountain range was marked with a faint white smoke. It was written, Borderline Mountain, one of the 26 superior-grade spirit veins under the jurisdiction of the Biming family. It's the Biming family's superior-grade spirit veins. No wonder, Li Yunxiao suddenly understood, but then he frowned and said in confusion, if it's just a superior-grade spirit vein, it shouldn't be able to disturb the 9th-grade spiritual compass. Even if it's a superior-grade spirit vein, its grade can't compare to the northern cold star iron. There must be precious treasures in this spirit vein. His eyes flickered with greed as he looked at the mountain range below. That's not right. This is the Biming family's superior-grade spirit vein. It looks like it's been mined for many years. Normally, such a large spirit vein mine should have a specialized spirit seeker surveying and estimating it. Their method is more complicated and precise than the spiritual compass. If there are precious treasures, they shouldn't have missed it. Li Yunxiao thought for a while, but he still couldn't figure it out. He turned around, turned into a bolt of lightning, and flew into the mountain range. He landed beside a cultivator in a hurry. Who is it? That person immediately sensed someone and shouted in surprise. He retreated 100 feet in an instant before turning around cautiously. He stared at Li Yunxiao cautiously and shouted, Who are you? Li Yunxiao chuckled. Are you a member of the Biming family? That person was dressed in a purple robe. His eyes flashed fiercely. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Li Yunxiao said, This is the Biming family's superior-grade spirit vein mine. It's normal if I am, but if I'm not. That person's eyes narrowed, and he asked coldly, Are you a member of the Biming family? His question exposed his identity. Li Yunxiao chuckled. No. That person's eyes darkened, and he said coldly, Then why are you sticking your nose in other people's business? Li Yunxiao blinked and said, I'm just passing by, and I'm a little curious. I found many cultivators in the Two World Mountains, but they don't seem to be from the Biming family. Curiosity has always been the main cause of death. That person sneered and said mockingly, This mountain range is over 100,000 kilometers away from the nearest Golden Orchid City. It'll take several days to get there. You actually happen to pass by, and you know that this is the Two World Mountains. You even know that there are many cultivators who aren't from the Biming family here. TSK. This coincidence is really impressive. Why haven't I ever had such a coincidence before? Li Yunxiao chuckled. He knew that the other party was meticulous, and he had seen through so many flaws in an instant. He said awkwardly, I did come to the Two World Mountains for something, but I don't know what happened to attract so many powerful cultivators. Isn't this the superior-grade spirit vein of the Biming family? Who dares to act recklessly here? That person clearly did not believe him. He snorted and said, You're pretending to be ignorant, but in my eyes, you're extremely stupid. Please leave by yourself. I don't want to go with you. With a swing of his purple robe, that person was about to leave. With a gentle movement, Li Yunxiao teleported in front of that person and extended his hand to stop him. The person was surprised. A vicious light erupted from his eyes as he called out, What are you doing? A sliver of fear flashed through his eyes. He was shocked by how fast Ji Futian was. He actually could not see him at all. Li Yunxiao extended his hand with a smile. He spread his fingers, and an ancient piece of green jade appeared in his palm. He passed it over. Please don't take it to heart, sir. I did come to the Two World Mountains for personal matters. I don't know why so many cultivators have suddenly appeared. Please tell me. This Class 9 blue torrent jade is the payment for buying the information. That person stared at the blue rain jade in Li Yunxiao's palm with a gloomy expression. After confirming that the jade was indeed a level 9 item, he revealed a shocked expression and said, You really aren't playing dumb? Li Yunxiao tossed the jade over with a smile. People can pretend, but I can't pretend that a Class 9 item is fake. Only after receiving the jade did the person completely believe him. No one would be so generous as to give someone a Class 9 material just for the sake of pretending. With a flip of his hand, he stowed the jade away. His expression immediately became much gentler. He asked, Then why have you come to the Two World Mountains? Li Yunxiao said, I'm looking for a lost item. It's mine in the first place. I've recently received news that it should be in the Two World Mountains. The person frowned as if he did not understand. However, seeing how Li Yunxiao refused to talk about it, he did not ask any more. He said, actually, it's not a secret. It's already spread throughout Golden Lock City. The mining masters in the Two World Mountains discovered something off recently. Once night falls, the entire mountain range will shine with light. Li Yunxiao blurted out in shock, a treasure has appeared? The man glanced at him and continued, in the beginning, the Baiming family thought so too. They dug a huge mine, and it turned out to be a ruin where people used to live. It occupied an area of tens of thousands of acres. Tens of thousands of acres? Li Yunxiao was shocked, and his eyes flashed as if he understood something. You mean, this used to be a sect, but it was buried in history? The man said, you're not from around here, are you? Li Yunxiao said, indeed, I just came to the north region not long ago. The man nodded, that's right, or else they wouldn't not know about the Two-Boundary Mountain. The Two-Boundary Mountain has a great ancient reputation in Jinjiang City. Although it's not a sect, it's better than a sect. Back then, almost all the rogue cultivators in the north region gathered here, temporarily living in this spiritual mountain as a place to cultivate. Li Yunxiao said, I see, so it's a rogue cultivator organization. The place the Baiming family found this organization's base, right? Even if there was a treasure, why didn't they seal the mountain? With the Baiming family's strength, even if they didn't send any powerhouses, as long as they sent a Baiming order, no one would dare to enter the mountain. The man said, you're right. When the Two-Boundary Mountain's ancient martial arts ruins were discovered, and there was a strange phenomenon at night, the Baiming family did seal the mountain and explore on their own. But later, not only did they not find any treasure, but powerhouses died one after another. Even the two high-ranking Emperor Wu who were in charge of this mountain died one after another. Li Yunxiao was shocked, how could this be? The power of a high-ranking Emperor Wu is enough to change the sky and earth, and change the stars. Even if they died, it should have been a spectacular event. The man said, that should have been the case, but the fact is that the two high-ranking Emperor Wu died just like that. There was also a hint of fear on his face as he said, later on, the Baiming family investigated for a long time, but they couldn't find the reason. However, the strange phenomenon in the night sky was still there. Li Yunxiao had a look of realization as he said, I roughly understand what happened next. Based on the Baiming family's nature, they would definitely transfer the risk to others, so they opened the blockade, spread the news, and let everyone take the risk and die for them. That person was a little surprised and couldn't help but size up Li Yunxiao a few more times before praising, that's right. This time, it was Li Yunxiao's turn to be puzzled. He asked, since you know it's dangerous, why is everyone still so eager to squeeze over? Don't tell me you think you're better than the Baiming family? Not really. The person smiled gently. That's because a prophecy has been circulating in Jinjiang City for the past few days. He blinked his eyes and continued, a miracle has reappeared in the Two World Mountains. A great opportunity, a blessing, not a blessing. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. He couldn't help but mock, you're really blinded by the treasure. This is obviously a trick played by the Baiming family to trick everyone into taking the risk for them. Powerhouses who can cultivate to the level of Emperor Wu are all extremely talented and have quite a lot of opportunities. Can't you see through this little trick? That person smiled and touched the tip of his nose with his finger. He smiled and said, it's understandable that you would think that way. It's human nature. But what if I tell you that this prophecy came from the profound God Lot? Li Yunxiao's body trembled. He said in shock, the profound God Lot from the Duanmu family? Really? That person said seriously, of course it's true. Many powerhouses have seen it with their own eyes. Even the Baiming family has taken it very seriously. At first, I thought it was just a small ruin. At most, it would give birth to some small things. Now, they've also sent an elder over. The Baiming family's elder must be a Emperor Jiuxing powerhouse. Li Yunxiao's expression became serious. He said in a deep voice, although the Duanmu family's people are mysterious, their divination skills are unparalleled. Also, they won't randomly divine for no reason. It seems like the situation here is very special. That person said, that's right. Also, the Duanmu family's divination skills are divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. The phenomenon here requires a profound god lot. It's already very clear that something is wrong. Li Yunxiao's face was filled with contemplation. He originally only came to look for little King Kong from the gourd. Everything was within his calculations. With the specific coordinates and the spiritual compass, it would only take a few days. But now, not only did the spiritual compass fail, but it also involved the Duanmu family's profound god lot. It might not be resolved in a short period of time. He asked, "What does the prophecy mean when it says great opportunities are blessings and not blessings?" That person said with a smile, "As long as it's a fortuitous encounter, it will always involve conflicts of interest. It will definitely cause a bloodbath. In the end, those who are capable will be able to obtain it. As for those who are incapable, it's obviously not a blessing." Li Yunxiao frowned. He felt that the explanation was rather forced, but it made sense. He continued to ask, "Does the profound god lot say when the miracle will descend?" The person said, "It'll be tomorrow." What a coincidence. Li Yunxiao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He had a strange feeling that something like this had happened as soon as he had arrived. It was as if the so-called miracle was waiting for him. The person said, "Hee, everyone who has come to the Two World Mountains right now is here for this. There'll probably be even more people tomorrow. I can see that you're quite skilled, so no matter what it is, why don't you put it aside for now and deal with it after the miracle?" Li Yunxiao said, "Whatever. I have no idea what I want to do. I'll just wait and see what this so-called miracle is." The person beamed. He clasped his fist and said, "If that's the case, why don't we form an alliance and travel together? That way, we can look out for one another. You must know that many experts are looking for an alliance right now. After all, their strength alone is limited. Let alone other cultivators, just the Baiming family alone is enough to give everyone a headache." Li Yunxiao thought for a while and rejected, "Forget it. I'm used to being alone. I like being alone. I'm sorry." The person's smile froze and gradually turned cold. He snorted, "If that's the case, I won't force you. I've told you everything I need to. It's worth the blue torrent jade. I wish you good luck." He clasped his fist and did not stay any longer. He used his movement technique and disappeared into the mountain range with a few flashes. Since the profound god lot has appeared, the miracle is most likely real. I wonder if anyone from the Duanmu family has appeared here, Li Yunxiao began to ponder to himself. He took out the spiritual compass again, only to see that the needle was still wobbling. He was unable to locate it at all. He could only sigh helplessly. He then scanned with his divine sense and found that there were indeed more and more cultivators in the mountain range. Most of them seemed to be gathered in a call 100 miles away. After thinking for a while, he understood that the call was definitely an important place. The purple-robed man definitely had more to say. He flew into the air and headed toward the call at normal flying speed. He did not want to attract attention with his escape technique. After 10 minutes, there was indeed a flat depression deep in the mountain range. It was at least 1,000 acres wide. Li Yunxiao observed carefully. The depression was in the middle of a few mountains. It seemed to be an important mining area as there were rocks scattered all over. Moreover, there were traces of excavation all around. At least half of the flat land was excavated by humans. He stood in the air and looked down, immediately attracting many people's attention. Although there were people flying around in the sky, most of them were of limited strength. A high-ranked Emperor Wu like him was still very eye-catching. Li Yunxiao scanned the area with his divine sense and could not help but frown. There was not a single high-ranked Emperor Wu, even the purple-robed man that he met before was not among them. He looked around and flew down, landing next to a tall and muscular man. With a flick of his finger, a wing sound rang out as a spirit formation power spread out, turning into a circular barrier that directly enveloped the two of them. The man was shocked. He revealed a horrified expression and said in fear, "Sir, you," Li Yunxiao said, "Don't worry, I'm only asking you a few questions. You just have to answer them honestly." The burly man was relieved. Since the other party had said so, he would not hurt him. Moreover, there were many cultivators here, he would not do anything rash. He himself was only at the peak of martial venerable. This time, he came here to test his luck and see if he could break through to Emperor Wu's level. I don't know what Sir wants to ask, I will tell you everything I know. The burly man's expression immediately became respectful. He was also very honest. The aura on Li Yunxiao made him not dare to act rashly. Li Yunxiao nodded. Why is everyone gathered here? Is this the place where the miracles appeared? The burly man said, that's not the case. Because right above this place is where the miracles appeared. Moreover, the terrain here is flat, making it easy for people to gather. Li Yunxiao nodded silently. It was pretty much what he expected. He continued to ask, why are there only weaklings here? Why is there not even a high-ranked Emperor Wu? The burly man was shocked. Of course, he couldn't see through Li Yunxiao's cultivation. But from his tone, he seemed to be a high-ranked Emperor Wu. He became even more nervous and hurriedly said, all the powerful masters have entered the ruins. We don't dare to enter because of our weak strength. Plus, there are people from the Baiming family guarding the place. Those who don't meet the requirements are not allowed to enter. He spoke in one breath, not daring to breathe too loudly. On the surface, he was respectful, but on the inside, he was still suspicious. Although he couldn't see through Li Yunxiao's cultivation, his age was definitely real. He couldn't believe that the person in front of him was a high-ranked Emperor Wu. I see. Li Yunxiao nodded. Where is the ruins? What are the requirements to enter? The burly man pointed with his finger and said, there is a tunnel at the bottom of the mountain to the north that leads to the ruins. The entire ruins is actually right below this mountain. It's much wider than this flat land. As for the requirements to enter, my strength is too weak. I don't know. Li Yunxiao looked in the direction pointed by the burly man. He could vaguely see that there seemed to be someone guarding the north of the mountain. He said, one last question. Did the Duanmu family send anyone here? The burly man was stunned and said, my strength is low, and I don't know anything about this. He saw Li Yunxiao frowning slightly, and his heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly said, but I heard that the divine Xian lot was personally announced by the Duanmu family in Jinjiang City. If the rumor is true, someone will come, right? He also looked uncertain. Li Yunxiao knew that he couldn't get any more information from him, so he said, you can go now. A green light flashed, and the barrier suddenly disappeared. He took a step out and disappeared on the spot. The burly man was shocked, and he regained his senses. He looked like he had just survived a disaster. He hurriedly walked away and went to a crowded place. Li Yunxiao came to the north of the call in a few flashes. A lonely peak was inserted in the call, blocking the sun and the stars. Under the lonely peak, there was a flat road among the cypress and green pines. There were deep axle marks on it, which was obviously used to transport ores. Who's there? The end of the road led to the bottom of the lonely peak. In front of a huge mine, two martial artists stood majestically. One of them frowned and shouted at the green light that was flying over. At the same time, the two clenched their fists, and their yuan qi fluctuated. They were extremely vigilant. The green light turned into Li Yunxiao's figure. He glanced at the two indifferently and said, I want to go in. The pupils of the person on the left shrank slightly, and his divine sense swept over. He suddenly touched a barrier, and he felt his body tremble. He hurriedly pulled the other companion to the side and said respectfully, Sir, please come in. Li Yunxiao was expressionless. With a flash of green light, he escaped into the cave. The two guards in front of the mine were relieved. The person on the right said with some doubt, such a strange and young face, how can he have a cultivation that even we can't see through? Could it be a trap? The person on the left glared at him and coldly snorted, maybe he specializes in divine sense, or maybe he's using some kind of treasure. Since we don't know anything about him, we shouldn't look for trouble, lest we get into trouble. The person on the right nodded and said, that's true. If his cultivation wasn't high enough and he forced his way in, he might have died inside. Well, he asked for it himself. Who can he blame? The person on the left sneered. The two of them ignored him and continued to cultivate in front of the door with their eyes half closed. Not long after, several powerful auras suddenly rushed toward them. The two of them were shocked and opened their eyes in shock. There were 3 more people in front of him. On the left was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. On the right was an old man with messy hair and a disheveled beard. His face was covered in wrinkles and he wore a shabby blue brocade robe. He looked like someone who didn't care about his appearance at all. The 2 old men's auras were shocking. They didn't hide their emperor's chi at all. They looked high and mighty, as if they didn't care about outsiders at all. The one in the middle was a woman in a palace dress. She wore a white floor-length dress with pink patterns embroidered on the hem. On her arm was a long purple silk. Although her face was covered by a veil, her sharp eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. She exuded an aura of elegance, giving others a feeling of elegance and elegance. The 2 guards were shocked. Before they could ask, the woman in the palace dress asked softly, "How many people went in?" Her voice was soft and crisp, very pleasant to listen to. The guard on the left gulped and hurriedly replied respectfully, "Sir, more than 30 people have entered." "That many?" The old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion frowned slightly and said, "They're all high-level Emperor Wu?" The guard on the left replied, "Our strength is limited. Those who can't see through our cultivation will be allowed to enter." "Humph, your cultivation is trash. You're only at the peak of a martial honor. It seems that those 30 people are only Emperor Wu's cultivation. There aren't many experts here." The dirty old man's face showed a look of disdain. Could it be that the Beiming family, one of the 7 superpowers, can't even send out a single Emperor Wu? Aren't you afraid of making a fool of yourself by letting 2 martial honor dogs guard the door? The 2 guards' faces were filled with anger. The one on the right shouted, "Since you dare to speak so arrogantly, you must be someone with a powerful background. Please tell us your name and let us have a look at you." The old man sneered and said, "2 martial honor dogs are not fit to ask for my name? You." The 2 guards' faces were filled with anger. Their eyes were almost spitting fire. However, the 3 people in front of them had an extraordinary aura. If they acted rashly, they might be killed instantly. Although they were about to explode, they suppressed their emotions and dared not say anything. The old man with white hair and a youthful face had a gloomy look in his eyes. He glanced at the dirty old man and seemed to be dissatisfied, but he did not say anything. The woman in the palace dress had a veil covering her face. Her expression could not be seen, but her eyes were still and emotionless. She continued to ask, "Is Lord Yuanhai inside?" The 2 guards were shocked. Their expressions changed. The one on the right cupped his fists and said, "Lord Yuanhai has entered." The woman in the palace dress nodded and said, "All right, let's go in." Without waiting for the 2 guards to agree, a light flashed and the 3 of them disappeared from the entrance of the mine. The 2 were stunned for a while. Then, their faces darkened. The face of the man on the left turned livid. He said with hatred, "Where did these wild dogs come from? They'd better die in there." The expression of the man on the right changed. He sighed, "Everyone under Emperor Wu is an ant. It's our fault for being stuck here and not being able to move forward. Don't be too angry. That woman seems to know Lord Yuanhai. If they hear us, we'll be in big trouble." The face of the man on the left turned gloomy for a long time, but he did not say anything. After Li Yunxiao entered the mine, he followed the largest tunnel and went deep into it. After walking for a few miles, the tunnel became wider and wider. Suddenly, a beam of light lit up, and a whole new world appeared in front of him. The bright light was like the sun. There were clusters of grass and trees everywhere. Some towering trees seemed to have been petrified and reached the dome. Li Yunxiao looked over and saw that it was thousands of acres in size. There were all kinds of wind and water flowing into his ears. Obviously, it was a living place. Thousands of damaged houses were dotted on the ruins. He turned into a beam of light and flew above the ruins. He used his divine senses to scan the surroundings. Apart from sensing the fluctuation of the elemental energy of the martial artists in the distance, he did not find anything unusual. He then took out the spiritual compass and opened the lid. Suddenly, he was stunned. He saw that the needle on the compass was no longer moving. Instead, it was pointing straight at the center of the ruins. Li Yunxiao pondered for a while, then put away the spiritual compass and walked in the direction it was pointing at. Soon, a huge altar appeared in front of him. The altar was hundreds of meters tall and looked like a mountain. It was made of white jade and was shrouded in hazy spiritual energy. White light seeped out from the spiritual energy, like 4 huge crystal and jade lampshades. Apart from that, there were hundreds of identical altars of different sizes. They were like stars surrounding the moon, and they were also shrouded by a layer of spiritual energy that was as thin as silver threads and as thin as a veil. Only then did Li Yunxiao realize that all the light in the ruins came from here. Among the hundreds of altars, there were martial artists flashing around from time to time. They had probably checked all the altars. He stood alone in the sky and gazed down below, revealing a look of deep thought. Then, his body became blurry and he could not see clearly. A figure seemed to superimpose on him and walked out. It was the formation master, Pu Jinshan. Why did young Master Yun summon me? Pu Jinshan hurriedly bowed to Li Yunxiao. He looked around and was even more shocked when he saw the hundreds and thousands of altars below. Li Yunxiao said, "This is a mine in the northern region's two-boundary mountain. It should be a ruin left behind by ancient martial cultivators. What do you think of these altars below?" Pu Jinshan looked at the altars, and his expression changed drastically. He said, This is. Apart from shock, there was also disbelief and uncertainty on his face. Li Yunxiao said, "Go ahead." Gulp. Pu Jinshan swallowed with difficulty and said in shock, "The 4 sides of these altars are very similar to the legendary Eternal Brightness Wall." Li Yunxiao's expression froze, and he said in shock, "You mean the Eternal Brightness Wall used to preserve one's life force and immortal soul?" "That's right. So young Master Yun also knows about this Eternal Brightness Wall." Pu Jinshan bowed and explained respectfully, "The Eternal Brightness Wall is the best array to preserve one's life force. Usually, it's used to place heavily injured people inside. Not only can it preserve their life force, but it also has the effect of slow recovery. That's why it's called the Eternal Brightness Wall. However, this material's refinement and array have long been lost." Li Yunxiao suddenly felt an inexplicable fear in his heart, and he couldn't help but shiver. Pu Jinshan sensed his abnormality and asked strangely, "Young Master Yun, what's wrong?" Li Yunxiao licked his parched lips and said slowly, "Do you think there are only living people inside these altars?" Pfft. Pu Jinshan sucked in a breath of cold air, and his face turned pale. The two of them were already high up in the sky, and they felt an indescribable chill as a chill ran down their spines. Ha, ha ha, Pu Jinshan laughed dryly a few times, wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and said embarrassedly, "How can you really live forever? The Eternal Brightness Wall is only used to preserve one's life force and delay death. These ruins look like they've been here for at least several tens of thousands of years. It would be strange if they could survive." Li Yunxiao's expression was still grave, and he wasn't as optimistic as Pu Jinshan. Because he had personally experienced such a living example. Shang, Li, Yi, Ge, and Fu, these 5-peak demon race powerhouses, were slumbering in the Light Song Forest for several tens of thousands of years. When the 5 of them were discovered, they were basically on the brink of death. But in these tens of thousands of years, the 4 great demons worked together to help Shang comprehend the laws of 10 directions in the armillary sphere, which resulted in the excessive loss of power. If it was just a deep slumber, with the sacrificial formation under the light-singing forest, it might be able to last for tens of thousands of years. Pu Jinshan saw Li Yunxiao's expression turn uglier and smiled awkwardly. "Young Master Yun, you're thinking too much. These ruins might even be more than 100,000 years old. Not to mention living people, there's not even a single dead ghost." Li Yunxiao shook his head slightly. He knew that things weren't that simple. Firstly, many experts had died in these ruins. Even the Baiming family couldn't find the cause. Secondly, even the Duanmu family's divine lot had come out. It was enough to show the seriousness of the matter. He said, "Look again. Other than the 4 sides of the altar being constructed by the Eternal Brightness Wall, is there anything special?" "Anything special?" Pu Jinshan looked again, and his expression quickly changed. He exclaimed, "Stars revolve around the moon, star diagram?" Li Yunxiao nodded. "That's right. It's arranged according to the stars. Even the size corresponds to the stars in the sky. It's just that I don't recognize it." I can't remember which star field this is. Pu Jinshan said, there are billions of stars in the sky. Who can remember them all? But the star fields are mostly the same. It's nothing more than borrowing the power of the stars. This area seems to be. He frowned and revealed a stunned expression. No, how can it be like this? Pu Jinshan was startled and said, this is a portion of 3 sets of star field maps, combined together. A random star field taken from the heavenly cycle star diagram occupies 3 star fields at the same time. That's why it's so messy. Li Yunxiao frowned. It's not impossible to take a random star field. It's just that the power of the incomplete star field will be greatly reduced. The person who set this up back then shouldn't not understand. Pu Jinshan also revealed a strange expression. He didn't know how to explain, so he could only say, not only is this area set up on the spiritual vein's eye, but it also borrows star power. It's definitely not simple. Li Yunxiao said, I'm going down to take a look. Come with me. Yes. Pu Jinshan answered. He was also very interested in this area and hoped to study it further. The two of them turned into rays of light and flew down. They passed through the layers of spiritual mist and landed directly on the largest altar, immediately attracting everyone's attention. The jade on the altar shone with a pearl-like radiance, accompanied by a slight chill, making people want to caress it with their hands. Pu Jinshan couldn't hold it in any longer. He immediately squatted down and used his hand to wipe the floor of the stage. The white light shone on his face, and his eyes were full of amazement. Li Yunxiao also carefully sized up the altar. The entire surface of the altar was not flat, but it was uneven. Not only were there many towering stone pillars, but there were also places that had caved in. All of this seemed to have been done on purpose. He flew up and landed on the tallest pillar, looking around. All the altars around him were exactly the same, the only difference was their size. You two, come here. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard, and it was directed at Li Yunxiao and Pu Jinshan. The two of them turned around at the same time and saw a few people standing in a corner of the altar. There was a table in front of them with many memorial tablets on it. Li Yunxiao's pupils contracted. He could tell at a glance that these people were from the Baiming family based on their temperament and appearance. Moreover, he actually recognized the person in the lead. This person was Emperor Jiuxing from 20 years ago, one of the elders of the Baiming family, Baiming Yuanhai. Pu Jinshan raised his head and straightened his body. He said with some fear, "What's the matter? I asked you to come over, so come over. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" A powerhouse from the Baiming family shouted with a cold glint in his eyes. Pu Jinshan's face immediately darkened, and his eyes flashed with anger, but he didn't dare to say anything. He raised his head and looked at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's eyes shot out cold stars, and a sarcastic smile hung at the corner of his mouth. That powerhouse flew into a rage and was about to flare up, but he was stopped by Baiming Yuanhai. Baiming Yuanhai was extremely tall and skinny. His eyebrows were slanted, and his cheeks were thin and long. His temperament was extremely cold, which was the result of cultivating the ice chi all year round. He raised his eyes slowly and looked up and down at Li Yunxiao. His eyelids twitched slightly, and he was a little moved. "Kid, who are you?" Li Yunxiao sneered and stood on the jade pillar without moving. "What does it have to do with you? Presumptuous. Do you know who this lord is?" The powerhouse from before shouted angrily as if he was scolding him for failing to recognize Mount Tai. He said coldly and arrogantly, "This lord is the elder of the Baiming Black Palace, Lord Baiming Yuanhai." Under his shout, he thought that the other party would be frightened and obediently admit his mistake. However, the result shocked everyone. The other party acted as if he had never heard of Baiming Yuanhai before. Only Pu Jinshan's expression changed greatly, and his eyes revealed shock and fear. Li Yunxiao said, "Then do you know who I am?" That person was stunned and frowned. "I don't know." Other than curiosity, there was undisguised contempt in his eyes, as if he was saying, "Who do you think you are?" Li Yunxiao smiled, jumped down from the pillar, and grabbed Pu Jinshan. The two turned into a ray of light and escaped in front of everyone. Only a long laugh could be heard. "Haha, it's good that you don't know." The Baiming family was instantly stunned, and they were all dumbfounded. "Damn it. How dare you trick me? That person was furious and was about to give chase. Forget it. Bai Ming Yuanhai opened his mouth, and his voice was also cold, causing everyone to feel a chill. Yes. That person hurriedly answered and didn't dare to give chase. That brat is strange, he's not as simple as he seems on the surface. Don't cause trouble at this time. Bai Ming Yuanhai looked at the spirit tablets in front of him and said solemnly, including the two of them, there are a total of 37 people on this altar. The spirit tablets on the table were all the same, only the names carved on them were different. They were arranged in 4 rows, and there were a total of 35 of them. The one at the very front had the words Bai Ming Yuanhai written on it. A powerhouse behind him said, these two didn't leave a trace of their primordial spirit, even if they died, we wouldn't know. Bai Ming Yuanhai said, it doesn't matter if 1 or 2 people die. The key is to find out the cause of their death. Bang! Suddenly, one of the spirit tablets on the table flashed with golden light, and with a bang, it exploded and disappeared. Then, the spirit tablet made a caw sound, and the 3 words by Zifeng instantly cracked, and the entire spirit tablet became dim. Another one died. Someone behind him cried out in alarm, 7 people have died since we came in. Another person said with a solemn voice, this person's cultivation is 7-star advanced Emperor Wu. Among the 6 before, the highest cultivation was only 5-star Emperor Wu. It seems like the danger here is even higher than we expected. Bai Ming Yuanhai's face was still gloomy, he didn't express any opinion, letting his subordinates speculate and calculate. At this time, more people came in, and were ordered to leave their primordial spirit marks. Most of them obediently followed, even if they were extremely unwilling, they didn't dare to resist. Only a 4-star martial emperor was too stubborn, and refused to cooperate. As a result, he was killed by a Bai Ming family's expert with a saber strike. Li Yunxiao and Pu Jinshan came to some of the smaller altars to check. The entire altar was completely integrated, there was no gap or door that could be used to enter. They checked a few in a row, and all of them were the same, so they finally gave up and stood on a medium-sized altar. Pu Jinshan said, Young Master Yun, apart from the eternal brightness wall and the chaotic starfield layout, there are no other abnormalities. Li Yunxiao said, got it, thanks for your hard work, go back first. At that moment, Pu Jinshan could no longer be of any use. He put Pu Jinshan into the Universe Divine Monument and started to ponder alone. Originally, it was normal that there was no problem, but the key was that no problem could be found, and people kept dying, it's you. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted Li Yunxiao's thoughts. Li Yunxiao turned around, and 2 rays of light instantly landed on the altar. One of them was handsome in white, with a smile on his face, and the other was in a purple robe, with a cold expression. It was the man they met in the mountain before. Li Yunxiao's gaze suddenly stopped on the white-robed man, and he seemed to be sizing him up with interest, his brows raised. The white-robed man smiled slightly, not taking it to heart, and just nodded lightly as a greeting. The purple-robed man said, I guessed you would come in. You should have some understanding of the current situation, right? You can reconsider the plan I proposed before. Li Yunxiao said, oh, I really don't see the need to cooperate. The purple-robed man's expression changed, and there seemed to be a surge of anger, and he said in a low voice, do you know that in this short period of time, 4 or 5 Emperor Wu powerhouses have already fallen here? Li Yunxiao's heart moved, and he said in a low voice, how did they die? The purple-robed man shook his head with a solemn expression, and said with difficulty, I don't know. He looked coldly at Li Yunxiao, it's because I don't know that it's even more dangerous. And even if there are no abnormalities, when the opportunity comes, you and I are weak, how can we fight against Baiming Xian Palace? Li Yunxiao suddenly became silent. The purple-robed man saw that he seemed to be moved, and immediately struck while the iron was hot, not only Baiming Xian Palace, as far as I know, there are also a few Emperor Jiuxing powerhouses who will also come, including the Duanmu family's powerhouses. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, but returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Only the light in his eyes seemed to become cloudy. Even if we want to form an alliance, we must first let me see the value of an alliance. The purple-robed man was stunned, and then he clapped his hands and laughed, of course. Only when our strengths are equal can we truly benefit from each other. He pointed to the white-robed man beside him and introduced, this is an ally I just met, a 7-star advanced Emperor Wu powerhouse, Bai Zifeng. Bai Zifeng nodded with a smile. The curve of his mouth was just right, almost perfect. Li Yunxiao said, Brother Zifeng's cultivation seems a little strange. I wonder what kind of cultivation method you are cultivating. Bai Zifeng smiled and said, something went wrong when I was cultivating. I've let this friend see a joke. The purple-robed man revealed a strange expression. He could not help but size up Bai Zifeng and said, Brother Zifeng, are you not feeling well? I have some foundation-strengthening medicinal pills here. Maybe you can use it. He took out several kinds of medicinal pills and handed them over. Among them, they were extraordinary and of high quality. Bai Zifeng's smile faded. He frowned and said in a deep voice, there's really no need. It's just that my essence energy is a little chaotic. The purple-robed man took back his hands and said, all right, now that we've formed an alliance, we'll attack and defend together. If you have any difficulties or needs, just say it. Don't be polite. Bai Zifeng's expression changed slightly and he nodded. The purple-robed man continued to introduce, Yen, also a 7-star Emperor Wu. The three of us are comparable in strength. It's quite fate that we meet. Li Yunxiao said, you guys can call me Young Master Yun. The purple-robed man frowned, vaguely displeased, but he did not say anything. Bai Zifeng had a calm expression and still wore a smile. It was as if he did not hear the two at all. Li Yunxiao ignored Yan's displeasure and said, there's no sound other than dead silence here. To be able to silently kill a Emperor Wu powerhouse, it's too inconceivable. If it were us, even if we are no match, we could at least make a sound before dying. Yan also said seriously, this is also the most terrifying part. Also, the powerhouse who died completely disappeared. Even his corpse was not found. Could it be that he was swallowed by these altars? Swallowed? Brother Yan means that these altars are alive? Li Yunxiao raised his brows and pondered. I'm just guessing. Yan laughed and denied himself, how is that possible? Li Yunxiao's eyes flickered with light. He used his hand to point into the distance and said, but I just felt that there seemed to be some changes in that altar. What changes? Yan asked in surprise. Li Yunxiao said, I was here just now, using my soul consciousness to check the situation in this area. Suddenly, the altar disappeared from my perception. Yan was shocked, there's such a thing? He hastily spread out his divine sense. Several miles away, the altar that Li Yunxiao had pointed out was empty, and nothing seemed out of place. Yan frowned. Did young Master Yun make a mistake? It doesn't seem any different. A strange expression appeared on his face as he asked, Young Master Yun, did you just say that your divine sense can cover the entire area? Li Yunxiao didn't answer this question. He only said, just now, he indeed disappeared from my perception. Then, he reappeared. He disappeared and appeared out of thin air. However, the altar has always been there. I can see it clearly, but I can't sense it with my soul consciousness. Yan pondered for a moment before saying, Young Master Yan's words are indeed strange. Why don't the three of us go and investigate? Li Yunxiao said, there's no need to investigate. Just ask Brother Zifeng. What? What do you mean? Yan was startled. Then, he looked at Bai Zifeng. His expression suddenly changed, and he retreated in shock. The smile on Bai Zifeng's face was long gone. What replaced it was a sinister expression. His eyes flickered with a strange light. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and he said coldly, Brother Zifeng, please tell me what happened to that altar just now. When I lost the connection with the altar in my divine sense, Brother Zifeng just happened to be inside. Unfortunately, my eyesight is also very good, but when I looked over, I couldn't see Brother Zifeng's shadow at all. When the altar appeared in my perception again, Zifeng also appeared. Yan was incredibly shocked. He said, Bai Zifeng, is it really like this? What exactly happened there? Humph. Bai Zifeng snorted heavily from his nostrils. It was heavy and annoyed, completely inhuman. Along with the snort, there was a rotten aura. It was so rotten that it made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Yan's expression changed drastically. His purple robe fluttered, and his origin energy surged. A thin layer of spirit mist enveloped his body, and he was extremely vigilant. Bai Zifeng's body began to change subtly. Apart from a pungent stench, green spots also began to appear on his smooth skin. Livor mortis? Yi Yan was startled, and he suddenly exclaimed, "Young Master Yun, what's going on with him?" Li Yunxiao's gaze shifted, and he said, "Compared to him, I'm more concerned about what's going on with the altar we're in." Altar? What do you mean? Yi Yan was startled. He quickly scanned the surroundings with his divine sense and said, "There's nothing unusual." Li Yunxiao said, "Look at the main altar in the center." Yi Yan's divine sense quickly spread into the distance. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, and he said in shock, "They're all gone? The members of the Baiming family and the other martial artists are all gone?" Li Yunxiao laughed bitterly, and he said, "They're not the ones who are missing. It should be us. This altar should have undergone the same change as the one I observed previously. Perhaps some kind of restriction has been activated, and thus, we're separated into two different worlds. Bai Zifeng should have been affected at that time, and that's why he became like this." Yi Yan's face immediately turned green, and he looked extremely ugly. "Does this mean that we've also been affected?" Li Yunxiao crossed his arms in front of his chest, and he said indifferently, "Not yet. If we can't defeat Brother Zifeng, we'll probably be affected." The two of them immediately became extremely vigilant, and they stared at Bai Zifeng. The changes on Bai Zifeng's body became more and more obvious. His face was peeling off, and there was not a single piece of undamaged skin on his body. His entire body was rotting. "Ah!" Bai Zifeng opened his mouth and let out a breath. It was as if he had rotted for countless years, and the entire air became sour. Li Yunxiao and Yi Yan almost vomited. Emperor Qi surged out of their bodies, and the air in the outside world was isolated. Yi Yan pulled a long face, and he said, "How did he become like this all of a sudden? His mind and everything else was normal before." Li Yunxiao also revealed a look of disgust, and he said, "Ask him. Although his appearance has changed, his mind might not have changed." After Bai Zifeng let out a breath, he raised his head, and his two eyeballs were completely exposed, as if they were glued to his face. They rolled a few times, and he opened his mouth, and a low and rotting voice came out, "Vitality. I want vitality, you guys give it to me," Yi Yan said warily. "Are you Bai Zifeng now, or someone else?" Bai Zifeng slowly moved his body, and walked towards the two of them, and said, "Bai Zifeng, of course I am Bai Zifeng. Why am I so talented, and so handsome? The one who has become rotten is me, and not you guys, why?" Li Yunxiao and Yi Yan looked at each other, and they both touched their hair, tidied up their robes, and raised their chests slightly. "Give me back my vitality." A loud roar came out of Bai Zifeng's mouth, and his entire face became even more terrifying. Bang! Bai Zifeng's body swayed, and the air was directly suppressed. His entire body shot out at an extremely fast speed, and he punched out. The fist was so fast that it created sparks, and with a boom, it hit where Yi Yan was. The two of them were already prepared, and Yi Yan instantly dodged. The strong wind on the fist exploded, and flames flew everywhere, scattering the afterimages. Bai Zifeng's eyeballs that were glued to his face turned, and he looked at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao only felt disgusted when he saw his face. The surrounding space shook, and he directly teleported away, and the next moment, he landed on a jade pillar on the altar. "Ah!" Bai Zifeng spat out corpse energy again, and his body also flashed, and he blasted towards Yi Yan, who was not far away. This time, his speed seemed to be even faster than before. Yi Yan was shocked, and his forehead was dripping with cold sweat. A golden light flashed in his hand, and a saber light burst forth. Bang! The saber directly slashed the tip of Bai Zifeng's fist, and a ray of light shook. The treasured saber was blocked by a green corpse energy, and it could not hurt his body. Yi Yan and Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and they stared at that layer of green corpse energy. "Ah!" Bai Zifeng roared, and the strength in his hand suddenly increased. The entire green corpse energy swelled up, and finally, with a bang, it exploded. Yi Yan's expression changed, and he shouted, "Flowing cloud illuminating the sky." The golden illuminating sky saber in his hand trembled, and immediately, a saber flower bloomed, and turned into a sky full of shadows. Countless runes flew out from the saber, and all the saber shadows solidified, forming an invisible saber wall, and separated the green corpse energy. At the same time, it suddenly collapsed. Once the transparent saber wall collapsed, it immediately split into countless saber shadows, and thousands of them slashed forward. Bang! 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 Those saber shadows were abnormally sharp, and they completely tore apart the corpse energy on Bai Zifeng's body, and directly slashed his body. Ah! Bai Zifeng was suppressed by the saber aura, and he could not fight back. His body was cut inch by inch, and his face revealed a painful expression, and he let out a muffled groan. After a wave of saber rain, the decaying body was already full of holes, but Bai Zifeng did not die just like that. Instead, his eyes turned again, and he looked at Yan. Under that terrifying gaze, Yan was startled, and he only felt a chill from his spine to the back of his head, and his whole body inexplicably turned cold. Boom! Suddenly, a red light flashed, and a ball of flame directly exploded above his head. Ah! Yan's body flashed, and his whole hair was burned into a mess. He jumped out of the fire in a sorry state. What are you doing? His face was full of anger, and he glared at the sky. At the place where the flame exploded, the space suddenly rippled, and Xianxia's figure appeared. He raised his hand, and several rays of light flew down. Yan's pupils shrank, and he saw that there seemed to be something in those rays of light. His 5 fingers grabbed at the air, and directly sucked the few rays of light into the air, and he carefully looked at them. He saw that a few grains of rice had been burned black, but even so, he could still see their shape at a glance. Yan's body trembled, and he said in shock, "Decaying corpse worm?" Li Yunxiao said, "It's not an ordinary carrion worm, or else it wouldn't be able to sneak into your body without a sound." Yan couldn't help but shiver in fear. He said embarrassedly, thank you very much." He looked at Bai Zifeng and really couldn't imagine the feeling of becoming like that. His gratitude towards Li Yunxiao immediately exploded. These mutated carrion worms should be the murderers, but where did the people who died go? Did they become like Bai Zifeng? Just as he finished speaking, the space above Bai Zifeng twisted, and more than 10 figures appeared out of thin air. They all had the same rotten bodies and emitted an extremely strong corpse aura. Yan immediately shut his mouth, wishing he could slap himself a few times. Although those rotten bodies looked tattered, the corpse aura on them was even worse than Bai Zifeng's. It was completely impossible to tell what they looked like before. What should I do? In shock, he quickly leaped up and lined up beside Li Yunxiao. He raised his saber and became vigilant. These people's strength doesn't seem to be below Bai Zifeng's. Li Yunxiao said, "It's okay, leave it to me." "En? What did you say?" Yan was startled. He thought he was too nervous and didn't hear clearly. Li Yunxiao repeated again and said, "It's okay, leave it to me." "You step back." Yan was shocked and said with a somewhat sluggish look, You want to deal with these carrion worms alone?" Li Yunxiao said, "These things are afraid of fire, and I just happen to cultivate a fire divine art that I'm quite proud of. Let's try it." Yan hesitated for a moment and said, "Okay, don't force yourself. I'll hold the line for you." He retreated 100 feet, and the treasured saber in his hand shone brightly. He didn't dare to let his guard down. The saber wounds on Bai Zifeng's body gradually healed, and he seemed to have an immortal body. He slowly raised his head and suddenly leaped up. With a loud roar, he rushed towards the 2 of them. The carrion worms that appeared out of thin air behind him also went berserk. All kinds of terrifying sounds came from their mouths, and they turned into more than 10 rays of light that flashed across the sky. Yan's heart suddenly sank, and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. He could not help but tighten his grip on the saber in his hand. Li Yunxiao narrowed his eyes. He had found the reason for the murder, so he had no time to waste on these things that were neither human nor ghost. Moreover, he was very curious about this space and wanted to study how to get out. He held out his hands and opened his palms. A gentle wind swirled around his left hand, while a small flame sprang up from his right hand. The flame burned brighter and brighter until it reached a height of several feet in an instant. It looked like a ferocious beast baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, as if it was about to materialize. Yan was slightly shocked, but he was soon overjoyed. He could feel the terrifying power in the flames. The stronger Li Yunxiao was, the higher their chances of survival. Bang! Li Yunxiao made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and the flames instantly dispersed. Then, he suddenly put his palms together, and with a hong sound, an incomparably huge wheel of wind and fire appeared in front of him. The entire sky seemed to be under the power of the wind and fire. Yan was shocked. When the two elemental powers fused together, the pressure suddenly increased by several times, forcing him to continuously retreat. The zombies were also hit by the oncoming power, and Bai Zifeng's eyes, which were glued to his face, revealed a look of shock for the first time. You guys can also be afraid? Bai Zifeng's expression was immediately captured by Li Yunxiao, and he found it very interesting. He said, "Since you can be afraid, then you will definitely die. Go." He spread out his hands, and the huge wheel of wind and fire instantly rolled over, crushing everything. Under the illumination of the flames, the zombies' bodies were rotting in a horrifying and nauseating manner. When they saw the great wind and fire wheels rolling over, their faces were filled with horror. But no one escaped. Bai Zifeng took the lead and roared. He punched forward with both fists, and countless fist shadows were formed. The rest of the zombies also used their own abilities, and green light filled the sky, blasting towards the great wind and fire wheels. Boom! The great wind and fire wheels exploded, and the power of the flames and astral winds instantly blasted in all directions, engulfing all the zombies. Under the raging flames, one could vaguely see the shadow of a hibernating phoenix, and the temperature of the entire sky rose to a frightening level. Yan's mouth opened wide in horror. The elemental power that filled the sky made him feel a deep sense of fear. He couldn't help but wonder if he could withstand this move. The answer made him shudder. Under this extremely high temperature, he felt cold, and the gaze he used to look at Li Yunxiao changed from gratitude to deep fear. The zombies continuously wailed in horror under the flames, but their voices became weaker and weaker, and finally, they slowly quieted down. After they were all burned to ashes, they were blown infinitely far away by the astral winds. The entire sky suddenly became quiet. Young Master Yun's strength is astonishing. I was blind, and I hope that you can forgive me for my previous negligence. Yan immediately became respectful, and he apologized. Today, I was fortunate to have young Master Yun, or else I would have died here. I will not dare to forget the favor of saving my life. Li Yunxiao chuckled, "You are too polite. Since we have formed an alliance, you and I are naturally on the same side." Yan's face reddened, and he appeared slightly embarrassed. He said, "Young Master Yun is 10 times stronger than me, so I dare not mention the alliance again. However, if you need my help, I will not hesitate to go through fire and water." What he said was the truth. Previously, if there were 10 zombies, he wouldn't have the confidence to defeat them, but he didn't want to be killed in one move. Saying that young Master Yun was 10 times stronger than him was still an underestimation. Yan couldn't help but be shocked. His opponent did indeed have the elemental energy of the 7-star Emperor Wu. Even when he attacked, there were no changes. How could there be such a huge difference between the two of them in the same star realm? Moreover, he wasn't an ordinary 7-star Emperor Wu. Not only had he advanced for more than 10 years, but he also had a few trump cards. Yan originally thought that there were very few people in the same cultivation realm who could defeat him. Even if there were people who couldn't defeat him, it would be easy for them to retreat. However, when the great wind fire wheels appeared in his mind, he immediately realized that he was too naive. Li Yunxiao didn't seem to hear him, and his expression became serious. He used his divine sense to scan the surroundings, and he said in a deep voice, "There is indeed someone controlling this altar. We have returned." Yan was startled, and he quickly looked around. The Baiming family members were all present on the main altar, and there were also many martial artists who came later. He was surprised and happy, and he said, "Young Master Yun, do you mean that there is someone hiding in the altar?" Li Yunxiao said, "It might not be a person. It might be something else, but it will definitely reveal its true appearance." "Oh right, you mentioned that someone from the Duanmu family came as well. Do you know who it is?" Yan hurriedly said, "I heard that it is Lord Duanmu Yoyu's younger sister, Duanmu Tsong." "It's her?" Li Yunxiao raised an eyebrow, and a cold and dignified face appeared in his mind. Yen was stunned, and he asked, young Master Yin knows her? Li Yunxiao smiled without saying a word. He said, let's go to the main altar. That thing failed to attack us, so it probably won't target us again. The two of them used their escape technique and flew to the main altar. At this moment, apart from the Baiming family members, there were many more martial artists scattered on the altar. The main altar was huge, and even though there were twice as many people, it still looked empty. Li Yunxiao and Yi Yan chose the tallest pillar, stood on it, and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. It's that kid. At the corner of the altar, among the Baiming family's crowd, the arrogant man from before had a cold look in his eyes as he recognized Li Yunxiao. I'll go teach him a lesson. Forget it. Didn't Lord Yuanhai say not to make trouble? Another person said, look, the companion beside him seems to have changed. Could it be that initial stage martial emperor is already? The arrogant man's face darkened, and he snorted, Fengshi, I don't need you to tell me what to do. He stole a glance at Baiming Yuanhai, who had his eyes closed. Seeing that Baiming Yuanhai didn't object, he sneered and walked toward the pillar where Li Yunxiao was. Fengshi's expression changed slightly, but he didn't say anything since Baiming Yuanhai didn't object. Suddenly, Baiming Yuanhai opened his eyes and shouted, Jiao Hao, come back. The arrogant man was stunned, and his step stopped in the air. Baiming Yuanhai said, we have an important guest. Don't make trouble. He looked up at the void in the sky and said slowly, is that Lord Baiming Song? The martial artists on the altar were shocked. They came back from their cultivation and looked up at the sky. The air rippled slowly, and three figures appeared. They were the woman in the palace dress and the two old men. The woman in the palace dress had a veil over her face, and her eyes looked cold. She had a unique temperament that people couldn't see through. She walked down from the void and said, Lord Yuanhai, sorry to keep you waiting. The two elders behind her followed closely behind her. Baiming Yuanhai said with a smile, it's worth the wait to welcome Lord Song. I wonder who these two friends are. They look extraordinary, and I hope you can introduce me to them. Li Yunxiao looked over. Although the woman in the palace dress had a veil over her face, he could recognize that she was Duanmu Song at first glance. Among the two old men, he also recognized the white-robed old man with white hair and a ruddy face. He was a formation master. As for the other one, he didn't know him at all. He had a dirty face, but he looked arrogant as if he didn't care about anyone in the world. All the martial artists on the altar focused their attention on Duanmu Song, wanting to see this legendary woman. People flew over from the other altars from time to time. Most of the people in the area were gathered here. Duanmu Song pointed at the white-robed old man and said, this is an outstanding formation master, the world-famous Xianxia Ting. Huh? What, it's him? Everyone was shocked. They looked away from Duanmu Song and sized up the white-robed old man. Xianxia Ting had a gentle and humble appearance, giving people a good impression at first glance. Adding his identity, he immediately made people feel deep respect. Baiming Yuanhai was surprised and delighted. He quickly said, it's Lord Xia Ting. I've heard a lot about you. He was surprised that Duanmu Song came prepared and even invited a formation master out of the mountain. He was delighted that the more strength he had, the greater the chance of success. Xianxia Ting said, Lord Yuanhai, you're too polite. Humph. A soft snort was heard. Although it was as soft as a mosquito, everyone present was an expert and heard it clearly. It was the old man with a dirty face and a black glow. He looked arrogant and seemed to be dissatisfied with Duanmu Song's introduction of Xianxia Ting. Duanmu Song smiled and said, this is an expert from the hidden Mu family, the grand puppet master, Mu Su. The old man with a dirty face raised his head slightly. His eyes flashed with brilliance, and he looked arrogant. Li Yunxiao was stunned and frowned. He didn't expect the old man to be from the Mu family. He couldn't help but wonder why Duanmu Song invited the Mu family. However, no matter what Duanmu Song's intention was, the Mu family seemed to be unwilling to be left out. Grand Puppet Master? Are there big and small puppet masters? So it's a hidden family. No wonder I've never heard of it. So it's a hidden family. No wonder they look different from ordinary people. They must have become stupid after living in seclusion for a long time. Puppets are just auxiliary tools. How dare they use them as their main cultivation? Will such a sect have a future? No wonder they went into seclusion. Everyone's disdainful comments were heard. Musu's black face almost turned black, and his eyes were spitting fire. All of you, shut up! Musu roared angrily. His powerful aura spread on the altar, and it was deafening. Everyone's expression changed, and they all quieted down. Putting aside this person's puppetry skills, the power of primordial chi alone was enough to intimidate the weak. Li Yunxiao looked calm. He knew a lot about the Mu family and knew that this sect's strength was actually very terrifying. It was not inferior to the 7 super forces. Of course, Baiming Yuanhai knew about the Mu clan as well. He was surprised and doubtful as he did not know why Duanmutsang would invite someone from the Mu clan. However, all of his doubts were suppressed at the bottom of his heart. His face was full of smiles, revealing a joyous expression. He hurriedly said, "So it's the great puppet master of the Mu clan." Although the Mu clan stands aloof from worldly affairs and is a secluded immortal mountain, its prestige hasn't diminished at all. It's admirable. Upon hearing this, Musu's face turned slightly better. He nodded and said, "Well, you're a sensible person." Baiming Yuanhai was stunned and asked, "A wise man? What do you mean?" Musu said, "You know the prestige and power of the Mu family." Baiming Yuanhai was speechless, thinking that this man must be a psycho. "I was just being polite," but he took it seriously. If it weren't for the complicated situation, I would have slapped him away for acting tough in front of the Baiming family. Duanmutsang also shook her head with a bitter smile. It seemed that she did not expect the people of the Mu clan to be so crazy. She changed the topic and said, "Did Lord Yuanhai notice anything unusual here?" Baiming Yuanhai then said seriously, "Not yet. Since I entered until now, 9 people have died, and there are no traces left. Including the people who died before, I'm afraid there are dozens of them." Duanmutsang said, "This place is indeed not simple. Lord Xiating, can you find anything?" Taishu Xiating said slowly, "When I looked at these altars from the sky, they seem to be arranged according to the star atlas, but it's not a complete star atlas." Star atlas? Baiming Yuanhai was stunned and then said, "Lord Xiating, do you mean that these altars are broken?" "But I've checked all of them, and there's no sign of it being broken." Taishu Xiating said, "That's what I don't understand. According to the ability of the person who set up this star atlas, he would never make such a mistake." He opened his hand, and a black stone appeared in his palm. A golden incantation seal was cast into it. Suddenly, a splendid light surged up from the stone and shot into the sky. Fluorescent spots appeared and evolved into the heavenly cycle star atlas. Everyone looked up and felt like they were under the starry night sky. Taishu Xiating pointed in a direction and said, "These are the bull, woman, and void galaxies of the Black Tortoise Galaxy, and they're not complete." The place he pointed at suddenly became bright, and the silhouettes of the bull, woman, and void galaxies appeared. They looked like bulls, bats, and mice, and they were very realistic. At the border of the 3 galaxies, hundreds of stars suddenly became bright, and the layout of the altars was clear to everyone. "I see." Many people exclaimed as they looked at the vast starry sky. It was mysterious and unfathomable, and the formation masters couldn't help but be in awe. Taishu Xiating said, "Although the star atlas of this altar is messy, it doesn't mean that it's using star power. It's just that its power is weaker. I guess that the original intention of this place was to use a little star power, and more would be harmful. That's why they set up this chaotic star atlas." Duanmutsang's beautiful eyes flickered, and she said, "Master Xiating's analysis is very reasonable. From the current situation, it should be so. I wonder what the purpose of these altars is." Musu said, "The eternal brightness wall is on all 4 sides. This structure should be used to store vitality and power. I'm afraid there's something very powerful in these altars." "It really is the eternal brightness wall?" "I didn't dare to confirm it at first, but after Master Musu said so, I'm sure of it." Taishu Xiating looked surprised, and he respected the layout of this place. Musu said proudly, "In this world, I'm afraid only the Mu clan knows how to make the eternal brightness wall. Therefore, I can see it with one look." Also, these are the best walls, and the success rate is very low. Taishu Xieting's expression changed, and he said, the Mu clan has the method to make the eternal brightness wall? I'm willing to exchange it with a great treasure, I wonder. Musu stroked his beard and said with a smile, I can't make the decision, but I'll pass on Master Xieting's message. Taishu Xieting cupped his fists and said, thank you. Although I'm not as rich as those alchemists, I still have some great treasures in my hands. I won't let your clan down. Hee, that's easy. Musu wore a complacent face. Baiming Yuanhai saw that they were going off topic, and he said hurriedly, Masters, you said that there's a powerful living creature in these altars. What should we do now? Musu said, it's simple. Just blow up one of the altars, and you'll understand. No. Duan Mutsang objected first, this area is very important, and we can't destroy it. If we don't have any clues after the opportunity arrives, we'll consider opening the altars. Taishu Xieting said, Master Yuanhai, you found these altars for some time. Haven't you tried to destroy one? Baiming Yuanhai sighed and said, alas, I've tried before, but all of them disappeared. No one knows the details. Everyone's expression changed slightly, and they felt a chill down their spines. Baiming Yuanhai said, Master Tsang, there's still 14 hours until the Z period. Will something happen? He looked doubtful. The other warriors didn't believe it either. Although the Duanmu family was famous for their divination, only a few of them had seen it. It should be right. The Z period is the time when the power of the starry sky is the strongest. Judging from the arrangement of this altar, we can be sure. Duan Mutsang said, let me look around first. Maybe I can find something. Baiming Yuanhai said, okay. But be careful, Master Tsang. Duan Mutsang nodded and turned into a beam of light, flying far away. Taishu Xieting flew up to the sky and continued to observe from above, hoping to find something. Musu snorted and turned his eyes. He flew to a huge jade pillar and sat down with his legs crossed, just opposite of Li Yunxia's pillar. At this moment, many warriors flew in from the outside, and it started to become a little noisy. Li Yunxia's divine senses covered the whole area, but he didn't find anything strange. No one disappeared either. It seemed that the whole area became normal after the battle. Kid, what's your name? A deep voice suddenly came. Li Yunxiao turned around. Musu, who was sitting on the jade pillar, opened her eyes. She was staring at Li Yunxiao with a strange expression. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, I'm just a country bumpkin. My name is not worth mentioning. Humph, you're special. Musu snorted and said, many people want to catch my attention, but I look down on them. But I look up to you. Li Yunxiao felt the gazes around him and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But he knew that the people of the Mu family thought highly of themselves, and it was not easy for them to look up to him. He became curious and said, I'm flattered. How can I make you look up to me? The strange look in Musu's eyes became stronger, and a layer of gray appeared in his eyes. I've cultivated a magical power called magical spiritual eyes, which can detect a person's strength. My judgment for you is very strong. Iyan was shocked and changed his opinion of Musu. This arrogant old man with a disheveled face had a good eyesight. Li Yunxiao was also surprised and said, how did you know? He didn't dare to underestimate the power of the Mu family. Musu smiled, and then the gray in his eyes disappeared. Light shot out from his eyes, and he said, to measure a person's strength, there are 5 things: cultivation, divine sense, body, Xian artifact, and magical power. Under my magical spiritual eyes, there are 5 colors. Li Yunxiao's face darkened, and he was secretly shocked. If the magical spiritual eyes could really detect the 5 things of a person, how powerful would it be? Wouldn't he be able to see everything in front of his opponent? Musu's eyes became serious, and the light in his eyes was restrained. He seemed to be thinking and said, 3 of the lights are golden, and they are cultivation, body, and divine sense. All 3 of them have reached the level of high-rank Emperor Wu, which is incredible. What surprises me more is that the light in your Xian artifact and magical power is the soaring purple light that I've never seen before. What's going on? Musu's pupil shrank, and he looked at Li Yunxiao like lightning. Li Yunxiao was stunned. Musu was staring at him fiercely like a venomous snake. Not only that, but the people around them were also surprised. Most of them were suspicious, but most of them were disdainful. Xianxia was shocked. How could there be such a magical eye skill in this world? Was it even more powerful than the Eye of Truth of the Neptune tribe? Suppressing the shock in his heart, he forced a smile and said, Lord Mu Zhao, you are flattering me. I am indeed capable of using Xian artifacts and divine powers, but I am not as good as you said. Musu wore a doubtful look. His eyes turned gray again, and 5 rays of light were reflected in his murky eyes. He said, 3 gold and 2 purple, I am sure. The soaring purple gas is the highest vision that my magical eyes can see. I have never seen anything like it since my magical eyes were formed. Young man, I am very interested in your Xian artifact and divine sense. The gray color in his eyes disappeared, and he became clear again. His figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. He appeared directly on the huge jade pillar that Xianxia was standing on. Although there were 3 people standing on it, it was still very spacious. Yan was shocked and shouted, What are you doing? Musu looked at him disdainfully and said, Cultivation, Xian artifact and divine sense are golden, your body is brown, and your divine sense is green. Although you are good overall, you are still trash in my eyes. Yan's body trembled. When Musu was speaking, an unparalleled and vast aura surged towards him and made him unable to move. His forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his face turned pale. Xianxia suppressed his shock and said with a smile, Master Musu, do you think it is good to bully the weak? I am also very interested in Milord's wondrous spell Spirit Eyes. Musu chuckled and said, You're indeed not simple to be able to remain so calm under my aura. But I really want to see what the Xian artifact and divine sense of the soaring purple gas look like. Boom! The air around them exploded. Musu's aura condensed and almost solidified. It formed a strong wind pillar and directly attacked Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed and anger flashed in his eyes. Wasn't it a little too rude and arrogant for the other party to hit him just like that? However, when he thought about the other party's identity and the fact that the Mu clan seemed to have this kind of idiotic personality flowing in their blood, he could only sigh helplessly. Who asked him to be targeted by this idiot? Bang! The astral wind pillar directly blasted Xianxia's body, instantly dispersing his body into countless green lights and disappearing in front of him. Yes, it's Qinglei. Musu was stunned for a moment. He looked up and saw a ball of lightning flashing 10 feet away. Xianxia's figure was condensed in it, staring at him coldly. He grinned and said, Hee, the Jiang family of the Red Moon City's lightning transformation technique is indeed a top-notch divine power, but it's not as powerful as the purple chi soaring light. With a cold face, Xianxia said in a chilly voice, Musu, do you really want to fight with me? His tone carried a touch of anger and threat. Circles of original force fluctuated from his body, and his aura continued to grow stronger. The surrounding people were all startled, revealing doubtful expressions. Although they didn't believe in the 5-colored light that Musu mentioned, their eyes lit up when they saw Xianxia's lightning transformation technique, and they didn't look down on Xianxia anymore. It's not a good place to fight. Suddenly, a pleasant female voice sounded. It was Duanmutsong. She appeared beside the jade pillar and looked at Xianxia with a trace of surprise in her beautiful eyes. Exactly. Don't destroy the altar here and ruin our plan. Beiming Yuanhai also appeared on the jade pillar in a flash. He also looked at Xianxia with surprise. After a moment of silence, Musu said, Okay. But don't go. I must figure out what the purple chi soaring to the sky is all about. Xianxia's face twitched, and anger flashed in his eyes. But on second thought, the anger disappeared, and he became calm again. Duanmutsong said, Is the magical spirit eyes that Lord Musu cultivates the minor rotating chakra 3 figures magical spirit eyes? Musu was surprised and asked, Mist Song, you also know this technique? Duanmutsong's beautiful eyes flashed, and she finally looked surprised. She said, I was just guessing, and I didn't expect it to be true. This technique is beyond the realm of level 9. It's a godly technique. What? The surrounding people were all shocked, and they revealed looks of horror. They were all powerhouses in the Jiutian realm and Emperor Wu. Of course, they knew what the so-called godly technique was. Bai Ming Yuanhai's face changed dramatically, and his eyes were wide open with flickering lights. Li Yunxiao was also shocked, and he began to think quickly. He seemed to have heard of the minor rotating chakra three figures magical spirit eyes before, but he couldn't recall it. Haha. Musu sensed everyone's astonishment and laughed complacently. He stroked his beard and said modestly, Mist Song, you're really knowledgeable. This technique is indeed a godly technique of the 10 directions, but, he said honestly, but I haven't mastered it completely. It's just an incomplete technique, and it's far from the real minor rotating chakra three figures magical spirit eyes. I see. Duan Mutsong sighed, what a pity. Musu's face changed slightly, and he said proudly, although it's incomplete, it's enough to be the best in the world. Everyone was speechless. This guy seemed to be afraid that others didn't know how powerful he was. He almost wrote I'm very powerful on his face. Duan Mutsong said, indeed. Even if it's incomplete, it's still extremely powerful. The foundation and strength of the Mu family shouldn't be underestimated. Hee hee. Musu beamed with joy when he heard the compliment. Bai Ming Yuanhai finally understood this person's temperament, and he also praised with a smile, I've widened my horizons today. If you don't mind, you're welcome to visit the Bai Ming family at any time. We'll definitely treat you as a distinguished guest. Haha. You're welcome. Musu couldn't stop smiling. He felt that he had displayed the Mu family's demeanor, but he was a little confused. The people around him were speechless. They felt that this person had powerful supernatural power but was simple-minded. He was not a difficult person to deal with, and they could easily take him down with just a few words. Duan Mutsong then looked at Li Yunxiao in the sky and said, I'm also a little curious about your identity. Although I have some guesses, I'm not sure. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, my identity isn't surprising. Lord Song, you'd better focus your attention and energy on these sacrificial altars. It's said that the Duanmu family's divination technique is unparalleled in the world. They can travel through the torrent of time and space and peek into the past and future. Can't they even divine the anomalies in this place? Isn't that rumor a bit too exaggerated? Everyone was shocked, and they looked at Li Yunxiao in surprise. He actually spoke to Duanmu Tsang like that. The Duanmu family had always been very mysterious. Outsiders knew very little about them. Even the 7 super factions did not know much about the Duanmu family. The only thing they knew was that this family had extremely powerful divination supernatural power. Moreover, Duanmu Youyu was one of the 10 titled Emperor Wu. Duanmu Tsang was not angry. He said faintly, although the rumors in the outside world are exaggerated, and divination is an act that goes against the heavens, it will definitely be punished by the heavens. Even we have to be very careful every time we peek into the heavenly fate. We don't dare to take too much risk. A ripple appeared in Li Yunxiao's eyes. He thought about Narcissus's mother, the wife of Sea Emperor Bron. She had also lost her life because she peeked into the heavenly fate. She had relied on a 7-star lamp to keep her life. Taishu Xiating sighed and said, the great Tao is boundless, and humans are like ants. The heavenly fate is boundless. Who can peek into it? Who dares to peek into it? Everyone fell silent. The atmosphere seemed to have become a little oppressive after hearing this. They were all experts of the current age. To be able to step into the realm of Jiutian Emperor Wu, they all had all kinds of fortuitous encounters, talents, and perseverance. However, when faced with the distance of the martial path, they all felt emotional. Bai Ming Yuanhai's heartstrings were also touched. For Emperor Jiuxing like them, it was even more touching. The first style of the 3 styles beyond the heavens was, my life is limited, but the Tao is boundless. Li Yunxiao was even more shocked. The word dare made his heart palpitate. He thought about the story of ancient god Maha that the Ocean Emperor had told him. The 3,000 great Daos condensed into words that were not tolerated by this world. In the end, they disappeared into thin air. Duan Mutsong smiled and said, I order Shiha to break the boundary. I hope that sire will not force me. The road is long, and I will search from top to bottom. Taishu Xiating smiled and said, Lord Song is open-minded and ambitious. You are a role model for our generation. Duan Mutsong chuckled and said, Lord Xiating, you are making fun of me. Did you find anything after walking around? Taishu Xiating's smile disappeared, and he said solemnly, it is indeed strange. There seems to be traces of overlapping spaces here. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed, and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Duan Mutsong was also stunned. Then, he looked like he came to a realization and said, overlapping spaces? If that is the case, then it makes sense that there are people who died without their corpses being found. Baiming Yuanhai said in shock, Lord, you mean that those who died were dragged into another space? So, there are really living beings here? Everyone was shocked, and they couldn't help but gather around the altar as if they could hug each other for warmth. Taishu Xieting thought and said, I don't dare to say for sure. After all, overlapping spaces is an extremely high-level formation technique. Although I can barely do it, to maintain such an extremely complicated and exhausting formation for tens of thousands of years. Hee. I'm afraid even Lord Tingguang can't do it. Li Yunxiao suddenly said, what if there are living beings that have been maintaining this formation for tens of thousands of years? This is possible. Taishu Xieting was stunned, and his expression became strange. He said, are there any living beings that can live for tens of thousands of years without dying? Li Yunxiao said, these living beings might not be real people. Duan Mutsong's beautiful eyes turned, and she said, do you know something, young Master Yun? Li Yunxiao looked up at her and said, as expected, Lord Song guessed my identity. I did encounter something. What? Everyone was shocked, and they all focused their gazes on him. Li Yunxiao told them what he had encountered. As for how he killed the zombies with his superpower, he simply explained it as a fire elemental martial technique. He said, those zombies are indestructible, but they should be restrained by fire. Really? Baiming Yuanhai said in surprise, Bai Zifeng's spirit tablet was indeed broken. He glared at him and yelled, why didn't you tell us such an important thing earlier? Li Yunxiao glanced at him indifferently and said, you're so weird. Why should I tell you? Humph. There are people who are tired of living in this world. Baiming Yuanhai's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Don't think that I won't kill you because Lord Song is here. Jiaohao was shocked and yelled, ah. He is Li Yunxiao. His voice was filled with astonishment and horror. Li Yunxiao? Li Yunxiao. Everyone was startled, and finally came to their senses. That was the world's #1 rising star who was rumored to be a god with heaven-defying strength and an arrogant personality. Musu was surprised and said, so, you're Li Yunxiao? He had heard about Li Yunxiao before he left the Mu family, so he fell into deep thought. Yi Yan was shocked, and he suddenly understood why there was such a big difference between him and his opponent. His reputation was well-deserved. Ugh. Li Yunxiao snorted and said, why do you all show this face as if you know me? Sorry, I don't know you. Baiming Yuanhai's pupils contracted, and he yelled, so, you're Li Yunxiao? I didn't waste any effort to get here. He clenched his fist, and the sound of bones exploding rang out one after another. A layer of faint ice cloud appeared around his fist. Space shrunk, completely collapsing towards the frozen cloud. Countless wrinkles were pulled out, containing wisps of terrifying black lines. The people around Baiming Yuanhai seemed to be out of shape. The members of the Baiming family could not help but take a step back. Jiaohao said in shock, Lord Yuanhai, I can capture him. There is no need for you to do it yourself. Baiming Yuanhai said coldly, there's no time. I'll take him down first, and you can take him back to Baiming Palace. You don't have to participate in this. Jiaohao was startled, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Opportunities were illusory and difficult to find, and he was actually going to miss it. He glared venomously at Li Yunxiao, but he had no choice but to answer, yes. Duan Mutsong exclaimed, Lord Yuanhai. Baiming Yuanhai said coldly, Lord Song, you don't have to say more. I must capture this man. He raised his head, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Are you going to surrender, or do you want to suffer a little before surrendering? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, is there a third option? For example, we can pretend that we don't know each other and continue to have fun together. Humph. I don't like people with a glib tongue. It seems that you want to suffer a little. It's good for young people to suffer a little. Baiming Yuanhai's expression turned stern. He yelled and raised his fist. The circle of faint ice clouds rose slowly and melted abruptly, turning the entire dome into ice color. Frozen jade water. Bai Ming Yuanhai's eyes narrowed slightly. Countless water-colored runes floated on his fist wind. His arm spun around and punched out, boom, countless shattering sounds came from the sky, sounding like the shattering of glaciers. Everyone's expressions changed greatly. The huge ice clouds in the sky were shattered, and the light dimmed instantly. An invisible water light turned into a tornado pillar and blasted toward Li Yunxiao. Bai Ming Yuanhai remained calm. Rays of light burst out from his body, and he made a gesture with one hand and yelled, "Water cloud like cotton." The countless ice crystals that filled the sky froze and flipped over. Then, like an avalanche, they fell onto Li Yunxiao's body. Everyone was shocked. They could not help but be shocked when they saw Li Yunxiao being swallowed by the ice cloud in an instant. Li Yunxiao was also shocked and instantly fell into a huge vortex of power. He didn't expect that Bai Ming Yuanhai's first move would be so vicious. The two moves, Frozen Jade Water and Watery Cloud Like Cotton, were actually one move, Frozen Jade Water and Watery Cloud Like Cotton. Bai Ming Yuanhai was afraid that he would die in one move, so he used them separately to reduce their power. "Milord Yuanhai, you overestimate me by using such a vicious move at the beginning. Aren't you afraid of losing your demeanor?" In the center of the ice clouds, Li Yunxiao's clear voice came from the swirling water light. "What?" Everyone was astonished. Although they didn't expect this guy to die so easily, his voice was loud and clear as if he was doing it with ease. Bai Ming Yuanhai's eyes narrowed, and his face darkened. Then, a golden light burst out from the ice layer, emitting dazzling light like a lotus blooming in the depths of the clouds. Boom! With the water cloud vortex as the center, the entire ice layer collapsed instantly. On the contrary, the power of the water cloud became even more violent under the power of the astral wind. However, it changed its direction and blasted toward the dome in the sky. "Oh no!" Several people exclaimed softly, and their faces were filled with shock. Borrowing the power of the astral wind, the water vortex suddenly rushed up to the dome like a rising dragon. Boom! The space trembled violently, and the earth and mountains shook. All kinds of huge rocks fell down one by one, and the entire mine cave was about to collapse. Damn it! Bai Ming Yuanhai was also astonished and furious. This space was within the mountain range of Borderline Mountain, and the sky above them was the surface of the mountain. He had considered the safety of this place when he made his move, but he didn't want Li Yunxiao to take advantage of it. Not only did Li Yunxiao lead the water vortex to the dome, but its power seemed to have increased by several times. Duan Mutsang's eyes flashed with reproach. He said, "Lord Yuanhai, please work together and set up an energy sphere to cover this area." Bai Ming Yuanhai glanced at Li Yunxiao fiercely and said, "Okay, I'll let this guy go for now." He yelled, "Everyone, work together and protect this altar." Except for the people from the Bai Ming family who circulated their vital energy and were ready to take action, the others looked cold and indifferent. They all had the same thought. "You're the one who created this situation. Why should we bear the responsibility together?" Bai Ming Yuanhai's face darkened, and anger surged out. He looked around with his sharp eyes. Everyone who came into contact with his gaze hurriedly turned their heads away, completely ignoring him. I'm used to being alone and don't have the habit of taking orders from others." Bai Ming Yuanhai's eyes fell on a stout old man in a loose red robe. The old man didn't avoid it, but his mouth twitched and said with a sneer. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed too. He also recognized the old man. He was Bai Haodong, whom he met in the auction in Nuyan City. He didn't notice this person before, so he must have just entered. Jiao Hao seemed to recognize Bai Haodong at once, and he whispered to Bai Ming Yuanhai immediately. Bai Ming Yuanhai's eyes became even more gloomy. He stared at Bai Haodong with intense killing intent. At this moment, the dome was still collapsing, and large pieces of rocks were falling. Not only that, the shock from the previous attack seemed to have damaged the surrounding earth veins. It seemed like the mountain was really going to collapse. Duan Mutsang was shocked, and he said loudly, "Once this place is destroyed, nobody will benefit from it. I have an earth talisman that can support a barrier. Everyone just needs to put in a little effort." Taishu Xiating said, "The earth talisman can indeed suppress mountains and rivers. You just need to use your strength to maintain the talisman light. Lord Song, please take it out. Everyone showed their support and kept nodding. Duan Song pinched her fingers, and a yellow talisman flew out from her palm and floated in the air. Then, she kept forming hand seals with both hands, and the talisman shone brightly. It instantly condensed into a semicircular dome barrier that was hundreds of acres wide, and it fell from the sky. The barrier disappeared in a flash, but the entire mine became calm, and the feeling of collapse disappeared in an instant. The yellow talisman was still floating in the air. The light on it flickered, and it seemed like it couldn't hold on any longer. Xianxia said loudly, "Everyone, let's do it together." It's enough for everyone to contribute less than 5% of their strength. He first struck out a spiritual art, and it flew into the yellow talisman with surging origin power. Immediately, the yellow light became brighter, and the various talisman patterns on it could be seen clearly. At this time, everyone was too embarrassed to continue watching. Moreover, a small portion of their strength could be recovered in a few hours. If they consumed some elixirs, 15 minutes would be enough. Immediately, dozens of spiritual arts flew into the air and into the yellow talisman. Immediately, the talisman shone brightly, and it disappeared into the void. The rock layer on the dome was still cracking and collapsing, but the surrounding mountains had already stabilized. Only a few rock layers had collapsed, and it didn't affect the safety. Huge rocks kept falling, but once they touched the barrier, yellow light appeared in the air, and they were shattered into powder. On the 100 acres of flat land above the rock layer, there were already thousands of martial artists gathered. As the ground shook, they flew into the air, and they looked at the collapsing call in shock. "It's fine for now, Lord Yuanhai. I hope that any grudges can wait until this matter is over." Duan Song looked at Baiming Yuanhai reproachfully, and her tone seemed to have an unquestionable momentum. Baiming Yuanhai's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, and then he returned to normal. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, "Okay. Since Lord Song has spoken, I will give you face." Duan Song's beautiful eyes looked around, and she said, "The same goes for the others. I hope that everyone will try to restrain themselves." Musu suddenly looked up, and his eyes were gray, and he said, "An anomaly has appeared." Everyone was shocked, and they all looked up at the sky. Except for the collapsing rock layer, they couldn't see anything. Everyone looked at Musu with jealousy. They knew that he had cultivated the wonderful spell Spirit Eyes, and that was why he could see through things. Xiaoting said, "The earth talisman has stabilized the earth veins. Why don't we just destroy this rock stratum?" Duan Song said, "It's better to be careful. Just make a hole so that everyone can see the vision." Baiming Yuanhai said, "Fengshe." "Yes." Fengshe understood immediately and walked out from behind Baiming Yuanhai. He took out his hands from behind his back, and a silver light flashed. Then, a silver spear appeared in his hands. As soon as the spear moved, a silver splendor swept across the sky. Bang! 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 The silver splendor turned into countless spear shadows, and each of them penetrated the rock stratum and shot into the sky outside. The thousands of martial artists outside were in an uproar and were greatly alarmed. All of a sudden, they dispersed with a loud boom. Hundreds of holes appeared on the rock stratum, and the entire sky could be seen. Under the starry sky, red rainbows rolled, and purple light appeared. The stars shone brightly, and the scene was spectacular. It was the first time for many people to see such a vision, and they were all amazed. Baiming Yuanhai said, "Such a magnificent vision is exciting. But the strange thing is that it can only be seen in this valley. Once we leave the mountain, there is no vision." Xiaoting said, "In that case, this phenomenon was indeed caused by this altar. The place where the vision is coming from is indeed the mystic turtle galaxy." Everyone looked over. At the place where the strange phenomenon was rising, under the most resplendent starry sky, they could vaguely see the shadow of a giant turtle. Musu said, "Based on what Li Yunxiao said, it seems like the root of the vision is still in these altars. Why don't we open one and see?" Everyone was silent, and no one could come up with a conclusion. Li Yunxiao said, "It is now the hour of the sun. There are only 4 hours left until the hour of the Z period that Lord Song mentioned. I suggest we wait." An elder snorted, "From what we can see, this place is dangerous. Only God knows if it will be a blessing or a disaster in 4 hours. If we open an altar now, we might get more information. If it is a disaster, we will have more countermeasures. His words resonated with many people. Duan Mutsang frowned. I agree with young Master Yun. Such auspicious vision is probably not a bad thing. Furthermore, signing the prophecy also meant that a fortuitous encounter had descended. As for whether it was a blessing or a curse, it depended on one's luck. If I recklessly destroy the altar now and cause the heavenly fate to change, it will be really hard to predict whether it will be a blessing or a curse. That's right, Lord Sung's words are reasonable. Bai Ming Yuanhai glanced around coldly and said in disdain, those who are afraid of death can leave now. Many people's expressions changed slightly. The old man from before pondered for a moment before cupping his fists and saying, according to this old man's judgment, this place is not auspicious. Since you insist on going your own way, this old man will not accompany you. He turned around and left in a streak of light. Everyone looked at that streak of light. Some were deep in thought, some were sneering, but most were indifferent. No one could tell what their expressions were. Bai Haodong laughed coldly and said, who here hasn't killed their way out of countless life and death situations? For the sake of seeking a chance to advance, they've already died countless times. Why would they care about this one time? Everyone's expression turned cold. These words seemed to have a stimulating effect, and those uneasy hearts completely calmed down. Li Yunxiao's expression suddenly changed slightly. His eyes focused as he looked in the direction that the old man escaped to. Then, he turned around and saw that Taishu Xieting was looking at him with a surprised expression. He said, Mr. Yunxiao, did you sense it too? Li Yunxiao nodded and said, I've experienced it once before, so I'm naturally more sensitive. Taishu Xieting said, Mister, you're too humble. He said with a serious expression, the person who just left has already been sucked into the overlapping space. What? Everyone was shocked, and many people said in surprise, didn't he already leave? I clearly saw his streak of light disappear. Taishu Xieting said, that person escaped to the edge of the altar and disappeared. It's very well hidden, and I wasn't sure before, but young Master Yun also felt it, so it should be right. Li Yunxiao said, that person should be under attack now. Whether he can survive or not depends on his strength. Yi Yan's face turned pale, and he said, that person only has the strength of 4-star Emperor Wu. From what we've seen before, he most likely won't survive. Bai Ming Yuanhai grabbed at the table, and dozens of spirit tablets flew up and floated in the air. Crack, suddenly, one of the spirit tablets exploded, and a name on it cracked, losing all of its spiritual qi. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they all looked terrible. He's really dead. Bai Ming Yuanhai nodded slightly and showed a cold smile. If anyone is afraid of death, you can leave now. Hee hee. Everyone's face turned pale, and no one made a sound. Duan Mutsong said, don't be afraid, everyone. No matter how terrifying this area is, it's still man-made. With everyone's combined strength, no one in the world can be a match for them. Fear comes from the unknown. Once everything is clear, there's nothing to be afraid of. Musu also said, indeed. From what young Master Yun said, the thing controlling the corpses seems to be a strange corpse-rot worm. This reminds me of a corpse-controlling art that uses corpse parasites. Corpse parasites? Li Yunxiao frowned and said, Master Musu, do you mean that there's someone controlling those corpses behind the scenes? Musu said, that must be the case at the beginning. But I don't think anyone can survive here for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, those corpse parasites must be unconscious, and they're just randomly attacking and occupying people's bodies. Taishu Xieting said, Master Musu, you're too optimistic. We can't let our guard down, but we don't have to be afraid of anything. Duan Mutsong said, that's right. Everyone, take a good rest. It's almost midnight. Then, she closed her eyes and stood still in the air. Her body emitted a beam of light, and she looked dignified and sacred. Everyone quieted down and began to adjust their breaths. Under the beautiful starry sky, the ancient altar and the tranquil space gave people a sense of serenity. Just now, after the dome shook violently, there were cultivators flying in from outside. They were all slightly shocked and surrounded the crowd, not making a sound. As soon as Li Yunxiao started to meditate, he heard a soft voice. It was Musu's voice. Young Master Yun, are you confident that you can escape from the Baiming Palace safely? Li Yunxiao opened his eyes slightly and saw that Musu's eyes were closed, and his lips were not moving. It was obvious that he was using a powerful voice transmission technique. He asked curiously, Master, what do you mean? Musu chuckled and said, I want to make a deal with young Master Yun. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, Master, you're still thinking about the soaring purple aura. I guess your mystical spirit eyes haven't been refined yet, so there's some deviation. Humph. My mystical spirit eyes will never be wrong. Musu was a little unhappy. He snorted and said, but my deal with young Master Yun is about something else. Li Yunxiao didn't find it strange that Musu was interested in something else, and it was two things at that. Musu said, the zombies and insects that young Master Yun mentioned reminded me of something called the corpsely. It's a very powerful spiritual insect. Not only can it control corpses, but it's also very aggressive and has almost no weaknesses. I hope that young Master Yun can help me tame this insect. Li Yunxiao was puzzled. Master Musu's strength is much stronger than mine. Even if you need help, Master Tsang and Master Xia Ting are also very powerful. They should be the best candidates. They can't do it. Musu said, I just said that this insect has almost no weaknesses, and it can't be harmed by the 5 elements. Young Master Yun was able to kill this insect with a fire skill, so the flame must be extraordinary. If I'm not wrong, young Master Yun's fire divine art is the soaring purple aura technique. Li Yunxiao was slightly surprised. He thought that Musu was indeed not simple. He said, let me think about it. What about the other thing? Musu was a little anxious. What's there to think about? I can make sure that you can leave this place safely. The other thing is a long story. I want young Master Yun to join the Mu family and participate in a martial arts contest on behalf of the Mu family. Martial arts contest? Li Yunxiao's face became strange. He said, your sex strength is comparable to the 7 super forces, and you have many masters who are better than me. Why, Musu was a little embarrassed. This is an internal competition of our secluded sex, and it must be between young masters who are under 30 years old. Although Mu Fenghua's strength is not weaker than yours. Ahem. I feel that he is still a little bit inexperienced, Li Yunxiao immediately understood. This kind of competition was similar to the Merchant Union's martial arts and martial arts competition, and it must be a competition of interests. It seemed that these secluded sects weren't as peaceful as they thought. Since it's a competition between sects, it must be a member of the Mu family, right? Li Yunxiao asked. Musu chuckled. That's easy. You can choose from all the women of age in the Mu family. It doesn't matter if you choose one or a few. Just marry into the Mu family and ask the master to give you the surname Mu. That will solve the problem. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. He said, I see. I also have a little trouble. If Master Musu can help me solve it, these two things won't be a problem. Oh, what kind of trouble? Musu suddenly opened his eyes, which were flashing with light. Li Yunxiao said, I accidentally became enemies with the Baiming Palace and the Crimson Moon City. I want to take revenge on these two sects and let them know how powerful I am. As long as the Mu family is willing to help me, these two things won't be a problem. What? Take revenge on the Baiming Palace and the Crimson Moon City? Musu's face twitched violently. He coughed and said, ahem, this. The martial arts contest hasn't been decided yet. I will discuss it with young Master Yun after I confirm that I need his help. Li Yunxiao said, what? Is the Mu family afraid of the Crimson Moon City and the Baiming Palace? Of course not. Musu immediately said seriously, as long as the Mu family really wants to deal with them, they can only beg for mercy. However, I don't have the final say in the Mu family. I will go back and report to the master, then I will reply to young Master Yun. Li Yunxiao chuckled inwardly and said, I see. I have no say in the matter of marrying into your family. I have to go back and report this to my parents. I will give you a reply then. Musu stared at Yunche helplessly, not knowing what to say. Young Master Yun, you can agree to the martial contest first. As long as you win, the patriarch will be happy. Who knows, he might even help you deal with Hongyu City and Baiming Palace. Actually, as long as the news of young Master Yun marrying into the Mu family spreads out, those two forces will naturally not dare to provoke you. Hehe, let's talk about it, let's talk about it. Li Yunxiao laughed, blinked his eyes, and continued to meditate. Musu thought for a while and said, let's not talk about the martial art contest for now. About the corpse, Li Yunxiao smiled inwardly and said, I can do my best to help with the matter of the corpse, but there is no free lunch in this world. I am very interested in Darren's ingenious spell Spirit Eyes. Musu's expression changed and was filled with anger. His voice became sharp, you're just helping me. How dare you try to peep at my magical spiritual eyes? Li Yunxiao's eyes widened slightly. He rolled his eyes at him and snorted, free trade, whoever is willing will take the bait. Moreover, the things you like are priceless. If you miss this chance, you might miss it for the rest of your life. Musu's face paled. He licked his dry lips. Li Yunxiao's words hit the bottom of his heart. The corpsely was indeed very difficult to find, and according to the records, it was impervious to swords and spears and the 5 elements. He wasn't sure if he could subdue it. Sure. But it has to be done after the transaction. The premise is that I get the corpsely, otherwise, there's nothing to talk about. Musu's eyes flickered as he said, it's only my initial guess that it's corpsely. Furthermore, I only have a fragment of the minor revolving will triple manifestation wondrous art of spiritual eye. Alright. It's a deal. Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment before agreeing. Although the mystic spell Spirit Eye was a fragment, it was still a fragment of a divine technique. If he could comprehend it, it would definitely be greatly beneficial to his eye technique. To him, such an opportunity was something that could only be chanced upon. The two of them came to a preliminary agreement and immediately quieted down. Suddenly, Duan Mutsong opened his eyes and spread his hands in front of him. A ray of light spread out like a mirror. The mirror flashed with the clear and crystalline waves, and there was the indistinct murmuring of water and splashing of waves. A wisp of golden light sprinkled down and slowly converged into a talisman. It flickered in the air one by one and entered the void. This attracted everyone's attention, and countless gazes fell on her. Duan Mutsong looked up, and a glint flashed in his eyes as he said, he's here. Everyone's heart trembled, and they hurriedly raised their heads to look. Through the hundreds of holes, the stars in the mystic turtle galaxy shone brighter and brighter. Those specks of starlight converged into a line, outlining an enormous and boundless star diagram. Golden scales illuminated the sun, colorful feathers soaring high in the sky. That is, Li Yunxiao's eyes were sharp and his pupils constricted. He saw that there seemed to be golden rainbows rolling in the vast star map, long bridges, stone pillars, and golden doors. It was actually a group of buildings. Musu quickly discovered it and said in astonishment, Immortal Palace? At this moment, hundreds of sacrificial altars surged with light, and countless golden patterns appeared on the eternal brightness walls. A wave of dense energy spread out. Everyone was startled. Afraid that something was wrong, they leaped up from the sacrificial altars and looked up and down in astonishment. Under the starry night sky, the huge group of palaces that looked like mystic turtles became solid in the flashing lights and shadows. They could clearly see the shape of snakes and turtles, the hundreds of winding corridors, the jade bridge railings, and the golden sacrificial altars. Baiming Yuanhai said in astonishment, this star zone city is falling rapidly. Needless to say, everyone else widened their eyes since they had already discovered it. They rubbed their eyes, feeling that it was unreal. Gulp. Musu swallowed his saliva and said, Is this an illusion spell? Ah. I see. I see. Taishu Xiating suddenly yelled as an idea flashed through his mind. He said excitedly, I finally understand. He began to dance with joy. He was very happy. Musu yelled, What do you understand? Say it. The vast scene in front of them had frozen everyone's thoughts. Their minds were almost blank. Such a vast scene, such a majestic and magnificent image, was not something that could be done by a human. Taishu Xiating laughed and said, Haha, I finally understand what these sacrificial altars are about. He pointed at the starry sky 10,000 miles away and said, Look at these palaces. It's completely a star map of the mystic turtle. The golden sacrificial altars are set up in the battle, danger, room, and wall galaxies of the mystic turtle galaxy. Only the Ox, Nu, and Void galaxies are missing. Do you understand now? Everyone was surprised. They looked down at the sacrificial altars and the sky from time to time. Those with weaker cultivations could not see the palaces clearly, so they could only worry. Musu thought for a while and said, "You mean these sacrificial altars were originally a part of the immortal palace, but they were left in the two-world mountain?" Taishu Xiating stroked his long beard. He seemed to be in a great mood and said with a smile, "Yes. These sacrificial altars are used to connect the buildings of the Star Palace. If I've guessed correctly, the person who set it up all those years ago used a great ability to toss the Star Palace into space, but they were also afraid that it would be lost, so they left behind these sacrificial altars in the two-world mountain. They can locate and guide it at any time, like the string that pulls a kite." Li Yinxiao said, "Since they wanted to hide the Star Palace and prevent it from being lost, why did they have to descend into the mortal realm now? Wouldn't it be better if they left it in space forever?" Taishu Xiating smiled. "That's because there are times when these arrangements are at their limit. Once the string is severed, the Star Palace will be lost forever. As a result, it will appear every once in a while. We don't even know how many times we've seen it appear this time. This is from the perspective of setting up the formation. If we go by what Song said, it's a fortuitous encounter." Duanmu. Song's eyes were filled with excitement. He said with a smile, "This is the first time I've seen such a wondrous sight. I'm looking forward to seeing what's inside the Star Palace." Although Li Yunxiao was surprised as well, he was not as excited as the others. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "In Sir Xiating's opinion, sending a kite into space, floating for tens of thousands of years, and then pulling it back. What kind of powerful existence would be able to set up such a grand arrangement?" Taishu Xiating was stunned. His eyes shone brightly. With the current strength of the heavenly martial arts realm, unless the sacred region takes action and works with the large sects, it's impossible for them to set up such a grand arrangement. Li Yinxiao said, "Although the two-world mountain is a place for independent cultivators, their strength has not reached the level of the sacred region, right?" Fangshi said, "The two-world mountain has always been under my jurisdiction. The mine here is also the reserve mine of Baimingxian Palace. Before it was officially mined, independent cultivators often resided here, but their strength was very limited. As for how prosperous it was tens of thousands of years ago, I don't know." Baiming Yuanhai said, "In that case, although the two-world mountain is a place where independent cultivators gather, it is also a place of inheritance. But it has been broken for a long time." Duan Mutsong said in a deep voice, "Exactly. According to my speculation, this arrangement is even 100,000 years old. It is very likely that it was left by a god state strong 100,000 years." Everyone's hearts trembled. This era was extremely sensitive, because the extinction of God realm experts basically started from that period. Haha, if we can get a glimpse of the palace left by a god state strong, even if we die, this trip will not be in vain. Haha. A person suddenly laughed wildly. It was Bai Haodong. Everyone looked over and frowned. Taishu Xiating gazed at the starry sky and said, "This constellation palace should fall in this area and overlap with the altar, so that the two-world mountain will be restored to its original state. According to the speed of its descent, it will take about an hour." Baiming Yuanhai clenched his right fist and put it by his mouth. He coughed and said, "Ahem, there is still an hour. It is long enough. We can discuss it." "Discuss?" Everyone frowned, and their expressions were a little strange. Musu said, "Discuss what?" Hee. Baiming Yuanhai chuckled and said, "Although the two-world mountain was glorious in the past, it has already been buried in dust with the passage of time. Now that this land belongs to the Baiming Palace, this constellation palace naturally belongs to the Baiming family." Everyone's faces immediately darkened, and their expressions became extremely long. Not a single one of them had a pleasant expression. Vaguely, a wave of anger seemed to be forming. "Humph, shameless." Bai Haodong snorted in disdain and said mockingly, "Previously, the Baiming Palace sealed off the mountain and searched for treasures alone. No one said anything, but later on, they announced that they would allow everyone to enter and explore. Now that the treasures have been found, they actually want to take it for themselves. Is there anything more shameless than this in the world? Everyone was furious, but they dared not say anything. As soon as Baihadong said this, it was immediately echoed. They all cheered and cursed. Bai Ming Yuanhai's face was full of killing intent. He glared at Baihadong and said loudly, "Quiet. When did I say that I want to take it for myself? Although it does belong to the Baiming Palace, everyone who sees it has a share. The Baiming family is not an ungrateful place. We won't let you go back empty-handed." Musu frowned and said, "Baiming Yuanhai, what do you mean? You look like the owner of the immortal palace." "Humph." Baiming Yuanhai put his hands behind his back and said, "Nothing. If we really want to choose the owner of the immortal palace, we can't choose anyone other than the Baiming family. For example, don't the treasures dug out from your backyard belong to your family?" Everyone was speechless and didn't know how to refute. Although it was reasonable, they wouldn't be so stupid to give away the benefits at this critical moment. Pfft. Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "If you want to count the treasures in your backyard, it should be these altars. It's okay for the Baiming Palace to take them. As for the Constellation Palace, it has been floating in the void for 100,000 years. Does the entire void also belong to the Baiming family?" "Haha, you're right." Musu clapped his hands and laughed. He blew on his beard and raised his eyebrows in praise. "Yes, yes, yes. Young Master Yunxiao is right. Don't have any designs on these altars. They belong to Baiming Xian Palace. We'll just enter the Star Palace later." Yes. This Star Palace was discovered under Lord Duanmutsong's guidance. Anyone who sees it can obtain it. The crowd chattered one after another, which made Baiming Yuanhai so angry that his face turned livid. He shouted angrily, "Even if this Star Palace is illusory, it was drawn here by the Two Realm Mountains altar. Our Baiming Xian Palace wants at least 70% of the treasures in the Star Palace." TSK. 70%. Is Lord Yuanhai going to make everyone his enemy? An old man said unhurriedly. His face was thin and cold, and his body was bony. One look and anyone could tell that he was not a kind person. Moreover, the aura he gave off was not weaker than Baiming Yuanhai and the others. Duanmutsong also said slowly, "Where the fortuitous encounter is, the fated will obtain it." Everyone who saw it was a fated person. If Lord Yuanhai acts arbitrarily, I'm afraid he will miss the fortuitous encounter. Moreover, no one knows what's inside the Star Palace. Don't be too optimistic. Don't forget that there are foreign objects in the overlapping space below the altar. Her words were reasonable. Baiming Yuanhai's face darkened and he said nothing. Most importantly, he also realized that he had been isolated from the crowd with the remarks just now. Moreover, there were indeed many hidden experts among them. If they worked together, he and the others would not be able to gain any advantage. He glanced at Fengshe beside him and whispered, "Use a secret technique to send a message back immediately. Send at least 2 more elders here." Fengshe was shocked. He nodded with a solemn expression and began to retreat to the back, secretly casting a technique. Many people's hearts sank when they saw this scene. They were deeply worried. Duanmutsong looked up at the vast Star Palace in the sky and did not speak anymore. Li Yunxiao also used his ocular technique and saw everything in the Star Palace clearly. All the buildings were shimmering with a yellow glow, resembling the flow of stellar energy, resonating with the black tortoise galaxy in the sky. Huang Xiaolong knew that the Star Palace was absorbing stellar energy. Suddenly, a silvery voice entered his ears. It was Duanmutsong. She blinked her beautiful eyes at him and said, "Is young Master Yunxiao willing to form an alliance with me?" Li Yunxiao was greatly puzzled and couldn't make heads or tails of it. He transmitted his voice over and said, "My strength is mediocre. Why would Lord Song choose me?" Duanmutsong smiled faintly and said, "I am aware of young Master Yunxiao's strength. With me, Taishu Xia Ting, Musu, and young Master, we are enough to deal with anything." Li Yunxiao was startled. Feeling somewhat confused, he asked, "You can calculate strength?" Duanmutsong chuckled and said, "Mugu's wondrous spell Spirit Eyes will never make a mistake." Also, I recently met an interesting friend who told me a lot of things. Speaking of which, I still have to thank young master. Who? Li Yunxiao asked in surprise, where does the gratitude come from? Duan Mutsong smiled and said, young master, you will know very soon. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. He snorted and said, I don't like the feeling of being schemed against. At the same time, I hate women who think they are smart. Duan Mutsong didn't take it seriously. She smiled faintly and said, a seer family has to give people a sense of mystery. Young Master Yun should have seen that Baiming Yuanhai is planning to mobilize his troops here. For the sake of absolute safety, I sought out young master. If young master is not willing, I can find someone else. Li Yunxiao said coldly, then find someone else, Lord Song. He estimated that with his current strength, unless he encountered a divine transcendence expert, he would be able to escape even if a peak 9-star expert were to attack him. Duan Mutsong's eyes narrowed. She smiled bitterly and said, what an arrogant young man. No wonder he has such achievements. After that, she continued to observe the Star Palace. No one knew if she was looking for another ally. Soon, the vast Star Palace slowly descended. It covered an area of 1,000 acres, which was exactly the size of the entire region. The Star Palace emitted a vast majestic force that spread throughout the entire mountain range. The mountains around the altar couldn't withstand the huge pressure and started to crumble. Rays of yellow light shot out from all directions and formed a huge barrier. The barrier flashed and turned into a talisman that floated in the air. It was the earth talisman that stabilized the surrounding mountains. Boom! With a loud sound, the highest peak in the north finally couldn't withstand the pressure and collapsed. All kinds of boulders flew everywhere. Duan Mutsong's eyes flashed. She shouted, it's dangerous. Go. She turned into a ray of light and flew toward the entrance of the mine. The earth talisman was still full of energy. It was enough for everyone to leave safely. After a while, the entire mountain range was crushed by the vast majestic force and turned into a flat land. The majestic and magnificent ancient Star Palace complex shone with golden light and suddenly descended, pressing down on the altar. Boom! As the buildings landed, a brilliant light shot into the sky. The entire mountain range was illuminated as if it was daytime. At a glance, there were many jade palaces that looked like celestial palaces. In the center of the palace, there was a huge jade plaque with the words Black Tortoise Star Palace written on it. It seemed to contain some kind of law. Looking at it, not only did it cause one's eyes to sting, but it also made one's mind go blank. Many people were shocked. They bit the tip of their tongues to wake themselves up. They didn't dare to look up anymore. Taishu Xiating's eyes lit up with excitement. He said, indeed, only the great figures of ancient times could do something like this. The celestial palace covered an area of 1,000 acres. It was isolated from the sun, and the stars and moon couldn't be seen. Inside the palace, there were hundreds of winding corridors with different terrains. There were dragons and phoenixes carved on them. As the Star Palace appeared in front of them, the starlight slowly retracted. It took a long time for everything to return to clarity and tranquility. Black Tortoise Star Palace. I've never seen any records of it in the ancient books. How many times it was flourishing has been buried in dust. In shock, Duan Mutsong let out a long sigh. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, apart from this eternal starry sky, how can there be eternity in this world? Everyone's hearts trembled. They looked at him in shock. Such a prophecy that could see through the mortal world didn't seem to come from a young man's mouth. Haha, who cares if it's eternal? This old man laughs at the ancient hills. My joy is the wind. A red figure laughed loudly. In the blink of an eye, he rushed toward the Star Palace. Bai Hadong. Baiming Yuanhai was shocked. He shouted, go. He rushed forward and chased after him in a flash. The rest of the people from Baiming Xian Palace followed behind him and flew into the palace. Baiming Xian Palace shouted, split up. You guys go to the side halls. He led the way toward the main hall. The entire Star Palace was too big. He was afraid that there were too many treasures and others would benefit. He regretted it now. If he knew there was such a good thing, he would have sent 10 times more people. The faces of Musu and the others also changed. Without saying a word, they rushed in and headed for the main hall. Thousands of martial artists were in an uproar. They scattered like birds and beasts, covering the sky and flying toward the Star Palace. Many people knew their limits. Seeing the crowd rushing toward the main hall, many people flew toward the surrounding side halls and pavilions, hoping to get some benefits. Li Yunxiao pondered for a while. The location of the main hall was where the sacrificial altars were set up according to the Niu, Nu, and Su star regions. It probably wasn't that simple inside. He wasn't in a hurry to go in. Instead, he flew toward the slightly larger side halls. Cloud Dispatching Palace, Wuming Palace, Lingbo Palace. Looking at the name of each side hall, Li Yunxiao was more and more shocked. It was hard to imagine that this was built by a group of independent martial artists. He took out the spiritual compass calmly. The needle on the compass had stopped shaking. It pointed to the main hall without any suspense. Li Yunxiao made a technique with one hand and sent a few seals into the spiritual compass. The needle immediately spun. It spun a few times and finally pointed to a building on the left. Li Yunxiao focused his gaze and saw that the plaque that hung there read, Treasure Brilliance Hall. At this moment, there were already several figures rushing in, disappearing in a flash. Li Yunxiao followed closely behind them. As soon as he stepped into the hall, he saw several figures flying toward him. In the center of the main hall, there was a golden bronze cauldron. Yellow light was flowing on it, emitting circles of earthy power. Those people had rushed up to it, but they were blown away. What a strong earthy power! Li Yunxiao was surprised. He stared at the cauldron, and his eyes were fixed on it. With his pupil sorcery, he could see faint shadows of gravel floating in the earthy light around the cauldron. Another person rushed in and exclaimed, "It's the mutated earthy power." He was surprised. He dashed toward the cauldron and stretched out his hand to grab it. Bang! A yellow light splashed, and that person seemed to have been hit by a heavy hammer. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was blown away. Haha, you overestimate yourself. The rest of the people laughed at him, but their eyes also flashed with greed and seriousness. A few of them even looked at Li Yunxiao with fear, as if they could feel that he was extraordinary. Young Master Yun is also interested in this item, one of the men asked. Li Yunxiao looked over and saw that the man had a round face and big ears. He had a full beard and a fierce aura. He was also an 8-star Emperor Wu, but Li Yunxiao didn't recognize him. The treasures in this hall should be the elements in this cauldron. If I wasn't interested, I would have left a long time ago. Li Yunxiao said slowly. Under the spiritual needle's detection, this was the place with the highest level of treasures apart from the main hall. This wasn't surprising. The Star Palace had been floating in the void for 100,000 years. Apart from the 5 elements, even if there were other heaven-defying treasures, they would have lost all their spirit energy and wouldn't be of interest to the spiritual compass. The man's expression became ugly. He said, "If that's the case, why don't the two of us work together to chase the others away and split the treasures in the cauldron in two?" Everyone's expression changed. They all glared at him, but they didn't dare to say anything. Although there were other Emperor Wu experts among them, Li Yunxiao and this man were the ones with the highest cultivation. Fei Hong, you've crossed the line. Anyone who sees an item without an owner should have a share. One of the Emperor Wu's warriors couldn't help but scold. His face twitched with anger. Fei Hong's face turned cold. I don't have time to argue with trash like you. Scram if you don't want to die. He opened his palm and grabbed at the Emperor Wu's warrior. Suddenly, a huge invisible force bound the martial emperor expert. Then, he clenched his fist. Crack, crack, crack. Ah! The martial emperor screamed in agony as his protective emperor chi was instantly shattered. All the bones in his body were shattered and deformed. It was a horrible sight to behold. Scram! Fei Hong swung his arm. The Emperor Wu's warrior shot out like a spring. The entire Jewel Light Palace was dead silent. Everyone's face was ashen. Fei Hong looked around and said coldly, "It's fine if you don't want to leave. But if anyone dares to have any improper thoughts, I will crush him into minced meat." No one dared to make a sound. Fei Hong's eyes were filled with arrogance and disdain. He looked at Li Yunxiao and said, "Young Master Yun, let's take the treasure." Li Yunxiao looked at him and said, "Anyone who sees an item without an owner should have a share. I won't go overboard. How about this? This bronze cauldron belongs to you and the item inside belongs to me." "What?" Fei Hong's face darkened. He said angrily, "I'm not an alchemist. What use do I have for this cauldron? How about this cauldron belongs to young Master Yun and the item inside belongs to me?" Li Yunxiao said, "I'm sorry. The earth element inside is mine." Fei Hong's eyes were filled with malice. He sneered, "Without my help, you won't be able to break this elemental barrier by yourself." Li Yunxiao was expressionless. He said, "Then watch carefully." He took a step forward and his aura pressed down on the cauldron. The large cauldron trembled with a wing sound. Suddenly, it shot out a circle of earth-colored light, forming a barrier that withstood the pressure. Li Yunxiao suddenly felt as though he had slammed into an impenetrable wall. The blood in his body was agitated. He snorted coldly and a cold sword light appeared in his hand. He grabbed the ice sword in his hand and slowly stabbed forward. A sharp rule power circled around the edge of the sword, and countless runes popped up on the blade, condensing into a blue ice flower in the air. When the tip of the sword touched the enchantment, a circle of ripples appeared, and then it was inserted bit by bit. Fei Hong's pupils constricted, and a look of shock flashed across his face. He was in the first group of people to rush into this hall. He had tried to attack 3 times, but was repelled by the power of the earth element barrier. Naturally, he understood how powerful this barrier was. He looked at the cold sword and frost with some bewilderment. Buzz buzz buzz, suddenly, the ice sword emitted a buzzing sound. The blue runes flew up quickly, and a large amount of cold air spread out. Some of the martial artists who were closer to the sword were covered in a thin layer of ice. The sword's momentum also stopped. Within the layer of yellow light, a layer of white light was released. It was a thin layer of white light that covered the sword. Li Yunxiao suddenly felt as though there were billions of kilograms of force in his hand. He almost couldn't lift the sword. He shouted loudly, and his skin turned golden. The power of the 4 gates was released, and his arms became twice as thick. The trembling sword stabilized, and he stabbed forward again, boom boom boom, the golden copper cauldron shook, and the sound of thunder came from inside. It was like an army of thousands of men and horses, or a landslide or tsunami. Waves of the earth will spread out. The air rumbled, and the space around them became unstable. The golden light around Li Yunxiao's body was suppressed. His muscles were completely deflated, and his entire body was deformed. Bang! 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 When the surrounding martial artists came into contact with the earth's will, they felt as though they were hit by meteorites. They were sent flying and vomited blood. There was even a martial emperor at the peak of the martial emperor realm, who instantly exploded into minced meat and a rain of blood. Retreat! A 1-star Emperor Wu powerhouse was shocked. He turned into a light and ran out of the palace, under the pressure of the earth's will. His Jiutian Emperor's qi only lasted for a few breaths' time. His chest was broken, and his internal organs cracked. He was severely injured. Suddenly, more than 10 beams of light appeared and retreated. However, 4 beams of light didn't have time to escape. They exploded one by one and turned into a pile of flesh and blood. Fei Hong was also shocked. He used all his strength to circulate his emperor's qi. A layer of white light appeared on his skin. His whole body was also deformed by the earth's will. A fierce look appeared in Li Yunxiao's eyes as he shouted, "Open!" He shook his sword and a sword will surged up. Around the cold sword, countless snowflake-shaped crystals appeared. Looking closely, they were runes. Bang! The earth's enchantment suddenly exploded. A vast force came crashing down, the entire space twisted, compressed into a point, and expanded. Li Yunxiao was shocked. He quickly withdrew his sword and turned into a bolt of lightning. However, the power of space pressed down on him. Bang! Li Yunxiao felt as though he was hit by a mountain. The golden light around him disappeared. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated 100 meters. Fei Hong didn't feel good either. However, he started to run before the enchantment was broken. He only grunted and a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. After the power of the enchantment dispersed, the space in the palace returned to its original state. The golden bronze cauldron also quieted down. Swoosh, Fei Hong instantly turned into a beam of light and dashed forward. His 5 fingers turned into a giant claw and covered the entire cauldron like a fishing net. Then, he grabbed the entire cauldron. Haha, thank you, young Master Yun. See you again. Fei Hong laughed proudly. He grabbed the cauldron. Suddenly, his smile froze. Not only did the cauldron not move, but a huge force pressed down on his palm. It was as if someone had yanked him. His body was involuntarily bounced down. Bang, his whole body crashed into the cauldron. With a loud clang, the golden cauldron exploded into pieces. Suddenly, 3 colors of light gathered in the air. Purple, green, and blue. Within the 3 colors, a mini mountain shone brightly. That small mountain had 3 peaks. They were 3 different colors and emitted powerful earth elemental energy. Li Yunxiao was more than 100 meters away, but he could still feel the pressure from the space. After smashing the cauldron, Fei Hong's head was already bleeding profusely. Coincidentally, he was only a few meters away from the small mountain. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. What is this? It's so domineering. Li Yunxiao was astonished. He looked at the tricolored mountain peak with excitement in his eyes. This mountain was not a simple mutated earth elemental energy. It was a Xian artifact that had been refined by someone. It was made from 3 types of mutated earth elemental energy. The mountain was full of spirituality. After it came out of the cauldron, it stopped in the air for a while. Then, the surroundings started to twist and turn. It was about to break through the air and fly away. Stay here. Li Yunxiao threw the world deity steel. It immediately transformed into a huge jade steel and stood in the air above the mountain. Golden light flowed on the steel, and countless runes gushed out. The power of the world sprinkled down like moonlight, flattening the twisted space. The mountain seemed to feel the power of the world deity steel. It started to tremble. Suddenly, the space around it shattered. The whole hall was shaking, and it was about to collapse. Trying to leave? Obediently go in for this, young master. Li Yunxiao quickly formed a seal with both hands. A circle of ancient Maha text appeared in the air and surrounded the mountain. The tricolored light of the mountain was blasted by the power of the world. Instantly, it became so faint that it could not be seen clearly. The mountain was also rising slowly, as if it was about to be sucked in. Li Yunxiao was surprised. If it was an ordinary Xian artifact, he would have collected it in an instant. But this mountain was too heavy. It was so heavy that it was difficult to move it. Suddenly, a huge black claw appeared in the sky and grabbed at Li Yunxiao. The black claw surged with a silver light. Countless scales opened up and slashed down like a sword. Humph, you're courting death. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. He continued to use the great realm deity art to collect the tricolored sacred mountain. But a golden light surged behind him and formed 3 heads and 6 arms. 2 heads stared angrily, and 4 eyes were filled with cold killing intent. What? Fei Hong's shocked voice came from the void. One of his arms glowed, and the heavenly light sword case appeared on his arm. His other hand kept forming hand seals and striking out. Then, he pointed with 2 fingers. Clang, the sword case opened, and countless silver lights shot out. Sword chi rushed into the sky. Bang, 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 bang. The whole black hand was pierced. A sword talisman appeared in the sky and formed a sea of sword chi, dispersing all the black chi. In the sword array, a part of the space was torn apart. Fei Hong's figure appeared, and his face was full of fear and shock. Spare me, Lord Yunxiao, spare me. I know I was wrong. He kept begging for mercy, but his aura was getting stronger and stronger. Obviously, he was gathering strength to break through the sword array. Humph. Li Yunxiao's face, which was dragging the sword case, snorted angrily. He changed his sword art and the sword aura increased. No. Fei Hong shouted in fear. He unleashed all his potential and withstood the sword aura. He turned into a beam of light and was about to escape. But the dome of the hall suddenly darkened and was filled with green light. Li Yunxiao's third face was full of mockery. He grabbed the hammer with one hand and formed a thunder art with the other. He was ready. Boom! He smashed the hammer down, the lightning landed on the sword aura and broke through all the Emperor Qi in Fei Hong's body. It hit the top of his head and killed him. Li Yunxiao snorted and retracted his profound artifact and Dharma power. His face turned pale. The tricolored sacred mountain was finally absorbed into the world god steel. His eyes were full of joy. He waved in the air and grabbed the world god steel. He sensed carefully and found that the sacred mountain was floating in the world god steel. It was motionless, as if it had quieted down. He was still worried. He sent out a divine thought to guard the sacred mountain, in case it broke through the boundary and escaped. After doing all that, he took out some elixirs and swallowed them. He did not use much energy to kill Fei Hong. The key was that his internal organs were injured by the earth elemental power. Moreover, breaking through the boundary and taking the sacred mountain took a lot of energy. He adjusted his origin power and recovered almost all of it. Then, he turned into a green light and flew out of the Treasure Brilliance Palace. Outside the Treasure Brilliance Hall, more than a dozen cultivators were still waiting. Seeing Li Yunxiao come out unscathed, they knew that the treasures were gone, and their faces turned ugly. Li Yunxiao's eyes swept over the crowd, then he turned into a streak of light, flying towards the main hall. Those cultivators immediately rushed into the Treasure Brilliance Hall, wanting to see if there was any soup left. Seeing Fei Hong's charred corpse, all of them were shocked, but at the same time, they felt the thrill of revenge. The moment Li Yunxiao stepped into the main hall, there were only a few cultivators, completely out of proportion to the hundreds of people that rushed in earlier. In the middle of the main hall, there was a gray array, used for transmission. Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. This star palace was neither small nor big, there was definitely no need to use a transmission array. This main hall was connected to the 3 starfield sacrificial altars, most likely, it was a transmission array. The several cultivators beside the array were still hesitating. Li Yunxiao stepped into the array and started forming seals, activating the array. Suddenly, several lights flew in from outside the main hall, entering the array. A total of more than a dozen people disappeared into the transmission array. In the next moment, in the dark space, a bright light flashed, and several people appeared. What's going on? Li Yunxiao was surprised. In this dark space, there was not a single person or object, only 17 doors opened wide in front of everyone. Moreover, these 17 doors were arranged in the same way as the 17 stars of the Black Tortoise Starfield's Peril Constellation star field, forming the shape of a tortoise snake's tail. It's simple, of these 17 doors, 16 are the doors of death, and only one is the door of life. Of those who came here before, I'm afraid only 1 out of 17 managed to enter alive. A person said coldly, with a hint of playfulness in his tone. This person was none other than the Baiming family's Jiao Hao. He had always found Li Yunxiao an eyesore. There were also 6 other experts from the Baiming family. The 7 of them had searched the nearby side halls to no avail, thus they came to the main hall, coincidentally arriving at the same time as Li Yunxiao. As for the remaining 3 people, they were martial artists who had nothing to do with the situation. They had come over because there were a lot of people. Li Yunxiao was surprised. Are you sure? Jiao Hao sneered, I guessed it. Li Yunxiao said, I was wondering why the Star Palace Master would set up such a stupid trap. Li Yunxiao, how dare you? Jiao Hao's expression turned cold as he berated, there are only a few of us here. Do you think anyone will come to save you? The figures of the other 6 members of the Baiming family flashed and surrounded Li Yunxiao. The expressions of the remaining 3 people changed, and they cautiously huddled together, maintaining a certain distance from the 8 people. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, you haven't even figured out the situation here, yet you rashly attacked. Don't you think you lack consideration? Humph. It's only a matter of minutes to take you down. It's the same as studying the situation here. Go. Jiao Hao waved his hand, and his aura burst out. He drew out a long bone whip from the pitch-black darkness. It was made from the spine of an unknown demonic beast, and its segments were flashing with black light. Giant teeth breaking the ground. The black bone whip shook and turned into countless whip shadows, which were all segments of bones. Accompanied by the sounds of wind and thunder, it was eerie and horrifying. The other 6 people formed a formation and charged forward together with a yell. Since Li Yunxiao had fought with Bai Mingyuanhai before, they didn't dare to underestimate him. They attacked with all their strength. With the 6 of them working together, they formed a huge halo that completely restrained Li Yunxiao. Countless small rings flew out from within the halo, stacking on top of each other and trapping him in place, rendering him unable to move. Well done! Jiao Hao laughed wildly. They had made a secret agreement that the 6 of them would only be responsible for suppressing Li Yunxiao, and his long whip would be the one to attack. The countless rings of light could not only seal the space and movement but also seal the essence force. Bang, bang, bang. Countless whip shadows fell, and every lash landed on Li Yunxiao's body, bursting out clouds of black gas. The horrifying power spread in all directions, and the expressions of the 6 people changed. Feeling the incoming power, one of them shouted, "Retreat!" Li Yunxiao's essence force was sealed, and if he was hit by the black whip, he would definitely die. The 6 people immediately withdrew their essence force and retreated lightly, avoiding the impact of the long whip. Is the fight over? The clouds of black gas gradually dissipated, and Li Yunxiao's figure appeared with a playful expression. He stood in the same place, not moving at all. Ah? What? The 7 people from Baimingxian Palace were shocked, and their eyes widened in disbelief. A bad feeling spread in everyone's heart. Especially Jiao Hao, his whole body was drenched in cold sweat, and his face instantly turned pale. How could it be? A trace of contempt flashed past Li Yunxiao's eyes. He teleported directly in front of him, raised his fist, and under a flash of golden light, punched over. Pung! The fist directly hit the opponent's chest, and suddenly exploded. Jiao Hao wanted to dodge, but he found that he could not move. He watched as the golden fist hit his chest, and then watched as a large hole opened up in his chest. Li Yunxiao's physical strength could even tear Emperor Jiuxing apart with his bare hands. Jiao Hao was just an 8-star Emperor Wu, and was instantly killed on the spot. The other 6 people, and the 3 unrelated people, were shocked to the extreme, and their eyes revealed extreme fear. Li Yunxiao pointed at the 6 people and said, "Do you want to live or die?" The 6 people were stunned for a moment, and one of them gathered his courage and said, You are willing to let us go?" After saying this, his forehead was already covered with cold sweat, almost freezing. Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "Naturally, I will let you go with conditions. These 17 doors, open them one by one." Ah? Isn't this sending us to our deaths? That person was anxious. Li Yunxiao's face darkened, and he shouted, "If you don't want to gamble with your life, then die now." The 6 people's faces changed, and their eyes revealed hatred, but there was nothing they could do. The 6 people looked at each other, and no one dared to go forward. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Stop wasting time, you go." He pointed at one of the doors. The person who was pointed at turned pale, and gritted his teeth as he flew over. He looked at the 17 doors, closed his eyes, and calculated, then walked to one of the doors, and opened it. Boom! A huge force rushed out like a flood, and in an instant, his body was smashed into pieces, and he didn't even have time to scream. Everyone shivered, and revealed a look of fear, trembling in fear. After the door was opened, it gradually disappeared, and only 16 doors remained. It really is what that person said, 16 doors of death, and 1 door of life. Li Yunxiao rubbed his chin, and blinked, and said, "This saves us a lot of trouble, we just have to try 1 door at a time. If I had known earlier, I would have spared that whip man's life, to offset 1 door of death." The remaining 5 people from Baimingxian Palace all shivered, and their faces were ashen. Li Yunxiao shouted, "Stop wasting time, you." He casually pointed with his finger. The person who was pointed at was quick, and immediately dodged, and pointed at someone behind that person. Ah? The person who was pointed at opened his mouth wide, and then looked angrily at his companion who dodged, and his eyes were spitting fire. That companion directly turned his head away. "Yifeng, if I don't die, I won't let you off." That person roared, and with a flick of his sleeves, he rushed towards a door, and fiercely pushed it open. Bang! Just as his hand touched the door, there was a shocking explosion, and the entire space where the door was collapsed from the center. That person was sucked into a black hole, and finally turned into a singularity, disappearing into the night. This time, the remaining 4 people's faces were even paler. This feeling of waiting for death was like cutting their flesh with a knife, and it was even more uncomfortable than being chopped. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "This is the result of attacking me, at least I gave you a chance to live." "We understand, thank you, young Master Yunxiao." One of them sighed, and took the initiative to fly up to choose a door, but in the end, he was still instantly destroyed. The other 2 people also had looks of despair, and flew up one after another, each choosing a door at the front and the back. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions sounded, and not a single corpse was left. Only Yifeng was left, and his face was as ugly as a pig's liver. He almost cried, and said, "Lord Yunxiao, please let me go, I really don't want to die." Woo woo. The other 3 people looked at him coldly, and although their eyes showed disdain, they didn't ridicule him too much. After all, in a life-and-death situation, who would be afraid? Li Yunxiao said sarcastically, "Apart from trying the door, what's the use of keeping you alive? Don't tell me I don't use trash, and take the risk to try it myself?" Yifeng cried, "As long as Lord let me go, this humble one is willing to work like a cow or a horse for Lord." Li Yunxiao waved his hand, and said, "I don't need trash, do you want to try the door, or die now? I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider." Lord, I still have value." Yifeng seemed to think of something, but he looked at the other 3 warily, and his lips moved slightly, and he started to transmit his voice. Li Yunxiao's expression changed, and he revealed a look of contemplation, and then he sneered, "Fine, I'll spare your life. But this young master doesn't trust you, you're very agile." Yifeng's face turned red, and he was indescribably ashamed. But knowing that he could save his life, he was even more surprised and excited, and he hurriedly bowed, and said, thank you, Lord Yunxiao, for not killing me, I will never forget, alright. Li Yunxiao couldn't be bothered to listen to his bootlicking. He directly formed a seal in the air, and instantly slapped it on Yifeng's body. Bang, 3 air-tearing sounds echoed. Yifeng gave a muffled groan, and fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with horror. I've already planted an imprint on your body. After this matter is over, I'll go and find you. I can't be bothered to say what this imprint does. You can try betraying me and see, Li Yunxiao said unhurriedly. I dare not. Yifeng hurriedly said. He circulated his essence energy slightly and didn't discover any abnormalities, and his heart immediately sank. The more it seemed like there were no problems with the restriction, the more formidable it was. But he also heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. Since Li Yunxiao was willing to plant the imprint, it proved that he indeed had the heart to let him live. At the moment, only 12 of the 17 doors were left. They stood there like 12 tombstones. When the other 3 sensed Li Yunxiao's gaze, they immediately gasped and retreated. Hundreds of feet away. They were extremely vigilant. One of them shouted, Lord Yunxiao, we have no quarrel with each other. Li Yunxiao said, I know. But there are 12 doors left. What should we do? If we can't find a way out, I am afraid we will be trapped here forever. The 3 of them looked awful. One of them had a pair of triangular eyes, a flat nose, and a crooked mouth. He said, I have a way but I don't know if it will work. The other 2 looked at him with eager expressions. That person said, I am a beast tamer and I have several spirit beasts with me. Maybe we can try. That's great. One of them was surprised, why didn't you tell me earlier that you had such a thing? That person said, I never had the chance to tell you. Crack. Yifeng clenched his teeth so hard that they broke. His face was ghastly pale and his eyes were spitting out flames. The 5 members of the Biming family had died in vain. The triangular-eyed man took out a sack and threw it into the air. Then, he cast some hand seals into the sack. The rope that tied the sack was untied. The mouth of the sack was opened wide. A unicorn ran out, followed by a gigantic ape, a winged centipede, a lightning rat, a huge toad, a red elephant. More than 20 animals came out at once, running around in the sky. Li Yunxiao was surprised. I thought a beast tamer could only tame one beast? The triangular-eyed man said, that is true. No matter how powerful a beast tamer is, he can only tame 2 beasts at most. Otherwise, it will be hard for him to improve his rank. I'm the kind of beast tamer who can't advance any further, so I made a few more when I had nothing to do. I don't have strong control over these demonic beasts, but it's definitely not a problem to make them open a door. Li Yunxiao nodded with a smile. Good. This ability of yours is the bane of this setup. The triangular-eyed man smiled in embarrassment. Then, he quickly made some hand seals and at the same time, he uttered some strange sounds. The beasts quieted down. They lined up obediently and rushed to open the doors. Boom. Boom, boom, one by one, the demonic beasts were reduced to ashes. Beads of sweat oozed from Triangular Eye's forehead, but more than that, he felt pain. Very soon, to everyone's astonishment, the 11 doors were all destroyed, leaving only the last one standing there. The triangular-eyed man also felt dizzy and shouted, "Our luck can't be that bad, can it?" Li Yunxiao said, "It's not a matter of luck. It should be the way the layout is. No matter how you open the door, the first 16 doors will definitely be a dead end." Ayaya, what a vicious design. If less than 17 people teleported at once, wouldn't it be a complete annihilation? The triangular-eyed man wiped his cold sweat and said in horror, even if a large number of people were teleported over, at least 16 people would have to die before they could pass. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "That's not necessarily true. Since it's a restriction, then there must be a way to break it. It's just that it's more convenient to try one by one like this. In any case, I'm just using Biming Profound Palace's people to fill it up, so I won't feel any heartache." Cold sweat broke out on Yifeng's forehead, and he felt that his whole body was soaked. His vulture-like eyes looked at the 3 people, remembering all their appearances in his heart. In his heart, these 3 people had already been sentenced to death. Otherwise, if the news of him begging for mercy was spread out, then he would be completely unable to face the world. He might even be turned into ashes by Biming Xian Palace. The triangular-eyed man controlled a monster with a human head and a snake's body to wrap around the handle of the door and forcefully open it. Suddenly, a white light shone out, illuminating the entire pitch-black space. The surrounding scenery changed, and in the vast white space, there was a quang-quang sound of metal striking. It was continuous, and every strike was heart-stirring. The few people looked over, and the white fog gradually dispersed, revealing a set of complicated bells in front of them. At a glance, there were a total of 13 large bells, 33 middle bells, and 72 small bells. Among them, 13 of the large bells were slightly vibrating, and the quang-quang sound was coming from them. With a slight breeze, the 33 bells also began to shake. The sound of the striking became more complex, and then the 72 small bells also began to vibrate. It was a continuous, majestic, and shocking scene. The few people revealed a look of surprise. Under the impact of this rhythm, they felt a kind of vague and indistinct feeling, and for a moment, hundreds of things came together. What they wanted to do, it happened. Very quickly, the few people's faces showed that they were in a dream. Sometimes happy, sometimes worried, sometimes confused, and sometimes awake. The triangular-eyed man directly sat down in the air and began to cry. Li Yunxiao's eyes were also cloudy, and his face was gloomy. Suddenly, he quivered, and immediately woke up. His eyes regained clarity. The row of bells in his eyes had already stopped, quietly suspended in the air, and there was no longer any movement. But Yifeng and the others were still in the illusion, unable to extricate themselves, as if the bewitching voice in their hearts had never stopped. Li Yunxiao reached out to push Yifeng, wanting to free him from the illusion, but the surrounding scenery changed. He saw that the world was covered in pure white snow, and he stood alone on the peak of a snowy mountain. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Ever since he was transported over from the Black Tortoise Star Palace's main hall, everything he saw was real. But after experiencing it personally, it was obvious that it was one illusion after another, as if there was no end. Li Yunxiao reached out his hand, and the snowflake floated in his hand. It was cold and indescribably comfortable. He rubbed it with his hand, and it was real. What exactly is going on? Li Yunxiao stood alone on the lonely peak. At a glance, it was a snow-covered mountain, and the clouds were blue for thousands of miles. All of a sudden, the snow in the sky froze. Bang, bang, bang. Countless snowflakes exploded one by one, and each one turned into a ferocious gibbon. The fur on their bodies stood on end, and their fangs and claws were sharp. They rushed over from all directions. What? Li Yunxiao jumped in fright, and his face instantly turned pale. The tens of thousands of gibbon army not only sent chills down his spine, but also made his scalp go numb. This scene was similar to Mu Yijuan's bean soldiers. Impossible. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. His eyes narrowed, and a ferocious light shot out, turning into scarlet pupils. A strange power rippled in his eyes, and everywhere he looked, the ferocious apes disappeared one by one. Li Yunxiao was 100% sure that ever since he was transported down from the main hall, he had fallen into a huge illusion. The first 17 doors were also fake. And those people from Baimingxian Palace, if they died in the environment of the 17 doors, they would die for real. Even if he was torn apart by these gibbon army, he would still die. Looking at the shade outside the bamboo, looking at the water outside the tree, looking at the clouds outside the peak, could it be that I did it intentionally or unintentionally? Spirit intent force surged out from his body, and in an instant it filled his entire body. A solemn and sacred aura appeared on his face. Under his calm expression, he formed a hand seal in front of him, not moving an inch. His pupils condensed into a strange shape, like a small array formation. With a single glance, it was as if he could cross through time and space. Traversing through the ages. Birds come to spy on people, the moon comes to spy on wine, and the snow comes to spy on books, but they see that he is emotionless. Tsutsumi's power suddenly expanded, and everything he saw returned to nothingness. With a glance, the clouds scattered, and all techniques became nothingness. The scenery around him kept retreating. Under Tsutsumi's godly skill, everything became nothingness. Phew, I'm finally out? As the snow scenery retreated, he closed his eyes, and the redness on his face faded away. When he opened his eyes again, he was hovering above a sea region. There were 18 stone pillars on the surface of the sea, and on each pillar stood a person. They were Baiming Yuanhai, Duan Mutsong, and the others. They looked at him with strange expressions. You're here. When Duan Mutsong saw Li Yunxiao, he greeted him with a smile. He didn't seem surprised at all. Li Yunxiao looked around and saw that there were 15 people in total. There were 3 stone pillars that were empty. He flew down and occupied one of them. He said in surprise, there were more than 1,000 people, and only the 15 of you are left? Duan Mutsong said, we came in batches. The others might still be trapped somewhere. Li Yunxiao thought about it and agreed. God knows how many people were trapped in such a great illusion realm. He said in surprise, is this still an illusion realm? Could it be that everyone is also stuck? The 15 people looked over. The weakest among them was a 7-star pinnacle Emperor Wu. It was unbelievable that he could stop them. Duan Mutsong said with a smile, this is not an illusion realm, but the center of the Thousand Maze Palace. It is indeed a sea region. Thousand Maze Palace? Is it the great illusion realm from before? Li Yunxiao asked. Taishu Xieting said with a smile, that's right. Under the main hall of the Black Tortoise Star Palace is this great illusion realm. There are 1,000 changes, and everyone's experience is different. Young Master Yun was able to escape from it, which shows his extraordinary strength. Duan Mutsong blinked and said with a smile, there are 2 ways to break through the Thousand Maze Palace. The first is to survive the 3 tribulations, and the second is to break through the illusion with a great divine power. The difficulty of the 3 tribulations is directly related to the person's strength, especially the last one. It's a death sentence. Li Yunxiao was afraid. The last tribulation, the magic bean soldiers, had countless ferocious apes. If he hadn't used his divine skill, he would have been in big trouble. His face turned slightly red, but using the spirit bright force to use the ocular technique consumed a lot of energy. He asked, what's the situation here? Everyone seems to be waiting for something? Musu also said, hee, you're right. We can't go any further, so we can only wait. Wait. Li Yunxiao was confused. Musu chuckled and said, the setup here is simple, but it's also the hardest to pass. There's a boundary trigger restriction in this illusion sea region. Li Yunxiao asked, what is the boundary trigger? He wasn't unfamiliar with this restriction. Many secret realms had it. For example, Mount Meru's restriction on age was also a boundary trigger. Musu said, it's a kind of power boundary. The power in this area must reach a certain level before it can be changed. However, no one knows how strong it is. Li Yunxiao frowned, if the limit is limitless, won't we be trapped here forever? Duan Mutsong smiled, there is a limit to a person's strength. No matter how big the limit is, it will not surpass the strength of the person who set it up back then. Plus, after 100,000 years, the power of the restriction will decrease greatly. If we still can't get through after more people, we will break it open by force. Taishu Xiating also said, I have seen it. The key to this area is on these 18 jade pillars. If we can't get through, we can work together to break the restriction. It shouldn't be a problem. Li Yunxiao nodded, I see. He waited patiently and consumed some heavenly treasures to recuperate. Occasionally, there would be powerhouses appearing on the sea. After seeing the crowd, they would have the same doubts. Those who were familiar with them would explain. After half a day, there were 70 to 80 people gathered on the sea. Everyone's strength was different. Sure enough, the strength of the illusion was different. It wasn't that the stronger one was, the better one would be able to get through. Everyone stood quietly in the sky above the sea, discussing in low voices. On the jade pillars, there were 18 people, cultivating calmly and expressionlessly. Suddenly, the space rippled again. A tall and skinny man in hemp robe appeared on the sea. He was first startled, then he frowned. When the warriors saw this person, they were shocked and quickly retreated. The man in hemp robe grinned. He grabbed in the air and a low-level Emperor Wu was pulled out. He snarled, come, tell me what is going on here. The low-level Emperor Wu's face paled, as if he was extremely afraid of this person. He whispered what he knew. I see. The man in hemp robe looked around and frowned. He humphed, so many people, and the space still hasn't opened. God knows how long we will have to wait. He glanced down. The 18 people were all standing on the stone pillars. Their faces were calm and their eyes were closed, as if they didn't care about the outside world. His figure flashed and appeared next to Li Yunxiao. He released his chi and shouted, open your eyes. Li Yunxiao frowned and slowly opened his eyes. What is it? The burly man snorted coldly and said, I'm a little tired from flying. Give this pillar to me and get lost. He pointed his middle finger and said sarcastically, the 7-star Emperor Wu wants to occupy this place? You're the weakest among these 18, so this position is mine. Li Yunxiao couldn't be bothered with him. He continued to close his eyes and adjust his breathing. He had just recovered a little of the origin power he had expended when using the divine skill. The burly man's face sank. His eyes were filled with anger. He launched a kick with a flash of cold light. With a flash of green light, his leg technique was extremely fast. The air directly exploded, and the impact turned into a light wave, instantly hitting Li Yunxiao's head. Ah! Many people were shocked. The youth's head was about to explode from the kick. They couldn't bear to look at it and hurriedly turned their faces away. Bang! Li Yunxiao's upper body exploded. However, it wasn't a bloody mess like everyone imagined. Instead, countless green lightning bolts burst out. Those green lightning bolts scattered in the air like dragons. They flashed in the air and condensed into Li Yunxiao's appearance. His eyes shot out murderous intent. The giant thunderhand clenched its fist. Instantly, countless lightning bolts converged and a thunder ring fell down, capturing the burly man in hemp robe. Ah! What? The burly man's eyes were full of fear. He was shocked to find that he had no power to resist this green lightning. I'm a little tired. You can die now. Li Yunxiao's killing intent surged. A thunderball flew out from his hand. Countless lightning bolts spread out like wings, and runes danced in the sky. Ah! No! No! Boom! The thunderball exploded on the burly man in hemp robe. Countless lightning bolts penetrated his body and shot out. The burly man in hemp robe seemed to be frozen in place. His mouth was wide open in fear. However, the vitality in his body gradually disappeared, and he fell from the sky. Crash! His body fell into the sea. After a circle of waves, it sank and disappeared. Bang! The 100 or so people standing in the air all sucked in a breath of cold air. They felt a chill run down their spines, and in an instant they felt a chill run down their spines. An 8-star Emperor Wu was killed by his opponent with one move. Many people swallowed hard and imprinted Xianxia's face in their minds, reminding themselves that they should never offend this person. The people on the 18 pillars also opened their eyes, and their eyes were filled with shock. If he could kill an 8-star Emperor Wu with one move, his strength must have reached the level of Emperor Jiuxing. However, this person was only a 7-star cultivator. Light flashed in Duanmutsang's beautiful eyes, but she didn't say anything. It seemed like she had expected this. Bai Ming Yuanhai's face darkened, and his murderous intent intensified. Musu smirked and said, "After killing an 8-star Emperor Wu, we have to wait for many more people." After the burly man in hemp-robe was killed, the entire sea quieted down. Everyone waited quietly, and no one dared to cause trouble. The number of people continued to increase. When there were more than 100 people, Yi Yan and Yi Feng appeared in the sky above the sea. The triangular-eyed beast tamer and the other two were nowhere to be seen. As another Emperor Wu expert entered, the 18 jade pillars suddenly lit up. Everyone's expression changed, and they looked at the pillars in shock. Rays of light shot out from the pillars, and they connected with each other to form various complicated patterns on the surface of the sea. The 18 people stood still and were not disturbed by the strange phenomenon in front of them. The array light evolved under their feet, and soon, the light radiated in all directions. In an instant, the rippling and crystalline formation light vanished abruptly. The entire space changed, and the sea disappeared. Everyone was stunned. Everyone was in a hall that occupied an area of 100 acres. They were no stranger to this hall. It was the main hall of Black Tortoise Star Palace. What? Did we come back after going one round and narrowly escaping death? Motherf asterisk cur, I came here with an arm broken. Which bastard set this up? I will tear this place down. I lost one of my natal profound weapons in that illusion. All kinds of curses and complaints were heard, and a kind of manic anger spread among the crowd. However, the voices gradually weakened, and finally, it became very quiet. They realized that the 18 people standing in the main hall were carefully observing their surroundings, and they were not as manic as them. Only then did they realize that although this hall was the same as the main hall, they were not in the same place. Taishu Xiating said slowly, "This should be the overlapping space, which is where the real Black Tortoise Star Palace is located. It seems that the setup is quite simple. We set up a layer of 1,000 maze array above the real Star Palace Hall, and then projected the Star Palace Hall to the other side through the 1,000 maze array." Bai Ming Yuanhai said with a gloomy face, "But there is nothing in this hall." Taishu Xiating said, "Not exactly. Isn't there a stone tablet there? There should be a record of it." Everyone followed his gaze and looked over. Indeed, in an inconspicuous corner, there was a 7-foot-long stone tablet, but the carvings on it could not be seen clearly. Everyone flew over, and they couldn't help but be stunned. The stone tablet was as smooth as jade, and there was not a single word on it. There was only a light yellow talisman stuck on the top of the tablet. "Stop." Someone reached out and was about to remove the talisman, but Taishu Xiating suddenly shouted and stopped him. That person retracted his hand resentfully, and there was dissatisfaction on his face. "This talisman is so strange. I don't recognize any of the runes on it." Musu couldn't help but reveal a strange expression, and he stared at the talisman in a daze. Li Yunxiao's eyes lit up, and he was shocked. The faint symbol imprint on the talisman was the ancient Maha character that was missing a stroke, just like the characters carved on the stone pillars of the Ocean Imperial Palace. Because the ancient Maha character was born from the condensation of rules, ordinary objects could not bear it, and so one stroke had to be removed when it was carved. Taishu Xiating stared at the talisman for a while, and did not say anything. Duanmutsang said, "There is nothing here, maybe there is a hidden mechanism. Now we can only find clues from this stone tablet." Taishu Xiating said, "This talisman is extremely precious, and it should be a divine talisman that contains the power of a 10th level. I wonder how much power it has left. A 10th level divine talisman. Everyone was shocked, and their eyes lit up. The person who wanted to remove the talisman was even more annoyed, and said, "An ownerless item, whoever sees it can have it." Xianxia looked at him, and said, "If that's the case, if you still want it, then try removing it." That person was stunned, and immediately became overjoyed, and said with a smile, "All right. I hope you don't regret it. There is no spiritual energy fluctuation on this stone tablet, it should have been used up a long time ago." He stretched out his hand, and grabbed the talisman. He used force to remove it, and found that it did not move at all. That person's expression changed slightly, and he immediately circulated his emperor chi, and easily removed the talisman. A yellow light flashed on the talisman, and the incomplete ancient Maha characters began to change, and the missing stroke was gradually added. Everyone felt a vast and surging power surge out, and their eyes all stared straight. That person was also a little afraid, but he was also surprised. The power on the talisman gradually stabilized, and in the end, all the ancient Maha characters flashed and disappeared, turning into an ordinary talisman. Ha, it's fine as expected. That person was overjoyed, and with a flip of his hand, he kept the talisman, and looked at everyone proudly, and said, "Sorry, thanks for letting me win. The first treasure of the Star Palace belongs to me." Although he also felt many malicious gazes, as long as he left this hall, he was confident that he could successfully escape. Words, there are words on the stone tablet. Suddenly, someone shouted, and everyone hurriedly looked over. They saw that where the talisman was removed, there were indeed 9 small words. Duanmutsang's beautiful eyes turned, and looked at the 9 small words, and softly said, "Do not remove the divine talisman. Don't take off the talisman." Everyone was speechless. Musu scolded, "What's the meaning of this? The words are under the yellow talisman. We can only see it after it is taken off. Are you trying to trick us?" "That's right. It's already been taken off. What should we do?" Everyone mumbled. Many people shouted, "Should we stick it back?" The man who got the talisman said coldly, "It's mine now. Don't even think about it." Xianxia held his chin and said, "It's strange indeed." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 big words appeared on the smooth surface of the stone tablet, "Evil Suppression." The words were written in an ancient script and glowed with a faint gold color. Then, they disappeared. Crack, a tiny crack appeared on the stone tablet, and it grew bigger and bigger. In just a blink of an eye, the entire stone tablet was full of cracks. Bang! Under everyone's watchful eyes, the stone tablet exploded and turned into a pile of dust. This, Li Yunxiao wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said embarrassedly, "I have a bad feeling." Musu said, "Me too." The two looked at each other. Suddenly, a deep ancient voice came from the hall, and a sense of decay spread out as if a giant beast that had been sleeping for a long time had awakened. Everyone was greatly shocked, and immediately became vigilant, even causing panic. Baiming Yuanhai said in a deep voice, "Calm down. 100,000 years have passed. Even the most powerful thing has become a pile of dust." "That's right. Lord Yuanhai is right." Duanmutsang said calmly, "With our power, there's nothing to be afraid of unless a godly state expert comes. In this world, there are no godly state experts anymore." As soon as the two spoke, everyone quieted down and let the ancient voice reverberate in the hall. It was desolate and sorrowful. Listening to it carefully, a silent and desolate feeling spread in everyone's heart. It was as if everything had passed, and the decadent voice was the only thing left in the world. Suddenly, a green light flashed in the main hall, and a rotten corpse appeared. Its entire body was festering beyond recognition. The moment it appeared, the rotten corpse opened its eyes. They were so empty that there were no eyeballs at all. It roared and rushed down. With Li Yunxiao's description, everyone was very indifferent to this zombie and didn't think it was scary. On the other hand, Musu's eyes lit up. While everyone was on high alert, he leaped up and a green halo flew out from his hand. He fiercely slapped the zombie with his palm. Bang! The palm strike landed on his chest, creating a large hole. The green light instantly spread to the zombie's entire body, and it exploded in all directions, directly exploding into pieces. Musu's pupils shrank, and a layer of gray light appeared in his eyes. He seemed to have seen something. He flicked his 5 fingers, and beams of light flew out of his hand. All of a sudden, the streaks of light scattered to form a dozen or so palm-sized spiderwebs. Inside each net were some small worms that were wriggling. Musu was delighted. He quickly cast a spell with one hand and retracted the nets in the air. With a flash of green light, the dozen nets were put together. All of a sudden, the worms exploded one by one, turning into thick green poisonous gas and scattering in the air. What? Musu was shocked. The big net that was shrouded in a cloud of poisonous gas fell on him. He snorted angrily and swung his arm. The green net immediately shrank into a ball and turned into a sharp arrow that shot out. Bang! The sharp arrow directly hit the void in the distance and exploded. The green poisonous gas gushed out and slowly faded. Ah! Is this thing immortal? A warrior exclaimed. The rotten corpse that had been smashed by Musu's palm was moving on the ground like a pile of rotten meat. Slowly, it gathered together and formed a rotten corpse. However, it was more horrible and disgusting than before. It also emitted a pungent rotten smell, which made people want to vomit. Duanmutsang asked in a low voice, "Master Musu, what's going on?" Musu's face was very gloomy. He said coldly, "As I expected, these corpses are controlled by a very powerful corpsely. The corpsely will not die, and the rotten corpse will not fall." Duanmutsang said, "Is the corpsely the worm that turned into poisonous gas? How can we kill these corpsely?" Musu said, "These corpsely are not as strong as I expected. They are not as strong as I expected. They are not that powerful, but they are not that easy to kill. The best way is to attack with fire." Fire? My strongest skill is the fire skill. A look of pleasant surprise flashed in the eyes of one of the cultivators. He immediately formed hand seals and spat out a huge line of fire. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! The fire swallowed the rotten corpse in an instant. The whole body was on fire, and the sound of burning could be heard from time to time. After a while, the rotten corpse became a pile of charred flesh. There was only a human figure left, and it was still smoking. But to everyone's horror, the human figure moved a little. Then, it raised its hands and bent its legs slightly. Then, it shot out and dashed toward the man who was spitting fire at an extremely fast speed. Ah! The man screamed in horror. The rotten corpse emitted a strong pressure, and the surrounding space was locked. A cold light flashed in Duanmutsang's eyes. He raised his hand and gracefully made a lotus finger gesture. Bang! The head of the rotten corpse exploded, and the whole body was blown away. But the headless rotten corpse on the ground stood up again. This time everyone's face turned green with their mouths wide open. How could they fight against it? Musu snorted and said, "Don't use ordinary flames to embarrass yourself. Only the demonic fire of the 8th level can scare these corpsely. And this is only the corpsely of the lowest level. In a place where a large number of low-level corpsely gather, there must be high-level ones." Humph. I don't believe that only the mystical fire can hurt it. Baiming Yuanhai snorted. A cloud of cold air spread out from his hand, and he grasped at the void with his 5 fingers. Ha! A cloud of water converged in the sky, and with a kacha sound, the headless corpse was frozen. Then, with a bang, it exploded, turning into countless ice crystals. Not even its bones were left. Musu narrowed his eyes and said, "The chili yin chi of Baiming Xian Palace is indeed powerful." A trace of pride flashed across Baiming Yuanhai's face, and he said, "If it's just this level of rotten corpses, I alone can deal with 10,000 of them." After the rotten corpse disappeared, a green light flashed in the hall again, followed by a second, a third. Green lights began to flash continuously, and with each flash of light, a rotten corpse would appear. In the blink of an eye, over 100 rotting corpses filled the air above the hall, surrounding everyone in an instant. Everyone's hair stood on end, and their scalps went numb. They were not afraid of the appearance of these rotten corpses, but the appearance of hundreds of the immortal bodies that they had seen before. Li Yunxiao said with a smile, "Don't be afraid, everyone. Didn't Lord Yuanhai say that he can deal with 10,000 of them? If you're afraid, it means that you don't trust Lord Yuanhai." Yes, yes, yes. With Lord Yuanhai here, what are you afraid of? Musu also cracked a big smile. Baiming Yuanhai put his hands behind his back and said coldly, "It's not a problem to kill these rotten corpses, but why should I help you scums?" This. Lord Yuanhai's words are too hurtful. We are all trapped in the Star Palace together, and there might be dangers behind us. Shouldn't we help each other? A martial artist couldn't help but say in a hurry, and the others responded harshly. Hee, how can there be a free lunch in this world? Baiming Yuanhai wasn't angry. Instead, he said cheerfully, "If you want my protection, you can come behind me. But after you leave the Star Palace, you will owe me a favor, and you must do something for me." This, everyone's voices immediately quieted down, and they all fell silent. Although they felt that it was shameless of him to threaten them, they had nothing to say. After all, they were free, and no one was forcing them. After the rotten corpses appeared, they seemed to have just woken up from a deep sleep. They moved their limbs slowly and breathed out clouds of poisonous gas from their mouths. The entire sky was filled with a rancid odor that made people nauseous. Many people began to move and stood behind the people of Baimingxian Palace. Most of them were martial artists under Emperor Wu, and some low-level Emperor Wu who didn't have confidence in themselves also stood behind them with gloomy faces. Baiming Yuanhai was overjoyed, and he found those rotten corpses so cute. Secretary Feng, protect everyone. Let those arrogant and insensible experts go. Baiming Yuanhai ordered with a smile, any friend can change his mind and come here at any time. Yes. Secretary Feng walked out from behind, and a cold light flashed in his hand as he swept his long spear forward. An ice mark appeared in the air and condensed into a big circle. With horrifying cold air, it protected the people behind them. Ah. 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 The rotten corpses in the sky gradually became active. They opened their eyes and began to rush down. Musu said, "Actually, you don't have to be too afraid. As long as you are powerful enough, you can shatter them into pieces." He waved his palm casually, and a beam of green light suddenly spread out and blasted into a rotten corpse. Boom! A huge force exploded, and the green light burst out, directly blowing up the rotten corpse into ashes. However, those who were as powerful as Musu flew toward Secretary Feng with a pale face after a few moves with the rotten corpses. If it were one-on-one, they would still dare to fight. But now, the rotten corpses obviously had the upper hand in terms of numbers. Under the huge circle of ice spears and the cold air, the rotten corpses seemed to be afraid and didn't dare to fly over. After smashing a few rotten corpses, Duan Mutsang's eyes were full of fear. To completely kill those rotten corpses, it would consume a lot of primordial force, which was much more tiring than killing martial artists of the same level. No matter how powerful they were, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Duan Mutsang said, "Lord Musu, do you have a way to kill these rotten corpses?" Musu said, "Other than fire and ice attacks, I'm afraid it'll be difficult." He slowly paced back and forth among the zombies and didn't attack much. It was obvious that he found the same problem as Duan Mutsang. The strength of these zombies seemed to be related to their strength when they were alive. However, they were much weaker than the newly formed zombies. They must have lost a lot of energy. Ah! Suddenly, there was a scream. An 8-star martial honorable was careless and was hit on the shoulder by a zombie. His entire shoulder turned green. The green color continued to expand and poisonous blood burst out. His entire shoulder started to fester. That person's neck and face turned green in an instant. He grabbed his neck with both hands and foamed at the mouth. In a few blinks, that person's terrified expression disappeared. He became lifeless and decayed. He spat out rotten air and started to attack his companions. Ah! Ah! His transformation immediately caused panic, and many people fell into the trap and turned into rotting corpses. Ah! This time, the people who were still bitterly holding on immediately panicked, and hurriedly fled in the direction of the Fengshe, seeking the protection of Baiming Profound Palace. Duan Mutsang said, "Young Master Yun, your lightning-type ability." Xianxia's face darkened. He wasn't a kind person and he wouldn't take the initiative to block the zombies for free. However, now that everyone was siding with the Baiming family, it was extremely disadvantageous for him. Glazed fire. Xianxia's eyes gleamed with a cold light. His face was ice cold, and his body burst into flames with a hoo sound. The raging fire spread throughout the sky. He clasped his hands together and separated them. An ancient wind whirled out and the flames around him grew stronger. His face shook under the flickering flames. Great windmill. The flames in the sky swirled and the entire palace was instantly covered by the wind and fire. Everyone's face flickered with different expressions. Musu was shocked. Although he had guessed that Li Yunxia's fire was not an ordinary fire, he did not expect it to be so powerful. Even his Emperor Qi was slowly melting under the heat of the fire. The others were also extremely shocked. Li Yunxia stood in the air above the eye of the whirlpool. The flames that filled the sky seemed to materialize his proud and aloof temperament, like a shadow of him. Ah! The screams of countless rotten corpses rose one after another, and all the disgusting smell was burned away by the flames. Inside the spinning windmill, the rotting corpses turned into ashes one after another. Bai Ming Yuanhai's pupils constricted, and huge waves surged in his heart. The colding qi of Bai Mingxian Palace was irresistible. Beneath the flames, the ice path that Fengshe had drawn with his spear was also melting. This kind of flame aura made him, who cultivated the extremely colding qi, feel extremely uncomfortable and disgusted. Killing intent shot out of his eyes as he looked at Li Yunxiao coldly. After a few breaths of time, the sky full of rotten corpses was swept clean. Li Yunxiao withdrew his hand's seal, and all the flames dissipated. The entire world became quiet. Duan Mutsang also had a strange look in her eyes as she said, "Young Master Yun, this fire." Li Yunxiao's expression was normal, and he did not answer the question. He said, "Everyone, don't let your guard down. These rotten corpses basically don't have any attack power. They should be the remains of 100,000 years ago. The 7-star Emperor Wu, Bai Zifeng's corpse that I encountered before was 100 times stronger than this." Only then did everyone recover from their shock and joy, and they looked at Li Yunxiao with even more reverence. Duan Mutsang said, "The older it is, the weaker it is. These rotten corpses were probably existences that could rule the world 100,000 years ago. For the past 100,000 years, the Black Tortoise Star Palace has been floating in the void, and there are no corpses to replenish it. There shouldn't be much danger in the future." Li Yunxiao looked at her indifferently and said, "Lord Song, you seem to have forgotten about the 1,000 illusions." Duan Mutsang's body trembled, and her eyes were filled with shock. The rest of the people seemed to have thought of something as well, and they all opened their mouths wide in fear. Taishu Xieting's expression was solemn as he said, "Although the 1,000 Maze Palace is an illusion, the friends that died inside are really dead." Musu said, no wonder these corpses are of the lowest grade. It's different from what I expected. It's very likely that those high-grade corpses went to control the fresh corpses." Taishu Xieting's eyes were hazy, and he snorted, "If that's the case, then the 1,000 Maze Palace's layout is completely to create corpses? If that's really the case, then this Black Tortoise Star Palace master is too evil, isn't he?" Duan Mutsang said, "Everything is still a guess. Since we're already here, let's take things as they come." Hoo! Suddenly, a heavy breathing sound was heard, low and decaying. "Life, machine, return, my machine." The space fluctuated, and a figure appeared. His entire body was charred black, and his expression was terrifying. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. That person was the 8-star Emperor Wu who wanted to snatch his position on the stone pillar. "It's you who killed me and returned my machine." The rotten corpse's eyeballs exploded, shooting out a cold green light. There seemed to be worms crawling on the skin of his face. Bang! His body moved, and the air exploded as he grabbed at the air. A green vortex full of rotten air spun in his hand, and he rushed up hatefully, slapping at Li Yunxiao's head. He roared, "Die, die. Since you're already dead, why are you so obsessed?" Li Yunxiao's eyes turned cold, and the whirlwind and fire in his palm struck out again. Bang! The two forces collided, and the shockwaves spread out in all directions, causing the hall to shake. Ah! The flames landed on the rotten corpse's body, causing him to grimace in pain. However, he gritted his teeth, and with a ruthless look in his eyes, he rushed up against the power of the flames. Chi! Sharp claws shot out from the rotten corpse's fingers. Die! Boom! With a wave of that arm, it directly turned into a giant earthworm, as thick as a person's arms, and fell on top of Li Yunxia's head. His sharp claws tore out 5 pitch-black cracks, directly tearing the space apart. A terrifying energy wave spread out, stacking layer upon layer like the waves of the sea, each wave stronger than the one before. Although you've become more ferocious, your strength has not increased. How are you going to kill me? Under the impact of the elemental energy, Li Yunxia's face was expressionless, without the slightest hint of panic. He only formed a seal with one hand, and a cold sword intent suddenly appeared. One sword severing the heavens. The cold sword flashed with a blue light, and a layer of frost sprinkled down. The sword intent was boundless. Chi. The 5 cracks in the space were instantly annihilated by the sword intent, and a blue light soared through the sky. Bang! That giant arm broke off, and exploded bit by bit. Countless carapace-like bugs crawled out from inside, and ran around the broken arm. Ah! The rotten corpse opened its mouth in pain, and spat out a mouthful of corpse chi. The countless beetles on the arm spread their wings, and flew up with a buzzing sound, like countless flies attacking Li Yunxia's body. Li Yunxia sneered, and the heavenly eye between his brows opened. The vertical eye opened wide, and a line of fire shot out. Poochie poochie poochie. When the line of fire touched the corpse Li, it instantly burned, and the fireball was filled with the sound of explosions. Suddenly, Li Yunxia's eyes narrowed, and a cold light shot out. He suddenly grabbed forward with one hand. Wang! As his 5 fingers clenched, the space trembled slightly. Wrapped in the Emperor's chi in his palm, a dark green corpse Li desperately flapped its thin wings, trying to break free. It was spat out from the mouth of the rotten corpse, and it wanted to sneak over and sneak into Li Yunxia's body. After the rotten corpse lost this corpse Li, its expression became sluggish, and it directly fell from the sky. Instantly, a large number of low-level corpse Li rushed out of the rotten body and scattered in all directions. Duan Mutsang's beautiful eyes focused, and she waved her hand and slapped down. A thin layer of mist floated around her palm, and it looked dreamy and illusory. Colorful lights flashed, and no one could see her palm clearly. Bam! When the palm force hit the rotten corpse, the mist immediately dispersed and shot out in all directions, smashing all the corpse Li in the sky to death. The whole rotten corpse cracked and slowly melted in the mist, leaving nothing behind. A trace of fear flashed in Bai Ming Yuanhai's eyes, and he said slowly, ethereal and graceful, changing the wind and clouds. What a powerful 5 luo light mist palm. What's the relationship between Lord Song and young Master Yu? Duan Mutsang withdrew her palm and said indifferently, "It's my elder brother." What? Bai Ming Yuanhai trembled all over with a horrified look on his face, and his expression kept changing. The rest of the people turned pale with fright as well. They looked at Duan Mutsang with reverence and fear. The Sky Spill Emperor Wu Duanmuyoyu, one of the 10 great titles, was her elder brother. Apart from Li Yunxiao, everyone at the scene was shocked. Bai Ming Yuanhai suddenly felt an inexplicable pressure, and he felt hot all over. Duan Mutsang stared at the corpse Li in Li Yunxiao's palm, and she asked in surprise, "Young Master Yun, is this the head of the corpse Li?" Li Yunxiao shook his head slightly and said, "You'll have to ask Lord Mu Zhao about it." Mu Zhao also stared at the corpse Li, and he seemed to be deep in thought. He said, "It seems right, but it's not. I'm not sure. I'll have to study it for a while." Li Yunxiao said, "Great, then I'll let Lord Mu Zhao handle this corpse Li. Don't forget the agreement between us." He flipped his 5 fingers, and a golden light shot out from his palm. It turned into a golden ball, and it wrapped around the corpse Li. Then, it shot downward. Mu Zhao was overjoyed. He grabbed the golden ball with his bare hand and observed it. His face was full of joy. The others looked at him with strange and disdainful expressions. Normal people would avoid this kind of thing, but he was happy about it. Eh? Mu Zhao suddenly frowned. The corpse Li in his hand that had calmed down suddenly became agitated, and it flapped its thin wings desperately. Gusts of faint corpse energy flowed out from the insect, and they turned into sharp lights that slashed in all directions, trying to break the golden ball formed by the Emperor's chi. What's going on? There's an extremely violent emotion coming from this thing. Mu Zhao supported his chin with one hand, and he was confused. Crackle. A sound came from the palace not far away. A black light appeared in the sky like a sesame seed, emitting a black light that looked like lightning. The black light was getting closer and closer. After a few seconds, it became the size of a fist. It looked like a pitch-black mouth with a buzzing sound. Puff. The corpsely in Musu's hand seemed to be much more powerful. It suddenly broke through the golden ball. Circles of rotten air spread out under the high-frequency flapping of its wings. After the corpsely broke free, it didn't run away. Instead, it drilled into Musu's arm. Musu's expression changed, but he didn't panic. He just said in a low voice, "Armor." A dark brown armguard suddenly appeared on his arm. The corpsely hit the armguard and bounced off with a faint golden light. The corpsely seemed to be intelligent. After bouncing off, it didn't attack anymore. Instead, it flapped its wings and flew away. Humph. It would be a joke if I let you run away. Musu curled up the corner of his mouth and sneered. He grabbed forward with his 5 fingers. 5 cyan lights were shot out and intertwined in the air. They turned into a spider web and instantly trapped the corpsely. No matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't escape. Li Yunxiao suddenly said, "Lord Musu, this corpsely can be killed. I'm afraid it's not that valuable." What? Musu snorted in confusion. Suddenly, his pupils shrank and a layer of gray air appeared in his eyes. He looked at the pitch-black light in the distance. The fist-sized black hole was still expanding. There was a lot of buzzing sounds coming from it. After a blink, he found hundreds of corpsely, which were exactly the same as the one he had trapped in the green net. Huh! Why are there so many of them? This time, even he was startled. The other warriors were even more frightened. Thinking about the power of the corpsely, they felt chills all over. Behind the hundreds of corpsely, a large number of figures slowly appeared. They were the warriors who had come to the borderline mountain with them. At this moment, they all looked gloomy and pale green. Their eyes were full of rotten air without a trace of vitality. Gulp. Many people swallowed their saliva. As soon as the corpsely and the warriors showed up, they felt a great pressure. It was as if a mountain was pressing on their chests, making it hard for them to breathe. So it's a street stall. Musu's face also became serious, but he still grabbed with his 5 fingers teasingly. Instantly, the green net turned into a sharp blade and slashed toward the center. With a ping sound, the corpsely was instantly smashed into pieces. This is going to be troublesome. Taishu Xieting said solemnly, "I hope that everyone can put down their prejudices, do your best, and truly join hands to fight against the enemy. Otherwise, we will definitely suffer heavy casualties." Duan Mutsong said, "Lord Xieting is right, especially the high-level Emperor Wu experts here. With great power comes great responsibility." Musu raised his head and asked, "Young Master Yun, can your great windmill art restrain these corpses?" Li Yunxiao said solemnly, "Of course there are restraining effects, but these corpsely and rotten corpses are stronger than before, so they won't have such a shocking effect. What worries me is that there seems to be something even more powerful in that black hole." Duan Mutsong said, "Young Master Yun is thinking the same thing. The main brain of the corpsely is probably still inside the black hole. Humph, let's think about what to do with these things in front of us first. Their overall strength seems to be above us." Baiming Yuanhai snorted and said with a cold face, "I agree with Lord Song that we should work together. With great power comes great responsibility." They, the 9-star martial emperors, were not panicking at all. It was as if there was no actual danger. However, the expressions of the other cultivators had all changed. Without protection, no one was sure that they could survive facing hundreds and thousands of corpsely and rotten corpses. Baiming Yuanhai suddenly raised this question because more than half of the warriors were under the protection of his Baiming palace. It was difficult for him to do it alone. Musu said sarcastically, "Sorry, my strength is limited. I can only protect myself." Baiming Yuanhai said indifferently, "Lord Musu is extremely powerful, and the Mu family's supernatural power is even more amazing. You are worthy of great responsibility." He knew Musu's temperament very well, so he immediately flattered him. Musu knew it was flattery, but he still clenched his right fist and coughed a few times. Then he said, "You flatter me. You flatter me." Duan Mutsong said happily, Lord Yuanhai's Xianxia and young Master Yan's heaven-defying godly fire will be very effective. With the help of us high-level Emperor Wu, we will definitely win this battle. Li Yunxiao snorted, I fought alone just now. Now it's time for me to take a break and watch Lord Yuanhai show his power. He sneered and flew down from the sky. He stood on the ground with his arms crossed, as if he didn't want to fight anymore. Baiming Yuanhai said coldly, can't I clean up these dregs without you? You only know how to breathe fire. Don't overestimate yourself. Duan Mutsong seemed to have a headache. She knew that these two people had a deep grudge against each other, so she didn't force them. She said, Lord Xiating, can you set up a restriction formation to ensure everyone's safety? She had another concern. If one more person died on her side, the other side would have one more person. If this continued, there would be endless trouble. Taishu Xiating naturally thought of this as well. He said, I can set up a 5-order sword flag formation. It should be very effective. Duan Mutsong was overjoyed, that's great. Taishu Xiating nodded and took out a long box from his sleeve. He cast several hand seals into it, and 5 rays of light shot out. 5 swords appeared in the light, and they were stabbed into the ground. One of them was left in the center, and it slowly fell into Taishu Xiating's hand. A purple flag appeared in his other hand, and he unfurled it in the air. The 5 swords hummed, and sword chi surged. They gathered into a sea above the hall and slowly spread out. They formed an enchantment and disappeared in a flash. After doing all this, Taishu Xiating stabbed the purple flag into the ground. He formed a sword technique with his hands and closed his eyes. All the martial artists were overjoyed, and they heaved a sigh of relief. They could feel the power of this formation, and they were all grateful to Taishu Xiating. Musu stared ahead and said, strange. Why aren't these things moving? It's as if time has stopped. They aren't afraid of us, are they? Li Yunxiao's pupils shrunk, and he said suspiciously, there was a terrifying aura coming from the black hole just now, but it seems to have disappeared. Duan Mutsong frowned, and he formed hand seals in the air with one hand. Every movement was slow, and after 9 changes, he pointed at the air. Suddenly, a strange silver rune appeared under the finger radiance, and it disappeared in a flash. The moment the silver rune appeared, Duan Mutsong was shocked, and his body couldn't help but tremble. He shouted, everyone, be careful. Baiming Yuanhai said in a deep voice, what's going on? Duan Mutsong said solemnly, I made a rough calculation just now. It's a sign of a mountain of corpses. How can it be? Baiming Yuanhai was shocked. Although the corpsely and rotten corpses in front of them were numerous and had a shocking aura, they didn't have a top master, and it would only take a little effort to kill them. Suddenly, the array flashed with a crackling sound. A black light appeared, and it shot out an arc of light like lightning, and it condensed into a small black ball. Ah! The moment the small ball appeared, a martial artist who was closest to it screamed, and his body started to rot inexplicably. It became ghastly and horrifying. Oh no! Everyone was shocked, and they scattered to get away from the black light ball. A buzzing sound came from the ball of light, and in an instant, a large number of corpsely flew out and rushed in all directions. Oh no! This thing teleported indirectly. Everyone was shocked, and they scattered in all directions. However, the corpsely was extremely fast, and a large number of martial artists were hit in an instant. They screamed and started to rot. Ah! The surroundings were in chaos, and Duan Mutsong and the others were dumbfounded. They were caught off guard, and the 5-order sword flag array that Taishu Xiating had set up was completely useless. Oh no! The ones outside are starting to attack too. The corpsely and rotten corpses in the distance also started to move. They were extremely fast, and they rushed up in a few flashes. In addition to the corpsely attack, the rotten experts in the array also started to become enemies, and they bared their fangs and claws in search of a target. The entire crowd was in chaos, and all kinds of lights shot out. Screams and shouts were heard, and soon, it was a massacre. Bastard! All of you, die! Baiming Yuanhai was shocked and angry, and his eyes were filled with cold stars. Mysterious Xianxia appeared in his palms, and he danced in the crowd. The rotten corpses that were hit by his palm instantly froze, and their entire bodies lost their functions. Even the corpsely was frozen to death. Xianxia shouted in anger, and the sword in his hand danced. The sword aura in the surroundings gathered together, and countless sword lights shot out towards the corpsely and rotten corpses outside. Everyone, don't hold back. Fight! Fengshe shouted as well. He brandished his spear and pointed at the corpsely that were flying in the air at an extremely fast speed. This time even Li Yunxiao couldn't sit still. Just as he was about to make a move, his body suddenly trembled. The fist-sized black hole inside the array suddenly grew to the size of a millstone, and a terrifying aura came out from it. With the appearance of this aura, the corpsely and rotten corpses suddenly became more violent, and their combat power rose sharply. King of Corpsely! The King of Corpsely is inside. Musu's eyes lit up, and she was surprised and happy, but more than that, she was excited. Suddenly, a white light flashed, and Duan Mutsong's figure appeared above the black hole. He shouted, "Don't let it out." Duan Mutsong's hands danced, and golden hand seals entered into the black hole. Suddenly, a layer of hazy golden light covered the black hole, and the King of Corpsely's aura was sealed. Lord Xiating. After the last hand seal, she shouted. Xiating withdrew his sword aura, and with a stern expression, he shouted, "Understood." He flicked his long sword on the ground, and the purple flag flew up and shot towards the black hole. The purple flag fluttered, and a ball of golden lines appeared on it, slowly extending outwards. In a breath's time, a vicious beast diagram was drawn, as though it was alive, emitting waves of roars. At the same time, the surrounding sword auras condensed, and instantly surged towards the center. 4 long swords appeared around the black hole, shining with cold light, forming a sword talisman, pressing on top of the black hole. The expansion of the black hole was immediately suppressed. Bang! Just as the few of them heaved a sigh of relief, suddenly, a warrior's chest exploded, exploding out an identical black hole. Following that, his entire body was sucked into the hole, completely disappearing. When the black hole first appeared, it was the size of a fist, and in an instant, it expanded to the size of a millstone, with 2 dark green lights flashing within. Xiating suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, his scalp inexplicably numb. This was a warrior's instinctive vigilance. Chi! The black hole instantly disappeared, as though it had transformed into a ray of black light, flashing and disappearing at an extremely fast speed. Danger! A few voices sounded at the same time, and they all looked towards Xiating in shock. The ray of black light instantly appeared above Xiating, fiercely pouncing down. Although Xiating did not capture the speed of the black light, he had a premonition beforehand, so he was always on guard. At this moment, the long sword was raised, and several seals popped out from the sword. The 4 swords that were suppressing the black hole also flew up, the 5 swords in the air, slashing towards the black light. Bang! The 5 swords blossomed with a piercing light, and were suppressed by the black light. Within the sword light, the black light had long disappeared, only a corpse the size of a baby, with its sharp wings spread open, flashing with black gas, and countless slender legs pressing on the sword. Xiating's expression changed. He only felt that the power of the 5 swords was too heavy, making it hard for him to withstand. He suddenly took a step back, and with a bang, the steel stone on the ground was crushed. King of Corpsely! Musu shouted excitedly, his eyes filled with surprise. The moment the King of Corpsely appeared, all the corpses in the hall seemed to involuntarily tremble. The light of the 5 swords was suppressed. Xiating's expression changed. He grabbed the purple flag beside him, and threw it over. From the purple flag came the roar of a vicious beast. Puchi! The King of Corpse Evil flapped its wings, and the space around it shattered in an instant. Countless cracks spread out, and the flag was instantly cut to pieces. Bang! 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 The 4 swords were also shaken off one by one. Just as Xiating was on the verge of death, a white mist suddenly rose from the surroundings. A fair, jade-like hand shuttled back and forth, with 2 fingers pinching a flower, neither a flower nor a mist, lightly and delicately patting towards the King of Corpse. The King of Corpse aura seemed to sense danger. With a flap of its wings, countless cracks appeared in space as it slashed towards the jade hand. But to everyone's astonishment, wherever the white mist passed, the spatial cracks would be completely smoothed out, as if an iron was ironing out creases. The king of Corpse Yang's body trembled and it charged up. The sawtooth in its mouth was as sharp as a blade. With a single move, it cut through space and charged towards the white fog. Bang! The space shook violently, and the terrifying power of black and white surged out. Countless spiritual pressures shot out in all directions, and the hall trembled. The two forces were locked in a stalemate, directly splitting the hall into black and white. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The king of Corpse Yang seemed to be injured, and it kept making shrill sounds. Its wings were flapping at a high frequency, and they were almost transparent. Countless corpses abandoned their own battles and flew from all directions, attacking Duanmutsong. Especially the hundreds of corpses that flashed in the air, like a school of carps in a river, giving off an extremely disgusting visual impact. Between the corpses were thousands of corpsely, and the buzzing sound resounded throughout the hall. All the martial artists heaved sighs of relief, but they could not relax no matter what. They watched in horror as the corpses rushed into the white mist. Humph! A cold snort sounded, and everyone felt their bodies tremble. They could not help but shiver, and they felt extremely cold, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Frozen jade water, Bai Ming Yuanhai's voice sounded faintly. The entire space seemed to freeze, and all the corpses' movements slowed down. His expression was gloomy, and his eyes shot out cold stars. He clawed at the air with his 5 fingers, and a vast force surged out, and a terrifying chill spread out in all directions. Cloud like silk. The entire hall suddenly trembled, and everyone felt a vast expanse of whiteness. The entire ice cellar collapsed in an instant, as if the universe had been turned upside down and the world was being rewritten. Bang, 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 countless corpses and corpsely exploded instantly, and the remaining powerful ones were covered with a layer of frost, and many parts of their bodies cracked. After the attack, Bai Ming Yuanhai's eyes were still fierce. He crossed his hands before him, and an ice ring appeared, floating up and down. 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains, his long hair fluttered behind him, and his entire body was dotted with cold stars, full of murderous intent. He opened his 5 fingers and formed a strange seal, pointing at the king of Corpsely. Empty farewell. Whoosh, there seemed to be a cold wind blowing in the snowy sky. Countless ice crystals condensed into a sharp long pillar, and it stabbed forward. Boom. The spiritual pressure of Duanmutsong and the king of Corpsely instantly lost balance, and the black light suddenly collapsed, shattering along with the sky. The ice pillar flew across the sky and stabbed into the hard shell on the back of the king of Corpsely. It kept shattering, and the king of Corpsely was pushed back hundreds of meters. Roar! Roar! There were still dozens of undead corpses in the sky. Although their bodies were covered with frost, they all roared and rushed toward Bai Ming Yuanhai. The white mist dissipated, and Duanmutsong's figure emerged. Although his face was covered with a light veil, cold sweat seeped from his forehead, and a trace of fatigue flashed in his eyes. Humph! A bunch of trash. When you were alive, I never thought highly of you. Now that you're dead, you're even more laughable. Bai Ming Yuanhai made a hand seal, and a green saber shadow suddenly condensed in front of him. It circled around and slashed. Shadow saber. A green shadow spun out and slashed through the dozens of corpses, splitting the entire space in half. The dozens of corpses split instantly, but they didn't die. Their upper bodies were still brandishing their claws and fangs, and their lower bodies were kicking wildly. Suddenly, the king of Corpsely in the distance trembled, and it spat out ear-piercing squeaks. All the corpses stopped moving. His skin, which was covered in a layer of frost, cracked, and countless small corpses crawled out of it, making buzzing sounds. These corpsely hid in the corpses of experts and escaped the chilly yin qi. Bai Ming Yuanhai's eyes narrowed, and he clawed at the void with his 5 fingers. Suddenly, a mass of ice clouds floated around his fist, and he punched out. Boom! Like an avalanche, the sky was filled with frost. Black ripples suddenly appeared on the bodies of those little corpses, spreading out in circles and overlapping with each other, like the rippling water in a pond. Li Yunxiao was slightly shocked. Under the black ripples, the corpsely were disappearing one by one. The king of Corpsely in the distance emitted the same power, and it seemed to be resonating. Swoosh, the frost that filled the sky shook the corpses, and they were completely frozen like human-shaped ice sculptures. The corpsely that hadn't disappeared in time also turned into ice crystals, and they lost all signs of life. The space around the king of corpsely fell like raindrops. The black ripples spread out densely, and the small corpsely emerged one by one. Buzz, 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 the sky was filled with sounds. Thousands of corpsely flew around, and after circling a few times, they all landed on the king of corpsely. In a flash, they all disappeared. The king of corpsely's body trembled a few times, and it expanded a few times, turning into a millstone. The details of its body structure became clearer. At a glance, its strange and disgusting appearance was hair-raising. It actually absorbed them. Interesting. Just when everyone was disgusted and scared, Mu Zhao observed with interest, which made everyone look at him with disdain. Duan Mutsang's expression changed slightly, and she said, "Its power has increased greatly. Everyone, be careful." She had exchanged a blow with the king of corpsely earlier, and they were almost evenly matched. Now, it would be difficult for her to fight against it. Taishu Xieting said, "That's good too. It saves us the trouble of splitting up countless little bugs. This way, everyone will attack together, and the target will be more obvious." Everyone felt the same way. Without the corpsely, they finally calmed down a little. When they entered the hall, there were more than 100 people. After the commotion just now, almost half of them had died, and only 70 to 80 people were left. However, they were all true experts. Mu Zhao shouted, "Everyone, hold back. Don't kill it." Everyone's expression darkened, and they thought to themselves, "If there's a chance, we must kill it." Strange, why has this thing become quiet? Duan Mutsang frowned, and said, "Could it be that it has also used up a lot of energy and is recovering?" Li Yunxiao shook his head, and said, "No, after absorbing those little corpsely, its power has reached its peak. It is definitely not recovering. I have a bad feeling that big trouble is coming." Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they all looked at him. Mu Zhao blinked, and said, "What big trouble?" "Although this thing is powerful, we only need to send a few people to completely subdue it." Li Yunxiao said, "This is what I mean by big trouble. Has anyone thought about the use of the divine talisman on the evil suppression tablet? That is a level 10 divine talisman. Is it only used to suppress such an ugly thing?" Mu Zhao said disapprovingly, "This thing has lived for 100,000 years, and its power has been lost a lot. If it was 100,000 years ago, we might not be able to defeat it even if we joined forces." Li Yunxiao said, "I thought so in the beginning, but now I can't agree with you at all. Do you think this thing has spiritual intelligence? If it was a god realm creature 100,000 years ago, it would have developed spiritual intelligence. Even if its cultivation level has dropped, at least its spiritual intelligence is still there. Also, is the ominous omen that Lord Song predicted just now only at this level?" Mu Zhao was stunned, and his expression became strange. He said, "You mean, there is something more powerful that hasn't appeared yet?" Duan Mutsang's heart skipped a beat. The ominous omen still lingered in her heart. No matter what, let's get rid of this king of corpsely first. Who is willing to fight with me? The more people there are, the better. Around 5 people is the most suitable. Musu said, "I'm interested in this thing. Count me in." The others fell silent. Though they were in the same boat, they weren't willing to do such a dangerous thing for free. Duan Mutsang said, "Are you interested, young Master Yun?" Li Yunxiao shook his head, "Of course not." Duan Mutsang smiled bitterly. She didn't expect them to be so straightforward. She looked at Baiming Yuanhai and said, "Lord Yuanhai, as an elder of Baiming Palace, you have the responsibility and obligation to take on this great responsibility." Baiming Yuanhai said indifferently, "I spent a lot of energy just now. Let Fangshi go. With his ability, he can definitely help Lord Song." Fangshi sheathed his spear and walked forward valiantly. He had a heroic aura. Duan Mutsang nodded, "2 more friends, please help." She shouted a few times but no one responded. Anger flashed in Duan Mutsang's eyes as she said coldly, "As a woman, I know the meaning of where the Tao is. I will go despite thousands of people. Everyone here is a man, but no one dares to fight. If that's the case, I only want to protect myself." Let this king of Corpsely go. With my abilities, I'm confident I can leave alive. Taishu Xieting said, I have a suggestion. Why don't we all follow Lord Song's lead? Everyone has to listen to Lord Song's orders. Only then can we all get through this together. As soon as he said this, everyone started discussing softly with differing opinions. Baiming Yuanhai said, Lord Song is smart and resourceful. As long as you can handle things fairly, I agree. As soon as he agreed, a large number of people had no objections. Li Yunxiao also nodded lightly. In this situation, without a core leader, they were like a plate of loose sand. The fact that half of them were easily killed by the Corpsely was a living example. There were also a few powerhouses who frowned, obviously unwilling, but the general trend was in their favor, so they didn't say anything. Duan Mutsong's beautiful eyes flickered. Seeing that no one objected, she said, since everyone is willing to elect this concubine to be the leader, then this concubine will temporarily assume this position. If anyone refuses to accept the assignment, please leave. Baiming Yuanhai said, I'm at your disposal. Those who were slightly dissatisfied in their hearts heard this, and their expressions changed slightly, but they no longer felt any resistance. Duan Mutsong looked over and casually pointed at a man with a full beard and said, this should be Lord Du Yuqing of Yannan City. An uproar broke out in the surroundings, and everyone revealed shocked expressions. Du Yuqing was expressionless. He only took a few steps forward and said, this one is willing to listen to Lord Song's orders. Duan Mutsong said, thank you. Her gaze turned to descend onto a stout old man, and she said, this friend ought to be Lord Baihaodong who's recently risen to fame, right? This was even more of an uproar. Baihaodong's recent infamy had spread far and wide, and almost everyone in the northern region knew about him. Baihaodong chuckled and put down his crossed arms, saying, this old man is also willing to listen to Lord Song's orders. Duan Mutsong said, that's enough. The 5 of us will encircle the king of Corpsely, Lord Yuanhai, young Master Yun, the 2 of you will be responsible for holding the line. Both of them furrowed their brows. Clearly, they were a little uncomfortable with being sent together. Li Yunxiao said, all right, rest assured, Lord Song. Baiming Yuanhai snorted and didn't say much. Duan Mutsong said, this way, it'll be foolproof. Let's go. Her figure flickered, and she appeared 100 meters away, above the millstone-sized king of Corpsely. She focused her gaze and looked down. Then, she pinched 2 fingers and pointed in the air. Pissed, a finger radiance shot down, and sparks flew. The king of Corpsely, which had been motionless, suddenly became dazed, and only an afterimage was left before it disappeared on the spot. Huh. A spear radiance streaked across the air, shooting for 100 feet, and pointed at a spot in the air. Bam, the space exploded, and cold air shot in all directions, but the king of Corpsely was nowhere to be seen. This thing is quite good at hiding. I have something that can come in handy. Mutsong smiled. A white light flashed in his hand, and a short dagger spun. He quickly pinched his fingers and pointed upward, shouting, go. The dagger spun a few times, and then shot toward a spot in the space. Pissed, the space became dazed, and the king of Corpsely's figure appeared. It flapped its thin wings, and a gust of energy fanned out, knocking the dagger away. Then, its body became blurry, and it disappeared again. After the dagger was knocked away, it made a circle in the air, and then strangely slashed toward another space. Clang, a spiritual pressure spread out, and the king of Corpsely's body appeared where the dagger slashed. Its carapace was hit, but it didn't suffer any serious injuries. Duan Mutsong said happily, this dagger is amazing. It can automatically track and attack. Hee hee. Mutsong laughed proudly, and said, unfortunately, its attack is too weak. But its tracking technique is unparalleled, and its body is made of unusually hard materials. It specializes in seeing through concealment techniques. That's enough. Du Yuqing's figure flashed, and he threw a punch at the place where the dagger had slashed. Under the force of the punch, the surrounding space was compressed into pieces, stacking up toward the node. Boom, a force exploded, and the king of Corpsely flew out. It flapped its wings furiously, as if angered, and charged at Du Yuqing. Du Yuqing didn't panic. He kept making hand seals, forming a circular seal with blood-colored spots on it, and slammed it down. bam, the seal hit the King of Corpsely, blocking its attack, but not completely. The King of Corpsely rushed out of the explosion. Du Yuqing's expression changed. He put two fingers together to make a seal, and a sword ray shot out from the void, slashing toward the King of Corpsely. Bang! The King of Corpsely spat out a black light from its mouth, destroying the sword chi. It seemed to be determined to kill Du Yuqing, and it chased after him. Du Yuqing's expression darkened. Green light flashed under his feet, and he turned into countless shadows, unable to distinguish his real body. Fangshi's spear swept across the sky, and an ice mark instantly hit the King of Corpsely. Pa! An ice crystal formed where the spear tip hit, and it froze a small part of the King of Corpsely's body. Then, a red light fell from the sky. It was a square brick, shining with golden light, and there were runes surging on it. Boom! The brick smashed into the King of Corpsely's head. The entire space shook, and a terrifying force spread out. Not good. Bai Haodong's figure appeared in the air. He grabbed the brick in the air, and quickly retreated, shouting, "This thing is going to explode." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the King of Corpsely's body flashed with black light, and it suddenly exploded. A shockwave spread out in all directions. The five of them were shocked, and they hurriedly dodged. This shockwave was much weaker than they had expected, but what was shocking was that under the explosion, thousands of small Corpsely were blasted out, and they rushed toward the crowd, covering the sky and earth. Everyone was shocked, and they cautiously retreated. A figure flashed in the air. Li Yunxiao took a step forward, and his body burned with raging flames. Under the wind, it formed a flaming tornado, and it swept toward the large number of Corpsely. Crackle! Crackle! Large numbers of Corpsely exploded under the flames. These things were originally suppressed by fire, not to mention the 10th level divine fire, and the fierce nature of the ancient wind. Almost anyone who came into contact with it would die. Walala! The Corpsely were not stupid. They immediately realized that something was wrong, and they quickly retreated. Li Yunxiao's eyes darkened, and he waved his hands, pushing forward. The tornado of flames quickly chased after the Corpsely, and it directly forced the thousands of Corpsely into a corner of the hall. There was no way to escape. Musu hurriedly shouted, "Don't burn them all." Humph! Li Yunxiao thought of the mystic magic spirit eyes, and he snorted coldly, then retracted the flames. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. A terrifying force exploded under the tornado he was controlling. In an instant, 6 extremely sharp sword chi shot out. Not good. The sword chi was strong, and it was as fast as lightning. It was terrifying. A strange power appeared in Li Yunxiao's eyes. He suddenly twisted the space, and his body bent in an extremely strange position, dodging the sword. The other 5 people's expressions changed, and they hurriedly used their divine abilities to block the attack. Li Yunxiao looked over in shock. When the flames burned out, a pitch-black figure slowly appeared. The Corpsely that hadn't died flew to one place, and in an instant, they turned into King Corpsely again, but their auras were much weaker. The King Corpsely flew down, and it quietly waited at the figure's feet, as if it was very obedient. Duan Mutsong said in shock, "Black Tortoise Star Palace Master?" The person did not reply. The flames gradually subsided, and the person's appearance was revealed. His entire body was festering, and he was actually a corpse. However, he was clearly different from the previous corpses. His clear eyes were as calm as an ancient well, clearly possessing extremely high intelligence. The King Corpsely constantly squeaked. It was unknown what it was saying, but it seemed extremely excited, pacing back and forth at the corpse's feet. The light in the corpse's eyes flickered. Although his gaze was clear, he seemed rather dazed, as if he had not seen anyone for a very long time. A heavy voice slowly emerged from his mouth. "How many years has it been?" Duan Mutsong said sternly, "If you are the master of the Black Tortoise Star Palace, then it has already been 100,000 years. 100,000 years. The corpse's face was covered in rotten flesh, making it impossible to see any expression. Only his eyes revealed some emotions. "What are you doing here?" The decayed corpse's eyes turned and swept across everyone. Those who were looked at by him couldn't help but shiver. Duan Mutsong said, "The heavenly secrets have changed, and the Black Tortoise Star Palace has reappeared in the Two World Mountains. We're extremely curious, so we've come to investigate." The corpse seemed rather surprised. He said with a heavy voice, "The Black Tortoise Star Palace has reappeared in the Two World Mountains? This isn't a space of nothingness, but the world of heaven martial arts?" Ripples began to appear in his emotionless eyes, revealing the extreme fluctuations in his emotions. Duan Mutsong's beautiful eyes narrowed. She felt something was wrong and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Are you the master of the Constellation Palace?" The decayed corpse's eyes flashed and swept across everyone. He seemed to have a strange look on his face as he asked, "Is there really no more divine state warriors in this world?" Those who were pointed at by his gaze felt their bodies tremble, as if they had been completely seen through. His words shocked the crowd even more. 100,000 years ago was the time when the divine realm experts began to die out, Duan Mutsong said in shock. "What do you mean? Have you seen it before? Or are you, a divine realm expert of 10 directions?" The decayed corpse rolled his eyes and raised his head slightly to look at the dome of the palace as if he wanted to see through time and space. A complicated expression appeared on the festering face, and it kept changing. His bulging eyes were ugly and horrible, but they were flickering as if they were chasing after time. "Say something, sir. You seem to know the secret of the realm of heaven martial arts, that no one can become a god. Please tell us about it." Bai Ming Yuanhai couldn't stay calm anymore. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked grim. His eyes were full of longing. Becoming a god was undoubtedly the lifelong pursuit of all experts. Everyone looked gloomy, and the atmosphere was very depressing. Although there were nearly 100 people, it was terribly quiet. Taishu Xieting said, "I'm also very interested in the Black Tortoise Constellation Palace. I hope I can discuss it with you." Musu thought for a while and said, "Are you selling this corpsely?" The decayed corpse was speechless. Musu coughed and said, "I'm willing to buy it at a high price. I won't let you suffer a loss." The decayed corpse looked at the king of Corpsely affectionately and said, "Thank you for being with me for the past 100,000 years. The king of Corpsely jumped excitedly. It jumped up and became smaller. It lay on the decayed corpse's shoulder and rubbed its festering face with its thin wings. The scene was extremely creepy. The decayed corpse had a warm expression on his face. He patted the king of Corpsely's head several times. A wisp of pale green smoke rose from the corpse's hand. It was obvious that it was a highly toxic substance. The king of Corpse Turbid's small eyes flickered with delight. Li Yunxiao suddenly thought of something and said, "Could it be that you already knew that something was wrong with the world 100,000 years ago, so you sealed yourself and fled into the void world to avoid being implicated?" He knew from Di Jia that the reason why there were no more God-state cultivators in the sky was because there were no 10 directional rules. There must have been a great change in the world that caused this. Although the others didn't understand the reason behind it, their bodies shook, and they seemed to agree with Li Yunxia's point of view. The rotten corpse snapped out of his daze, speaking in a deep voice, "Stop making wild guesses. I'm not the master of the Black Tortoise Star Palace. Moreover, I'm also anxious to know why the Black Tortoise Star Palace suddenly returned to the Two World Mountain." "What? You're not the owner of this place?" Duan Mutsong was shocked, and he asked in shock, "What about the owner of this place? Is he still alive?" The rotten corpse's expression immediately became strange. After quite a while of thought, he said, "Perhaps he's dead." He glanced at the crowd and said, "I've been away from the world for too long. Let me know what happened in the past 100,000 years first." He raised his hand and grabbed at the air. Immediately, a whirlpool appeared around Duan Mutsong at the very front, pulling her away immediately. The rotten corpse closed his hand, and the spatial whirlpool flew towards him along with Duan Mutsong. "Stop." Duan Mutsong's expression changed drastically. From the rotten corpse's cold expression and cold tone, it seemed like he wanted to directly search her soul. She called out softly and tossed her hands forward. A ribbon of hundreds of butterflies flowed like the moonlight and poured down, extending over 30 meters in length. The ribbon danced around her, immediately producing a rainbow of colors. The butterflies flapped their wings and danced in the autumn frost. She had turned into a fairy among butterflies. The spinning whirlpool came to a halt, and the power of space was broken by the butterfly's wings. Duan Mutsong retracted the ribbon, and a white light flickered. She retreated and returned to the crowd. Her eyes were filled with anger and vigilance as she confronted the rotten corpse. Your Excellency, what do you mean by this? Heh, there are many experts among you. In this world, you can be considered experts. I don't want to fight with you. Just come here and let me search your soul to understand the current situation of the heavenly martial arts realm, the rotten corpse said slowly. The decayed corpse said leisurely, shocking everyone. Duan Mutsang snorted angrily and said, if you just want to understand the current situation, why do you need to kill people? The rotten corpse said, it's too troublesome to ask slowly. Duan Mutsang said coldly, I'm sorry, but no one is willing to have their soul searched by you. The rotten corpse nodded and said, that's what I expected. After all, no one wants to die. His words touched the crowd deeply, and a look of regret appeared on his rotten face. But someone has to die. The crowd was very vigilant, and they were all on guard. The rotten corpse tilted his head, and his eyes flashed. Then I'll do it myself. I've slept for 100,000 years. Do I still have my martial arts skills? He seemed to be trying hard to remember them. However, everyone's faces were extremely solemn. Those few rays of sword light just now were not any weaker than any of the experts present. Yeah, I remembered some, but I don't know if it's enough. The rotten corpse held his chin, and the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter, as if his intelligence was returning. He said, is there really no one who wants to sacrifice himself? I really don't want to kill anyone. Li Yunxiao couldn't help but mock him, you really don't want to kill anyone? How many people have you killed in the Thousand Maze Palace and these corpsely? This corpsely is your pet, isn't it? Why are you pretending to be a saint now? The rotten corpse glanced at Li Yunxiao and was slightly taken aback. Then he nodded and said, the original design of this constellation palace was to isolate it from the outside world forever. It was to sink into nothingness to prevent people from intruding. I didn't expect it to see the light of day again. I'm afraid none of the people back then could have imagined it. The people back then? Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. He said coldly, you're talking about the independent cultivators of the Two-World Mountains, right? In other words, sir, you were one of the independent cultivators of the Two-World Mountains back then? The rotten corpse's face sank. He seemed to be extremely furious. His eyes shone viciously. As almost all of his eyeballs were exposed, his entire face seemed to radiate with killing intent. Duan Mutsang said softly, let's stick to the previous plan. The five of us will test out this person's strength first. Sir Yuanhai and young Master Yun will hold the line. The others will be at your disposal at any time. Everyone nodded. They knew that a vicious battle would definitely follow. Li Yunxiao stared at the rotten corpse and said coldly, what, you don't even dare to admit your identity anymore? Die. The rotten corpse's face was filled with killing intent as he spat out a single word. He did not seem to move at all, but a dark green sword chi shot out, directly slashing towards Li Yunxiao. The space was immediately split open, and a sharp intent descended from the sky. Li Yunxiao's face darkened, and his eyes narrowed. Not only was the sword chi abnormally sharp, but it was also extremely corrosive, as if it was naturally poisonous. Ha! Sword chi burst out of his body as well. Cold light flashed in the surroundings, cutting through the opponent's sword chi. With a single movement, he disappeared from where he stood, leaving behind only a blur. Bang! The green sword chi immediately pierced through Li Yunxiao's blur and slashed behind him, directly striking the stone wall of the hall and leaving behind a mark. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as their hearts shivered. In the battle against Li Yunxiao earlier, many people had used their abilities, but they had failed to leave a single mark in the hall. Yet, a casual strike from the rotten corpse was already so sharp. Go! Duan Mutsang saw the rotten corpse attack furiously and immediately understood that Li Yunxiao was purposefully provoking him. With a flash, she appeared in the sky above the dome, and a ribbon with 100 butterflies fluttered down. It was like a white rainbow descending from the 9 heavens. The ribbon fluttered gently, and butterflies danced on it. It was colorful, like a garden of flowers. Not only did it not have a murderous aura, but it also had a hint of immortality. However, the rotten corpse looked up, raised his hand, and pointed down. Immediately, a green light flashed, and sword chi filled the air. Chi! A ray of green sword energy shot up and cut the entire 100-flower garden in half. Poison landed on the ribbon, and the light and elegant spirit force disappeared. Duan was shocked and quickly retrieved the ribbon. There were green spots on it, and poisonous smoke kept coming out. In her shock, she tore off the poisoned section with both hands and shouted, "Be careful of the poison under his sword chi. It can actually corrode a 9th-level profound artifact." The 100 butterflies fluttering ribbon was a 9th-level profound artifact. Although its defense was much weaker than a metal profound artifact, its attack was extremely strong. She did not want it to be damaged so easily, and her heart ached. Heh! There was a cold laugh in the air, and a hand suddenly reached out, grabbed a brick, and smashed it on the rotten corpse's head. The brick turned colorful in the air, and gold and silver alternated, pressing down on the space. The rotten corpse's eyes flashed, and he showed some surprise. He raised his hand, clenched it into a fist, and punched it. Boom! A domineering and violent force shook, and the light on the brick immediately dimmed. Another hand reached out in the air, and instantly formed a seal. A red light flew out from the brick, and it turned into a 5-colored sword. Bai Haodong's entire body appeared, and he stabbed with his sword. Clang! The rotten corpse's fingers tightened, and he easily grabbed the tip of the sword, causing the sword to ripple with gold and silver colors, and slashed at his body. Chi, 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 chi! The sword chi hit the rotten corpse's body, sweeping away the disgusting festering spots on his skin. Rotten flesh kept coming out. The rotten corpse did not seem to be moved, and the rippling sword chi was like a gentle breeze. He was calm and composed, and there was a patch of green under his 2 fingers. He pinched the tip of the sword, and it corroded the colorful light. Bai Haodong's expression changed, and he suddenly grabbed with his left hand. It was as if he pulled out thousands of light spots from the air, condensed them into a mirror in his palm, and shone it. Ah! The rotten corpse roared, and his eyes, which had not seen light for 100,000 years, suddenly felt pain, and he quickly turned his head away. Quang ran. The mirror trembled. The fierce light condensed and turned into a sword light. At this moment, the space behind the zombie trembled. Feng Shui's figure appeared. With a point of his spear, a white light pierced the zombie's heart. Ignoring the spear behind him, the zombie roared and punched at the mirror light. Bang! The mirror in Bai Haodong's hand was shattered. He was also affected. A gush of blood rushed to his throat. He wanted to retreat, but his natal Xian artifact, the brick, was still in his opponent's hand. He didn't dare to give up. Immediately, he became determined and once again formed an incantation gesture and struck the sword. The 2 golden colors surged and rushed towards the corpse. Puff! Suddenly, the rotten corpse's heart exploded. A spear tip pierced out, and the chest instantly froze. Just when everyone was overjoyed, they suddenly found that the white ice had turned green. Not only that, Feng Shui's spear was also covered with green. Not good. Retreat! Xianxia's figure appeared in the air. He shouted, "This is green poison." They didn't know what green poison was. But without Xianxia's reminder, they could feel that something was wrong. Feng Shui let go of his spear and flew backward. The spear instantly turned dark green, and with a bang sound, it shook off the rotten corpse's body and continued to stab at him. Bai Haodong was very anxious. It seemed that his opponent didn't want to let go of his brick sword. In desperation, he had to throw away the pawn to save the general. "Humph, you want to leave? No matter what, one of us must stay." "You." The zombie looked at Bai Haodong contemptuously. He moved closer to Bai Haodong and hit his chest with his palm. A mass of dark green poisonous gas spread around his palm. It easily broke through Bai Haodong's emperor chi. Bang! Suddenly, a 5-colored light burst out from Bai Haodong's body. It condensed into a barrier and pushed the poisonous gas away. What? The zombie's eyes flashed. It seemed that he couldn't believe it. In the 5-colored barrier, a white flag was faintly visible. At this moment, Bai Haodong immediately abandoned the brick and retreated 100 meters. He flicked his sleeve and a white light was put away. His face was abnormally pale. He saw that his brick sword and Feng Shui's spear had both become green and rusty. If he hadn't taken out the 5 elemental elements flag in time, he would have become a rotten corpse by now. Right at this moment, the sky suddenly became misty with golden light, and Du Yuqing's figure appeared. His eyes were bursting with anger, and he shouted, "Die!" From the very beginning, he had been hovering above the dome and casting the technique. After brewing for a long time, a vast force descended. He produced 2 yellow talismans with both hands and unfolded them to his side. Instantly, a miniature city shadow surged out from within the golden light and directly pressed down. Those with sharp eyes immediately saw that the city phantom was Yan'an City, and they couldn't help but be shocked. As the city lord of Lavender City, Du Yuqing had used some sort of secret technique to extract the power of the entire city from thousands of miles away and suppress it. Under such a mighty force, even a 9-stars pinnacle elite would be turned into ashes. As expected, the rotten corpse's face darkened, and for the first time, he revealed a look of fear. The king of corpse chi on his shoulder also trembled. It flapped its wings, and a dark aura revolved around its body. The rotten corpse formed a seal with one hand and formed a strange talisman, which he shot towards the dark aura. Suddenly, a black ray of light revolved around it, and a terrifying sword chi rose. At some point, the king of corpse chi had turned into a long black sword, which the rotten corpse grasped in his hand. Cryptic and incomprehensible notes came out of his mouth, and green talismans constantly floated on the sword, all of which were formed by the poisonous aura. Li Yunxia's pupils shrank, and his heart was filled with shock. He clearly saw 4 ancient characters appear on the long black sword, a sword of all worlds. His scalp went numb, and he revealed an expression of disbelief as he looked at the rotten corpse in horror. The black sword light and the pale green poisonous aura flashed on the long sword, and the terrifying sword became stronger and stronger, as if it had broken through the shackles of the laws of heaven and earth, and suddenly rippled in the hall. The rotten corpse's eyes flashed, and he looked at the black sword with joy. He laughed and said, "Haha, I remember it now. Your name is World Imperial Sword." The power of the Golden City was blocked by the terrifying sword will, and it couldn't fall. Du Yuqing was greatly shocked in his heart. His entire face contorted, and his forehead was densely covered with beads of sweat. The power on the sword was still increasing as if it was endless and had no end. Everyone's hair stood on end, and they felt a boundless fear. The huge pressure made it hard for them to breathe. Bai Ming Yuanhai's figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared in the air. He shouted, "Everyone, let's attack together and kill him." Without another word, he stretched his body, and a mysterious blue world appeared behind him, condensing into a vast and magnificent picture. Graceful as a swan. It was one of the 3 styles of Beyond the Heavens. It was earth-shattering, and its power was even greater than the power of Du Yuqing's city. Duan Mutsong's slender fingers formed seals quickly, and white mist rose. She used the 5 gauze light palm, which turned into palm shadows in the air and slammed down. All kinds of martial techniques and moves were unleashed, and the grand hall was in a state of turmoil. It became unstable, and it couldn't withstand the attacks of nearly 100 people at the same time. The vast sword chi was also condensed as if it was under great pressure, and it kept shrinking. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded, and a black radiance broke through the sky. World Imperial Sword, 8 Chestnut Reflection, Mind as the Sword. The sword will suddenly exploded as if there was endless sword chi that transcended time and space, and the horrifying power descended. Boom! The boundless majestic power spread out, and the Black Tortoise Star Palace's grand hall suddenly shattered. The impact spread in all directions, and a large number of buildings were annihilated. At this moment, the starry sky was revealed, and the starlight dimmed under the horrifying power. Countless dust and ashes dispersed, and many figures rushed out. That earth-shattering attack killed many people. When the surviving martial artists saw the starry sky, they immediately fled out of the mountain in joy. This muddy water was too dangerous. Everyone was overjoyed to be able to escape with their lives, and they didn't dare to linger. However, a barrier suddenly appeared in the sky, blocking everyone's path. What? Everyone was shocked, and in their anger, they attacked the sky crazily, but to no avail. What's going on? Who laid down the barrier? Everyone was enraged. After attacking for a while, they gradually calmed down, and their faces were all dark. At this moment, a large part of the Star Palace had been destroyed. In the valley of the Two-Realm Mountain, there were hundreds and thousands of sacrificial altars, forming a star field formation. The carrion man was standing on one of the sacrificial altars. His rotting body was in an even more horrible state, and thick, disgusting liquid flowed out of his cracked skin. His aura was even more unstable, and it seemed like he was also heavily injured by the previous attack. Aside from the 30 to 40 people who were preparing to escape in the sky, there were more than 10 people scattered around the sacrificial altars. Their faces were pale, and they stared coldly at the carrion man. That terrifying attack had crushed half of them, and they had died on the spot. The carrion man's chest heaved, and he panted heavily. Green light flickered in his eyes. The dozen or so people were much calmer. Although they had used all their strength in that attack, they hadn't suffered much damage. Duan Mutsong said coldly, "Looks like you're at the end of your rope." The carrion man snorted and said, "You want to kill me?" Duan Mutsong frowned and said coldly, "You're the one who wants to kill us, right? Don't get it the other way around." The carrion man said, "Hee, I just want to capture you and search your soul. I don't want to kill you. How many people have died now? Is it worth it?" Duan Mutsong said coldly, "I'd rather die in battle than have my soul searched by you. If you surrender, we won't kill you." Ha, ha, ha. The carrion man seemed to have regained his spirit after that attack. He threw his head back and laughed. "You ignorant juniors want to kill me? Childish." Bang! The Thousand Worlds imperial sword in his hand shattered and turned into countless corpsely. The corpsely buzzed and danced around him. The carrion man's body suddenly turned dark green. Under the illumination of the poisonous light, the corpsely also had an orange-green appearance, and the feathers on its wings were highly poisonous. Everyone's expression changed. The poisonous gas was so strong that it could even corrode a 9th-level Xian artifact. Musu was shocked and said, "This poisonous light, could it be?" Li Yunxiao was also very serious. He said, "There's no need to doubt it. It's the green poison." Green poison? When he said the words green poison earlier, the crowd didn't understand. Now, many people suddenly understood. Their eyes were filled with shock. Duan Mutsong's eyes were also filled with shock. He said in shock, "One of the 5 poisons of the Supreme Decimation Master, the 7 illusory green nightmare." Oh? I didn't expect anyone to recognize it. The carrion man's horrifying lips curled up. His face was covered by the green, making him look even more ferocious. What sent chills down everyone's spine was that the corpsely in the sky were all stained with this green color. They seemed to have become extremely horrifying. These aren't ordinary corpsely. They are only the clones of the King of Corpsely. Even if they are killed, they will only consume a little of the King of Corpsely's energy. I'm the master of the King of Corpsely. With these corpsely in the sky and my 7 illusory green nightmare, I can kill a huge city with hundreds of millions of people in an instant. The carrion man's eyes were filled with venom. He crossed his arms in front of him and swung them forward. He yelled, "Go!" Buzz! Buzz! Countless corpsely buzzed and rushed toward the dozen people around them. They were like countless fireflies under the starry sky. They were beautiful but deadly. Bai Ming Yuanhai's face darkened. He yelled, "Graceful swan!" A strange phenomenon appeared. A huge picture unfolded, and a mysterious world of ice crushed over. Kacha kacha, the green corpse shell insects that filled the sky were instantly sealed in ice, and all of them were locked within the vision. Humph. Childish. The extreme chill is indeed the nemesis of all living beings, but the 5 poisons of the Supreme Decimation is a divine item that surpasses elemental damage. The carrion man's eyes were filled with mockery as he said coldly. Bam! The extreme world of ice was broken, and a corpsely rushed up. Then, the entire ice world of ice shattered and disintegrated. Bang! 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 Countless corpses broke out of the ice, but some were frozen to death by the ice. Oh no! Suppress it. Don't let the corpses get out. They can corrode mystic artifacts and swallow the Emperor's energy. How can we seal them? A high-level Emperor Wu punched down and only pushed the corpses back a few meters. The fist force couldn't break through the 7 phantom green nightmare, and he was shocked. Let me try. You guys step back. Li Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and revealed an extremely solemn expression. A cluster of flames gushed out from his body, and the astral wind blew. Suddenly, a pillar of fire spun and shot up into the sky. Hula. 10,000 meters above the sky, it was pressed down by the power of the barrier and rushed out in all directions. Under the starry night, the sea of fire was as bright as day. After the power of the flame was blocked, it rushed down and enveloped everything within 100 square meters. The rest of the warriors were surprised and delighted. They turned into a beam of light and flew out of the sea of fire. Duan Mutsang looked back and saw the proud figure in the fire pillar. He shouted, "Can you handle it alone?" Li Yunxiao replied, "Let's try. If I can't handle it, I can run." "Do you think I'm stupid enough to handle it?" Duan Mutsang was speechless and said, "Be careful." She flew out of the sea of fire, and the last gap was covered by the flame. The small world inside the barrier became a huge fireball, and no one could see what was inside. Baiming Yuanhai was shocked, and he said, "What kind of flame is this? It can even swallow my divine sense." His extreme yin qi seemed weak in the face of the power of the flame, which made his heart tremble. Under the illumination of the flame, everyone's faces flashed with surprise. Taishu Xieting said, "I'm afraid the power of this flame is at the peak of level 9. If it can't suppress the 7 phantom green nightmare, we will be in danger." Musu crossed his arms in front of his chest and stared at the flames in the sky. After a while, he said, "I'm afraid the aura of this flame has surpassed the rank 9. Everyone's bodies shook violently, and they looked over with astonishment and disbelief. Duan Mutsang's beautiful eyes darted back and forth. She seemed rather confident as she said, "This is Phoenix Fire, a 10th level element." Even within the 10th order, he was an existence close to the front. However, don't let your guard down. It's better to prepare early so that we can reinforce Li Yunxiao when he's defeated. Everyone looked at the flame in shock. At the same time, they revealed looks of envy and jealousy. Many people's eyes flickered with splendor, as if they were tempted. Inside the fireball, in the space of 100 acres, Li Yunxiao and the rotten corpses faced each other from a distance. The corpses that were stained with the green nightmare of 7 illusions floated silently in the air, as if waiting for orders. The decayed corpse's eyes also revealed a grave expression as it slowly said in a deep voice, "Phoenix Fire?" Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "It is indeed the Phoenix Flame, and it is almost complete. I wonder if it can restrain your 7 illusion green nightmare." The decayed corpse sneered and said, "Almost complete, but how much power can you exert? He's just a 7-star Emperor Wu. Can he even unleash 1% of this flame's power?" Li Yunxiao's face was expressionless as he said, "I can try." The decayed corpse's eyes narrowed. He formed a strange seal with one hand and shouted, "Allow." The corpses that filled the sky suddenly lined up and formed a formation, like a huge seal. The green and black light spread out and pressed down on Li Yunxiao with a buzzing sound. Li Yunxiao also formed a seal with one hand and a fire phoenix appeared in front of him with a ping sound. Its brightly colored wings spread out, covering the sky and covering the earth. Soon after, he made a crisp sound with his fingers. With a paw sound, a strong wind appeared and circled above the phoenix before blowing towards the corpses. Walala. Wherever the strong wind passed, the space let out a hissing sound as if it was being swept by a broom. The seal formed by the countless corpses suddenly trembled. The black and green light suddenly flourished and was directly swept up by the wind, becoming erratic. When the buzzing sound became loud and chaotic. The decayed corpse's expression changed greatly and revealed an expression of shock. He exclaimed, "A strong wind that has endured for eons?" Li Yunxiao didn't say anything and grabbed the air. A small black mountain appeared in his hand and he fiercely threw it. The small mountain directly smashed into the sky above the corpses. With a tremor, it turned into countless black particles that spun along with the strong wind and attacked the millions of corpses. Suddenly, crackling sounds intertwined with the buzzing sound. Finally, with a boom, the corpse's formation suddenly shattered and everything fell into chaos. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank and his hand seal changed. The fire phoenix that had been coiled for a long time let out a long cry and suddenly opened its eyes. It shot out a brilliant light and flew over. Not good. The decayed corpse's face was full of shock as he watched the overwhelming fire phoenix swallow the millions of corpses and the black particles. Rumble. A huge tremor came from the flames, and a terrifying power spread out in waves, shining with all sorts of colors. Both of their gazes were exceptionally sharp. In the sea of fire, the corpse was already defeated like a collapsing mountain. Under the roasting of the power of wind and fire, coupled with the impact of the black particles, it continued to collapse, bursting out a ball of green light and black gas. The black gas directly disappeared under the burning of the divine fire. The green light flickered continuously as if it didn't fear the fire. It fused with each other and became bigger and bigger. Xianxia was extremely shocked. Although he couldn't use the complete power of the divine fire, it was still a 10th grade divine object. Even with the help of the ancient strong wind, it still couldn't destroy the 7 illusion green nightmare. But what he didn't know was that the decayed corpse was even more shocked than he was. The corpses finally couldn't bear it anymore and suddenly flew in one direction. They all gathered together and turned into the king of corpses. It suddenly opened its mouth and inhaled. The 7 illusion green nightmare immediately turned into a green light and was sucked into its stomach. The entire body of the king of corpses shone with green light. With a flap of its thin wings, it shook off the flames and black particles and was about to break through the air. An angry roar came from within the flames. Countless black particles rapidly gathered under the strong wind and turned into the upper body of the crocodile monster. It opened its large hands and grabbed. The decayed corpse's forehead seemed to be covered in cold sweat. His entire face was stunned. The crocodile's 5 fingers grabbed down and the space instantly froze, sealing off the king of corpses' retreat. Then, with a loud roar, it pounced. Bang! The crocodile directly collided with the king of corpses, grabbed it with both hands, and opened its mouth wide to bite down. Crack! The king of corpses' entire head was in the crocodile's mouth. It struggled desperately, shaking off the sharp blades on its body. The green light also turned into a slash and slashed at the crocodile's body. Wherever the light passed, it directly cut the body back into its particle form. But it was still slowly wriggling, condensing, and not dissipating. The big crocodile's eyes burst with a fierce light, but it still refused to open its mouth. Just like that, it bit straight in the air, motionless. The green nightmare of the 7 phantoms directly penetrated the crocodile's body, leaving not a trace. It was completely immune to poison. After struggling for a while, the king of corpses seemed to have given up. It lay motionless, letting the crocodile eat it bit by bit. Gulp. The decayed corpse swallowed. It was unknown if there was any saliva, but he felt his throat go dry. 100,000 years ago, he had met all kinds of strong people, and there were also existences that were a level higher than him. But he had never seen a scene like this. The king of corpses and the green nightmare of the 7 phantoms were completely suppressed, and he was beaten until he lost his temper. This crocodile, what the hell is it? The decayed corpse could not help but ask, his face speechless and lifeless. Xianxia thought to himself, indeed, everything has its vanquisher. This stupid crocodile is usually useless, but now it's showing off its invincible power. It's really eye-catching. He chuckled and said, this is the being and non-being wind-fire separation crocodile that I refined. Unless you gather the 5 deadly poisons, you will not be able to go with it. He looked at the crocodile that kept chewing on the king of corpses and thought to himself, you stupid thing, I have given you such a majestic name. I have not let you down. The crocodile seemed to understand something. It roared a few times in cooperation, and its eyes shone with a fierce light. It looked like a peerless beast. The decayed corpse was stunned for a while, and his face darkened. He grabbed forward with his 5 fingers and shouted, sword, come. The motionless king of corpses suddenly burst out with a fierce aura. The sword light cut through the crocodile's body and pierced through it. Clang! A wave of sword will surged, and the crocodile's body was instantly cut into countless particles, and it retreated violently. The strong sword will on the black sword vibrated and spread out in circles. The decayed corpse quickly made a hand seal with both hands, and the aura on his body continued to rise, resonating with the long sword. A black light surged between heaven and earth. Xianxia's expression changed. He knew very well how strong this sword will was. It was the sign of the unity of man and sword. He shook his hand, and a snow-white light bloomed, and a white light flashed across the sky. That is. The decayed corpse's pupils shrank, and his body shook violently. The sword incantation in his hands became chaotic, and the sword will in the sky scattered. Clang! Li Yunxiao's figure flashed along with the white light, and a shining saber slashed across the sky. The saber light was like water. It was not very powerful, but it reflected a tranquil scene, like the eternal moon. Swoosh! The blade pierced into the decayed corpse's chest, and went straight through his heart. Li Yunxiao's expression was calm, as if everything was going according to his plan. His eyes were full of indifference. However, he did not let his guard down. Fangshi's spear had also pierced through his heart, but he did not seem to be injured at all. In the sea of fire, the two figures were tightly pressed against each other. The sword wheel on the side was already chaotic, and it turned into sword light and collapsed. The decayed corpse looked at the long saber that had pierced through his heart, and his throat gurgled. He said with difficulty, "Xianxia Imperial Saber." Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. So this saber's real name was Xianxia Imperial Saber, and he had always called it Xianxia Overlord Saber. The saber trembled slightly, and circles of runes surged up. For ancient characters appeared on its surface, Xianxia Imperial Saber. Where did you get this saber from? The decayed man's face was filled with shock, but there was also a complicated look in his eyes. He stared fixedly at the saber, his eyes flickering with light. His expression suddenly became gentle, and with tenderness, he reached out to touch the saber's blade. Li Yunxiao did not stop him, only saying coldly, "You really are related to the saber's owner. Then, is this Black Tortoise Star Palace also a place to suppress demons?" The decayed man's body trembled, his expression returning to his senses as he cried out involuntarily, "Could it be that the dragon transformation pool seal has been broken?" Li Yunxiao did not answer the decayed man's question, instead saying, "I understand, this Black Tortoise Star Palace suppresses a neon stone. I wonder if it's a rainbow or a rainbow?" The decayed man's body trembled violently, his face contorting as he roared, "Who are you? What do you know?" Li Yunxiao said, "I am the new owner of this Xianxia Imperial Saber. It was personally handed to me by its old owner." "Ah?" The decayed man's eyes flickered with light, and tears began to roll down his cheeks. "Is he well now?" Li Yunxiao's face twitched, and he sighed, "He has already turned into dust." The decayed man grabbed the Xianxia Imperial Saber with both hands, his horrifying face filled with tears, and he began to whimper softly. Under the raging flames that filled the sky, the two figures seemed lonely and desolate. Li Yunxiao slowly tried to pull the saber out, but he found that the decayed man's grip was too tight, not moving an inch. Frowning, he said, "If you are also the person who suppressed the demons that year, and have a relationship with the saber's owner, then we should be friends, not enemies." The decayed man slowly released the saber and raised his head, his gaze piercing through the flames, looking up at the endless starry sky, his festering face filled with loneliness. Li Yunxiao put away the saber and formed a seal with one hand. The flames in the sky also slowly disappeared, revealing the starry night. The cultivators in the distance watched as the flames gradually disappeared, and they all became vigilant. Circulating their yuan qi, their faces were solemn. But gradually, his solemn expression turned into one of astonishment. He saw Li Yunxiao and the decayed man standing opposite each other. They seemed to be very friendly and seemed to be chatting happily. Duan Mutsong said in shock, What's going on?" Everyone shook their heads and continuously probed with their divine senses. However, they were all blocked by an invisible force and were unable to hear anything. The decayed man said faintly, "The original owner of this saber was my blood brother." Li Yunxiao's body shook slightly and he said, "So that's how it is. I didn't expect that there were actually survivors of the battle to subdue the devils back then." "What happened back then?" The decayed man's face was full of worry. He shook his head and said, "Although I'm one of the participants, I'm just an insignificant person. I don't know much about the inside story. The dragon transformation pool has been unsealed, and the Black Tortoise Star Palace has descended upon the Two-World Mountain again. I'm afraid that the demonic tribulation is about to arrive." Li Yunxiao thought to himself that the devil had come out long ago, but now it was in a mess. The decayed man glanced at the countless sacrificial altars below and sighed. "The rainbow stone is in the main sacrificial altar. You should be able to get it after you break the seal." Li Yunxiao could hear the endless desolation in his tone. He asked in a daze, "What about you?" "Me?" The decayed man smiled bitterly and said, "I look neither human nor ghost now. What's the point of living? Moreover, I don't have the mental strength anymore. Every era has its own powerhouse. This era doesn't belong to me anymore. He kept his long sword and took a step in the air. He was actually about to leave. Suddenly, a voice rang out. His body shook violently and he revealed an extremely shocked expression. Humph, Beijing Nan, you were originally the main general who guarded the seal here. You actually leaked the information about the Rainbow Stone and wanted to leave without doing anything. Over the past 100,000 years, it wasn't just your body that deteriorated. The voice lingered in the air and sounded directly in the ears of Li Yunxiao and the decayed man. Both of them were shocked. My lord, the decayed man's eyes were filled with shock. He said in disbelief, "My lord, you're still alive?" Humph, fortunately, I'm still alive. Otherwise, the Rainbow Stone would have been stolen. That voice carried an ice-cold intent that caused one's hair to stand on end. Li Yunxiao also knew that something was wrong. He did not know why his heart sank. He looked into the distance. Duan Mutsong and the others did not seem to have any reaction. It was as if they did not hear the voice. Gulp. The decayed man gulped and said in shock, How can you still be alive?" The voice sneered and said, "Even you can't die. Why can't I live? However, you betrayed your beliefs. I'm surprised and disappointed." The decayed man hurriedly explained, "My lord, I wouldn't dare. These people are not villains. They should be the top powerhouses of this era. The young man in front of me is the successor of my big brother's mystic weapon, Xianxia Imperial Saber. I believe him. Do you believe him or me?" The voice said coldly, "If you haven't betrayed your beliefs, then kill all of them." What? The decayed man was startled, revealing a horrified expression. The voice said, "You should know how serious the Rainbow Stone is. In order to keep the secret, these people must die." Li Yunxiao suddenly had a thought. He said coldly, "Are you the Black Tortoise Star Palace Master?" The voice said mockingly, "Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of asking me?" Li Yunxiao's eyes were solemn. He said, "If I'm not wrong, you must have refined the Rainbow Stone. That's why you survived." The voice suddenly became enraged. It said sternly, "Beijing Nan, what are you waiting for?" The decayed man trembled. He looked like he was in a difficult position. "Humph, very well. You've indeed betrayed me and your beliefs. Since that's the case, you can die with these people." That voice instantly became extremely mournful, and suddenly, a strange and vast power appeared. Li Yunxiao was shocked. He was not unfamiliar with this energy. In fact, he was very familiar with it. "Let's go." Tsutsumi's energy appeared instantly. The surrounding space became distorted. At the same time, a sword aura shot out and broke through the void. Li Yunxiao and Beijing Nan's figures suddenly disappeared. At that moment, a small ice-colored flower appeared at the place where the two of them disappeared. It bloomed and then disappeared. It was inconspicuous under the starry night sky, but the flower bloomed beautifully. It was so strange that it was destroyed. Bang! Like glass shattering, with the place where the ice-colored flower disappeared as the center, the entire sky exploded. With a loud bang, the sky collapsed, and a terrifying energy spread out. The expressions of the martial artists in the distance changed drastically, especially when Li Yunxiao teleported to their side with Beijing Nan. They were all shocked. Duan Mutsong was shocked. "Young Master Yun, what's going on?" Li Yunxiao looked at the center of the terrifying energy and said, "We're in big trouble. The real Black Tortoise Star Palace Master is here, and he's already possessed." The ice flower just now was actually the ice fiend Heart Flame. Beijing Nan's body trembled, and a faint green light shot out from his eyes. He looked like he couldn't believe it. The real Black Tortoise Star Palace Master? Everyone was shocked and looked in the direction where Li Yunxiao was looking. In the collapsed space, a burly figure slowly appeared. Under the starry night, it was actually shining with a metallic light. Li Yunxiao's eyes widened instantly, and his mouth opened so wide that a watermelon could be stuffed inside. The body that appeared was actually little King Kong from the bottle gourd. However, the dull look on his face was completely gone. Instead, he looked cold and indifferent. It was obvious that he had been possessed by the Black Tortoise Star Palace Master. Beijing Nan was stunned for a while. Then, he revealed a strange expression and said in a deep voice, "Sir, could it be that your temperament has changed because of that thing's influence?" Little King Kong from the bottle gourd's eyes shone with a demonic cold light. He scoffed and said, "Bajan Nan, you're the one who betrayed us, but you're blaming me. It seems that the 100,000 years of loneliness have completely erased your original intentions. If that's the case, why do you need to leave this rotten body behind? Let me purify you." Little King Kong from the bottle gourd clenched his fist. Instantly, the nebula surged, and a vast fist force spread out with awe-inspiring killing intent. Xianxia's expression and mood sank at the same time. The rainbow stone indeed had a great influence on a martial artist's temperament. Back then, the Lord of the Red Moon City, Ning Kuei's disappearance was also related to this. Even the Black Tortoise Star Palace Master, who was once a godly state being, could not withstand the power of the rainbow stone. An inexplicable anxiety surged in his heart, and he began to worry about Luo Yunsheng. Many martial artists felt the vast power of the fist, and their expressions changed drastically. Bai Ming Yuanhai was shocked and said angrily, "Li Yunxiao, how did you provoke such a malefic person? What's going on?" Li Yunxiao said coldly, "What's going on? Can't you see for yourself? This thing has been possessed by the devil, and it wants to kill all of us." Possessed by the devil, Duan Mutsang murmured to himself. Light flickered in his eyes, and he said, Perhaps he has the rainbow stone on him?" Li Yunxiao frowned. He glanced at Duan Mutsang and said nothing. The Duanmu clan had always been secretive. Coupled with the fact that they possessed the art of divination, it was extremely normal for them to know some secrets of the continent. It was more likely that Duan Mutsang had foreseen the rainbow stone a long time ago, which was why he came all the way here. However, the power of the abstruse god Lot was limited, and he did not foresee that the master of the Two World Mountains from 100,000 years ago was still alive. Of course, it was even more unlikely that the master of the Two World Mountains had possessed Li Yunxiao's Little King Kong from the bottle gourd. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao's expression became rather strange. He wondered if the Black Tortoise Star Palace had returned from nothingness because of the Little King Kong from the bottle gourd. Since the master had possessed the Black Tortoise Star Palace, it proved that his body was definitely weaker than the Little King Kong from the bottle gourd. Moreover, the frosty heart flame earlier was clearly the power of the Little King Kong. Thinking up to there, he came to a sudden realization as if the cause and effect were all clear now. The Little King Kong from the bottle gourd was transported away by leap zone out of nowhere, and coincidentally landed in the Void Star Palace, which was obtained by the master of the Star Palace. The master of the Star Palace had refined the rainbow stone in the first place, but his body should have already decayed beyond recognition. Even if he was possessed by the devil, he could not do anything to break the seal that he had set up in the past. However, the appearance of the Little King Kong from the bottle gourd changed everything. Li Yunxiao thought to himself, could it be that everything is fated? Looking at Little King Kong's intelligent and sarcastic face, Li Yunxiao could not help but lament. Flowing rain, dancing wind, shocking cloud fist. Little King Kong's face darkened, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. He threw out a punch that overturned the entire universe and shook the starry sky. It was as if countless stars were falling from the night sky, and it was a beautiful meteor shower. But everyone's face turned pale. No one was in the mood to appreciate the beauty of the fist. They gritted their teeth and used their vital force to resist. Musu's eyes were filled with astonishment as he exclaimed, "Eternally immortal? Divine puppet?" He was bold because of his skill. He directly stretched out a hand and opened his fingers to grab the fist wind. Bang! The power of the punch exploded in his palm, instantly causing his skin and flesh to rupture. The shock caused his entire arm to be drenched in blood and numb. But he just frowned and shook his head. No, this power is not enough. It's far from enough. The rest looked at him as if he was a madman and tried to dodge. But the fist wind was so powerful that it was difficult to dodge. The fist shadows were like meteors, and they could only resist. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. Luckily, Little King Kong's power was limited, but under the command of the Master of Star Palace, it was able to exert a powerful combat power. Among the fist shadows, each of them was more powerful than Little King Kong's Vajra fist. The saber radiance flashed in his hand, and Xianxia Imperial saber swept out. It broke a fist radiance and passed through him with great power. Many martial artists were not as powerful as little King Kong. They were seriously injured and died, and screams could be heard. Little King Kong's eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, "Beijianan, I'm teaching you a lesson. How dare you fight back?" Beijianan's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, "Sir, your mind has been controlled by the rainbow stone, and you've become a demon." "Shut up. Since when did you have the right to interfere in my business?" "I'll kill you first, traitor." Little King Kong's figure flashed and appeared in front of Beijianan. He opened his hand and grabbed his neck. A sharp ray of light shot out from his palm, and black cracks appeared around the ray of light. Beijianan was shocked. He straightened the black sword in his hand and slashed forward. Chi! The two slashes collided with each other. Boundless spiritual pressure spread out, engulfing and eliminating each other. Beijianan said in a low voice, "Sir, don't forget your original intention." "Shut up." The small King Kong in the gourd seemed to be enraged. It waved two fingers and pointed at Beijianan's body. An ear-piercing sound of something tearing through the air could be heard. Beijianan's face was gloomy. He displayed the sword formula and several sword shadows appeared in the air. Bam, bam, bam sounds were heard one after another. The gourd's little King Kong stepped on the ground and attacked, while Beijianan retreated with his sword. The two of them started fighting. The surrounding martial artists were dumbfounded, unable to make heads or tails of the situation. But most of them were adjusting their origin energy, thinking about how to break through the barrier and escape. Musu rubbed his chin and pondered, "This thing is a puppet. Is it a soul that has attached itself to the puppet? How is this possible? Unless it's a god, but the power it displayed was only at the peak of Emperor Wu's power. How strange." Duan Mutsong said in a low voice, "Young Master Yun, what's going on with this carrion man? What did you talk to him about?" Li Yunxiao's eyes flickered, and his face was unusually gloomy. From the current situation, it would be extremely difficult to take back the gourd's little King Kong. Duan Mutsong's words made him come back to his senses. He snorted in his heart. Duan Mutsong must know a lot of things, but he hid it from everyone on purpose. No wonder he was so proactive along the way. A playful look flashed across his face, and he said calmly, "Nothing much. We just talked about our daily lives and asked if he had eaten." Everyone was speechless. Musu said, "What's going on with this Iron Man?" Li Yunxiao's eyes flickered, and he said, "Are you interested in its structure?" "Yes, do you know something about it?" Musu's eyes brightened, and he was instantly interested. Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, "It's simple. Pass me the mystical spiritual eyes, and I'll tell you about this Iron Man." It was impossible for Musu to capture the King of Corpsely, so Li Yunxiao had to think of another way. Musu frowned and said coldly, "It's not impossible to exchange it with the incomplete mystical spiritual eyes, but how do I know if you're telling the truth?" Li Yunxiao squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "For a puppet family, knowing a new puppet sample is much more powerful than the secret skill. Apart from the mystical spiritual eyes, I have another condition." Musu's face instantly darkened, and he shouted, "Li Yunxiao, don't push your luck." Li Yunxiao smiled, and his lips moved slightly as he sent a voice transmission. Everyone frowned, wanting to know what they were talking about. However, the secret voice had a restrictive formation, so they couldn't capture the message. After listening for a while, Musu was stunned and said, "Really?" Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "Yes." Musu thought for a while and said, "Okay, deal." A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he looked at little King Kong on the gourd. At this moment, the two of them were still fighting fiercely. However, little King Kong on the gourd was the one attacking, while Beijianan was defending and retreating. It was getting harder and harder for him to hold on. All kinds of spiritual pressure and attacks were shot out, and the people around them dodged around vigilantly, afraid that they would be affected. Only Duan Mutsong and the other masters looked indifferent. Little King Kong on the gourd and Beijianan didn't seem to be as powerful as they had expected. Except for Beijianan's 7 magic green nightmare, they were confident that they could deal with the rest. Li Yunxiao shouted in a deep voice, "Brother Chunnan, it's useless for you to retreat. He has lost his mind. If you want to save him, you have to take him down first." His body can't withstand your green poison at all. Bei Chen Nan and Little King Kong on the gourd's faces changed. Little King Kong on the gourd was furious, and he attacked fiercely. Determination flashed in Bei Chennan's eyes. He swung the sword in his hand, and a sword radiance pressed against Little King Kong's fist wind. Bang! Little King Kong was forced back. Then, the sword momentum rose, and a green light flashed. 3 streaks of sword essence appeared in the air, and they slashed across the sky. Little King Kong on the gourd glared angrily, and he seemed to be very afraid. He made a seal with both hands and slapped. Countless ripples appeared on his palms, and triangular golden patterns flew out, forming a complicated shape in front of him. Chi, chi, chi. The 3 streaks of sword essence slashed into the ripples, and they were like nails that were inserted into a wooden board. They were shackled and could not move forward. Bei Chen Nan looked calm, as if he had expected it. He spread out his sword radiance and inserted it in front of him. A circle of sword essence spread out, and it formed a circle. The black sword radiance and the green poisonous gas kept surging, and the 2 chis intertwined. Little King Kong on the gourd's pupils shrank, and he shouted, "Damn it! How dare you to have evil intentions towards me? Let me send you to eternal damnation." He shouted and made a seal with both hands, and the 3 streaks of sword essence disappeared in a loud bang. Then, a strange force rippled between his eyebrows, and the whole space was affected by the fluctuation, which made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Xianxia was shocked, and he looked over in horror. He saw a ball of crimson light between Little King Kong's eyebrows, and it was wriggling slowly. There was a rainbow stone in the light. Duan Mutsong's beautiful eyes widened at the same time, and she revealed a shocked and complicated expression. Little King Kong on the gourd had limited power, which made the master of Star Palace very angry. He could only use the power of the rainbow stone to increase his power. "It's really a rainbow stone. Sir, you're the one who's disappointing." Anger flashed in Bei Chennan's eyes, and the sword essence in his hand rose to the extreme, and the rolling 2-colored radiance surged around. "Humph, the rainbow stone is the safest when it's with me." Little King Kong on the gourd snorted coldly, and his face was cold. He touched his fingers, and a silver light spun between his hands, and a vast power spread out. Bei Chen Nan was shocked, and he shouted, "One to rule the world, 8 water chestnuts illuminate the shadow, and the sword is the god." Sword chi soared into the sky, and a green sword energy swept across the sky and slashed at Little King Kong on the gourd. The silver light in Little King Kong's hands grew bigger, and it turned out to be a 3 feet and 6 inches long silver whip. There were 21 sections on it, and countless silver runes surrounded it. Struggle flashed in Little King Kong's eyes, and he grabbed the silver whip and slammed it down. Boom! The silver whip fell, and countless silver runes danced in the air. They crashed on the sword energy, and a destructive power burst out. The 2 of them were instantly swept into the spiritual power storm, and the terrifying power rushed to the surroundings and the horizon. Many people were crushed by the spiritual pressure before they even came into contact with the storm, and they died on the spot. Oh no! There's an extremely strong spiritual attack in the spiritual pressure storm. A martial artist was so angry that blood burst out of his eyes, and his ears and nostrils were bleeding. His face was full of fear. Li Yunxiao also felt the spiritual pressure rushing towards him. It carried with it an extremely strong and strange force that directly attacked his spiritual platform and spiritual sea. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the silver iron whip. It was the boundless power that was released from the whip that directly attacked his mind and soul. Soul-reversing whip. It really is the soul-reversing whip. Duan Mutsong's beautiful eyes flashed, and she was surprised and delighted. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Lord Song knows a lot." Bai Ming Yuanhai and the others also looked over with dissatisfaction. Taishu Xieting's eyes flashed, and he said in surprise, "Could it be the legendary soul-reversing whip that can directly attack divine senses and hurt people's souls?" Duan Mutsong said, "That's right. I just did some homework before coming here, and I actually know about the same as you." No one believed her words, and they all looked cold. Du Yuqing said, "At this moment, do you still want to stay? I don't want to get involved in this mess anymore. Is there anyone who wants to leave with me?" Everyone looked hesitant, and most of them stood still as if they didn't want to leave. They had waited for so long, and even the Star Palace Master had appeared. They might have gained more from this trip than they had imagined. Baihadan chuckled and said, "Even if we want to leave, can we break this array formation that covers a radius of 500 kilometers? I'm afraid we have to find the method to break it from these altars." Du Yuqing said with a gloomy face, "If we work together, we might be able to break it. These two people have extraordinary strength, and God knows if there are other dangers. Are you all so confident that you can laugh until the end?" Baihadan glanced at everyone and smiled. "At least the situation isn't out of control right now. I see that you're all very calm. You probably haven't even used your trump cards yet, right?" Du Yuqing's expression changed, but he calmed down too. He placed his hands behind his back and snorted, "If that's the case, I'll just watch from the side. Let's see how much you can benefit from the two world mountains." Baiming Yuanhai said indifferently, "Where there's a will, there's a way." Sertsung once said, "Since we're here, we should take things as they come." Everyone teased him, but their eyes never left the battle between the King Kong and the gourd. After being struck by the soul-defying whip, Bei Chunan's aura weakened drastically. His body festered and he staggered as if his soul had been injured. Meanwhile, the King Kong's expression was extremely grim. After being struck by the green nightmare of sevenfold illusions, green spots appeared on his body, and the area of corrosion rapidly expanded. Although he was made of supreme-grade 9th-tier materials, he still could not withstand the poison of the green nightmare of sevenfold illusions. He was struck immediately. "How dare you hurt me? You'll be reduced to ashes under my whip." Killing intent exploded from the King Kong's eyes. The rainbow stone on his forehead flickered as he raised the soul-defying whip again. Countless strange inscriptions surged out, and he lashed out. Smack, the silver whip fell halfway before it stopped. A pitch-black hand directly grabbed it. The silver inscriptions danced in the air, but the hand did not move at all. It was as steady as a mountain. Meanwhile, the King Kong was wrapped up by circles of black inscriptions. At a closer glance, a huge, black shadow had wrapped its arm around his neck. Countless black inscriptions shot out from the shadow, binding the King Kong tightly to him like tape. They had almost fused together. What? Everyone's eyes narrowed as they looked to the side in shock. Musu formed a seal with both hands and sneered. He was the one who had released the huge shadow. "Li Yunxiao, I've already bound him. It's up to you now." Li Yunxiao was surprised too. He looked at the huge shadow, but he could not make out its appearance at all. There was only a strange formation behind the shadow. "Looks like you intruders can't wait to die either," the little King Kong from the gourd said coldly. Although it was bound and could not move, it did not panic at all. His body suddenly changed shape. Dozens of sharp blades emerged from his body and covered his entire body. Then, he suddenly turned around. Chi-chi, countless slashes shot out, instantly tearing apart the black silhouette's bindings. The black silhouette retreated several tens of meters before returning to its normal form. Musu's pupils shrank as she said in surprise, "Memory gold? Interesting, but this old man's darkness substitute is indestructible. Try this move of mine again and see if you can still escape." His hand seals changed rapidly, and the dark puppet stepped forward, spreading its arms and pouncing forward. The formation behind it lit up, and the entire puppet seemed to merge with the void, becoming one with the starry night sky. TSK. Undying and indestructible, what a joke. The gourd's little King Kong sneered. A fist of ice-colored sparks appeared around the rainbow stone between its eyebrows and gradually burned. "Not good, it's the frost baleful heart flame, retreat quickly." Li Yunxiao was shocked and hurriedly reminded him. Musu was stunned. Although he did not know what the frost baleful heart flame was, Li Yunxiao's warning still alerted him. He withdrew his hand seals abruptly, and the dark puppet immediately stopped and was about to retreat. "Humph, you also know the frost baleful heart flame. You really came prepared. It's just a small trick. How dare you compete with the sun and the moon with your tiny fluorescent light? What a joke." The gourd's little King Kong sneered. The flame between its eyebrows flashed and then disappeared. The next moment, it appeared in his palm, and he suddenly turned it over and slammed it down. Boom! A huge ice flame was formed in the void, as beautiful and short-lived as the epiphyllum. The entire black figure froze instantly as if time had stopped. When the flame disappeared, half of the black figure was devoured and disintegrated. Ah? Musu's face was filled with terror and disbelief. What kind of flame is this? It is indeed the frost baleful heart flame. Why is it like this? Duan Mutsang's eyes were filled with terror, and he had a bad feeling. Only the combination of the rainbow stones could produce the frost baleful heart flame. What she didn't know was that the gourd's little King Kong had the power of the devil flame, but it was further strengthened by the rainbow stones. The formation on the back of the black golem collapsed, turned into nothingness, and dissipated into the night. Puff. Musu was so furious that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Not only was he furious, but the black puppet was also connected to his mind. When it was destroyed in an instant, he was seriously injured. Idiot, I'll kill you first, and then I'll deal with them one by one. The gourd's little King Kong's figure flashed, and he appeared above Musu. He raised his silver whip and lashed it, countless silver runes flew down, and a silver light shuttled back and forth. Before the whip landed on his body, Musu held his head and screamed in pain. I'll kill you. Armor. Countless rays of light flew out from his body, and his body instantly grew taller. Then, he was enveloped by an iron armor puppet that was about 30 meters tall. Countless runes gushed out from his body, and he charged forward. Pah! The iron armor grabbed the silver whip with both hands. The runes on his body suddenly lit up, and countless terrifying forces gushed out. What? He's going to self-destruct? Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Musu to be so desperate. Musu was not far away from them, and they all retreated in horror. The gourd's little King Kong's face changed greatly. However, the soul-reversing whip was firmly grasped by the iron armor, and it couldn't break free. Hey, go to hell! A sneer came from the iron armor, and then it exploded with a bang. The gourd's little King Kong was instantly hit by the force of the explosion. The space in the sky cracked, and a dark crack appeared in the sky. Bang! A golden ball flew out of the infinite force of the explosion, and it didn't stop until it was more than 300 meters away. Countless runes gushed out from the ball, and it suddenly cracked. Then, with a crack, Musu walked out of the ball. His body was intact, but his face was extremely pale. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he stared at the place of the explosion. Everyone's scalp went numb. How could he be unscathed after such a powerful self-destruction? It could be seen how exquisite the design of the iron-armored puppet was. It was composed of 2 layers. When the explosion was triggered, the outer armor would detach by itself, and the energy generated would be shot outward. At the same time, to avoid accidents, the inner armor would instantly condense into a ball to form a powerful defense. It would wrap its owner and then fly away. This was Musu's last trump card. However, the soul-reversing whip had directly hit his divine sense and soul, so he had to use it instantly. Under the impact of the explosion, the gourd's little King Kong was completely deformed, and he almost became a pile of scrap iron. Although the soul-reversing whip was intact, it had lost its light and stabbed into his body. Crack, crack, the gourd's little King Kong's body kept making sounds. It was the effect of the memory origin gold, and it was gradually recovering. However, the green spots on his body were getting bigger, which seemed to affect his physique. The recovery was very slow. Duan Mutsang said in surprise, "Let's attack together. When he recovers, who can stop him?" Musu's self-destruction was earth-shattering. Together with the icy baleful heart flame and his almost immortal body, everyone was extremely afraid of him. Baiming Yuanhai said, "Ordinary attacks won't work on him. Let's use our trump cards." Suddenly, a mooing sound was heard. It was vigorous and steady, and it shook the heaven and earth. Everyone's expression changed, and they looked around vigilantly. Baiming Nan had been in a trance after being hit by the soul-reversing whip. After 100,000 years, his soul power had been greatly depleted, and it was impossible for him to bear the power of the whip. At this moment, his body quivered, and there was a glimmer of light in his turbid eyes. It seemed that he had regained his consciousness. Mooing. Another sound was heard, and the sky shook again, as if someone was walking slowly. What's going on? What's that? Baiming Yuanhai was also shocked, and he had an inexplicable feeling of fear. Haha, you finally came out? My baby. Although the gourd's little King Kong was still a pile of scrap iron, and his recovery was extremely slow, he couldn't help but laugh, and his eyes were shining. All of a sudden, in the group of sacrificial altars below the black tortoise star zone, the small star zone of battle shone brightly, and dozens of light pillars shot into the sky. As the green light flickered, the light that shot out from the sacrificial altars gathered in the sky and turned into a huge green bull shadow, covering the sky. The head of the green bull was like a perilous mountain, and its eyes were shining like stars. Its two huge horns were like iron towers, and its teeth were like sharp blades. Under the starry sky, the whole light shadow was 10,000 feet long, and from its hooves to its back, it was 8,000 feet high. It was a giant creature that stood between the heaven and earth. Everyone was petrified, and they couldn't make a sound with their mouths wide open. They looked at the green bull dumbfounded. Bang! An arm was restored from little King Kong's body, and he pulled out the soul-reversing whip from his body and waved it in the sky. A silver rune appeared and disappeared in a flash. The green bull moved, and its body began to shrink slowly. At last, it turned into the size of an ordinary buffalo, and the light disappeared. Then, everyone saw clearly that the bull wasn't a real bull, but an iron puppet. However, its eyes were full of spirituality, and it should have refined a ferocious soul in it. This puppet. Musu was horrified. Fear flickered in his eyes, and his body couldn't help but tremble. This is a god's puppet. What's a god's puppet? Baiming Yuanhai asked in surprise. The iron bull's aura made everyone present feel pressured, and their expressions changed. Musu's throat gurgled a few times, but he didn't say anything. He just stared at the green iron bull with despair in his eyes. Baiming Nan heaved a long sigh, and his eyes were full of complex emotions. He said, "This is the pet of Lord Ling Mudi, the leader of the Two Boundary Mountain, the master of the Black Tortoise Star Palace, sky patrolling fighting bull." The green iron bull let out a low and distant moo that shook the hearts of those who heard it. Sky inspecting fighting bull, Musu was stunned. Pet. Isn't this a god? Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. He was shocked. He stared at the green bull and suddenly remembered the bull-shaped true spirit that he had seen on the countless stone pillars in the Ocean Imperial Palace. He shouted, "This is a true spirit?" Everyone trembled violently when they heard this, and they revealed astounded expressions. Bei Chunnan said, "Sky-inspecting fighting bull is indeed one of the true spirits. It almost died in the demon suppression battle. Master Ling Mudi begged someone to make this puppet so that its soul could have a place to stay." His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. His thoughts seemed to have drifted away. Musu's face turned pale. "A true spirit, a fierce soul, and a god's body," Ling Mudi scoffed. "I can't believe that with my abilities, I would have to spend so much effort to deal with Emperor Wu." Little King Kong's body was recovering bit by bit, but its aura was not as strong as before. Little King Kong's strength would not decrease, but Ling Mudi's soul power and control over his body were getting weaker. Especially as the amount of green poison on his body increased, the body made of mixed metals could not withstand the poison and started to rust and fester. His face twisted into a bitter gourd as he said, "Zhennan, you have always been my most capable helper. I don't want to hurt you. You have no chance of winning against my fighting bull. Quickly detoxify the poison in my body and be my subordinate again." Bei Chunnan frowned and kept quiet. Ling Mudi's face darkened. He said coldly, "This body is nothing to me. I'll get a new one after I kill all of you. I just don't want to kill you. I want to give you another chance. You better know what's good for you." Li Yunxiao suddenly sneered and said, "Senior Mudi, it's not good for a child to lie. It's hard to merge with your soul if you possess a spiritual body. Your body will devour your soul. You can only control it if you possess a low-level warrior. But it will destroy your body's talent. Even if you cultivate again, it will be hard for you to reach the peak. But if you possess a soulless puppet, it will be hard for you to advance in your entire life. Not only that, without the nourishment from the energy of the body, dantian, and meridians, its soul energy would flow ceaselessly as well, and in the end, its consciousness would vanish and it would completely become a low-grade puppet spirit. Only this puppet spirit that you're occupying now." Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, "Is it a surprise for you?" Mudi's body trembled, and he said in shock, What do you mean?" Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "You should know better than me what I mean. I'm afraid this body is the most suitable for you in the world. You won't be able to find a second one like it. Not only the compatibility, but also the ice-fiend heart flame." Bang, the listening shepherd flute's body trembled, and his distorted body suddenly spat out. He clenched his fist, causing the air around him to shatter and explode, emitting explosive sounds. Li Yunxiao said slowly, "There's no need to ask me why I know. Because this puppet you're occupying was refined by me. I've come to the Two-World Mountains this time specifically for it, but I didn't want to become embroiled in this pointless mess. I don't want my puppet to end up in your possession either." Everyone was stunned. They looked at Li Yunxiao in some shock. Moody was stunned as well. Only then did she understand and nod gently. "You refined it?" Moody's expression changed. He suddenly laughed aloud and said, "Haha, since you can refine one, you can obviously refine a second and a third." Li Yunxiao said, "That's not necessarily true." Moody immediately frowned and called out, "Why?" Li Yunxiao said, "First of all, the materials are difficult to find, and the fortuitous encounters are difficult to come by. This puppet has evolved to its current state bit by bit due to coincidence. Second of all, and the most important reason, is that I'm in a bad mood, so I can't refine anything." A vicious light flashed through Moody's eyes. He said coldly, "Humph, you'll be in a good mood once I ease your bones and soul." He held the soul-defying whip in his hand and produced a strange sound. Moo. The heaven-patrolling bulldog moaned in a low voice and turned around slowly. Its eyes emitted green light like two huge gems, and circles of light waves spread from its four hooves. The entire sky was shrouded by the cyan light patterns. Like a net that blotted out the sky, it filled the entire barrier, and everyone was caught in it. "What the hell is this?" Li Yunxiao was surprised. The green light was like a spider's web, and he was completely stuck on it. Not only that, but his origin force was also restricted. He could not even move his fingers. Everyone's expressions changed. They tried to circulate their origin force. Although they could still move, they were greatly restricted. Furthermore, the barrier was completely enveloped by this net of light. "There was nowhere to hide," Bei Chunnan said. "This is the heaven-patrolling bulldog's innate supernatural power. It has its own territory power. It's like a boundary restriction, but it's slightly different. Not only can it use this green light to attack anyone within the net, but it can also absorb everyone's lost strength after they are injured, so it's a win-win situation." "What? How are we going to fight it?" Everyone was shocked, and their mouths were wide open. Even Bai Mingyuan Hai and the others looked solemn and seemed a little worried. Moody's body had basically recovered. He held the soul-reversing whip and sneered, "You traitor. You betrayed us completely." Bei Chunnan said, "Lord Moody, as long as you give up the rainbow stone, I'll get rid of the poison in your body immediately. According to what that person said just now, this body is quite important to you." "Shut up." Moody shouted fiercely, "I'll give you one last chance. Get rid of the poison and surrender, or die." Bei Chunnan's eyes were filled with deep sorrow. "My companions in the Two-Boundary Mountain all died to seal the demon. Even you died, and I'm only left with a remnant soul." Even so, no one had a word of complaint. What's the sorrow in life? What's the pain in death? Even if I become a rotten corpse, I'm willing to stand guard for another 100,000 years. But how are you going to face the hero souls of over 3,000 friends in the Two-Boundary Mountain in your current state? Moody's body trembled as if he was extremely touched, but his eyes were soon replaced by fierceness. He shouted, "The rainbow stone is in my body, and it's the safest place in the world. This is the meaning of the sacrifice of over 3,000 friends. How dare you disregard everyone's sacrifice and let the rainbow stone fall into the hands of these unknown people? It's you, Bei Chunnan, who's sorry for everyone's sacrifice." Large amounts of light surged out of Moody's body, and along with the poison of the 7 phantom green nightmare, his face became extremely distorted. He roared, "Go to hell." The soul-reversing whip waved violently, and a silver light was formed in the sky. Countless runes flickered in it, and it rained down. The entire barrier was covered in a rain of silver runes, and they swept towards everyone with a vast, strange force. Everyone was shocked. The silver runes were not only extremely aggressive, but they could also attack people's souls directly. At the same time, the sky patrolling bull growled and stomped its right front hoof. Boom! The light net shook, and countless green lights surged. Green runes flew out from within, and the entire barrier was covered in green light. Bang! A warrior was already seriously injured, and when the green runes covered his whole body, he instantly exploded into a mass of flesh and blood. What? This thing can also explode? Everyone's scalp went numb, and in great shock, they desperately used their ultimate skills to shake off the green runes that filled the sky 100 feet away. Boom! Even so, the runes still rolled and exploded, and the terrifying impact reverberated on the green net. The silver runes in the sky all fell, and like demonic snowflakes, they floated and rotated in the barrier. Ah! All kinds of screams sounded, and the warriors who were bitterly resisting the explosive force suddenly felt a splitting headache, and blood flowed out of their pores. Bang! 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 The soul-reversing whip's power directly hit the soul, and instantly accelerated the massacre. Many people were already killed by the silver runes before the green runes exploded. The sky was filled with the smell of blood, and almost all the warriors below the high-level Emperor Wu were killed. Above the high-level Emperor Wu, there was a level of 1 star. The 7-star Emperor Wu was not much better. Blood flowed out of his 7 apertures, and his body began to crack. 8-star Emperor Wu could barely protect himself, and only Emperor Jiuxing was basically safe. Under the joint attack of the listening priest flute and the sky patrolling bull, more than half of the warriors were killed instantly, and only 30 to 40 people were left. Moreover, half of them were seriously injured, and they might not be able to withstand another attack. Everyone was terrified, and even Baiming Yuanhai and the others were shocked and angry. Under the double impact, Bei Chenan's eyes became a little dazed. His decaying body was almost immortal, but the soul-reversing whip directly suppressed his soul power. Damn it! Bai Haodong suddenly shouted angrily, and a red light flashed in the sky. He appeared on the sky patrolling bull, and a golden light flashed in his hand, and a long spear pierced straight down. Moo! The bull moaned in a low voice, and its giant bull head swayed slightly. Countless green nets in the sky suddenly shrank and wrapped Bai Haodong inside. With a flash of light, he disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, Bai Haodong was directly transported 1,000 feet away, and his whole body was covered with green runes. What? Bai Haodong's eyeballs almost popped out, and his heart instantly sank to the bottom. He unfolded the flag in his long sleeve, and 5 colored lights gushed out. Boom! The green runes exploded instantly, and a terrifying power soared into the sky. The other warriors could feel the power that could destroy heaven and earth from afar. After the power of the explosion dissipated, Bai Haodong's surrounding 5 elemental lights flickered, and his whole body was covered with dust. Although he was in a sorry state, he was fortunately not injured. Li Yunxiao was shocked. In this territory, although the owner could not do as he pleased like in the universe God Steel, it was almost the same as the thunder world of the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard, and it was almost the derivation of a kind of supernatural power. Duan Mutsang's eyes flickered and he asked, "Does anyone have any good ideas?" Taishu Xieting's eyes were filled with despair and he said, "This is the combination of a real vicious soul and a deity. It's almost a godly existence. It's useless no matter how hard we fight." Li Yunxiao sneered, "Don't be too pessimistic. If it's really a godly existence, we would have been turned into ashes by that attack. Would we still have the chance to chat here?" "That's right. 100,000 years ago, the bulldog was severely injured. After its soul was integrated into the puppet, it has fallen from the godly state. The attack just now was not even 1% of its power at its peak." Bei Jingnan stared at the bulldog and said with a complicated expression, "Less than 1%? Everyone felt their hair stand on end. Just how powerful was he at his peak?" Li Yunxiao said, "Senior Jingnan, can your 7 illusion green nightmare restrain it?" Bei Jingnan shook his head and said, "It should be possible in the past. Although my soul power is damaged, this rotten body is a heaven and earth poison body that can control the 5 poisons of extinction. But now," he said bitterly, "under the soul reversing whip, my soul state is unstable. I don't have much time left, so it's hard for me to fight. Li Yunxiao's pupils contracted as he stared at the rotten body in shock. His disciple, Meng Bai, also had a heaven and earth poison body, one of the strange divine bodies. The so-called soul-reversing whip meant that the 8 gates were opened and the body became a saint. Beijingnan's body should have gone through special treatment. That was why he was almost immortal after 100,000 years. His eyes were hazy, and he was indeed losing some of his consciousness. He was obviously injured by the 2 soul-reversing whips. Although listening Moody's expression couldn't be seen, there was a complicated look in his eyes. He seemed to be in a dilemma. Li Yunxiao looked at him coldly and didn't say anything. Instead, he closed his eyes and started to regulate his breath as if it had nothing to do with him. Duan Mutsong said, since it's not even 1% of its power, I have a way to restrain it. I have a supernatural power, but it needs some time. Baiming Yuanhai said, Lord Song, please do your best. I and my friends are capable of delaying these 2 old monsters for a while. The others rolled their eyes at him. He was dragging everyone down with him for no reason at all. However, at this moment, if they didn't work together, it was likely that no one would be able to escape. Hence, they didn't say anything. Duan Mutsong said in a deep voice, all right, I'll have to trouble everyone. She formed a seal with both her hands and brought them together in front of her. 9 rays of light flew up from her body and wrapped around her like an unbloomed lotus. A pure and holy aura rose from the lotus, and countless golden runes appeared on the buds that had yet to bloom, surging out at once. Duan Mutsong stood quietly in the lotus, and a phantom image appeared behind him. It was actually 1,000 arms and 1,000 eyes. Listening Moody's expression changed greatly. His body shook and he shouted, kill them. The soul-reversing whip in his hand danced and a silver light flew out. The green ox shook its head and mooed. With a flash, its huge body appeared before Duan Mutsong. The 2 horns on its forehead were like an iron tower, and they pushed up. 2 ripples spread on the top of the tower in the air, and the space was pressed down by the green ox's enormous strength, rushing toward the phantom image of 1,000 arms and 1,000 eyes. Before everyone could react, Li Yunxiao teleported and appeared in front of the green ox. With a shout, he grabbed the 2 horns, boom. Boom, the space between his palms was completely shattered, and his arms shone with brilliant golden light. He suddenly grabbed the bull's horns and blocked the attack. What? Everyone was horrified, and their eyes were filled with shock. The green ox's 2 horns were so horrifying that they might not be able to block it even if they used the power of their mystic artifacts, let alone their physical bodies. What are you waiting for? Li Yunxiao shouted angrily, and the veins on his body bulged. He said, in this territory, it can teleport as it pleases. The heaven-inspecting fighting bull had a force of 5,000 kilograms, and his golden arms began to crack under the pressure. Golden blood flowed out, and he kept retreating. Duan Mutsong opened his eyes slightly while he was casting the technique, and a trace of horror flashed across his eyes. Only then did the rest of the people react. No one dared to hold back anymore, and several figures flashed and appeared in the sky above the fighting bull. Only then did Li Yunxiao withdraw his hands, and his body turned into lightning inch by inch. The power of the green ox's 2 horns suddenly blasted his lightning body into pieces, and countless lightning bolts shot out in all directions. Then, they gathered in the sky again and turned into Li Yunxiao's figure. However, his face was pale, and his arms were covered in blood. At this moment, Baiming Yuanhai flicked his 10 fingers, and jade finger helmets appeared. A hazy yin qi danced on his fingertips, and he suddenly pointed down. Mysticking 7 fingers. Bam, 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 every time his fingers hit the back of the green ox, a dark ice spot would appear, and the green ox's movements would become sluggish. Its entire body was covered with a thin layer of ice, and it was almost frozen. Then, he put his hands together, and boundless cold qi burst out from his body, turning into whirlwinds that shot out. The entire sky changed color, and white snow floated down, covering everything in silver and making it look exceptionally enchanting. 1,000 trees cold flower, 1,000 feet of snow. He clenched his palms and slammed them down. Baiming Yuanhai's goal was clear. He didn't want to hurt the enemy, but to delay it as much as possible. As he slammed his palms down, the sky shook. The heaven-inspecting fighting bull was instantly frozen, and its entire body turned into an ice mountain that pierced into the nebula. The rest of the people opened their mouths wide and looked at the strange scene in front of them in horror. They were all fearful of Baiming Yuanhai. Baiming Yuanhai exhaled and said, "I used the 1,000 years cold ice to suppress it, but I don't know how long it can last." Taishu Xieting said, "It should be fine. I'll add a few more seals." He put 2 of his fingers together, and a yellow talisman suddenly appeared. Golden talisman seals kept appearing in it, and with a flick, they turned into thousands of talismans that stuck to the ice mountain densely. Suddenly, a sealing force appeared, and the ice mountain emitted colorful lights. Through the layer of ice, one could see that the heaven-inspecting fighting bull was frozen and couldn't move. "Humph, childish." Ling Mudi's sarcastic voice rang out. A silhouette flashed, and he directly stepped on the ice mountain. The rainbow stone on his forehead flickered incessantly, and the green poison all over his body was forced into his left palm, turning incomparably dark green. The poisonous arm made a gesture, and a circular golden light lit up. Beijing Nan's body trembled, and he suddenly shouted, "Everyone, run!" He was the first to fly up, and with a few flashes, he escaped to the edge of the barrier. Before the rest could react, Ling Mudi's lips curled into a cold expression, and he said word by word, "Jiutian Dolua Ring. Rumble." As soon as he said that, the ice mountain under his feet suddenly shook violently, and the thousands of talismans instantly floated up and shook in all directions. The mountain also cracked inch by inch, and a shocking roar came from the bottom of the ice mountain. Through the thick layer of ice, a circular collar had appeared on the fighting bull's neck. It became extremely red, and it emitted a terrifying force that surged in all directions. Rumble. The entire ice mountain instantly shattered, and a vast force surged out like waves. The mountain instantly disintegrated into water, condensing into a monstrous wave. Moo. Above the monstrous wave, the heaven-inspecting fighting bull's 4 hooves moved, and its body shone with a green light, with runes constantly flying around. A crimson circular collar flew above its head, emitting a terrifying force that pressed in all directions. Ling Mudi reached out, and the collar immediately fell into his hand. Then, he threw it downwards, and it instantly turned into an area of several acres, pressing down from the sky. At the same time, the heaven-inspecting fighting bull stepped out of the barrier again, and the flying runes on its body condensed, turning into a majestic brocade golden armor that fell on its body. Clouds appeared between its 4 hooves, and it instantly shone with golden light, as if it was a god. Rumble. Under the pressure of the collar, everyone felt their chi and blood surge, and their physical bodies were on the verge of exploding. Several martial artists who were already seriously injured directly spat out blood and died on the spot. Go up. Musu's eyes exploded, and he roared angrily. His hands formed a seal, and a huge puppet stood up in front of him. The puppet's hands were crystal clear like diamonds, and it fiercely pushed against the collar. Boom. Although the puppet was not as shockingly burly as the mountain splitter, it was still extremely ferocious. Its 2 diamond-like hands formed a seal, and a green light appeared in its palms, firmly resisting the collar. Crack! There was a crisp cracking sound, and then the clear and transparent palms instantly exploded. Rumble. The entire huge puppet exploded into countless fragments, and the boundary shook. Everyone looked as if they were hanging on a green net, and their faces were pale. Ling Mudi's face was full of ridicule, and his contemptuous gaze made it seem as if he was looking at ants. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he looked back. He saw that the lotus flower that Duanmutsang was standing on had already bloomed, and there were various seals on his 1,000 hands. Hundreds of his 1,000 eyes were also open, and he saw all kinds of things in the world. Not good. He suddenly grabbed downwards, and the Jiutian great net ring flew back. The seal changed several times, and it shot towards Duanmutsang. Suddenly, a figure flashed in the sky, and a golden spear pierced through the collar. There was an ear-piercing sound, and a golden vortex appeared. It was Bai Haodong. His hands continuously entered seals into the body of the spear, and all kinds of runes surged. The Jiutian great net ring flashed with a scarlet light, and with a bang, it shattered the long spear. Moreover, under the power of the ring, the fragments gathered and turned into thousands of hidden weapons that shot down. Bai Haodong's face changed, and he took a step back in the air. The 5 elemental flags unfolded, and the power of the 5 elements gushed out and condensed into a formation. They complemented each other, and they reinforced and restrained each other. They constantly multiplied, and there were endless changes. He knew that the big move that Duan Mutsang was preparing at this moment was very likely their only hope of turning defeat into victory. Therefore, he was stalling for time at all costs. Boom! When the 9 Heavens Records Grand Luo ring slammed into the 5 colors domain, space trembled violently, and the green domain boundary shattered in an instant. The power of the 5 elements suddenly weakened, and it was ruthlessly suppressed. The light on the flags blossomed, and it was extremely hot. It was already a sign that it had reached its limit. Whoosh! The 5 elemental flags burned, and the 5 elements dissipated in an instant. The barrier was broken, the Jiutian Do Lu ring charged over and blasted Bai Haodong into pieces, but it turned into specks of fluorescent light. Seeing that the situation was not right, he fled, leaving behind an afterimage. Seeing that the Jiutian Do Lu ring had charged into the lotus of light, Duan Mutsang opened her eyes, raised her hand, and gently grabbed the ring. Her fingertips seemed to overflow with golden light, and when they touched the ring, they emitted a metallic sound. Bang! When the Jiutian Do Lu ring was grabbed by her, her body trembled, and blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. The 1,000 eyes behind her opened and observed the world. Then, the 1,000 hands danced and formed hand seals to protect all living beings. Duan Mutsang chanted in Sanskrit and said, "If I were to be able to benefit all living beings in peace and happiness, then I would immediately have 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes." With that, countless golden runes flew out of the 1,000 hands and gathered in the air. They instantly turned into a golden cloud, and a huge Brahmin character appeared. Who today attains enlightenment and releases such great light? Who will be free today? I hope that you will have great divine power. 1,000 eyes and 1,000 hands, today's karma imprint. The 1,000 eyes blinked, and the 1,000 hands waved. The Brahmin character imprint suddenly descended. It seemed to pass through the immeasurable past, the immeasurable present, and the immeasurable future. The heart of the past, the heart of the present, and the heart of the future could not be obtained. With the imprint, karma would circulate, karma would arrive, and all living beings would perish. The Jiutian Do Lu ring vibrated loudly, and it instantly flew out of Duan Mutsang's hand. It turned into a collar and hung around the heaven patrolling bull's neck. Today's karma imprint crushed the green bull's realm, and the world's destruction power descended. The barrier around the altar also collapsed. Listening Moody's expression changed greatly. The rainbow stone between his eyebrows spun, and the baleful ice heart flame condensed again, turning into a terrifying flower that shot out. At the same time, the heaven patrolling bull also sensed danger. With a bellow, its huge body shook, and a huge green bull figure rushed out from its body. Its eyes were wide open, and it roared as it charged at the boundless imprint. Boom! The sky shattered and the universe turned upside down. The entire starry sky dimmed, and hundreds of altars shattered at the same time. The entire mountain range collapsed in an instant. Buzz buzz buzz, amidst the explosion, a white light shone brightly and the sound of the profound weapon trembling could be heard. The Jiutian Do Lu De Luo ring flew out once more, transforming into the size of half an acre. It protected the shepherd's listening flute and the heaven patrolling bull within it, constantly emitting a crimson power and withstanding most of the impact of karma. Bang! That Luo Huan finally reached its limit and exploded, producing an extremely deep crack. Soon after, it changed back into its collar form and hung back on the fighting bull's neck. Moody's gourd's small diamond body was once again deformed by the impact. The heaven patrol bull's golden armor was shattered with a loud rumble. The entire iron bull was swept up by a huge force and thrown into the sky. After this strike, Duan Mutsang's face instantly paled. His figure withered, and the 1,000 eyes and 1,000 hands mysterious phenomenon vanished as he vomited a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, 2 rays of light shot toward the listening shepherd flute. They collided in the air and attacked each other. Li Yunxiao, are you courting death? One of them was Bai Ming Yuanhai. With a gloomy expression, he shouted fiercely. Li Yunxiao sneered, Lord Yuanhai, what do you mean by that? This puppet belongs to me. Are you going to kill me and rob me? Bai Ming Yuanhai was speechless. With a gloomy expression, he said in a cold voice, "You think it's yours just because you say so?" He extended a finger and said, "Get lost. Or else, die. F***CKU. Li Yunxiao opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of phlegm. The phlegm shot in the air with a force that wasn't inferior to an ordinary profound weapon. "You're courting death." Bai Ming Yuanhai was enraged. He punched down and shattered the phlegm. The fist force didn't decrease at all, and an ice mark was formed in the sky. A cold smile appeared on Li Yunxiao's face. He slapped out with his palm and a wind flame slash flew out from his palm, instantly splitting the ice fist in half and slashing it forward. Bai Ming Yuanhai was enraged, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a series of laughter came from afar. "Ha ha ha. This divine bull is mine." A warrior appeared beside the Sky Patrol bulldog. He grabbed the bull's horns with both hands and was about to escape. Struck by the karma seal, the bulldog's iron-armored body sank and lost its majesty. However, it still struggled furiously. Its front hooves fiercely kicked out, and with a ping sound, the air exploded, directly hitting the martial artist's body and kicking him several feet away. After the successful attack, the Sky Patrol bulldog's eyes emitted a fierce light. Although its body was a little deformed, its monstrous ferocious aura didn't decrease at all. Although the bracelet on its neck was cracked, it was still shining and emitting tool essence. The warrior was shocked and didn't dare to move forward. After giving him a fierce look, the Sky Patrol bulldog turned around and ran toward the listening shepherd flute. The listening shepherd flute seemed to be in a coma. The deformed gourd's small body floated in the air motionlessly. "Humph. Since I've chosen you, don't even think about leaving." A trace of ferociousness flashed on the warrior's face. However, he was afraid of the divine bull's power. With a determined look in his eyes, he dashed forward quickly. A yellow talisman suddenly appeared in his hand. After several hand seals were inserted into it, he roared and slammed it toward the Sky Patrol bulldog. A yellow light fell and stuck the talisman on the back of the bulldog. The bulldog was furious. Just as it was about to show its might, its body suddenly trembled. Countless ancient Maha characters gushed out from the yellow talisman and bound it completely. Everyone was shocked. This talisman was the same yellow talisman on the evil suppression monument. The warrior didn't know the effect and just activated it casually. He didn't expect it to have such a miraculous effect. The bulldog became well-behaved under the yellow talisman. The ferocious light in its eyes gradually weakened as if it was going to sleep. "Haha. What's mine is mine. No one can take it away." He laughed and took out a beast control bag. After putting the iron bowl in it, he said with a smile, "Sirs, I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first." "Humph. Stay." A cold voice sounded. Fangsher swept his spear horizontally and a cold spear light pierced forward. "Oh, so it's Bai Mingxian Palace's sirs. These ownerless items will belong to whoever takes them. Those who are fated will own them." The warrior sneered and his figure flickered. He easily dodged the ice spear and appeared in front of Fangsher. A cold light flashed in his eyes. "Pung." Fangsher was startled and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. He saw the warrior's palm strike. The palm force grew larger and larger in Fangsher's eyes. He wanted to dodge, but he found that he was bound by an invisible force. He couldn't move at all. "What?" Fangsher was shocked. This was an extremely powerful pressure. It was an existence above his own realm. "You." Puff. Fangsher's chest was struck and his internal organs ruptured. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The warrior chuckled and glanced at the crowd. Finally, his eyes fell on the listening Moody. He said with a sneer, "I'll take this bowl, and you can have the puppet. Goodbye." With a loud laugh, he turned into a stream of light and flew away immediately. Li Yunxiao's face changed, and he dashed toward the listening Moody without a word. He wanted the heaven patrolling bowl very much, but he had to have the listening Moody. Enraged, Bai Ming Yuanhai didn't know whether to chase after him or not. Seeing Li Yunxiao making a move, he also dashed down and used the vital chi to smash down with the boundless Mai Dao. "Are you crazy? That guy killed your subordinates. Instead of chasing after him, you come to bother me?" Enraged, Li Yunxiao turned into a thunderbolt. At the same time, he used his sword energy to break the seal of heaven and earth phenomenon and escaped. With a gloomy expression, Bai Ming Yuanhai yelled, "Get out of my way." The essence force in his body surged instantly. Streaks of chilly yin qi turned into astral winds outside his body and spread out in circles. His aura was raised to an unprecedented peak. Then, a phenomenon appeared behind him. It was the second style of the three styles of Beyond the Heavens, graceful and graceful. This power, everyone was shocked, and anger appeared on their faces. At this moment, everyone was injured, but he was becoming more and more ferocious. Duan Mutsang's expression was even calmer. He looked at everything indifferently and slowly regulated his breathing. Li Yunxiao's face changed, and he said coldly, "Old man, since you're seeking death, I'll send you to heaven first." He was truly enraged. As he made a hand seal with both hands, a brilliant golden light appeared. 3 heads and 6 arms appeared, and a phantom appeared behind him. It slowly stood up and towered into the clouds. The true devil idol also showed 3 heads and 6 arms. A demonic ring appeared around the phantom, and demonic qi surged and demonic flames filled the sky. "Ah? You?" Not far away, Beijingnan's body shook violently, and he looked extremely shocked. His injured divine sense seemed to be stimulated and sobered up. He widened his eyes and looked at Li Yunxiao's true devil idol in disbelief. Duan Mutsang also covered his mouth and screamed. For the first time, he looked shocked, and he couldn't believe what he saw. Li Yunxiao said in a serious voice, "Don't be shocked. This is the devil's divine skill left by your elder brother." He picked up the true devil idol after the owner of the Xianxia imperial saber left. The shock on Beijingnan's face slowly disappeared, but he was still shocked. He muttered to himself, but, his voice gradually became inaudible. The spiritual pressure produced by the two people in the sky squeezed out the air with ear-piercing sounds that could burst one's eardrums. Everyone's expressions were ugly as they glared at the two of them. 10,000 curses were running through their minds. It seemed that in the previous fight, these two bastards were the same as the bastard who removed the talisman and stole the cow. They were only waiting to reap the benefits in the end. Li Yunxiao and Bai Ming Yuanhai naturally felt the anger of the others, but they pretended not to see it. They just stared at each other coldly, and their killing intent grew stronger. After a short rage, Bai Ming Yuanhai calmed down immediately. He had never had such a strong desire to kill Li Yunxiao. The talent of this man was so terrifying. He only had the cultivation of 7-star Emperor Wu, but his momentum was not weaker than his. Given time, his scalp tingled at the thought of being enemies with such a genius. Li Yunxiao said in surprise, "That's strange. Milord Yuanhai seems to hate me so much that his eyes are red. Is there such a big grudge between us?" "Yes." Bai Ming Yuanhai said resolutely, "Your talent and achievement are the biggest grudge." Everyone was stunned for a moment, but they immediately understood. The taller tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. It was an eternal truth. Hatred often leads to eternal damnation. Milord Yuanhai, you are the best example. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly. His lips curled into a mocking smile. Bai Ming Yuanhai didn't get angry. He said calmly, "I understand that young people are arrogant. I was the same back then. Fortunately, I met you today. You only have the strength of 7-star Emperor Wu. Ha! You were taking advantage of your seniority." With a sneer, Li Yunxiao clenched his fist, and a mass of thunderbolts gathered in his palm. Then, a thunder ball with countless thunder patterns surging on it was formed. He grabbed the thunder hammer with one hand and smashed it on the thunder ball. Boom! Tens of thousands of thunderbolts shot out, and a sea of thunder and lightning spread out. Thunder realm! Li Yunxiao let out a soft shout, and the ball of lightning continued to split apart. Like a realm, the entire sky turned green. The thunder ball was like a peeled egg. Under the green thunder, there was a white light, and there was a black line in the white light. Bai Ming Yuanhai's pupils shrunk, and his eyes focused on the white thunder ball. The transparent runes kept flashing in the white thunder ball. Although he couldn't see them clearly, he had a bad feeling about them. Musu's eyes suddenly turned gloomy. She was terrified and cried out involuntarily, "Zilei." It's a trace of purple mansion apocalypse thunder. What? Everyone's hearts trembled. Bai Ming Yuanhai's scalp went numb. His eyes widened in anger, and beads of sweat rolled down his face. Impossible. I must have seen wrongly. It's fake. Bai Ming Yuanhai wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Though he didn't believe it rationally, he paid full attention to it. He made all kinds of complicated gestures with his hands and pointed at the thunder ball. 7 fingers of dark een. Bang, bang, bang. A total of 7 streaks of light pierced through the air, tearing apart the lightning dimension with each strike. The streaks of light pierced into the lightning sphere, but they were all swallowed up without any reaction at all. Bai Ming Yuanhai narrowed his eyes and sneered. He made a gesture and yelled, 1,000 feet of snow. The ball of lightning suddenly came to a halt, and a large number of ice runes surged out of it, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Boom! The white light within the ball shone to the extreme, and it finally exploded, shooting out rays of light for tens of thousands of feet. Everyone felt their vision go blind. In that white blur, there seemed to be a purple shadow soaring into the sky, transforming into a dragon and descending. Roar! In the huge shock of the explosion, in the white blur, a giant shadow crossed the sky and rushed toward Bai Ming Yuanhai. However, the power of the shadow was too weak. It was torn apart by Bai Ming Yuanhai's palms, turning into sparkles and dissipating. Humph! It's just a shadow of the purple thunder. How dare you assume the majesty of the purple thunder? His voice was full of disdain, but in his heart, he was extremely shocked. The fact that he could create a shadow meant that he had at least touched the threshold of the purple thunder. Maybe he could get the real purple thunder one day. Bai Ming Yuanhai's figure flashed in the sky, and a cold light burst out from his hand and stabbed at Li Yunxiao's magnificent golden body. The cold light froze in the air, and it turned out to be a treasured sword with cold light shining on the water. You can be proud of yourself for forcing me to use a mystic artifact. Well, what a joke. With a sneer on his face, Li Yunxiao crossed his arms in front of him and made a dragon-shaped gesture, grabbing at the long sword. What? He's empty-handed? Not only Bai Ming Yuanhai, but also the people around were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. Li Yunxiao's golden hands kept changing gestures in the air. Finally, when he made a gesture, the sword momentum was condensed in his hands, and the sword couldn't move forward anymore. The sword trembled violently, and countless sword runes surged up, cutting Li Yunxiao's arms and filling the sky with golden light. However, the wound recovered in an instant, leaving only a shallow mark. What? This is... Bai Ming Yuanhai was shocked. He suddenly realized that he had underestimated his opponent's strength. Li Yunxiao's real combat strength seemed to be more horrifying than what he saw. Ho! With his pupils shrinking, Li Yunxiao opened his mouth and yelled. A boundless dragon might surged over, as if an ancient true dragon had opened its eyes, traversing the boundless Milky Way and looking down. It was the power of Archaeosaurus absorbed from the sky's end in the land of rain. Bai Ming Yuanhai was a famous elder for a long time, so Li Yunxiao didn't dare to underestimate him. Therefore, he attacked with a killer move to gain the upper hand. Bai Ming Yuanhai was shocked. While he was lost in thought, he saw the true demon form making gestures with its 6 arms, and a black nebula descended from the sky. Star burst. Rumble. An unparalleled force, as vast as the sea, poured down in torrents. Heaven and earth collapsed instantly, and a wave of demonic power spread in all directions. Bai Ming Yuanhai drew back the long sword in his hand instantly and retreated like a falling leaf. At the same time, he made a sword gesture with his right hand and made a fist intent with his left hand. 2 streaks of mysterious energy converged and slashed at the oncoming starburst. Boom! The horrifying spiritual pressure became more complicated and surged in all directions. Everyone retreated 1,000 meters away and watched in horror. The masters of Emperor Wu who were lucky enough to survive, especially those who were seriously injured, glanced at the duel before them with complicated expressions. Then, they turned into flowing lights and fled away resolutely, not wanting to get involved in this mess anymore. More than half of the warriors left in a flash, leaving only a few people watching the duel with grim expressions. With a sneer, Li Yunxiao turned into a crocodile and pounced on the enemy with godly fire burning on his body. Bai Ming Yuanhai focused his eyes and punched out furiously. With a bam, a hole appeared on the crocodile's chest, but it healed instantly. The crocodile opened its mouth and bit down. Damn it! Bai Ming Yuanhai cursed and disappeared on the spot in a flash. He retreated 100 meters away. As soon as he stood on his tiptoes, his heart sank with a bad feeling. An array light appeared under his feet inexplicably. Then, a chilly air flashed and turned into an ocean-like sword energy. Under the illumination of the heavenly stars, the swords rolled up thousands of waves and turned into shadows of swords that chopped down at him. Bai Ming Yuanhai was startled. The endless danger in the array made his hair stand on end. He operated his vital force and tried to break the array. Suddenly, a yellow light flashed under the light of a mirror, and the whole space stagnated. Bai Ming Yuanhai's vital force was instantly suppressed. He looked up in fury and saw Li Yunxiao holding up a mirror in the ocean of sword energy. The mirror was covered with a layer of white mist, and there was a vague golden light flashing inside. Then, he turned the sword case in his other hand, and the other 4 arms made gestures rapidly. More than 30 dazzling swords were condensed in the air. Li Yunxiao's face turned pale under the 36 swords, and it seemed that he couldn't bear it anymore. The silver patterns on the heavenly light sword case danced so fiercely that it was dazzling. Dao in one breath, go! His 6 arms suddenly stopped, and a sharp sword talisman appeared. It looked like an ancient character in a large seal. Every stroke was sharp, and people's eyes hurt when they looked at it carefully. Swoosh! 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 The 36 Northsky Cold Star swords crashed down instantly, and the sword talisman turned in the air like a falling star. In the Black Tortoise Galaxy, the sword light condensed. Bai Ming Yuanhai was horrified. For the first time in his life, he felt the danger of death. He looked at the sword rain in disbelief, which seemed to be the power from the stars and heavenly palaces. After the sword rain, there was a handsome and cold face. There was also a pair of indifferent eyes that didn't match his age. It looked cold and experienced for hundreds of years. Ah! You! Bai Ming Yuanhai trembled when he was stared at by the eyes at the moment of life and death. It seemed to evoke a memory in his mind. He was scared out of his wits, but he didn't have time to think. Instantly, he operated his vital force to the extreme, and the grand vision appeared. 3 styles of Beyond the Heavens, graceful swan. Its shape was like a swimming dragon, like a light cloud covering the moon, like the flowing wind returning to the snow. Bai Ming Yuanhai had immersed himself in this move for hundreds of years. At this moment, he was in a state of selflessness, completely becoming one with the move. Graceful swan. With a flash, Bai Ming Yuanhai disappeared in the white light. The entire sea of swords shook violently. The 36 Northsky Cold Star swords froze for a moment, and the sword talisman suddenly exploded. Vast power swept across the world. Not only did the entire galaxy shatter, but the terrifying power rushed into the earth veins at the same time, causing the entire 2-world mountains to collapse. Everyone retreated in shock again. Indescribable fear surged in their hearts. The energy that could destroy the heavens and the earth shook in the sky for 10 minutes before it gradually dissipated. Everyone looked at the sky in shock. Li Yunxiao was covered in blood. His face was pale, but his eyes were like water, shining brightly. Bai Ming Yuanhai was spotless, but he didn't move at all. Even his robe didn't flutter in the night wind. He was like a statue. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They were extremely shocked, and they felt thirsty. They were all peak powerhouses, so they could naturally tell that Bai Ming Yuanhai was dead. Crack! Bai Ming Yuanhai's body suddenly cracked. Like a stone statue, it shattered into powder and dissipated in the sky forever. Li Yunxiao's body moved slightly, and he pointed in the air. A green light radiated from his finger, and a halo appeared in the sky instantly. Listening Moody was hiding in it. His aura was extremely weak, but he was still conscious. He just looked at Li Yunxiao with a complicated expression. Li Yunxiao ignored him. Instead, he turned to look at everyone and said slowly, "I'll take back my puppet. Do you have any objections?" Everyone was shocked, and their eyes narrowed. Although they were afraid, no one was willing to give up the benefits in front of them. Everyone stared at Li Yunxiao with a serious expression. Although they had guessed that his combat power had been greatly reduced and he was no match for them, the terrifying prowess from before had already sent chills down their spines. Ha, ha ha. Musu suddenly clapped his hands and laughed. I have no objections. This puppet originally belonged to young Master Yunxiao, and now it should be returned to its rightful owner. Bai Mingyuanhai, as an elder, actually had the intention to kill and rob. He's a shameless scoundrel. After a short moment of shock, Musu was the first to react. His secret agreement with Li Yunxiao was to help Li Yunxiao seize the gourd's little King Kong. At the moment, he did not do much, so he was afraid that Li Yunxiao would stand him up. Therefore, he quickly took a side and expressed his attitude. However, when he expressed his attitude, other than anger, there was more disdain and contempt in the other's eyes. They all rolled their eyes. Since this puppet originally belonged to young Master Yun, it should naturally be returned to its rightful owner. But everyone suffered a lot along the way. Now that you've taken all the good stuff, it doesn't make sense, does it? Du Yuqing said slowly with a pale face. Taishu Xiating also said, that's right. In terms of contribution, I think Lord Song deserves the most credit. After a short rest, Duan Mutsong regained some color, but she was still exhausted. She didn't say anything, but the way she looked at Li Yunxiao became extremely strange. The others nodded and stood in a line, hugging each other for warmth. Li Yunxiao sneered. I only have one puppet. Do you want me to chop off its limbs and give it to you? Taishu Xiating said, the puppet belongs to young Master Yun, so we naturally won't take it. But leave the soul-opposing whip and the rainbow stone to us. Li Yunxiao's expression changed slightly. He said coldly, why didn't you guys stop the person who stole the cow just now and split the loot? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Without another word, he grabbed the gourd with his 5 fingers and instantly grabbed the gourd. A light flashed between his eyebrows, and he kept it. During the entire process, Ling Mudi's expression was extremely dejected. A trace of struggle flashed in his eyes, but he still surrendered. Beijing Nan's body moved slightly, but he did not say anything. Instead, he closed his eyes slowly and started to regulate his breathing. Taishu Xiating's expression changed drastically. Anger flashed across his face as he took a step forward and stood in front of Li Yunxiao. He said coldly, young Master Yun, are you really going to eat alone? Li Yunxiao frowned slightly and said, Lord Xiating seems to be very agitated. Why didn't you step forward when you were dealing with the listening Mudi? Taishu Xiating snorted in disdain and said, isn't Mr. Yunxiao the same as well? He was more than 100 times more powerful when dealing with Bai Mingyuanhai than when dealing with Mudi. Li Yunxiao said coldly, what's the point of saying this now? This young master is a little tired and wants to go home to eat and sleep. Please move aside, sir. Taishu Xiating's eyes instantly turned sinister. He sneered and said, since Mr. Yunxiao is so stubborn, he squinted his eyes and shot out rays of cold light. He suddenly slammed his palms down and shouted, then die. Bang, 2 yellow runes flew out from his palms and floated towards Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. He had a premonition that Taishu Xiating would make a move, but he did not expect him to be so decisive. It seemed that this person was also a ruthless character. He had concealed his strength previously, the 2 yellow runes flashed in the air, and one of them had a pagoda drawn on it. As the rune light flashed, the light pagoda flew out and grew to a height of 100 meters. It was indomitable. Li Yunxiao was shocked and said in shock, the light pagoda suddenly flashed and pressed down. With a hong sound, it directly pressed Li Yunxiao into the ground. The already collapsed mountain range was even more affected. It was completely smashed and rocks flew everywhere. The other yellow rune flashed with spiritual light and turned into a golden invisible light blade. It flew around the huge pagoda and disappeared in a flash. It entered the pagoda. Musu was shocked. Rank 9 weapon spirit talisman? Taishu Xiating did not make a sound. His face was ashen and he did not relax at all. Both of his hands continuously formed hand seals and flew into the light pagoda. Suddenly, there was a whistling sound. A flame that seemed to have come from the netherworld appeared under the pagoda and burned fiercely. Under the illumination of the flame, everyone's faces shook. No one could tell what they were thinking, but their eyes were filled with shock. The so-called weapon spirit talisman was to completely extract the power of the Xian weapon and refine it into a talisman. The advantage of this was that low-level warriors could activate it and it did not require too much yuan power consumption. Moreover, the amount of power was completely dependent on the Xian weapon's power extracted. However, the Xian weapon that was used to refine the talisman would be completely useless. It was already incredible for a normal artificer to extract half of the power of a profound artifact of the same level. However, the artifact spirits created by Taishu Xiating's 2 artifact spirit glyphs were almost tangible, containing at least 90% of the power. Inside the light pagoda, Li Yunxiao's body was suppressed by a ray of golden light. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him and it had the power of 1,000,000, even though his physical body was strong, he was greatly exhausted after the battle with the Baiming Yuan Hai. At this moment, the blood in his body was surging and the indestructible golden body started to crack and blood burst out. At this moment, the lower part of his body suddenly became hot. A 9 underworld fire burned up and swallowed him directly. The power of the mystical fire was extremely cold and strange. It directly penetrated into his skin. Ah! A huge pain spread throughout his body. The golden skin was flipped open and his flesh was badly mutilated. Li Yunxiao's face was extremely distorted. His eyes were filled with killing intent and he shouted, "Heaven and earth water element." Blue water element power surged out of his body and expelled the flame from his body. The 9 underworld fire turned into the form of a poisonous snake and rushed down with its tongue sticking out. Li Yunxiao formed a seal with both hands. The heaven and earth water element turned into a ball and condensed into a giant spirit. He punched out. Boom! The power of water and fire exploded in front of him. The terrifying power dispersed and loosened the suppressive force in the light pagoda. At this moment, Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. That terrifying power flashed with a yellow light and slashed down at lightning speed. Qi. The strong suppressive force of the light pagoda slowed his movements. He couldn't dodge in time and his head was directly chopped off. However, there was no blood at the wound. Instead, there were circles of lightning. The head that flew out glared angrily and was livid. Taishu Xiating, I will kill you. Li Yunxiao's head roared and turned into lightning. With a flash, it returned to his neck. A sharp sword chi surged in his hand and turned into a sword aura. It pushed the suppressive force away, a cold light shot out of his eyes. He looked at the lightsaber that was flying towards him again and raised his hand. An excited ringing sound rang out from the sword as streaks of sword intent gushed out. Li Yunxiao's entire body instantly became the center of a nebula of sword chi. The sharp sword aura surged in all directions and attacked the entire light pagoda. This feeling, really good, the moment he held the Star Destroyer, his entire heart calmed down and the world became peaceful. Although the divine sword was damaged, the weapon essence was still there. This Star Destroyer sword was formed from sword will. It was the incarnation of the sword art, countless star runes surged out of the sword. In an instant, the entire light pagoda was filled with sword aura. Countless sword runes flashed like stars. The light pagoda suddenly trembled. Taishu Xiating seemed to have sensed something strange and frowned. He pondered for a moment and formed seals with both hands again. All kinds of strange hand seals were sent into the pagoda. There were also dozens of yellow talismans thrown out. They formed a circle in the air and enveloped the pagoda. Suddenly, the countless stars in the sky shone brightly and disappeared in an instant. The entire sky and earth fell into a dead silence. What? What's going on? Everyone was shocked. In the world they were in, only the light pagoda was still emitting a dim light and the 9 underworld fire was still burning. The stars in the sky, like the moonlight on water, disappeared in an instant. It was as if they had never appeared. The entire world was dark. Everyone was shocked because they had already sensed an unparalleled sword will shooting out from the light pagoda. Before the sword chi appeared, the sword will arrived first. Gulp. Only the sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard, but it was still difficult to quench the thirst in their throats. Everyone's palms were covered in cold sweat. This kind of divine ability that could change heaven and earth and directly affect the movement of the sun, moon, and stars was almost at the level of a divine skill. Taishu Xiating's face instantly turned pale. Large beads of cold sweat dripped down his face. His face was full of fear. Bai Haodong seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, his expression changed and he cried out, "Divine Sword Star Destroyer." The divine sword is actually in his hands. What? Everyone was shocked. The incident in Nuyen City had shocked the world. The last treasure, the divine sword Star Destroyer, had been stolen and its whereabouts were unknown. The entire Commerce Alliance had issued a chase order to search for clues all over the world. Du Yuqing said in shock, "It is said that the divine sword Star Destroyer contains a sword well left behind by Gu Feiyang. Could it be true?" Everyone's expression changed and they retreated 100 meters away. Even Bei Chennan seemed to have sensed something and retreated with the rest. Duan Mutsang's eyes shone brightly. He seemed to have recovered a lot of energy. He mumbled to himself, could it be that Gu Feiyang's sword technique can be recreated? Everyone's words entered Taishu Xieting's ears. A cold chill ran up his spine, and his entire body felt cold. What kind of joke is this? Gu Feiyang's sword will? He only felt that his scalp was going to explode. Although he sensed that the light pagoda was not as scary as he thought, everyone's emotions had already affected him. Finally, he could not bear the huge psychological pressure. He clenched his teeth and threw the light pagoda down. He flew far away. Boom! The moment he retracted his hand, the entire light pagoda suddenly exploded. It was like an epiphyllum blooming in the pitch-black night. It was the most beautiful flower in its life. Boundless radiance shot out in all directions like a meteor that flew by. Among the sparks and meteors, a sword gleam crossed the ancient starry sky under the nirvana. It crossed the distant past, slashed at the present, and slashed at the future. The light of the sword seemed to have evolved to the extreme of swordsmanship. It was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Taishu Xieting was already drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, the sword radiance was not as strong as he had imagined. Especially after breaking the light blade and light tower, there was not much power left. Demonic wind chart. He threw out a yellow talisman, which spread out in the air. It connected heaven and earth and turned into a river, isolating the world. Puchi! The river was instantly cut open by the sword radiance. All the strange phenomena disappeared. The sword aura did not diminish and fell straight down. Taishu Xieting's pupils constricted. At that moment, he no longer had the fear he had before. He roared and his body shone brightly. A yellow armor flew out and became bigger in the air. Bang! The armor was instantly pierced through. The sword aura suddenly slashed on the emperor's chi around him. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. But that was it. It was not life-threatening. This sword aura is impressive. Why is its power limited? Strange. Du Yuqing rubbed his chin and looked like he was in deep thought. He muttered to himself. Bai Haodong frowned and said, maybe it's been too long. The power has been used up. After all, this sword is a defective product. Du Yuqing nodded lightly and said, that's right. The power of the sword essence is almost the evolution of martial arts. It's amazing. It's hard to imagine how terrifying it would be when the three swords combine into one. Taishu Xieting had managed to escape with his life, and had the joy of surviving a calamity. He roared sinisterly, you dare to scare me, I want you dead. His pupils suddenly constricted. He saw a three-colored light flash in the sky like a rainbow. It turned into a mini three-colored hill in front of him and pressed down. That is. Bei Jiannan's body trembled. His eyes were filled with shock. Huh? A heavy profound level weapon. Haha, you're showing off in front of an expert. Taishu Xieting laughed hysterically. The muscles on his right arm expanded and became several times thicker. It was covered with scales. The veins on his arm were like old tree branches. Strongman's arm? Musu was stunned. Then, his expression returned to normal. I've cultivated the strongman's arm, and I've already achieved great success. Taishu Xieting laughed sinisterly, and suddenly opened his 5 fingers, grabbing towards the three-colored small mountain, and shouted, Pangu's mighty arm. Boom! A tricolored light flashed on the small mountain, and endless earth elements pressed down, causing the space to collapse instantly. Bang! The moment Taishu Xieting's arm came into contact with the small mountain, his entire falling momentum was stopped, and his entire arm instantly doubled in size. What? Boom. In his shock, Xiating felt his entire arm go numb. Then, the small mountain pressed down on his body, and he completely lost consciousness. In front of everyone's eyes, the force of the mountain fell and instantly crushed him into pieces in the air. Ah? This time everyone's mouths were agape, and they were completely petrified. Even Duanmutsong's beautiful eyes froze, and she was completely dumbfounded. There was a flash of lightning in the sky, and Li Yunxiao flew over. A white light flashed on his body, and he kept the small mountain. He was also extremely shocked. He did not know how heavy the tricolored mountain was, and other than using the spirity power to control it, he did not dare to take the attack head-on. The people below all looked at him with pale faces, and it seemed that they had expended more origin power than him. Gulp. Musu swallowed his saliva, and said in a daze, "What was that mountain just now?" Li Yunxiao pretended to be calm, and said, "It's just a small plaything. It's not something to be proud of." Hee, what a small plaything. Bai Hadong's eyes flickered, and he said, "Mr. Yunxiao is really lucky. The finale item of the Plethora Treasure Towers auction, the Divine Sword Star Destroyer, is actually in your hands, and now the treasure of the Two-World Mountain has been taken by you." The rest of the people's eyes flickered with envy and jealousy. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "What, are you jealous, brother Hadong? Do you want to end up like Baiming Yuanhai and Taishu Xiating?" Bai Hadong smiled faintly, and said, "Mr. Yunxiao's abilities are invincible, and you killed 2 experts consecutively. It's just unbelievable. I don't believe that you can still kill me now." Li Yunxiao also smiled, and said, "Brother Hadong, although you don't believe it, you're still very fearful." Bai Hadong smiled, and said, "I don't deny it, especially the small mountain that you used to kill Taishu Xiating. And Mr. Yunxiao's abilities seem to be endless, which really makes people fearful." Li Yunxiao said, "Then what do you think, brother Hadong?" Bai Hadong glanced at the others, and said, "It depends on everyone. If I'm the only one doing it, I definitely won't do it. But if we are united, this old man might have to take his share of the pie." The others looked at each other. To be able to survive a series of tests and not leave until now, they more or less had some confidence in themselves. But at this moment, they suddenly hesitated, and couldn't decide what to do. Everyone had seen Li Yunxiao's abilities just now, but if they worked together, they would definitely win. But there were still 2 most crucial problems. First, how many benefits could they get? No one would do something that didn't benefit them, not to mention risking their lives. The second question was whether or not he could kill Li Yunxiao. Once he did, he would have a grudge with Li Yunxiao. With Li Yunxiao's talent and strength, if he wanted to take revenge in the future, no one would be able to withstand his fury. Thinking about these 2 problems, everyone's expression changed slightly, and it seemed like it wasn't worth it no matter what. Mr. Yunxiao's abilities are invincible, and that puppet originally belonged to Mr., so it should naturally belong to Mr. I have no intention of fighting for it. One of the 9 stars beginner Emperor Wu finally said slowly. The others all chimed in and praised him, indicating that they definitely had no such intentions. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, "It seems like everyone is a reasonable person. Since you have no intention, then please leave." He didn't move, and he made a gesture to send them off. Everyone's face twitched, and they knew that it was meaningless to stay, so they all cupped their fists and left. Bai Hadong also smiled and greeted them, and he turned into a beam of red light and disappeared into the horizon. There were only 4 people left. Li Yunxiao's gaze shifted, and he smiled, "Lord Song, seeing that you haven't said a word, your thoughts are very different." Duanmutsong's eyes flickered, and he said, "I do have some thoughts, and I want to talk to Mr. Yunxiao." Li Yunxiao said, "But I don't have anything to talk to Lord Song about." Duanmutsong smiled, "What a willful kid. Someone is looking for you. As for who it is, you will meet him soon." Li Yunxiao frowned slightly, and he said coldly, "Are you done? If you're done, then leave." Duanmutsong was stunned, and she blinked her big eyes twice. She said with a smile, "Why aren't you curious at all? You don't look like a young man at all." Li Yunxiao said, "First, you won't tell me even if I'm curious. Second, since we will meet soon, I can wait." Duanmutsong shook her head with a wry smile, and she said, "You have many secrets, and I'm also very interested in you." But I can also wait. We will meet again. She blinked her eyes, and with a smile, she turned into a faint fluorescent light and disappeared under the starry sky. Li Yunxiao raised his eyebrows, and he was deep in thought. Duan Mutsong's words seemed to have a deeper meaning. Musu saw that he was deep in thought, and she called out softly, Mr. Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao came back to his senses, and he said with a smile, Are you waiting to fulfill your promise, Lord Musu? Musu chuckled, and said, We agreed to exchange the marvelous spell Spirit Eyes for the secret of the puppet. Li Yunxiao said, Although I got this puppet back by myself, Lord Musu helped me a little, so I'm willing to exchange it. He took out a blank jade slip and put it on his forehead. He used his divine consciousness to imprint the formation process of the small King Kong in the jade slip, but he didn't mention the ice evil heart flame. Musu was overjoyed, and she also took out a rusty round discus from her body, which looked like a piece of scrap iron. The two exchanged for it, and after checking it, their faces changed slightly. Musu was completely stunned, and he said, That puppet is a half-beast, half-weapon. A trace of anger appeared on his face, as if he had been fooled. Li Yunxiao glanced at him indifferently, and said, What? A half-beast, half-weapon is unprecedented. If we continue to study it, there will be a big breakthrough. But the inheritance of the marvelous spell Spirit Eyes that Lord Musu gave me. His face darkened with anger, and he said, Not to mention the fact that it is incomplete, the several cultivation tests in it are nonsense. It's impossible. Hee hee. Musu showed a trace of pride, and said, Who said it's impossible? Didn't I cultivate it? I can guarantee that this cultivation method is completely real. After all, it is a divine skill, and it can't be measured by ordinary divine skills. Li Yunxiao snorted, and said, Let's talk about the first important test. You need to use the gold spiritual qi to temper your eyes. Won't you be blinded instantly? That's right. You'll be blinded once you touch it. Musu's face twitched, and he seemed to be afraid. When he saw Li Yunxiao looking at him in confusion, he chuckled miserably and said, Do you think my 2 eyeballs are real? He rolled his eyeballs, and they emitted a strange light, and there were countless tiny talismans flashing on them. Ah! Li Yunxiao gasped, and his face changed dramatically. He said in horror, You have fake eyes? Musu finally moved his eyeballs away, and he looked like a normal person again. He laughed and said, Yes. As you said, the marvelous spell Spirit Eyes is a divine skill cultivated by a God State Overlord. We are just Jiutian Emperor Wu, and we can't meet the requirements. My eyes are the first test, and I will be blind if I touch the gold spiritual qi. But later, I thought of using fake eyes instead. Finally, my hard work pays off, and I have made some progress. Now, my eyes are no different from the real ones. Li Yunxiao's scalp went numb. It was impossible for him to blind himself, and he had to use fake eyes to cultivate. It seemed that he couldn't cultivate the marvelous spell Spirit Eyes anymore, or he had to find another way. Musu chuckled. Mr. Yunxiao, as long as you agree to join the Mu family and participate in the martial arts competition, I'll definitely get you a pair of fake eyes. This old man will definitely help you get a pair of fake eyes. Otherwise, even if I tell you the method to refine these fake eyes, you won't be able to find many precious materials. Li Yunxiao's face turned pale. It was impossible for him to blind his eyes and replace them with a pair of fake eyes, so he said, Let's put this matter aside for now. I will think of a way to deal with the mystic spell Spirit Eyes. But I'm interested in the Mu family's puppet art. If you can teach me a thing or two, I'll consider participating in the martial arts competition. Musu raised his eyebrows and smiled. Isn't that great? Only the disciples of the Mu family can practice the divine power of the Mu family. Mr. Yunxiao can marry into the Mu family, which is killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Participate in the martial arts competition, become the champion, practice the divine power, and marry a beauty. Cough, cough. Li Yunxiao coughed and said, If that's the case, let me think about it. Musu was unhappy. Are the Mu family's surname, beauties, and divine power not enough to attract you? He looked angry. Li Yunxiao was speechless. We'll talk about this later. Let's leave this place first. I'm afraid the Baiming family will come soon. Musu said, All right. I'll come and find you again. He turned around and flew away like a stream of light. The entire two-world mountains had been destroyed. It had been reduced to a wasteland. Beijing Nan stood in the sky and looked at everything in silence. Li Yunxiao said, "Senior, you." Beijing Nan's face twisted and looked extremely ugly. He said, "I have nowhere to go. Why don't I follow you? I've used up a lot of my soul power. I'm afraid I won't be able to live for long. Moreover, Master Ling Mudi is with you." He looked strange. Li Yunxiao said, "That's good too. I have a lot of things to ask you too." Beijing Nan moved his neck and replied, Li Yunxiao wanted him to enter the World Divine Monument, but he felt that it was a little inappropriate. Hence, he said, "Senior, with your current appearance, why don't you change your appearance, in case you attract too much attention?" Beichennan Nan said, "All right." He formed a hand seal with one hand, and a white light surged out of his body. His entire body suddenly changed, and his festering body instantly became as smooth as butter. His face was like jade, and he wore a long white robe that wrapped around his body. His exquisite facial features were carved into a beautiful face. Even Li Yunxiao's eyes were stunned as he exclaimed, "You just need to cover it up a little. There's no need to make it so handsome." Beichennan said, "This is my original appearance." Li Yunxiao said, "It's still easy to attract attention when you're so handsome. How about I turn back into a zombie?" "No, thanks." Beichennan refused. Li Yunxiao said angrily, "If there's a problem, you'll be responsible." Suddenly, a light flashed in the dark night. Li Yunxiao's pupils suddenly contracted, and he quickly dodged to the side. A light flashed past, and even with his escape technique, he couldn't dodge it in time. His entire right hand was instantly chopped off, and it flew into the sky. Beichennan's expression changed drastically, and Xianxia wielded her sword and slashed in the air. With a bang, she slashed somewhere in the void, and a light shook out. There was a slight fluctuation in the air, and a man's figure appeared. He held a strange crescent-shaped long hook in his hand, and there was a strange luster on the hook. "It's you." Li Yunxiao's expression changed, and he held his broken arm with his left hand. His expression was extremely ugly, and he was in so much pain that he broke out in cold sweat and dripped down. That person was the one who removed the talisman to steal the cow. He didn't escape, but had been hiding nearby. He sneered and said, "The world-famous Mr. Yunxiao has lost an arm because of a moment of carelessness. TSK, what a humiliation." He grabbed the air with his left hand, and instantly grabbed Li Yunxiao's broken arm in his hand. Looking at the rings on his fingers, he chuckled and said, "I'm sorry, that strange puppet belongs to me too." "Oh, is that so?" Li Yunxiao's pained expression suddenly disappeared, and he became extremely relaxed. Moreover, he even revealed a disdainful sneer. "What?" The man's body trembled, and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. He suddenly lowered his head to take a look, and realized that the broken arm in his hand had turned into green lightning. It condensed in the middle, and instantly turned into a ball of lightning. There were countless lightning talismans flashing on it. Li Yunxiao had already made a gesture with one hand, and his lips softly said, "Explode." Boom! The ball of lightning exploded instantly, and turned into countless lightning bolts that shot in all directions. Under the explosion of the lightning bolts, a figure wearing a battle suit retreated continuously. The light on the silver battle suit was completely dimmed by the explosion of the lightning ball, and it was like an iron suit that protected the man's entire body. The man's head was charred black, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His exposed skin was also cracked in many places. Obviously, the power of the lightning had directly blasted into his body, and he was injured in an instant. Li Yunxiao sneered and said sarcastically, "Scoundrel, you went for wool and came home shorn. Are you a clown hired by a monkey?" Lightning flashed on his right shoulder, and another arm was formed. However, his face was even paler than before. The continuous battles had completely exhausted him. Beichennnan looked at Li Yunxiao with surprise in his eyes, and he seemed to be thinking about something. Cough, 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 the man coughed violently, and each time he spat out a mouthful of extravasated blood. After spitting out a dozen mouthfuls of blood, he took a deep breath, and hurriedly took out a large handful of elixirs and swallowed them like beans. Only then did his face become slightly ruddy. However, the fear in his eyes did not diminish at all. He stared at Li Yunxiao with resentment, and gritted his teeth as he said, "Spiritual body? You actually have the thunder spiritual body of the 5 elements." His voice was full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Li Yunxiao frowned. He had also heard of the 5 elements spiritual body. It was considered an extremely special existence among the divine bodies. Its characteristics were similar to the 5 elements spiritual body, and it was almost immortal. He raised his hand and looked at his newly grown arm. He was deep in thought. Ever since he mastered the thunder skill, although he could transform into lightning at will and not be destroyed by tens of thousands of swords, it was not as abnormal as it was now. It wasn't until little Qing planted a purple thunder seed in his body that his great accomplishment thunder incantation took another step forward. Only then did he have the characteristics of a 5 elements spirit body. Phew, fortunately, I have the thunder spiritual body. Li Yunxiao heaved a long sigh of relief, and wiped the sweat off his forehead with his hand. Tisk, damn it. The man gritted his teeth in jealousy, and said, "I've never heard of the innate spiritual body. You must have some kind of secrets of the divine art." Li Yunxiao thought for a moment, and said, now that you mention it, it really seems to be the case. When I was young, I would bleed when I slightly cut my hand with a knife. Ever since I cultivated that thunder divine art, it didn't happen anymore. TSK, it's really magical." The man was so jealous that he was about to explode. He roared, "Quick, give me that secrets of the divine art." Li Yunxiao said, "I can give it to you, but what about that heaven-patrolling bullfight?" The man's expression changed slightly. That jealousy gradually dissipated, and he regained his clarity. He snorted, "You want to use secrets of the divine art to exchange for my heaven-patrolling bullfight? Yours?" Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, "All right, it's yours." That's what happened." The man said coldly, "That's a true spirit. Do you think a mere secrets of the divine art is worth it?" Li Yunxiao said, "Whether it's worth it or not depends on yourself. The spiritual body is almost indestructible. Moreover, I've cultivated the thunder physique with great destructive power. It's all up to you whether you want it or not." The man became silent. He could tell that Li Yunxiao was at the end of his rope, and Beijing Nan's soul was also heavily injured. He had a high chance of winning if he made a move. However, the secrets of the divine art might not be on Li Yunxiao. If he searched his soul by force. This kid seemed to be a rank 9 alchemist. A sharp gleam flashed across his eyes, and he said, "All right, but you must prove that the secrets of the divine art is on you." Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently. He took out a jade slip and placed it on his forehead. He imprinted the first half of the thunder physique on it and threw it over. He said, "Check it yourself. However, I also need you to prove that the heaven-patrolling bullfight is still on you." The man took the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. A hint of doubt flashed across his eyes, but he was more overjoyed. He immediately responded, "All right." Then, he waved his hand and released a wind bag. Silver light shot out and turned into the appearance of the heaven-patrolling bullfight. The divine talisman was stuck on the bullfight's back and evolved into millions of talismans that covered its entire body. No matter how it struggled, it could not escape. The man said, "Record all the divine art, and this green bullfight is yours." Li Yunxiao smiled and took out another blank jade slip. He imprinted all the thunder physique on it and threw it over. The man caught it and scanned it with his divine sense. He instantly revealed an overjoyed expression and could not help but laugh out loud. Li Yunxiao's expression was calm. He looked at him and laughed for a while before saying, "How is it?" The man's face revealed a hint of gloominess. He licked his lips and said, "Mr. Yunxiao is indeed a man of his word. You gave me such an amazing divine art so easily. Aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word?" Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently and said, "Will you?" The man's face gradually froze. He lightly spat out a word and said, "I will." He reached out and grabbed. The wind bag rolled up and immediately kept the heaven-patrolling bullfight inside. With a flash in his hand, it disappeared. Only then did he glance at Li Yunxiao and said with some surprise, "Mr. Yunxiao's expression is very calm." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "It's all right. The forest is big, and I've seen all kinds of birds. It's just that I'm very curious about your identity. Why don't you tell me? That divine art of secrets will be used to buy your identity. The man nodded and said, this is a good deal. I'm Taishu Jingrong. Li Yunxiao was stunned and said, who is Taishu Xieting to you? A hint of surprise flashed across Taishu Jingrong's eyes. He snorted and said, it's my big brother. There was a hint of mockery on his face and he said, unfortunately, he wasn't strong enough. He was smashed into pieces by Mr. Yunxiao's divine mountain. That's his fate. He did not have a trace of hatred. Instead, his face was full of disdain. His eyes lit up and he said, now that you mention it, Mr. Yunxiao really has a lot of good stuff on him. I'm also very interested in that tricolor divine mountain. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, alright, I'll trade it to you. Trade? Taishu Jingrong laughed weirdly and said, you still want to trade for my Sky Patrol bullfight? No need. Li Yunxiao shook his head and smiled. I'll trade it for your life this time. The sky suddenly fell silent. There was not a single sound, and the atmosphere began to become strange. Taishu Jingrong's smiling eyes gradually turned sinister, and he said coldly, Li Yunxiao, do you really think you're invincible? After killing Bai Ming Yuanhai and my useless brother, do you still have the strength to deal with me? Li Yunxiao looked calm and said, how would I know if I don't try? I might just kill you. You're courting death. Taishu Jingrong's eyes turned cold, and his figure flickered and disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, a ray of light flew over and instantly split Li Yunxiao into two halves. Li Yunxiao's upper body suddenly turned into lightning, and his hands were like claws that pinched Taishu Jingrong's shoulders. He laughed and said, I've caught you. A ray of light flashed between his eyebrows, and a three-colored divine mountain instantly flew out. Ah! Taishu Jingrong sucked in a breath of cold air and was quite frightened. The tricolored radiance on the divine peak flickered, giving off an unparalleled pressure. Moreover, he had seen with his own eyes that his big brother was smashed into pieces by this thing. However, at this moment, his shoulders were tightly pinched by Li Yunxiao, and he couldn't move at all. Little B** starred, go to hell. Taishu Jingrong roared and kicked at Li Yunxiao. The space was directly blasted open, and with a bang, Li Yunxiao's upper body was kicked into pieces. Only then did the long hook spin, and a slashing force condensed and slashed at the divine mountain with all his might. Boom! A huge force rebounded and forced Taishu Jingrong to retreat hundreds of meters. The blood in his body was turbulent. But he wasn't injured. The tricolored mountain peak paused in the air, and Li Yunxiao's figure condensed above it. He grabbed the mountain peak with his 5 fingers and slowly rotated it in his palm. At this moment, there was a hazy light in his palm, emitting a solemn and dignified aura. It was the spirit intent force. Although dragging the divine mountain was extremely taxing, it was still within the limits of what he could bear. Taishu Jingrong's eyes were filled with shock. Although the three-colored sacred mountain wasn't as domineering as he had imagined, it was still millions and millions of kilograms heavy. It wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. Taishu Xieting had underestimated his opponent and used his physical body to resist, which resulted in his body exploding upon contact. Taishu Jingrong looked at Li Yunxiao's carefree manner, and his face became extremely gloomy. His eyes were filled with hesitation. Bei Chunnan also looked at the tricolored mountain peak with a complicated expression. He seemed to be in a daze. TSK, doesn't my lord want the sacred mountain? If I give it to you, why are you hiding? Li Yunxiao sneered. Humph. Taishu Jingrong snorted with a gloomy face, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, the three of them frowned at the same time. They couldn't help but raise their heads and look up into the sky. They saw ripples spreading in the sky, and the power of space distortion. An extremely strong power was tearing the space apart. Boom, a strong buzzing sound came from within the ripples. Then, a gloomy and cold aura spread out, and a few figures appeared in the sky. There were a total of 9 people, and all of them emitted the aura of a high-level Emperor Wu. Their faces were gloomy and cold. At the front was an old man. His black face was filled with ferocity. Next to him was an old woman. She had silver hair, and her face was filled with wrinkles. She looked like a wavy pond, and she looked eerie and terrifying. Li Yunxiao's pupils dilated. It's them. After a moment of shock, Taishu Jingrong's eyes flickered, and he revealed a joyful expression. He said loudly, "Are you elders Tian Shang and Difu from Baiming Palace?" Amidst the wrinkles on the old woman's face, her eyes slowly flickered. She said coldly, "Who are you? What happened in Borderline Mountain? Where are the others?" Taishu Jingrong hurriedly said, "I'm from the Taishu family, and I have some connections with your sect. Borderline Mountain has been destroyed, and the others are either dead or gone. Lord Baiming Yuanhai of your sect has been killed by this kid." What? The 9 people in the sky were shocked. Strong murderous intent gathered in their eyes, and 9 sharp gazes shot down like swords. Is this true? The old woman screamed shrilly. The sound waves rushed through the air, turning into waves of pressure that directly covered the 3 people. Taishu Jingrong was afraid that Li Yunxiao would deny it, so he hurriedly said, "I saw it with my own eyes. Not only Lord Baiming Yuanhai, but the others from Baiming Palace also couldn't escape from this person's evil hands. He was the one who killed Fengshi, and now he also put the blame on Li Yunxiao. Compared to Baiming Yuanhai, Fengshi was just a small character, and these 9 people couldn't investigate him in such a short time." Li Yunxiao openly admitted, "I did kill Baiming Yuanhai, and I also killed many others from Baiming Palace. However, the treasure of Borderline Mountain, the heaven-inspecting bulldog, was taken by this Lord Jingrong. Everyone, please don't let him go." Li Yunxiao laughed and stared coldly at Taishu Jingrong. When the people from Baiming Palace heard this, their faces were as cold as water. However, when they heard about the treasure of Borderline Mountain, their expressions changed slightly, and their gazes immediately turned away from Li Yunxiao. Taishu Jingrong cursed inwardly. As expected, 9 gazes fell on him, and he felt as if there was a dagger on his back, and he broke out in a cold sweat. "Sirs, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. He's famous for having a flowery mouth, and he can even make the dead come back to life." Taishu Jingrong wiped his cold sweat and hurriedly explained. The old woman raised her eyebrows, revealing a suspicious expression. That old man coldly snorted and said, "All 3 of you should stay here. Whether it's true or false, we'll find out after we investigate." Taishu Jingrong's face turned pale. His change of expression fell into Tian Shang and Difu's eyes, and they both revealed a cold smile. A secret voice suddenly sounded in Li Yunxiao's ears, saying, "Young Master Yunxiao, the situation is critical. Why don't you and I join forces to break out of this situation? After we escape, we can settle the grievances between us. As the saying goes, when brothers are locked in a wall, the outside will be insulted." It was Taishu Jingrong's secret voice transmission. He glanced at Li Yunxiao faintly. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He said in a clear voice, "Tian Shang and Difu, 2 elders, just now, this person sent a voice transmission to me, saying that he wants to join forces with me to break out of this situation and escape from this place." "You?" Taishu Jingrong's expression changed greatly, and his eyes bulged out. He was so angry that he almost exploded. He roared, "Li Yunxiao, you deserve to die." You're Li Yunxiao?" The old man's eyes suddenly shot out a cold light. The old woman was also stunned for a moment, and she revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. But her gaze quickly fell on Taishu Jingrong, and she said in a fierce voice, "You're the one who is dishonest." Taishu Jingrong's expression changed. He suddenly put 2 fingers together, and a yellow talisman appeared. With a bang, it burned, and his body slowly disappeared. Insignificant skill. Disgraceful." The old woman sneered, and she also pointed with her finger. There was a trembling sound, a sound wave appeared in the air, and the buzzing sound caused the entire space to vibrate at the same frequency, clanging incessantly. The sound wave rippled through Taishu Jingrong's location, and his originally transparent body became clear. Taishu Jingrong's face turned ashen, and his eyes were filled with despair. He quickly bowed and said, "I'm willing to hand over the heaven patrolling bull to you 2 elders. I hope you can give me a way out. The Taishu clan and the Baiming clan can be considered good friends for generations." Everyone was stunned. This shameless person was very quick-witted in taking advantage of the situation. Tian Shang and Di Fu originally wanted to kill him, but now they were a bit embarrassed to do so. Li Yunxiao sneered, there are at least 800, if not 1,000, forces that are good friends with the Baiming clan. Tian Shang and Di Fu are famous figures of the Baiming palace. How would they know about a small sect like yours? That's right. What Taishu clan? I've never heard of it. The old woman's eyes flashed with ridicule, and she said coldly, as for the heaven patrolling bull, it originally belonged to the Two-Boundary Mountain, and the Two-Boundary Mountain has always been the territory of my Baiming palace. You can be considered as stealing a treasure of my profound palace. As for whether you live or die, first seal the energy in your dantian and kneel to the side. I'll deal with you after I kill that Li Yunxiao. You deserve to die. Does the Baiming palace think that it's invincible? Taishu Jingrong exploded with anger. Although he was flexible, the other party wanted him to seal his dantian and become a fish on the chopping block. His life or death was something no one could do. Moreover, the conditions were too humiliating. If he knelt to the side and waited for punishment, his martial heart would probably collapse. Haha. Li Yunxiao couldn't help but laugh, and said, Sir Jingrong, I think this condition is quite good. You can consider agreeing. After all, you still have a chance to live. Unlike me, I've already been put on the kill list. TSK, comparisons are odious. I'm so envious. Taishu Jingrong's face was gloomy, and he said coldly, Li Yunxiao. Don't make sarcastic remarks. Although I don't understand where you get your confidence from, to be so calm and composed, you must have a way to save your life. I hope we can treat each other with sincerity and join hands to resist the enemy. Treat each other with sincerity, Li Yunxiao wiped his cold sweat, and said embarrassedly, coming from your mouth, why do I have a strange and comical feeling? Taishu Jingrong's face turned slightly red, and he said, in order to express my sincerity, I'm willing to offer the sky patrolling bull with both hands. He knew that he had lost all credibility, so he decisively threw the wind bag at Li Yunxiao. A strange look flashed past Li Yunxiao's eyes. After catching the wind bag, the sky patrolling bull was indeed inside. He couldn't help but secretly admire Taishu Jingrong. Although this person was crafty, scheming, and despicable, he was decisive and not sloppy. Seeing that the wind wasn't right, he could immediately turn around. He could be considered an evil hero. Good. As long as you can trap one person, leave the rest to me. Li Yunxiao put away the wind pouch and agreed without hesitation. He had already planned to release all the experts in the World Divine Monument to kill the enemy. Apart from Bei Chennan, he had already sentenced the rest to death in his heart. Taishu Jingrong was no exception. If it wasn't for the 9 people from Baiming Xian Palace, Taishu Jingrong would have been turned into ashes. Taishu Jingrong was taken aback for a moment before he exclaimed in delight, just trapping one is enough? Li Yunxiao said coldly, if you have the ability to kill one, that would naturally be the best. Taishu Jingrong said, young Master Yunxiao thinks too highly of me. Although the heavenly wounding earth seal is quite famous, if it's just trapping one person for a while, I am confident that I can do it. Haha, trapping one of us? That's too difficult. The elder sneered, his face surging with a murderous aura. Taishu Jingrong immediately raised his middle finger and said disdainfully, just now, I just didn't want to hurt the harmony between the two families, so I gave you face and tactfully asked for peace. Unfortunately, the two of you have limited intelligence. Do you really think that you're invincible? Bah! The elder flew into a rage and shouted, you damn thing, this old man will tear you apart first. His body swayed and disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he appeared directly in front of Taishu Jingrong and struck with his palm. The wind from the palm was impressive, and the surroundings were frozen by the colding qi. No matter what technique the Baiming family's elites cultivated, they were all related to the extraterrestrial dark stone. All of them carried an extremely strong darking qi that was incomparably cold. Taishu Jingrong was shocked. In a panic, he erected the long hook in front of him to block. He pointed a finger at the body of the hook and flicked out a talisman. It rippled and formed a solid defensive boundary. Bang! The elder's palm landed, and the wind from the palm pressed down on the long hook. In an instant, the power of the boundary was dispersed, and the entire hook was covered in a layer of frost. With a cracking sound, it bent down. Taishu Jingrong was shocked. He didn't know if it was because he was frightened, or because the colding qi had entered his body, but he only felt cold all over. He hurriedly formed a seal with his left hand, and a strange talisman was pressed between his fingers. Suddenly, it became one became two became three became countless. In an instant, the sky was filled with flying talismans, like a tornado, layer upon layer, the number of which was endless. The elder's entire body suddenly fell into a world of talismans. In his anger, he increased the strength of his hand. With a bang, the long hook was broken, and several fierce rays of light shot out in all directions. Taishu Jingrong's eyes did not blink, as if he was not moved in the slightest. He quickly formed a seal with one hand and finally formed a strange finger seal, which he then pointed down. Heavenly Crane Maiden Dance Score. The talismans that filled the sky were like butterflies flapping their wings as they surged forward. Pa 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 sounds continuously rang out as they stuck to the old man's body. The countless talismans overlapped and immediately turned into a cocoon that tightly wrapped around him. Old ghost. The old woman in the sky cried out in alarm. Her eyes were filled with rage and shock, and her figure flashed as she rushed down. At this moment, Taishu Jingrong's right hand formed a seal, and his left hand formed a seal in front of him. One seal after another flew into it. Those talismans were constantly tumbling, as if they could be lifted off at any time. When Taishu Jingrong saw the old woman make a move, he was scared out of his wits. He shouted, "Young Master Yun!" A sword light soared through the sky and streaked across the talismans that covered the sky. Suddenly, there was a ripple in the sky, and the old woman's body appeared. She looked at the handsome face in the distance with shock and anger. Li Yunxiao also turned his head in surprise. He had the star annihilation in his hand and was ready to use the sword, but he did not make a move. "Are your injuries healed?" "I've recovered a little. This old woman is very strong." "You go first, I'll cover you," Beijing Nan said calmly. The World Imperial sword in his hand was flashing with a dark cold light, and there was also a wisp of green poisonous gas lingering on it. "It's not good to sacrifice yourself for others, is it?" "It's okay. I don't have much soul power left. Anyway, I won't live for long. It shouldn't be a problem to buy some time for you to leave." Tisk tsk, this moral character. "I have nothing to say. But I'll be embarrassed. My time is no longer here. I was originally a person who deserved to die. The current heaven martial arts realm belongs to you. Since Big Brother has acknowledged you, so have I. It's worth it to contribute a little before I die," Beijing Nan said calmly. Beichen Nan said calmly. The aura on his body rose continuously and the eternal World Imperial sword in his hand played a happy tune. Taishu Jingrong's eyes almost popped out. He shouted, "Li Yunxiao! You must keep your word. If you leave, you'll be a despicable and shameless villain. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." He was sweating profusely. At that moment, he used all his energy to control the talisman. If he lost control, he would definitely be shaken away by the old man and hurt himself. Hence, he was in a difficult position. He didn't dare to move at all. The only way to survive was for Li Yunxiao to kill the others and save him before he died. "You want to leave?" "No way." The old woman shouted, "Go. Kill these two, regardless of life or death." The 7 Beiming family experts in the sky suddenly released their auras. It was like dark clouds rolling, and an overwhelming aura exploded. They flew down. Li Yunxiao said, "Hold the old woman back for a while. I'll kill these 7 people first and then come to help you." Beijing Nan frowned and said, "You're not leaving?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Of course I'm leaving. But I'll kill these people first." He waved a sign with both hands. A white light flashed between his eyebrows, and the Universe God tablet flew out. Universe God tablet. Beijing Nan's body trembled and he cried out involuntarily. His eyes were filled with fear. No wonder, Big Brother acknowledged you. So you're this generation's master of the Universe God tablet. Beijing Nan's eyes flashed. After a short moment of absent-mindedness, he immediately came back to his senses. He no longer had any doubts. His figure flashed, and he raised his sword and slashed at the old woman. "Humph, ignorant grasshopper." The old woman humped angrily. She stretched out her hand and grabbed. A golden iron crutch spun in the air. She grabbed it in her hand and hit Beijing Nan. Under the hit of the golden iron crutch, a ferocious beast soul roared and turned into a shadow in the air. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Beijing Nan was expressionless. He lifted his sword and slashed out a few rays of sword light that shot into the ferocious beast soul. The sword essence exploded and the ferocious beast soul turned into pieces. Then, Beijing Nan weaved a sign with one hand and took out the World Imperial Sword. He shouted, "Transform!" Suddenly, the long sword flashed in the air and turned into the King of Corpses. It flapped its wings and rushed towards the old woman with a buzzing sound. Taishu Jingrong looked at it with a gloomy face. He was relieved that Beijing Nan attacked. He seemed to see the hope of winning. He just didn't know if Li Yunxiao's current power could suppress the 7 high-level Emperor Wu. He looked at Li Yunxiao suspiciously. Suddenly, his eyeballs popped out again. He was shocked and said, "What's going on?" The Universe God tablet flew towards the 7 people. The 7 people looked scornful and disdainful as they tried to suppress it. Boom! Under the attack of the 7 rays of light, the Universe God tablet shone brightly. Suddenly, a vast force gushed out from it and suppressed the 7 attacks. Rumble! The 7 people were hit by a huge force and retreated in the air. The disdain they had previously disappeared and was replaced with shock. Under the white light of the Universe God tablet, 2 burly figures appeared. They looked ferocious and one could tell that they were evil people. You are," one of them rubbed his eyes and thought that he had seen wrongly. He asked in surprise, "Where did you come from? Who are you?" Hee hee. The evil spirit licked his lips and laughed sinisterly. "Brother Chen, these people are still sleeping even when they are about to die. Let them die in confusion." Vincent's eyes turned cold and he said with dissatisfaction, "Young Master Yun, why are you getting more and more frustrated? Why do you have to summon us just because of a few ants? Do you know how precious my cultivation time is?" The evil spirit laughed and said, "Anyway, this body of mine was taken over. It's almost impossible for me to improve further. There's nothing for me to cultivate. I'll just wait for young Master Yun to give me a body at the peak of 9 stars. That would be great." Vincent snorted and said, "Stop being so long-winded. I'll let you take care of these 7 dregs. There's an ugly woman over there. Leave her to me." Without waiting for the evil spirit's reply, he dashed towards the old woman in a flash. The sudden appearance and conversation of the 2 people stunned everyone. Only when the 2 of them started to attack did they come to their senses. When the old woman heard the other party call her an ugly woman, she was so angry that smoke came out of her head. Her internal organs were all on fire. She was originally disfigured because she cultivated the frigidine qi. Her peers were all peerless experts, so no matter how much she changed her appearance, she couldn't escape the poisonous eyes of others. Thus, she gave up on herself and showed her ugly face to others. However, the word ugly was her reverse scale. Whoever dared to say it to her face would die without a doubt. "I'll kill your entire family." She placed her golden staff in front of her and slapped it with her palm. Immediately, the seal was broken with a clang, and the sound of chains dragging through the air could be heard. Reverse blade whirlwind slash. At the end of the chain was a strange crescent blade. A cold light flashed, and a circle of blade light shot out. Vincent was startled and didn't dare to be careless. He flipped his body several times in the air and dodged the blade light in a few flashes. Just as he stabilized his body, he was shocked to find that he had fallen into a circle of chains. His body was locked by a force. Clatter clatter. The iron chain was like a long snake that shuttled through the air. It was full of the sound of dragging, and all kinds of rules were hidden within it. Every time it moved, Vincent felt the shackles on his body tighten. If it wasn't for his strong divine body, he would have already exploded. Even with a peerless divine body, all kinds of body patterns were flashing non-stop. Golden light was released, and he was desperately resisting the power of the chains. Suddenly, a light flashed in front of him. The old woman directly appeared. She held the strange crescent blade in her hand, and her face was full of murderous intent and resentment. Vincent's body trembled, and he hurriedly said, "Madam, please show mercy. If you have any grievances, we can talk about it. If you want to talk, talk to this old woman's blade." The old woman's face flashed with malevolence, and her eyes shot out killing intent. She raised the crescent blade and slashed down. The blade light spun in the air, and at the same time, the chain dragged along, shackling Vincent so tightly that he couldn't move at all. Outside the chain, Beijingnan's expression changed. He raised his sword and slashed down. Clang, the sword aura hit the chain, but it only produced some light. It couldn't hurt the chain at all. "Haha, you're just an ant. My sword chain is made of starstones. It can't be damaged by any amount of gold. Stay outside obediently. It's your turn after I kill this sharp-tongued man." The old woman laughed wildly with a ferocious look on her face. Beijingnan's soul was unstable, and he was too weak. He couldn't help but frown, and a green light flashed across his eyes. He raised his hand, and the 7 illusion green succubus was changing unpredictably in his palm. The 1,000 Worlds Imperial Sword was also flickering with green light. At this moment, within the chains, Bin Chen's forehead was covered in cold sweat. As the strange saber light descended, a boundless sense of danger surged in his heart. "Ah!" he roared, and all his strength burst out in an instant. Runes flew out from the formation on his body, and the sky was filled with golden runes. The start, life, rest, shang, and stop gates shone brightly. They formed a line and rushed downwards. Boom, there was a sharp pain in his body. The 6th gate of view emitted a golden light, and a surging force rushed into the sky. "Ah!" Vincent's body swelled up, and his face became extremely distorted due to the great pain. However, his strength increased to a whole new level. He clenched his fists, and with a bang, he broke the shackles of the chain. His fists collided in front of him, and a circular golden formation appeared on his fists. "Ugly monster, go to hell." Heavenly fists dominating the world. A vast force gushed out from his fists, and he rushed forward. Bang, the golden fist force blocked the sword light. The creepy sword's edge pressed against the golden light, and it couldn't move an inch forward. "What?" The old woman's expression changed drastically. She looked at Bin Sun, who was covered in golden light, in horror. His body pattern was like a tattoo, and it was dazzling. "Ah! Break!" Vincent's face contorted. At the moment of life and death, he had broken through the 6th gate, but his foundation wasn't stable. All of his power was gathered in his fists, and although the curved blade trembled, he couldn't shake it off. The old woman's face was gloomy, and her eyes were spitting fire. She raised her right hand, and a pitch-black rune appeared in her palm. She was about to press it into the blade. Bang! Suddenly, a crisp sound came from outside the chains. The iron chains that filled the sky suddenly broke. With a swing of Beijingnan's sword, the iron chains that were as thick as the mouth of a bull were directly broken. There was a dark green color at the fracture, and the iron chain was slowly corroding. "Ah?" The old woman was completely dumbfounded. "Die, you ugly freak." Vincent's pupils shrank, and a golden light radiated out. Under the impressive might of his fist, the machete was shaken away with a bang. A vast fist force swept out. Only then did the old woman come to her senses. That black palm energy suddenly slammed down. Boom! Under the golden fist and the black palm, it was almost equal, and both of them were forced to retreat. However, the curved blade and the chain were originally one, and they were both the old woman's natal profound weapon. When it broke, not only was its power greatly reduced, but it also injured her mind. "How dare you break my profound weapon? I'll kill your whole family." The old woman grabbed the broken part, and the green spots continued to extend. In a rage, she raised her hand and chopped the corroded part into pieces. Then, she was furious, and swung the curved blade towards Beijingnan. Bin Sun slightly stabilized his state, and both of his legs kicked in the air. His entire body shot out like an arrow. The old woman's expression changed, and the chains danced in the air. Her figure kept retreating. Fighting two people at the same time, and with the broken profound weapon, she was at a disadvantage. Not far away, the evil spirit was besieged by the 7 high-level Emperor Wu. He was beaten black and blue, and he kept screaming and cursing. Li Yunxiao, on the other hand, took quite a number of treasures and sat in the air to rest. Finally, he couldn't calm down from the noise. He opened his eyes and scolded, "Trash, idiots!" Then, he struck a seal into the Universe God Monument, and suddenly, a ferocious aura spread out. Roar! An earth-shattering roar rang out, followed by a flash of lightning that gathered above the heads of the 7 people and turned into a dazzling golden beast. Its body flashed with golden lightning, and it looked down and stared at the 7 people ferociously. Ah! The 7 people shivered, and a bad feeling welled up in their hearts. The aura of the beast was actually above the 7 of them. Taishu Jingrong was also shocked. He looked at the Universe God Monument that was floating in the sky quietly, and the light in his eyes became more and more intense. He seemed to have thought of something, and his throat became dry, and he let out a goo-goo sound. "Haha, help is here. Hurry up and save me." The evil spirit could tell that the beast had completely absorbed the thunder beast's mystical thunder cloud roar. Although its appearance didn't change much, its aura was completely different from before. The flashing lightning was like rays of golden sword light, illuminating the sky. The 7 people were shocked, and they only felt a boundless pressure rolling towards them. With the mystical thunder cloud roar, it spat out a ray of golden lightning, which broke the void. Boom! Ah! One of them couldn't dodge in time, and he was struck by the lightning. His scream went straight into Yunxiao, and it sent chills down their spines. After the scream stopped, the person's body was charred, and smoke was coming out continuously. Although he wasn't dead, he was on the verge of death. He slowly closed his eyes, and fell from the sky. Haha! A tinge of cruelty flashed in the evil spirit's eyes. The big axe flashed across the sky, and a ray of axe light chased after the charred body, and with a bang, it exploded into a pile of flesh. Ah! The remaining 6 people were scared out of their wits. Each of them was terrified, and their faces were pale. The attacks on the evil spirit in their hands suddenly slowed down. After all, they still had to pay attention to the beast. Boom! Boom! The mystical thunder cloud roar spat out another 2 rays of lightning, splitting the space, and arrived in an instant. Ah! One of them hurriedly dodged, and was instantly seized by the evil spirit, and was chopped in half by the axe. The battle in the sky suddenly became one-sided. The old woman was completely suppressed by Bin Sun and Bei Nan, and the remaining 5 high-level Emperor Wu were like carrots, one less after another. While Taishu Jingrong was shocked and surprised, his heart also sank. According to the development of the situation, when Li Yunxiao killed all the people of Bimingxian Palace, he was afraid that he wouldn't have a good ending. But at this moment, the talisman was sealing Tianshang. Once he let go, he would definitely be shocked by the power of Tianshang, and his life would be uncertain. He suddenly fell into extreme anxiety, and suddenly felt that Tianshang's power was getting stronger and stronger, and could break out of the talisman at any time. He immediately secretly transmitted his voice, "Lord Tianshang, I will remove the talisman power to let you out, please retract your power." The old man in the talisman had been cultivating with his eyes closed, constantly attacking the talisman's suppression, as if he didn't hear what was happening outside. Hearing Taishu Jingrong's words, he slowly opened his eyes, and coldly said, "In 10 breaths, I will break your talisman, and take your dog life." 1. He counted to himself, and then continued to close his eyes. Taishu Jingrong was shocked. As expected, he felt that the impact was getting stronger, and he was indeed unable to withstand it. He hurriedly said, "Lord, that Li Yunxiao's power is too high. If we kill each other, we will definitely be killed by him in the end." The old man's expression didn't change, and the power around him kept increasing. Even his face was being attacked by circles of ripples. "Lord, look, Lord Ground Fu and the 7 subordinates you brought are about to die." What? The old man suddenly opened his eyes, and when he looked down, a wave of anger rushed to his head. He roared, "Damn it! You bunch of bastards!" Boom! He suddenly went berserk, and instantly rushed out of Taishu Jingrong's talisman. His whole body turned into a ray of light, and he rushed out of the explosion. Taishu Jingrong only felt a huge impact on his chest, and his internal organs were all shattered. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, and was sent flying. Before he could stabilize his body, he was shocked to see that the old man was holding a pair of hammers in his hands. The old man's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he rushed toward him. He raised the hammers and smashed them down on his head. "Young Master Yun, save me!" he cried out in alarm. Several rays of light shot out of his body, and a battle robe appeared. Boom! The old man's big hammers crashed down, and all the light disappeared. The battle robe also cracked into countless pieces and scattered with the wind. Taishu Jingrong's eyeballs directly popped out, and he spat out another large mouthful of blood. He even spat out the pieces of his internal organs. His big eyes were wide open, and they slowly lost their light. His whole body gradually stiffened, and he fell to the ground. Li Yunxiao coldly watched Taishu Jingrong die from a distance. Only then did his gaze fall on the old man. Because the old woman was in danger, only 4 of the 7 subordinates were left. They were all seriously injured, and they could die at any moment. This made the old man go berserk, and he broke through the talisman chart in one fell swoop. However, he also injured his heart meridian. "Li Yunxiao, you deserve to die." The old man's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He didn't understand how the other party suddenly had so many helpers, and each of them had extraordinary strength. Li Yunxiao coldly said, "It's not up to you to decide whether I deserve to die or not. But you really are going to die. You want to kill me? Haha." The old man looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. He said ferociously, "When I became famous, who knows which mother's womb you were in?" He grabbed the 2 hammers, and with a flash of his figure, he rushed forward and fiercely struck at Li Yunxiao's head. Bang! The hammers exploded in the air, directly blasting Li Yunxiao's afterimage into pieces. The old man frowned. He realized that the other party's movement technique was not only extremely fast, but also extremely strange. He actually couldn't catch him. "Don't hide if you have the guts." The old man was furious. He stared at the sky in the distance. Under a flash of light, Li Yunxiao appeared. "Hee, bullying the weak, and you still don't allow me to hide. Do you have any shame?" Li Yunxiao coldly mocked, and directly raised his middle finger. "Wah! Damn it!" The old man instantly exploded. Vast power surged out of his body, turning into a boundless emperor's pressure. With a loud bang, the space where Li Yunxiao was in was suppressed. Only then did he raise the hammers again, and fiercely attacked. Li Yunxiao slightly frowned. He raised his hand, and spirit power surged out of his palm. A tricolored mountain peak appeared, and he directly threw it out. End of chapter 1370. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.